Okay. Let's see. Finally got it, guys. Volume 2. Prologue. Cantrips followed Cordula through passageways meant for servants. They were headed to Hannelore's room, which was strange, he thought, since men weren't usually permitted on the dormitory's 3rd floor. The rule existed to protect the girls living there, enforced so strictly that even a retainer serving the archducal family would rarely be granted an exception. So why me? That is a good question. Why are you getting an exception? Because that makes no sense. Because he could explain things to Hannelore that Cordula couldn't. It felt like a flimsy excuse, certainly not enough to justify entering a young woman's quarters. Cantrips winced to each creak beneath his feet, terrified someone might catch him. This way, Cantrips, hurry. He slipped from the passageway and darted through the door Cordula held open. Past the retainer's room, he saw her, Hannelore, for the first time in 10 days. She looked dazed, as if she had just woken up. Or just woken, but at least she was seated in a chair rather than floating. As he drew closer, Cantrips noticed that Hannelore still gave off a faint glow, the lingering traces of the goddess's divine power making him slightly uneasy. Thankfully, she didn't blast him or Cordula away, as her possessor once had. She turned at the sound of their approach, and Cantrips saw that her eyes were no longer the yellow of divine descent. They had returned to their familiar red. My apologies, Cantrips, Hannelore said, her consideration assuring him that she was no longer hosting a goddess. I understand it must be uncomfortable to be on the girls' floor, but Cordula insisted this way was the only way I could receive your report. Really? Why? Hannelore's consciousness hadn't returned when the goddess departed, and Cantrips had feared it never would. Seeing her now exactly as he remembered her nearly brought a tear to his eye. Thank goodness she's back. Would you tell me what happened after the gazebo's magic circle lit up? Hannelore asked. Do you recall that your farewell caused light to rise from your charm and form a magic circle in midair? Yes, I vaguely remember hearing the knights' panicked voices and their footsteps as they raced toward us, though my memory ends with the magic circle beginning to glow. We retainers surrounded the gazebo but could not get too close, Cordula said. Cantrips is the only one who could tell us precisely what happened when the goddess descended. I could also mention her attempts to propose to Lord Wilfrid, Cantrips thought, but that part of their meeting was best left unsaid. We don't need that getting out right now, especially with what's getting ready to happen with the stupid dinner match. Sorry, I'm turning this on, I'm cold. I should clean up the Jareve and stall the other retainers so they do not interrupt you, Cordula said. Cantrips, explain what you can. Cantrips closed his eyes, recalling the events of that fateful day, before beginning his explanation. Dragonder, the goddess of time, had descended, ruthlessly rejecting those within the gazebo. An audience soon gathered and Alexandria was summoned, though something in her duchy delayed her arrival. Even when she came and was taken by the goddess, it did nothing to restore Hannelore's consciousness. I do wonder what delayed Rosemine. Is it something that involving what she had to do with the goddess of time stuff? Or was that something else entirely? Cantrips went on to recount the advice Rosemine's head attendant had given him, as well as the exchange between Wilfrid and Ortwin. Lord Ortwin then asked to propose to you, and... One moment, he truly said that then and there? Hannelore asked. Damn it, hold on. Overcome with surprise, Cordula told me Jarwanchel proposed after, Corinstom. In the gazebo, Lord Ortwin said only that he wished to propose. He had to meet with Ob Dunkelfelger to formally announce his intentions, hence why his proposal came afterward. I see. Forgive my interruption. Hannelore gave an embarrassed smile, though Cantrips could tell she appreciated Ortwin's intentions. In contrast to the assertive way she had demanded engagement tasks from Wilfrid, she had seemed so shy and overtly feminine when the Drawanchal Archduke candidate made his declaration. She had never behaved that way with Kentrips or Rosentark, her engagement candidates. In fact, she had practically grimaced upon learning they had been chosen. Yeah, I mean, Orwin would have been a smart choice, to be fair. She would have gotten out of Dunkelfelger. He would have probably treated her very well, I'm assuming. And she would have been maybe able to be a little bit closer to, maybe able to help Rosemine or whatever, for whatever reason. Because we all know how Wilfried is. He probably wouldn't have treated her very well. Maybe. Not in like a physically abusive way, but just like an like a meh, essentially. Especially considering the fact that he's supposed to be a Geeb instead of the Archduke. So, yeah. Is she truly that eager to leave Dunkelfelder? I almost said... I'm not fully completely awake, guys. I apologize. How do you feel about the matter, Lady Hannelore? Kentrips asked, fighting to keep the ache in his chest from reaching his voice. Her lack of interest in the suitors her father had chosen seemed painfully clear. Yeah, she would... It'd be nice if she could actually pick her freaking candidates, at least. Because then she would have been happy about it. I mean... Dude. Wanting only to ensure Hannelore's happiness, Kentrip swallowed his displeasure and said if you truly wish to leave Dunkelfelder, it might be wise to consider accepting Lord Ortwin's proposal. I agree. Drawankel is a greater duchy. It has the means to protect a divine avatar like you. Given the present confession, I suspect you could steer the outcome of the contest for your hand as you please. Hannelore blinked, tilting her head in confusion. Did you not swear to protect me? Kentrips fell silent. The certainty in her gaze, the quiet trust that he would protect her, made his head spin. Of course he cared for her. Of course he cared for her safety, but was she right to rely on it? Was that truly the look one should get a suitor she didn't wish to marry? If you have no intention of being with me, why must you bewitch me so? Oh, poor guy. Oh my god, this whole thing is so stupid. He drew a slow breath. I am composed. I am at ease. My heart is at peace. May I continue my report? The apprentice scholar asked, neatly sidestepping the question. The true chaos began with the goddess's departure. Oh, yes, of course. Hannelore reached for her teacup, even eyes clouded with uncertainty. Kentrips noticed the faint glow emanating from her fingertips and couldn't help but grimace, reminded of the divine power that lingered within her. I mean, it's going to probably go away after a bit. It felt as though the goddess were still there, watching him through her. We were kept busy with minor tasks after returning to the dormitories, though I don't dwell on them, Kentrips continued. Most were managed by your retainers, so I trust Lady Cordula will offer a clearer account. Rosemine's head attendant had insisted that Hannelore would remain unresponsive until she regained consciousness, and that a Jareve will be required for her protection. I mean, they're basing it off of what happened with Rosemine. I mean, Rosemine's an anomaly in herself. So, I mean, that's not really going to be technically... I would say it wouldn't be technically the norm, but then again, you don't have goddesses descending on a daily basis to where that would be the norm. So, it's only happened twice, as far as we know. Yeah. Cordula had sent an ordinance to Dunkelfelder to request one, then spent her time reporting to Segunde, who had traveled to the dormitory for an update. I might have helped more, but I received an urgent summons from Zent Eglantine, Kentrip said. It became my highest priority, something I could not delegate to Lady Cordula. The Zent summoned you, Hannelore exclaimed, setting down her teacup as her eyes widened in astonishment. Kentrip wasn't sure the news warranted only such surprise. The royal family had once summoned witnesses over a ritual that produced a pillar of light. Their reaction to the literal descent of a goddess was only natural. All three of us from the gazebo were summoned to give reports, Kentrips explained. That much was to be expected. What caught me off guard was the stir Lord Raufereg caused, insisting on accompanying me as our duchy's representative. For what reason? He was not even at the gazebo. I failed to see what he hoped to contribute. Maybe he was hoping to talk to Eglantine and get her to agree to let him marry Hannelore as a royal decree. Maybe. That's pretty bold of him. Freaking balls on this guy. Any reasonable person would share her confusion. Raufereg had argued that it was unthinkably rude for a mere apprentice art scholar to appear before the Zent, though his arriving uninvited would have been far worse. I agree on that one. He wasn't even asked to come. Yeah, you don't make yourself shown to royalty when they didn't even ask you to come in the first place. That's very rude. I agree. We retainers collectively reprimanded him for either forgetting or never learning such basic etiquette, then proceeded to our meeting with the Zent as planned. Lord Raufereg seemed to believe that proposing to you had earned him a place among your engagement candidates. Oh, God. Well, he is sorely mistaken, Hannelore said, her brow tightly knit as she took another sip of tea. From her demeanor, cantrips could tell that she neither wished to be with Raufereg nor intended to marry him, merely to make him the next Archduke. Her retainer's actions had worried him, so this realization was a tremendous relief. Or came as a tremendous relief. Yeah, you know she's not interested in Raufereg, at least. Lords Wilfrid and Ortwin reported on the goddess's descent, he continued, so I focused on what Lady Cordula requested of me. I inquired about borrowing silver cloth and how your graves might be salvaged if you slept too long, as happened with Lady Rosemine. Cantrips and the others had laid as much groundwork as possible in case the worst came to pass. But Hannelore awoke sooner than expected. Though her 10 days' slumber meant she would finish her classes later than usual, she was no longer in danger of running out of time. My apologies, Hannelore said. This is all my fault. Did the Zent summon trouble you at all? I remember being agonizingly stressed each time the former Prince Anastasius wanted to speak with me. Despite the regret in her eyes, Cantrips had not been particularly worried. He had just witnessed the arrival of a goddess. Nothing the Zent would do would even compare. Besides, he had been tasked with collecting information about the divine descent and planning for the future. More troublesome for me was Rosentark's interrogation. You recall he invited you to that gazebo, yes? To show you flowers or something of the sort. No sooner had the apprentice knight learned of the events that led to Hannelore's coma that he had rounded on Cantrips. Why was she there with Lord Wilfrid when I extended the invitation? What did they discuss? Why didn't you intervene? Hey, put that blasted sound blocker away. You can't hide from this. He was ignoring him. Good one, use a sound blocker. And sometimes they don't even know you're holding it because, it's so dang small you can hold it in the palm of your hand. And they wouldn't even know unless they're actually paying attention. It had taken the combined efforts of an entire group of retainers to hold Rosentark back long enough for Cantrips to explain. The apprentice knight had calmed somewhat upon learning it was a meeting of Archduke candidates, but getting him to that point had been a nightmare. Ah, yes, I can imagine, Hannelore said. I went to Lord Wilfrid's invitation, but still, I must apologize to Rosentark nonetheless. As it stands, the only thoughts occupying his mind are of the upcoming dinner match. You are not wrong to worry, but the time to address it has passed. He would only respond with confusion. Rosentark had acted out for some time, but that changed when he learned that Karinstam and Drawanchel had challenged Dunkelfelder to bride-stealing dinner. His eyes lit up at the news, and he immediately turned on Cantrips, declaring, "This is no time for infighting. Let's team up and blow these pests away. I agree! Take them down!" Though it would be good if she could find someone who would actually, appreciate her, because I don't think Wilfrid would. At least not now. I am curious as to what will happen during this match. Oh, this is going to be a good one. If the dinner match is in this book, oh, we are going to be fed when it comes out. Because this is the only part I'm doing at the moment. I'm not doing it like every week. No. This is going to be the only part until the book officially comes out on Amazon Kindle. Cantrips could only nod in agreement. He wished he were so pure-hearted that his own ugly feelings of anger and jealousy could vanish so easily. I am the envious one now, Rosentark. No matter what happened, Cantrips knew that he and Hannelore would never be together. Even if they won the upcoming dinner match and turned away every other proposal that surely would follow, she would not be able to choose a partner, and the passage of time would leave Rosentark as her only option. Many duchies have sent requests for dinner. Lady Hannelore and Karinstam was first among them. Sigiswald sought Hannelore as a first wife, intent on leveraging his former royal status to secure her. Cantrips opposed the idea, of course. Sigiswald cared only for the backing of a divine avatar and the greater duchy she represented, and his mistreatment of Adolphine made it painfully clear he was unfit to be Hannelore's husband. Of course! I mean, frickin' Rosemine rejected him. I am told Lord Sigiswald does not see himself as an archduke, and instead clings to his status as former royalty, Cantrips continued. Of course he does. In that sense, he is the most dangerous of your suitors. He might hope to use your new divinity to obtain the Grutishite himself. You must be careful not to say anything he could exploit. Hannelore and Sigiswald would most likely interact only at the Interduchy tournament, but plenty of Karinstam students at the Royal Academy could relay her words to the former prince. Hannelore nodded, her expression taut. Her wariness confirmed for Cantrips that she had no intention in marrying Sigiswald, so he silently removed Karinstam from his unwritten list. Then there is Drawanchel, he said. Lord Ortwin formally challenged us to bride-stealing dinner through his duchy. He seems to want to seek your hand for love, not personal gain. Love? Seriously? We haven't seen Ortwin interacting with Hannelore too much. Then again, the books have been focused on Rosemine's endeavor, so we don't know if Ortwin has ever been around Hannelore that much. But maybe he was pining for her just like some of the others were, but never said anything until he saw his chance? That would be nice if she actually found someone who actually loved her, instead of just doing it for personal gain or getting more status or whatever. That would be her best case scenario, essentially. Because I don't think she's going to end up with Wilfrid. It'd be great if she ended up, her best choice after Wilfrid, Wilfrid is more than likely not going to be the Archduke. I'm assuming that's either going to be Charlotte or her baby sibling, most likely. Most likely going to be Charlotte. So he's not going to be the Archduke. I don't think that they're going to let Hannelore marry someone who's going to be just a simple Geeb. I don't think so. Because then it'd be the whole Gabriel thing all over again, essentially. But at least then, they would be on better terms with Dunkelfelger than they were with Ahrensbach. That's a whole different thing right there. So more than likely, her best option after Wilfrid would be Ortwin, in my opinion. That would be her smartest choice. If she's wanting to get out of Dunkelfelger that badly. I see. Hannelore had barely reacted to the mention of Sigiswald, yet now she shyly averted her eyes. Cantrips doubted she had fallen for Ortwin. After all, she had still proposed to Wilfrid in the gazebo, but she seemed to at least recognize him as a member of the opposite sex. Does she seek to join Drawanchel then? Like I said, it's a possibility. It's her best possibility, in my opinion. Ortwin had not faltered when Hannelore confessed to Wilfrid. In fact, he seemed almost to encourage it. He must have known Wilfrid would not reciprocate, and thought it best for Hannelore to confront him her emotions directly rather than pine for another man. Hold on. Yeah, that's what it said. Okay. If so, we're in agreement. That common thread made it all the more heart-wrenching for Cantrips that Hannelore had reacted to Ortwin yet showed no interest in the man before her very eyes. Trying not to focus on the pain, he put on his best polite smile and continued. Oh, I feel bad for Cantrips. It would have been, if she was to stay in Dunkelfelger, I would rather her be with Cantrips. But if she wants to leave Dunkelfelger, her best option is Ortwin. That depends on what she wants in the end, obviously. Because it's ultimately her choice. She's given a list of candidates, she gets to pick from them, essentially. But like I said, if she wants to leave Dunkelfelder, Ortwin's her best option. If she stays in Dunkelfelder, Kentrip's is her best option. Classenberg also expressed an interest in you. Their Ob already has a first wife, but if fortune favors them, they seem ready to demote her to a second wife so that you may take her place. No! Is, question. I don't know if you guys probably would know this, but is the Ob still, Eglintine's family member? If so, ew. Ew! He's older than Ferdinand, I'm assuming. Ew! No! How old is he? Is he like as old as Sylvester? Or no, Sylvester is about as old as Ferdinand. Bonifatius. Oh God, no. No. Hannelore, no. Indeed, even Classenberg had entered the contest. As the home duchy of Zent and Eglantine, they were in no rush for a new first wife. But they would prefer to have Hannelore than not. Going forward, the position of Zent would be reserved not for the current ruler's kin, but for those capable of acquiring the Gruderscheid through their own power. It made sense, then, that they would wanted the next divine avatar on their side. The other requests were less notable, Kentrip explained. Many wished to participate simply because there was much to gain and nothing to lose. And several formerly defeated duchies hoped to get closer to the sovereignty. Makes sense. Trarqual, who had become Zent through the Civil War, had stepped down and Eglantine had taken his place by receiving the Gruderscheid from Rosemine. The transition of power had effectively erased the notion of winning and losing duchies, along with the political weight each title once carried. Some duchies seek the recognition of the new Zent and the gods, so they are more than eager to have a divine avatar in their midst. Their intentions aside, are the losing duchies not worn down from the events of recent years, Hannelore asked. I see no reason they could stand a chance against us. Yeah, they ain't going to. I wouldn't even worry about them. The ones I'm worried about are Sigiswald and potentially Jawanchel. Sigiswald most of all. Or Karinstam, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Sigiswald is the freaking Ob. He's not royalty anymore. He needs to get that through his thick skull. He needs to get a beat down is what he needs. Which means Rosemine and Ferdinand need to join in on this and defend Hannelore. That's what they need to do. Oh, I really hope that is the case. Please, I want to see the Lord of Evil in action. Oh! That would be awesome. Dunkelfelder's military might was such that no middle or lesser duchy could hope to defeat them. There might have been cause for concern if someone so capable as the Lord of Evil were among the students, but even then, oh God, yeah! Even then, Dunkelfelder's experience with Rosemine's devious schemes had made them more wary of trickery than before. I would agree, if not for Lord Raufereg, Kentrip said. The dormitory is divided, as are your retainers. My retainers? Since their dinner match against Ehrenfest, Hannelore's retinue had worked on to improve her reputation at home. Damn it, where's my mouse? Hold on. Can I make it full screen? Oh, good, okay. I'm a dum-dum. Where am I at? Okay, here we go. Where am I at? Okay, here we go. Her reputation at home were her actions that earned considerable ire. Just as other duchies longed to claim the second divine avatar for themselves, Dunkelfelder's nobles sought to keep her from leaving. Yet Hannelore had shown no interest in the engagement candidates her father had chosen, focusing instead on getting closer to Wilfrid. No matter how she tried to conceal it, her lingering feelings for the Ehrenfest Archduke candidate were obvious, as was the distance she maintained from her suitors. Observing their lady's behavior, some retainers refused to cooperate with Lestalaud's retinue, especially given his role in instigating the dinner match against Ehrenfest, and seized the opportunity to make Hannelore the next Ob instead. Soon the opinion spread that she should marry Raufereg, both to secure her rise to power and to ensure her continued presence in Dunkelfelder. One could say we brought this upon ourselves. Cantrips could only despair at the state of the dormitory. He felt responsible for failing to maintain harmony within Hannelore's inner circle. They thought they were acting in your best interest, he said, and since we could not consult you, there was nothing we could do to stop them. I admit, as your suitor, I am partly to blame. Raufereg is such a nuisance. Were those all the proposals? Cantrip studied Hannelore intently. Did she grasp the nuance of her question? The guys had descended immediately after her proposal to Wilfrid, and she had been unconscious ever since. From her perspective, barely a moment had passed since her rejection. The truth will surely sadden her. Still, Cantrips had no choice but to continue. Though many duchies put their names forward, Ehrenfest was not among them. He said, watching Hannelore closely. How would she react to hearing that not even becoming the second divine avatar had been enough to sway the boy she desired? Cantrips hated the thought of seeing her miserable, but he needed to know how she truly felt. That comes as no surprise. Lord Wilfrid strives for peace in Ehrenfest. He does not wish to become its next Ob. He would not compete against so many other duchies, not even his own siblings, for my sake. Or even his own siblings, for my sake. Hannelore wasn't crying, and her voice remained steady. She exuded a maturity Cantrips had never seen in her before. How strange, he muttered. Pardon? You look exactly as I remember, but your attitude is remarkably different. I mean, she did get rejected in the past again, and realized that what she did was, that Wilfrid probably didn't want her, or she couldn't have Wilfrid, essentially. So I think that's probably, why she's acting this way, if she realized she couldn't have Wilfrid. It's almost as if when you were whisked away to the world of the gods, you matured more than the rest of us. Hannelore blinked several times, then giggled. Cantrip's eyes widened at the unexpected response, but nothing prepared him for her next words. You are always the first to notice changes in me. Cantrip's mind went blank. Hannelore knew how closely he kept an eye on her. He set his cup down, trying to steady his breathing and preserve an air of composure. Hannelore shyly averted her gaze, seemingly unaware of his panic. As thanks for the use of my vessel, the goddess of time permitted me to return to the world as it was a year ago. At last, the pieces fell into place. Cantrips recalled Wilfrid saying he might have agreed on the proposal a year ago. The worry that had gripped his mind melted instantly, replaced by a sharp bitterness. She loved him enough to continue past his rejection and even borrow the power of a goddess? He had thought her affection more tepid. He had assumed she would give up after being refused, which was why he had agreed to help her confess in the first place. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined her feelings were strong enough for her to seek divine power to see them through. In that case, did you and Lord Wilfrid... No, not even then. I was thinking only of my own desires, not what Lord Wilfrid might be going through. I loved being in love, and my emotions blinded me to the truth. I twisted the advice and warnings of my attendants to serve my own purposes. In a low voice, Hannelore lamented that her rush to return to the past, her belief that Lord Wilfrid would keep his word, had ended in complete failure. Yep, it did, because he thought that Rose might have put her up to it, and he was still pissed at the fact that all this was going on in Ehrenfest at the time. If she had shown up, essentially, after he was given the ultimatum to make himself better, or become a Geeb, maybe it would have been different. But she showed up a little too soon, in my opinion. From what Cantrips could tell, after the Ehrenfest Archduke Canada life had changed dramatically after the true dinner match. A year exactly seemed far too soon. I see, the goddess sent her back a year as she requested, but not to a moment well suited for her to confess. Hannelore's insistence on defending Wilfrid had caused a rift between her and her retainers. She had known he was being isolated, but could not command her retinue to investigate further, leaving her unaware of all the full scope of his situation. Should I have shared my knowledge with her? That would have been best. Cantrips could tell from her weak voice and downcast eyes that Hannelore was wounded. She had proposed twice and received just as many rejections. But he knew not how to console her. As much as he wanted to put her mind at ease, he struggled to wrest control of his own emotions. Part of him was relieved things between her and Wilfred were over, yet another part seethed, furious that he hadn't been there to protect her and that Wilfred had hurt her once again. If you had only received the proper intelligence, things might not have turned out this way, Kentrip mused aloud. Yes, I do wonder about that, but even though I could not forge a path to success, I would not change what happened. I do not wish to erase the past year of my history. Come again? I might not have secured a future with Lord Wilfred, Hannelore said with a shy smile, but I learned a great deal in the attempt. Though she had never received the engagement task she longed for, she gained much from her talk with Eglantine, and even managed a calm discussion with her retainers to clear the air. She also came to reconsider the look she received from Kentrips and Rosentark. What she once mistook for cold rejection or criticism of her work as an Archduke candidate, she now recognized as anything but. Do you remember the pack of hell wolves that attacked our gathering spot after last year's regenerative ceremony? Hannelore asked. Yes, it was nightmarish. I knew it would be, so I insisted we prepare. I remember how stunned you looked when I declared I would use the offensive magic tool you made for me, Hannelore chuckled. Yes, that was exactly the expression you made. Kentrip was too stunned for words. He had created a magic tool to protect Hannelore during their dinner match against Ehrenfest, yet she had neglected to use it, even at the most crucial moment. He had assumed it would never be activated. May I ask why you decided to use it, he eventually managed. It was too powerful to use against people, but no such mercy was necessary for Phoebes. She thought it was too strong to use against her enemies? Hannelore's response was so reminiscent of her days as Lady Crybaby that Kentrip could only slump in his seat. He had made his tool so powerful as he could to ensure victory, never once imagining its strength would dissuade her from using it. I approached the Hell Wolves alone so no one else would be caught in the blast radius, then activated the tool within the pack. Hannelore explained. The mere image sent a shiver down Kentrip's spine. He couldn't fathom how he might have reacted if he had actually seen it happen. As a result, Hannelore continued, I was able to claim victory, but not without arousing your suspicion. She explained that not long after the attack, the other Kentrips had remarked on her maturity. Her actions sounded so out of character that present-day Kentrips knew he too would have been suspicious. You saw through me, so I was torn rather suddenly from the past, and the changes I made were just as quickly undone. Such as was my agreement with the goddess. Kentrip swallowed, feeling the blood drain from his face. Because of him, Hannelore had lost the remarkable opportunity granted by the goddess of time. My apologies, he said. I ruined the goddess's reward for you. Not really a reward. Think nothing of it. She allowed me to keep my memories, and with the knowledge I gained, I am better equipped to live as my true self. Hannelore wore a small, proud smile, as an expression Kentrip would never have seen from Lady Crybaby. Her maturity was bittersweet. He felt both upset that she was outgrowing him, and in awe at how far she had come. Gone was the fragility that had once compelled him to protect her, replaced by an unmistakable beauty that could turn any head. I thank you ever so much for always being so considerate toward me, she said, her expression turning somewhat mischievous. Please, let this be our secret. I might not have changed anything, but word of my arrangement with the goddess would only exacerbate rumors of any borrowed divinity. Are there not far more pressing concerns? The way she teased him, leaving him enough ambiguity in her gratitude to hint at something more, was outright cruel. How was Kentrip meant to respond? He reminded himself not to cling to foolish hopes and exhaled deeply, emptying his lungs in a single breath. Kentrip, Hannelore asked, eyeing him quizzically. He was still searching for a response when cordially returned. Have you both finished, the head attendant asked. Forgive me, but there is one more thing I must say. Kentrip took a steadying breath and stood ramrod straight. That's a weird word. The concern in Hannelore's eyes made it clear her words held no hidden meaning. I wish to know how you truly feel, Lady Hannelore. Many duchies now vie for your hand in marriage. Tell me whom you wish to marry, and I shall devote myself entirely to making it happen. Okay, here we go. Here's where the big decision comes in. Whoever she picks, he will help her get, no matter what. I really do hope that she does not pick Wilfred, because she's already tried twice, and he's rejected her both times. And he has no intention of becoming Ob, so her being picked by Wilfred would not help in any way, shape, or form. Hannelore paused, furrowing her brow and casting her eyes down, occasionally muttering under her breath. She wasn't looking for a surface-level response. She was trying to get to the true heart of the matter. She contemplated a question that would shape the rest of her life, letting more of her frustration show in than usual. At last she gave Kentrip a somewhat pathetic, help-seeking look. Kentrips, I cannot yet decide. I must ask for more time, lest Libeska, the goddess of binding, move too quickly. It seemed the gods themselves still meddled in her affairs. Kentrips did not know what troubled her, but it made an already difficult decision even harder. A small smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Even as a divine avatar, her indecisiveness remained unchanged. For now, perhaps we could rule out those you know you would never choose, he suggested. Yes, absolutely. In that case, let us begin by notifying the dormitories. It would serve us poorly to take on the other duchies while our own forces are divided. I shall summon my retainers. As for Raufereg, Kentrip chuckled as Hannelore began to scheme. He had a much quicker solution. I could simply beat him down. I would love to see that. Beat him down? Hannelore looked to Cordial for an explanation. We let him propose because we were unsure how you felt about him, Kentrip continued. But if you consider him a pest, I will not hesitate. I will crush him with all my might, both as your suitor and as Lord Lestalot's retainer. By focusing on interduchy relations and avoiding conflict with Hannelore's retainers, Kentrip had given Raufereg's already bloated ego room to swell. But no matter how strong the boy claimed to be, he was still only a first year. He would not stand a chance against Rosentark, an apprentice knight, or Kentrips, a well-trained apprentice scholar of the sword. He said he would stake his claim to the archducal seat, and history shows that duels between archduke candidates and between their retainers are a common way to settle such disputes. Let us destroy him for the dormitory's sake. Seeing the color drain from Hannelore's face, Kentrip realized his frustration with Raufereg's chicanery had pushed him to harsher language than necessary. In the presence of the sensitive young woman who had refused to use his magic tool for fear of harming her enemies, he would need to be more careful. This is purely hypothetical, but Hannelore's eyes welled with tears. What would you do if I said I wanted to become the next Ob? Kentrip considered the question only briefly. If she truly wished to rule, she wouldn't see Raufereg as much of as an obstacle, or as such an obstacle. Nor would she speak so honestly to one of her brother's retainers. She could claim the goddess had ordered that she become the next Ob. He knew such a future would never come to pass, but he suspected that wasn't for the answer she sought. A single question sprang to Kentrip's mind. What would become of him if Hannelore truly strove to be the next Ob? Perhaps he ought to answer in a way that would make her more conscious of him as a suitor. Let me see. As a young woman, you would need to marry an archduke candidate to become the next Ob. I would see to it that every candidate who offered you his hand was eliminated until none remained. You would go after the men? Hannelore asked, unsettled. Not me for opposing my brother? Kentrip returned the kindest smile he could. Be at ease, Lady Hannelore. Though I would destroy any archduke candidate who attempted to wed you, I would not allow harm to come to you personally. And if you chose to give up on becoming the Ob, I would accept full responsibility for the consequences. Immediately, Hannelore's cheeks flushed crimson. She looked down at her feet, trying to hide her embarrassment, and frantically shook her head. That doesn't put me at ease in the slightest. As he gazed upon her, Kentrip reached a single conclusion. Hannelore was at her absolute cutest when blushing over him. Aww, she's adorable! I like Kentrips. He's cool. Ah! I don't want to stop. I want to continue. Okay, like I said, by this point, until the book comes out officially on Amazon and I can get it through the Kindle, I will not be doing any more parts for this book until then. So just so you know, when the next part comes out on Monday, I will not be reading it until it comes out officially. So I will see you guys in the next video. Well, hello everybody. We are finally at the next volume for Bookworm. I had to search to find where I had ended in the last part, or the first part on the J-Novel website, in the book. But anyway, this is where we ended off last. I am curious as to what's going to happen, who she's going to possibly end up picking, because maybe this might be where she picks her suitor. I'm not sure. I'm hoping that she does, but if she doesn't, obviously that's not going to be that big a deal. But I'm hoping that this book will also give us a little bit of insight for Rosamund and Ferdinand's little trip in the past, or Rosamund's trip in the past. Or maybe that's going to be what part 6 is about. The part 6, even though she's not calling it part 6. So, I don't know. We'll find out, maybe. Okay, convincing the retainers. Have you calmed down yet, Lady Hannelore? Cordula had just returned from seeing Kentrip's off. She and my other retainers could explain everything else that had happened in my absence, so his presence was no longer required. My head attendant had also insisted that I would never regain my composure unless he left. Am I really to blame, Bo? No one could stay calm after a declaration like that. Yeah, because I think he declared that he was going to destroy all the Archduke candidates that proposed to her if she wanted to be Ob. I clutched the magic tool on my wrist, letting it absorb the mana rampaging through my body, but even that barely helped. My agitation was so bad that I considered fetching an empty face stone. And to make matters worse, Cordula was watching me with the look one reserved for a particularly troublesome child. Cordula, I was merely caught unawares, I said, a feeble excuse at best. My cheeks might be red and my mana might be running rampant, but there's no deeper meaning to it. I am simply unused to such compliments. Yeah, because everybody doesn't think she can essentially handle it. They call her Lady Crybaby. If you wish to convince me, you could at least try harder to compose yourself. My head attendant replied, one eyebrow arched. This behavior ill befits an Archduke candidate of a greater duchy. Kentrip's is one of your suitors, chosen by your father no less. Was his pitiful attempt at courting truly enough to leave you so flustered? Dude, who are you wanting your lady to freaking wed? Because it sounds like you don't want Kentrip's to wed her from that. Her words carried a chill, yet hearing her refer to Kentrip's pleasant remarks as courting brought me both comfort and further embarrassment. Cordula, I only wish to confirm something. Kentrip's sweet words weren't meant in earnest, were they? I didn't mishear him. He was acting purely on father's orders, correct? I'm willing to bet that this was his own choice. That if you did choose to be the Ob, he would act on his words without any kind of guidance from her father. So I think this is all his doing. My head attendant stared down at me, brow furrowed. Lady Hannelore, what exactly are you asking me? I could tell she was ready to listen this time, not merely to scold me, so I drew a slow breath and spoke my mind. I wish to know where I stand with Kentrip's. I suspect he only said those things to appease my father and reassert himself as my suitor. Has he done anything to warrant that suspicion? He confessed to me, then claimed that he couldn't trust me after I betrayed my duchy, and to complicate matters further, he offered to help me leave Dunkelfelder. More confusing still, he had told me to confess to Lord Wilfrid. Were it not for his encouragement, I never would have found the courage to act. His wish to help me, the concern in his eyes, and his refusal to trust me had all seemed genuine at once. I no longer know what he truly feels, I murmured. Were those tender words sincere, or merely compliance with father's command? You're not going to probably get an answer unless it's from him, Kentrip himself. And even then, he might not tell you, if he's under your father's orders. Cordula said nothing. She only shook her head, pressing her fingers to her temples with a look of utter defeat. I cast my eyes down, desperate to justify my anguish. As often as I misread people, I truly thought Kentrip saw me as a traitor and an unfit Archduke candidate. At the very least, I assumed he wanted me gone from the duchy. How could I have expected him to court me? It caught me completely off guard, and now I find myself at a loss. Cordial paused, then looked me in the eye. Why did you pose that peculiar question to him? He seemed so outraged by Raufereg that I wanted to know how he might react if rumors spread that I too aspired to become the next Ob. By learning his intentions, I could prepare myself both physically and mentally. I had simply wanted to know whether his loyalty to my brother would lead him to abandon me without hesitation, or whether he trusted me enough to say he would never expect me to compete for the role. And yet he chose to court me. Of course I was shocked. It came entirely out of the blue. Despite my internal protests, Cordula only knit her brow. How did his words make you feel, milady? They clearly affected you. She was right. My heart had raced, my cheeks burned, my mind went blank, and my mana surged. Even now, the memory of Kentrip's gray eyes made my pulse quicken anew. Because he surprised me, I exclaimed. The same goes for Lord Ortwin. He surprised you, Good grief. Could your suitors be any more passive? I shall instruct them both to court you more often so you stop blushing at every flirtation. I mean, to be fair, I didn't even expect Ortwin to pop the question. Because we don't get to see him very often in the books, except when he's around Wilfrid, and that wasn't very often in the books. So we had I don't think any of us had any idea that he was even somewhat interested in Hannelore in any kind of capacity, whether it be romantic or political. I don't know. So, I mean, to be fair, she's got a point with the whole Ortwin thing. Cordula, what are you saying? My heart would give out under such a siege. What if Kentrips were to take you seriously? Oh, God. Who knows what would happen with that? You must learn not to let such things rattle you. Numerous duchies are competing for your hand. I cannot have you making such faces in public whenever some backwater suitor pays you a compliment. Yeah, you gotta learn to keep yourself composed unless you're actually really smitten by the person who is actually giving you the compliment. Then yes, that would make a bit more sense, but you would obviously still have to keep your emotions under control because you know you're an Archduke candidate. You gotta do it. I buried my face in my hands. Were my feelings truly that obvious? The mere thought of Cantrips courting me daily made my cheeks burn hotter still. Wait, Cordula, I'm not emotionally prepared. No, you are not. Now, if you had focused on this from the start and not the whole Wilfrid thing, maybe things might be different. But we cannot afford to wait for that to change. In your current state, another duchy could manipulate you with ease. Then let me remain in my chambers. If you are bedridden, perhaps, but you are not, and you have already missed far too many classes. The academy will close long before you learn to harden your hurt. I fell silent. Time had marched on during my visit to the world of the gods, leaving me behind in my studies. The thought of returning to class, of everyone staring at me, made my heart sink. Lady Rosemine's head attendant warned us that lending one's body to a goddess can have lingering effects, Cordula said. From what I could tell, the divine power left you when you awoke, but I still worry about you going outside. I could not see it myself, but the goddess's touch remained around me as a faint glow. How long was I unconscious, I asked. 10 days have passed since you went to the gazebo. 10 days? Even accounting for the time I spent in the past, I would never have thought I was away so long. I wonder when Lady Rosamund will return. Yeah, 'cause she left before you did. She had mended one thread of history, but countless others remained. I wonder how many there were. Did we ever get an answer on that in the last volume? Let me know. Her retainers and everyone in Alexandria must have been beside themselves with concern, especially Ferdinand. Hell yeah, Ferdinand would be very concerned, especially if he finds out what happened. Oh, boy. She has endured this once before, has she not? Cordula asked. Perhaps you should contact her head attendant. It might put your mind at ease to hear how they managed. I dare say they are anxious to know how their lady fares now. I mean, she's not going to be able to give you much of an answer, but... Oh, dear Lord. If Ferdinand comes with them... is she going to mention the fact that the two of them are officially starbound now? Because the god, I think it was one of the male gods, he actually starbound her to Ferdinand, so she would be able to, I guess, find him easier in the past to mend the threads. Holy shit, what's he going to say about that? What's everybody going to say about that? I want to know all this. I nodded. The divine power had mostly left my body, so the meeting would comfort Lady Rosemine's retainers more than it would me. You may return to class after meeting Ob Alexandria's head attendant, Cordial continued, but first you must unify the dormitory. Disaster will strike if we do not make your intentions clear and refocus our students at once. The remnants of divine power within you should make them more receptive than usual. I shall arrange for you to speak after dinner. Very well, but I wish to speak with my other retainers first. I must apologize for my behavior and make it clear that I have no intention of becoming the next Ob. I cannot leave them divided as they are. That's a good point. I wanted to mend the rift among my retinue so as I had done before. Cordula praised my maturity, the product of my recent trials, then lowered her eyes. Your determination does you credit, but you have no reason to apologize to us, she said. On the contrary, it is we who must seek forgiveness. Be ready. Come again? I stammered, unsure what she meant. Cordula sighed, producing her staff and an ordnance stone. Keeping them united proved impossible. In your absence, there was no one to restrain them, and Og Dunkelfelger could not come to the Royal Academy before the Interduchy tournament. Their loyalty drove them to act against my every warning. What did they do? I want to know what they did. What the heck did they do that Ob would have had to come? My unease deepened as Cordula spoke to the ordnance and sent it flying from the room. Lady Hannelore, you're awake! And your eyes are red again. What a relief! Barely a moment later, my apprentice attendant, Andrea, and apprentice guard knight... Dang it, how did I pronounce it? Hyles were fighting to be first through the door. Jesus Christ, guys, calm down. My other female retainers followed in a more orderly fashion, grinning from ear to ear. The boys would have to wait until dinner. I am sorry to have worried you, I said, smiling as I looked... Damn it. As I looked over my retainers. As you can see, I am perfectly fine. To think a goddess would descend into you, Lady Hannelore, I could not be prouder to serve you. Many duchies are competing for your hand in marriage, did you know? Lord Raufereg is declaring that as a divine avatar, you are best suited to become the next Ob. Oh god, this again. I'm guessing he's taking inspiration from Rosamund and Ferdinand. Oh god. This is nothing like the chasm that once stretched between us. Seeing them before me, I realized just how much my retainers had changed. The awkward tension that used to weigh on us was gone, replaced with pride, open admiration, and eyes shining with excitement. It wasn't at all the reaction I had expected. Settle down, everyone, Cordula said, silencing the room with a sharp clap of her hands. You're overwhelming her. My retainers closed their mouths at once and straightened their backs. I took a cautious step forward, having reflexively retreated in surprise. At last I understood why Cordula had brought cantrips all the way to the third floor and why she had chosen to attend to me alone. I would never have been able to handle this onslaught mere moments after awakening. I have given Lady Hannelore my report of the past 10 days, Cordula announced. She is disappointed that the dormitory has grown so divided. With all the dinner challenges we have received, we must stand together now more than ever. Her intervention gave me the moment I needed to steady my breathing and face my retainers calmly. First, I wish to know why any of you would think to side with Raufereg. I made my refusal perfectly clear, did I not? Raufereg's proposal had stemmed entirely from his love of dinner and his wish to participate in true dinner. Dude, even if you did somehow marry Hannelore, that doesn't mean you're gonna... True dinner is war, for crying out loud! True dinner is going to another duchy and stealing their foundation. Dude, do you not understand that? You can't be warring with the other duchies. The phrasing of my refusal might have been meant for other duchies, but my retainers had witnessed me turn him down regardless. At the time, none of us had taken his declaration seriously. Well, because Lord Raufereg wouldn't be such a poor match for you. Dude, he's your half-brother. Ugh. I mean, to be fair, the whole Wilfred Rosamund thing, they aren't even related, technically. Biologically, I mean. Is that so? I asked, tilting my head in puzzlement. I was told at this most crucial time when we must unite against the intrusion of a certain former prince and the duchies that followed him, he obstinately insisted that he had every right to join the fray and propose. As it stood, I saw no good in him whatsoever. My retainers who sided with him hurried to provide their input. You have endured such hardships these past 2 years, Lady Hannelore. I wish to see you rise to a more honorable position. With Lord Raufereg's support, even the seat of Ob wouldn't be beyond her reach. She doesn't want it. Did you not understand that? With your triumph in true dinner and standing as a divine avatar, you're far more suited to be Ob than Lord Lestalot. Guys, you're going to be setting a coup at this point. As Ob, you wouldn't be limited to one partner. You could even take Lord Wilfred as a secondary husband, securing victory both politically and romantically. To be fair, they've got a point on that last one. But we all know that Wilfred doesn't want this. He wouldn't be able to, and I doubt that Sylvester and the others will want him to go. So, for them to say such things with straight faces, something must be wrong with them. I pressed a hand to my cheek, struggling to collect my thoughts. It took me a moment to fully grasp what they had said. Could you elaborate on that last point? I eventually asked. My retainers, unaware that Lord Wilfrid had refused even to give me engagement tasks, launched into their explanations with broad, excited grins. A low-ranking duchy like Ehrenfest could never accept a bride such as you, Lady Hannelore. That's why Lord Wilfrid refused you after your dinner match. And given how poorly your people regard him, you couldn't ask him to marry into Dunkelfelder either. In a world where you may take only one husband, both paths would lead to heartache. The Ob would deny you, and rightly so. I mean, I think Hannelore would agree on that one. Because like she just said, Wilfrid was essentially adamant that it wasn't possible, that it wasn't going to happen. And she now knows, yeah, it wouldn't be a good idea. Rose-tinted glasses and all that. But everything changes if you're the Ob. Lord Wilfrid wouldn't turn down a position as your third husband, tucked away in a villa far from any social events. Dude. You would have Lord Raufereg to secure your rule, a second husband to manage administrative affairs, and Lord Wilfrid to fulfill your romantic needs. It's perfect, dude. Wait till you hear what she's about to tell y'all. My retainers had clearly searched long and hard for a way to see me married to Lord Wilfrid, but their solution bordered on absurdity. One did not need become an Ob simply to satisfy one's romantic whims. And besides, most marriages in this world, if not almost all of them, are political. The only ones that we know of that were for love is Sylvester and Florencia, and potentially Rosamund and Ferdinand, because Rosamund's still kind of dense when it comes to love. No duchy would ever agree to one of their Archduke candidates being sequestered in a villa, barred from social events and the Archduke conference, I said. It would insult Lord Wilfrid and Ehrenfest both. But it was Ehrenfest who proposed that you become his second wife, with Lady Rosamund as his first. Another duchy might object, but not his. Dude, you obviously do not know the issue with Lady Gabriella and all that caused. Because, I mean, obviously that's not something they're going to parade around as their history, so they would not know this, but yeah, they don't need that again. They truly had strayed down a strange, shadow path in my absence. I now understood why Cordula had felt compelled to apologize. Could this be a trap set by Libeskelf, the goddess of binding? Reconnecting a severed thread was possible, but there was no guarantee it would end well. The goddess's wisdom echoed in my mind. I am deeply moved by your loyalty, I said. I know I have not always been reliable, and that there have been times that I was too stubborn to heed your warnings. I thank you for caring for me nonetheless. However, I have no intention of becoming the next Ob. Why not? It's the only way you could be with Lord Wilfrid. He rejected me! I couldn't even get a single engagement task. He rejected you twice! In the present and in the past. Lord Wilfrid had rebuffed me not once, but 3 times. During the introductory tournament 2 years ago, at the gazebo, and again during my venture into the past. And as if that weren't enough, the goddess of time herself had hinted that we weren't meant to be. There was no sense in continuing to chase him. I understand the extreme measures it would take to make Lord Wilfrid mine, I said, but a relationship built by force would bring neither of us happiness. I could never wish that on him. Those who had spoken in Raufereg's favor said nothing. Furthermore, I continued, many who claim to support my becoming the next Ob do so because they wish for a puppet to control. My brother is far too self-assured to be manipulated. I, on the other hand, only recently cleared my name through true dinner. The treatment I have endured over the years had made one thing clear. No one would suddenly take an interest in seeing me become Ob unless they stood to benefit from it. Not wrong on that one. So much has happened recently that you might have forgotten, but my brother is far better suited to lead than I am. Yeah, I agree. Not only am I a woman, but I have never received an archducal education. His superiority will not falter, at least of all because a few nobles have chosen to rally behind me. Yeah, you might take the Archduke candidate course, but that doesn't necessarily give you the education you need to be the Archduke. Or Archduchess in this case. I elected not to say it, but the thought of beginning my archducal education filled me with dread. Inheriting administrative duties, memorizing endless oral traditions, enduring the rigorous training to become the Zet sword, the very idea was unbearable. But you are a divine avatar now, Lady Hannelore. Dunkelfelder has far more to gain by keeping you than by marrying you into another duchy. They need to get it through their thick skulls, and that's not what she wants. Anyone who wishes to keep me in Dunkelfelder should be satisfied with my marrying one of my brother's retainers, as father has arranged. That way, the duchy remains united, and I can still attend the Archduke Conference as a member of the Archducal family. The Archducal couple were required to attend, but it wasn't as though other members of the family were forbidden. If I were to marry Kentrips or Rosentark, I could still be able to go. You would truly rather wed a suitor than become the next Ob. Yes. I would, I said without hesitation. I have no desire to rule, nor do I wish to marry Raufereg. My retainers, who had seemed so taken with the idea, slumped their shoulders in disappointment. Still, wouldn't Lord Kentrips and Lord Rosentark look down on you in such an arrangement, one asked. Yes, I fear the same, another added. Even with all the talk of dinner while you were unconscious, they never once consulted your guard knights. It made sense for my suitors to take charge in handling the flood of challenges Dunkelfelder had received, and I knew they meant no harm, but I couldn't allow them to ignore my knights. Now that you're the second divine avatar, the whole country will find it easier to accept you as the next Ob Dunkelfelder. Highly ventured. I sighed. My reputation had taken on a life of its own. As flattering as that title sounds, the goddess of time only borrowed my body to summon Lady Rosemine, I said. I have not bonded with the gods as she has. The surprise on their faces made it clear how much hope they had placed in the idea of my being a divine avatar. Even if even my retainers expected so much of me, I dreaded to imagine what the students of other duchies were saying. I could hardly bear the thought of facing them. As we speak, Lady Rosemine is working to fulfill the goddess's request, I said. I returned ahead of her because the goddess's business with me was complete. I cannot speak to the gods as Lady Rosemine does, nor have they granted me the Gruterscheid. Even reaching their realm freely is beyond me, and ordinands can carry words, nothing more. If they expected me to become a second Lady Rosemine, they were only setting themselves up for disappointment. I agree. I had been merely a messenger. I have no wish to marry into a duchy that values me only as a divine avatar. Nowhere to become the next Ob Dunkelfelder, I concluded. Instead, I ask for your help in securing what I do desire. First, we must unite the dormitory before our dinner match. My retainers exchanged glances and smiled and nodded. Understood, milady, as you wish. I wonder who she's going for. If she's going to even pick anybody. If she's going for anybody, I would think it's either Kentrips or Ortwin. If she wants to leave Dunkelfelder, Ortwin is her best bet. Because he was interested in her before she became the divine avatar of Dunkelfelder. So that would have been her best bet. Because I think he was genuinely interested in her. Because or it seemed like he was genuinely interested. Because like I said, we haven't had a whole lot of interactions with Ortwin and Hannelore. So we have no idea what could have been going through his head. So he could have been interested. He might not have been. We don't know. But he is her best bet. I think he would treat her well. Even in a political marriage. And if she wants to stay in Dunkelfelder, Kentrips would be her best bet. I think he actually does have feelings for her. I don't know if Rosentark does, but I think Kentrips does. Okay, Hannelore's lesson. To reunite the dormitory, I needed to do 3 things. Make it known that I had no intention of becoming the next Ob, reject Raufereg's proposal in terms that left no room for doubt, and ask every student to devote themselves fully to the upcoming dinner match. How will this go, I wonder? My retainer's fervor left me questioning whether the task ahead was even possible. You need not be so anxious, Lady Hannelore, Cordialist said, gently as we made our way downstairs. Once you refuse Lord Raufereg, your suitors can manage the rest. I nodded, and together we proceeded to the dining hall. News of my awakening had gone out alongside the summons for my retainers to gather, so a mighty cheer erupted the moment I entered. It's such a relief to see you awake, Lady Hannelore. You still have a faint glow about you. No one could deny you're a divine avatar. Oh, y'all are in for a disappointment. I smiled at the students calling out to me just as Rosentark leaped up from his seat, a glimmer in his chestnut eyes. His joy at seeing me was unmistakable. He strode forward without hesitation as though bearing the most urgent news. Fear not, Lady Hannelore, he proclaimed. I took charge of every dinner challenge in your absence. Anyone hoping to best us will have to get through me. You rushed over here just to tell me that? This guy is dinner obsessed. What do you expect, dude? I knew Rosentark meant well, but had worked tirelessly while I slept, but was that truly all he had come to say? There was a certain charm in his earnestness, but in this case it was only holding him back. I recognize and appreciate all you've done for me, Rosentark, but please remember to coordinate with my guard knights. Dinner cannot be played alone. If you hope to be not just a knight, following orders, but a leader in our upcoming match, you must stay mindful of your allies' needs, and their frustrations. The apprentice knight blinked in confusion. What frustrations? The duty of protecting me falls to my knights, whether father chose you as my suitor or not. Why then, as are my brother's retainers making all the major decisions themselves? You must be careful. Things are no longer as they were when he was here. Not long ago, my brother had been the highest authority in the dormitory. My opinions had been ignored, and it had been natural for him and his retainers to decide everything. Now, however, that authority rested with me. By failing to recognize that as Rosentark was effectively presenting himself as superior to an Archduke candidate, that he remains unaware is just as troubling. Yeah, like I said, I think Cantrips is probably your best bet. He had earned my retainer's resentment to such a degree that some now viewed Raufereg as the preferable suitor. No, I think Cantrips is the preferable suitor, to be honest. With this kind of setting in stone, that I think Cantrips is still the better option, in my opinion, even more so now. Yet he still seemed oblivious to having done anything wrong. Such ignorance was far from ideal. Though perhaps it was inevitable, given how many people are involved. Rosentark had angered my retainers, yet the other apprentice knights behaved as though his conduct was perfectly normal. Chastising him the moment I awoke was bound to ruffle a few feathers. Save such thoughts for later, Rosentark. You came to escort Lady Hannelore, did you not? Cantrips interjected as he approached. He then offered me his hand and smiled as though seeing me awake for the first time. I am glad to see you in good health, Lady Hannelore. Forgive me, I failed to assist you that day, though. I was there in the gazebo with you. I returned his smile, careful not to let him see how much his earlier courting had still flustered me. Think nothing of it. No one could be expected to defy a goddess for my sake. I agree. Oh no, I can't even look at him. Those memories keep surfacing on their own. Uh-oh. Come on, girl, you can do it. I stared down at my feet, doing my utmost to appear calm as my two suitors escorted me to my seat. Cordial's stare burned holes in me the entire time. Calm down. She knows she needs to do this. Please don't lecture me. I know an Archduke candidate must keep her head held high, but what else am I supposed to do? It's either she looks down and avoids looking crazy, or she looks at them and looks crazy. So I think the former is probably the better option. Our food had already been served by the time Raufereg entered the dining hall. He must have come straight from a meeting, but his retainers were still whispering among themselves. I expect he'll approach me now that he considers himself my suitor, but not until after we've eaten. Surely his business isn't so urgent as to interrupt a meal. Thinking about the future made my head ache, so I focused on my food instead. It was a mild soup of bride on the side, appropriate for my first meal in 10 days. I brought a spoonful to my lips. How bland. I wish I could eat the same food as everyone else. I was solemnly picking on my bread when Cordial's sharp voice cut to the room. That seat is not for you, Lord Raufereg. I startled and looked up to find him much closer than expected. Oh God. Here we go, this craziness. Ah, Lady Hannelore, he exclaimed. My very own goddess. What the fuck, Roger? You're not making a case for yourself. You're making yourself look weird. Excuse me? As I stared at him, speechless, Raufereg... Wait, is Raufereg her half-brother, or is he her cousin? I can't remember. Let me know. Raufereg extended his hand with theatrical flourish. What in the world was he doing? I could tell at a glance that he was utterly self-absorbed, though his purple eyes were fixed on me. It felt as though he were looking straight through me. He seemed positively bewitched by the goddess of chaos, which only made me warier. Oh, if he's bewitched by the goddess of chaos, that's not a good thing. That's very, very bad. She's not called the goddess of chaos for nothing. Take my hand. I implore you so that together we might... I am trying to eat, I said. If you wish to speak of me, save it for later. Your objective is not unknown to me. His intrusion, without so much as a greeting, was deeply unsettling. He could at least have noticed how tense my retainers had grown. I leveled a glare at him, only to freeze as he suddenly clutched his chest and groaned. Are you crushing him by accident? What? Milady, your divine power is intensifying, Cordial cried in alarm. You must control it. You're crushing Lord Raufereg. That's what I thought. I thought he was just being theatrical, to be honest. But no, apparently she's crushing him. Whoopsie! You gotta be careful, because Rosemine did the same thing a few times to other people. Cantrips and Rosentark rose at once, their expressions equally grave. But this power isn't mine, I said. I don't know how to control it. Yeah, I mean, how is she supposed to control the power of a goddess? The goddess's strength surged within me, moving in a way my man had never had. In that instant, its grip on Raufereg loosened, and he managed to gasp for breath. Cordial exhaled in relief, then cast him a scathing look. Lord Raufereg, step away from Lady Hannelore. No one else who approached her today suffered such consequences. It would seem the goddess's power does not tolerate rudeness during meals. Having declared himself my ally, Raufereg could hardly afford another public rejection by the goddess's power. He clicked his tongue but relented, letting his retainer steer him back to his usual seat. I see now why those in air-infested Alexandria spoke of divine power with such concern, Cordula murmured. When they said it made daily life difficult, I didn't know what to expect. Indeed, I agreed. We must find a way to manage it. I had dismissed it as harmless before, but I couldn't risk crushing more people against my will. Just gotta keep your emotions under control, girl. I have already informed Alexandria that you have awakened and that we wish to discuss this matter with them, Cordula said. I shall arrange a date for our meeting at once. I thanked my ever-reliable head attendant and then listened to my other retainers' reports while finishing my soup. Once I'd eaten, I turned to face the gathered students in the dining hall. It was vital that I reunified the dormitory. Sorry, I got a slight headache on my right side. After the gods of time descended into my body, I fell into a deep sleep that caused you all great concern, I began. For that I offer my sincerest apologies. My retainers have informed me that several duchies have now challenged us to dinner. For reasons beyond my understanding, my announcement was met with loud cheers. Several students even began chanting, "Dinner! Who's going to win?" one student roared. "We are! Who's going to keep Lady Hannelore safe?" "We are! Who's going to make her the next Ob?" "We are!" "Not so!" another shouted. "We are not making Lady Hannelore the next Ob." Hurrah! And they didn't even listen. Even when faced with two entirely contrasting declarations, the students' battle cries remained equally impassioned. I can't get through them at all. Whatever shall I do? This is no time to be dazed, milady, Cordula warned. If you don't intervene now, support for your becoming the next Ob will only continue to grow. I looked up at the start. Raufereg's and Rosentuck's groups held opposing views, yet they were working themselves into a joint frenzy. I was the only one who could stop them. I hope so. You might have to crush some of them to get their attention. Silence, I cried. Though I have every confidence we will claim victory, I have never wished to become the next Ob. Let me make this clear. We are accepting the other duchies' challenges only as a means of rejecting their demands. Raufereg's retainers and everyone else clamoring for my ascension froze mid-cheer. Then came the protests. But what will become of Lord Raufereg's proposal? As a divine avatar, you're best suited to become the next Ob. Lord Raufereg is ready to relinquish the seat entirely for your sake. Dude. Lestalot is already going to be essentially the Ob at this point. Raufereg has no claim at the point. I gazed quizzically at Raufereg's supporters who seemed more desperate by the moment. When he proposed to me, I refused him. What made you think the goddess's descent would change my mind? Cordula had warned me that my first rejection might not have been clear enough for students of our duchy to grasp. This time I intended to leave no room for doubt. You say he would give up the seat of Ob for my sake, but I never wanted it to begin with. I continued exposing the fatal flaw in their reasoning. Besides, women are expected to marry before the age of 20. And since Raufereg is 4 years my junior, I would have already passed that point by the time he comes of age. What can he possibly offer that would make waiting worthwhile? She's not wrong. Raufereg's supporters flapped their mouths in shock. Women had only a brief window in which they were considered ideal for marriage, making unions with younger men notoriously difficult to arrange. Men, by contrast, remained eligible regardless of age. And that isn't the only problem, I continued. Raufereg has made his intentions perfectly clear. He means to foist the duties of Ob upon me so that he can devote himself to true dinner. He would be unfit as either the Ob or the Ob's partner. Several girls in the crowd murmured their agreement, pointing out that his proposal was both poorly thought out and transparently self-serving. If you wish to become the next Ob, then train until you can defeat my brother on your own merits, I concluded. But do not involve me in your selfish ambitions. I have no desire to spend my life with someone who has no intention of protecting me. Raufereg gritted his teeth, rejection written plain across his face. Of course I'd protect you. I'd win every single dinner match I played. So stupefying was his arrogance that my noble facade slipped and disbelief broke through. I think not. You are so unreliable that I wouldn't trust you to guard my back in battle, let alone feel safe in your protection. What's that supposed to mean? Raufereg barked. He lunged toward me, ready to come to blows, but Cantrips caught him by the cape before he could get close. Can't be doing that! She's the one in charge here, not you, so shut it. Rosentuck was just as quick, grabbing the unruly Archduke candidate and flinging him aside. Come, Lord Raufereg, let's continue this at the training grounds, Rosentuck said coolly. We have words to exchange about your behavior toward Lady Hannelore. Yeah, let them handle it. They'll handle it. I'll kick his ass. Rosentuck is correct, Cantrip added. The dining hall is no place for such conduct. If your retainers hadn't taught you that much, we'll be glad to remedy that oversight. Each seized one of Raufereg's arms, ready to drag him out by force. As exasperating as his antics were, even I had to admit they were taking things a little too far. Cordial, I said. Enough, you two, she interjected. In Lord Lestalot's absence, either of you educating Lord Raufereg would be a breach of status. The archducal couple have insisted the task falls to Lady Hannelore. Now come along, all of you. Cordial set off at a brisk trot, leaving no room for argument. I hurried to keep pace with Raufereg, his retainers, Rosentark, and Kentrips trailing behind. Cordial, I whispered, since when is this my responsibility? Her thin smile did nothing to soften the fire in her red eyes. You are the only Archduke candidate present. Okay, so he is, I think he's like a cousin or something. And therefore the only one who can educate him. Take this chance to break what remains of his spirit. Instill in him the qualities of an Ob meant to have, or an Ob must have, so he never again tries to use you for his own convenience. How terrifying. If I held back, I would be on the receiving end of Cordial's wrath. My abilities as an Archduke candidate were being tested once again. Lady Hannelore, what did you mean when you called me unreliable? No sooner had we reached the training grounds than Raufereg rounded on me. His shock at being thrown aside had transformed into fury. Was it not clear? You are a first year who has just learned to form a high beast and take part in dinner. If you think you would see great success in bride-stealing dinner, you are sorely mistaken. You could not even beat me. You think I'd lose to you? Yes. Yes, I think you would. My attempt to speak plainly only angered Raufereg further. His face turned a blazing red and he drew a magic tool in the shape of a sword. The strength of which he launched toward me, the speed of his swing, and the glint in his purple eyes made it clear how well trained in combat he was. Getelt! Ugh! Raufereg cried out as his blow struck my shield. He was wide open, so I snatched one of the defensive magic tools I wore as an accessory and threw it at him. The tool wasn't particularly dangerous. At most, it would temporarily blind him, buying me some time. Though even a few extra moments can prove invaluable on the battlefield. Raufereg toppled over, and I pressed home my advantage, turning my staff from a shield to a staff and thrusting it at him. 1 point to me. An attack must land to have meaning, I said. I would have liked our clash to end there, but Raufereg seemed intent to continue. He picked up his weapon, incensed, and scrambled to his feet. Then he approached me again, slower this time, eyeing my hands as if wary of another magic tool. Do you understand what it means to proclaim that you wish to participate in true dinner, I asked? Are you not allowing your admiration to outpace your understanding of what dinner actually is? That's what I'm saying. Dinner is war. Literally. It's stealing the foundation of another duchy. That's the point. The only reason they had to participate in true dinner before is because they had to save Ferdinand and take care of the Ernstbach situation. That's the only time that I think true dinner will ever happen. At least in their lifetimes, anyway. My next attack came from my ring, a shapeless burst of mana. It was only ever used as an insult against foes one deemed well and truly beneath oneself. Don't mock me, Raufereg shouted, having taken the jab about as poorly as expected. He swung at my mana, then grinned triumphantly as a sword cut straight through it. It was a hollow victory. Barely a moment later, my staff caught him in the flank. Another point to me. Kick his ass, Hannelore. True dinner is a battle to the death over duchy foundations, I said. Do you know what people would think about the archducal family of a greater duchy shamelessly declaring their love for it? Yeah, it wouldn't look good. Raufereg rose to his feet again, sword still in hand. His determination was admirable, but he failed to recognize the basic truth of the situation. As strong as he might be for his age, I had trained far, far longer. Anyone as stubborn as he was would surely fail to identify when to retreat in dinner. To begin with, you and your retainers seem to glorify true dinner, but I only took part to clear my name. I was not there to become the next Ob, or because I yearned for an achievement that would put me on equal standing with my brother. I paired my lecture with another swift strike, using the butt of my staff to shatter the rejuvenation potion Raufereg had attempted to drink. I did not intend to stay long, so an extension on our battle was the last thing I wanted. No longer able to heal, Raufereg resorted to an all-out attack. He leveled his sword at me and charged. I certainly hope you aren't so naive as to think a good offense is all that matters, I said. If you truly wish to participate in true dinner, you must first understand the importance of defense. An archduke's most crucial duty is protecting their duchy and treasure, which is their foundation. They have to be on the defensive as well as offensive. The knights attacked for them, starting as pieces on the archduke's board. In the true dinner match you admire so much, I was a piece on the board when my brother defended the foundation. Before setting out for the sovereignty, Father had tasked my brother with protecting the Foundation as the acting Archduke. If my brother had not been deemed worthy, the role would have gone to our uncle instead. I joined a squabble between duchies that evolved into a war between Ehrenfest and Ahrensbach. Such was the extent of my role. My brother, in contrast, was entrusted with our Foundation, and the fact he successfully defended it is more meaningful in terms of who is a worthy Ob. Raufereg was fast, but his attacks were easy to read. I casually knocked yet another strike aside of my shield. The rage in his expression had vanished, replaced with panic and frustration. He seemed to have realized he didn't stand a chance. Is it not about time to acknowledge your defeat, I asked. Defeat? My resolve is stronger than ever. I'll win here and take you as my wife. Not happening. Do you really consider yourself a match for my brother? Even now you fail to see how outmatched you are. I swung my shield to knock away Raufereg's sword, then transformed it back into a staff and restrained him with bands of light. He fell to the ground with a dull thud. I will not free you until you admit defeat, I said. I mean it! I'm enamored with your strength. Forget being the next Ob. I'll win you over no matter what. Not happening, dude. Come again? I merely looked down at him, having not expected his confession. Even as he writhed in his binding, strangely reminiscent of a worm, his purple eyes sparkled with excitement. I hadn't thought he could get any more off-putting. Come, Lady Hannelore, pay him no mind. Cantrips and Rosenturk rushed over to separate us, both wearing frowns. Forgive my ignorance, but what is going on exactly, I asked the pair. Am I the only one who cannot see how this bizarre change came about? Were there warning signs I overlooked? Your passionate lesson lit a flame in him, Cantrip said, squeezing his eyes shut and pitching the bit of it. So she made it worse. She made it worse! Oops. Now he wants you, not simply the status of being the next Ob, Rosenturk added with a grimace. How do you intend to remedy this? I expect him to be just as obstinate as Lord Heifetz going forward. Uh-oh. And we all know how that went. Because I think that, to be fair, I have not seen any hints of people being interested in the same sex in this world. Unless they really hide it. But if there was, I would think that Heifetz had a guy crush on Ferdinand. With how much he admired him. To be fair, same for Ecker, too. I wish they wouldn't look at me as if I were to blame. Not even the gods themselves could have predicted this outcome. This was not my intention, I muttered. Something told me that in the world of the gods, the goddess of binding was cackling at my expense. Probably. Okay, let's see how far I've gotten. 42 minutes. Oh, I want to continue so badly. Exchanging intelligence with Alexandria. I would be very shocked if Ferdinand did not show up to this. Lady Hannelore, we have received a reply from Alexandria, Alexandria announced, board in hand. Despite the suddenness, they have asked whether you could meet them tomorrow afternoon. What do you think? I accepted the board and read the message. It concerned the tea party Cordial had been so eager to arrange for the sake of exchanging information. Yes, it is rather sudden, I said, but I suspect they requested the meeting on such short notice because we informed them I cannot attend classes until we learn how to manage my divine power. Moreover, Alexandria was founded not even a year ago. Their Ob being absent by the order of a goddess must have left them deeply unsettled. Especially Ferdinand, like I said, because this guy's possessive, he's protective, he's infatuated, essentially. So to hear that Rosemine is being used by the gods again, he may be happy about that. He might even try to go there himself to find out what the frick happened to her. I don't mind the urgency if it benefits us both. From my perspective, there was no reason to refuse. I was desperate to learn how to deal with my divine power, which seemed to crush others at the slightest provocation, and to hear how Lady Hannelore Rosemine had spent her time while burdened by the same affliction. I understand, Andrea said. Alexandria has also requested that Lady Letizia be permitted to attend. Would that be acceptable? Lady Letizia? Why? I pondered the question. Lady Rosemine was still absent, which made Lady Letizia Alexandria's one and only Archduke candidate. The disappearance of her benefactor, coupled with her ties to old Ahrensbach, must have put her under even sharper scrutiny than usual. She must be in a difficult position, I mused. I know her personally, so it might put her more at ease to know nothing has changed between us. But at the same time, I know not what might have changed in Lady Rosemine's absence. My own absence had lasted a mere 10 days, yet it had been long enough for several of my retainers to side with Raufereg. For a girl in Lady Letizia's position, things might have been far worse. Potentially. Though I think Ferdinand would have kept it in check. When he wasn't worrying himself sick about Rosemine. Indeed, Andrea agreed. Who knows how the old Arensbach nobles might be trying to capitalize on the current situation. If this request came from Lady Rosemine's retainers, not from Lady Letizia herself, then I agree to her joining. Understood. I shall convey your thoughts to Alexandria and ask that Lady Rosemine's retainers reach an agreement among themselves. On that note, Andrea left, and Cordula came in as if to replace her. I had asked my head attendant to bring me whatever reports had arrived from Dunkelfelder in my absence, yet her hands were empty. I do apologize, my lady, but I must ask that you come to the meeting room. Is there a problem, I asked? It turns out Lord Raufereg hid many of the reports. We are moving them to a meeting room so that Kentrips and the others can go over them as well. Excuse me, I exclaimed. What on earth was he thinking? The Duns had purposely concealed reports so that nobody else would see them. It was an act of spite toward Lord Lestelaw's retainers, which Lord Raufereg tried to justify with his status as an Archduke candidate. I suspect it was the only way he could think to demonstrate any level of absence. Or any level of superiority, sorry. Clearly irritated, Cordula briskly gathered up the documents I was looking over, including the Alexandria invitation, and put them in a box. Lord Raufereg's interests lie primarily in Ditter, so he ignored all but the most critical reports. Many of them remain unread. There is much cleaning up for us to do. Something is seriously wrong with that boy. I agree. We had expected to be debriefed on reports that had already been processed in my absence. Instead, we suddenly had 10 days' worth of business to attend to. It was no wonder Cordula had arranged a meeting room. The matter was too great for my female apprentice scholars to handle alone. I rose to my feet with a deep sigh. It seemed my work would involve far more than simply looking over summaries. As soon as I arrived at the meeting room, a box of correspondence was set in front of me. It was larger than the box we usually kept letters in, and apparently contained nothing but invitations from other duchies that had arrived while I was asleep. I resisted the urge to avert my eyes from the mountain of messages and instead separated them into piles based on whether I would or wouldn't accept them. Andrea, I said, I refuse to attend all tea parties with duchies that challenged us to bride-stealing dinner. Send them suitable letters of rejection. I owe nothing to those who see me as a divine avatar above all else. Understood. I exhaled and scanned the meeting room. My brothers and my apprentice scholars were working through the backlog of reports. Raufereg had to be an abject fool to have repelled correspondence from our home duchy for the sake of faux superiority. And his retainers were just as bad for enabling him. Lady Hannelore, this report appears to be of particular importance, my apprentice scholar Luitpold said. A smattering of adult knights claim to have recalled memories from their time at the Royal Academy, and they insist Lady Rosemine was in them! Okay, so this is one of the threads she had to go fix. Show me at once. I took the report and read through it. Each of the knights had attended the academy alongside Lord Ferdinand, and they all reported having lost their memories of 3 days in particular. Those memories had since returned, only they all insisted they had seen Lady Rosemine, as she looked now, no less. Oh, that would be interesting to see how Ferdinand would react to her. Oh, this could be fun. I can't wait for part 6 now. It's gonna be fun! The report was dated 3 days before my return from the world of the gods. The days those knights remembered must be the period the gods of time said was repaired. I would never have imagined that signs of Lady Rosemine's progress would appear in such a fashion. A rush of emotion surged through me as I thought about her trials and triumphs. Still think knights of Dunkelfelder lost their memories. Lady Hannelore, this report expands upon the issue using information Lady Segonde had gathered during her inquiry. I took the report from Meluzia and immediately wanted to pull my hair out. Apparently the incident had taken place over a decade ago. Knights of Dunkelfelder had gone gathering with Lord Ferdinand of Ehrenfest, and while they had returned with the ingredients they sought, not one of them remembered getting them. In fact, they had no memory of the trip whatsoever. That was bizarre enough, but the knights hadn't even cared. They had all concluded that as they had gotten what they needed, there was nothing for them to worry about. Is that not an absurdly casual response to an entire group of people losing their memory? I agree. It was far from the first time I found myself unable to emphasize with our duchy's knights. The real point of interest was at what Lady Rosemine had actually done in the past. I pored over the records, and the knights' recollections contained within. Had Raufereg not hidden this report, we could have informed Alexandria much sooner, I said, anger rising within me. I suspect they already know, Cordula noted with a half-smile. If Lord Ferdinand participated in that hunt, he would surely have regained his memories as well. Oh, this is going to be interesting. I can't wait to see this. Oh, I can't wait for part 6 so badly. Lord Ferdinand has a spectacular memory from what I could tell. He surely remembered every detail of Lady Rosemine's arrival, which was more than our knights could say, and probably shared what he knew with her worried retainers. Still, I am glad we learned this before tomorrow's tea party. We would have seemed utterly ignorant and incompetent otherwise, I said. Is Raufereg not going to be punished? We need only keep unprocessed reports out of his hands. For now, I would advise you continue avoiding him as much as you can. I nodded. After his concerning response at the training grounds, I could not bear to be anywhere near him. I don't blame her. By the time of our scheduled tea party with Alexandria, my divine power had faded considerably. My attendants could still sense it, but I couldn't feel it anymore in myself, and Cordula maintained it would be entirely gone in a day or two. You know, Cordula, I said as we made our way to the meeting room, at this point I don't really have much to ask of Alexandria, do I? You should ask for their advice nonetheless. Even if you no longer feel the divine power, there might be long-term effects to navigate. Soon enough, we reached the location of Alexandria's tea party. Most of the students were in class, so the halls were quiet, and I didn't have many of my retainers with me. Cordula rung a bell outside the door to announce our arrival, and Lady Rosemine's head attendant, promptly came to welcome us. Behind her, I saw Lady Letizia and those I assumed to be our retainers. Lady Hannelore, I thank you ever so much for accepting our sudden invitation, Lizetta said. Think nothing of it. You must be busy yourself, so I appreciate your making time to meet with us. I exchanged greetings with the head attendant, and as I entered the room, Lady Letizia timidly approached and greeted me with a smile, betraying the awkwardness and anxiety expected of a first year unaccustomed to socializing. Lady Hannelore, I thank you ever so much for letting me participate today. Lizetta watched with kind eyes. If Lady Rosemine's retainers had wanted Lady Letizia to attend, I doubted Alexandria's dormitory had fractured in its absence. You are in a difficult position, Lady Letizia, having to keep your dormitory unified while Lady Rosemine is away. And as a first year, no less, I can imagine how uneasy you must feel. Only after my brother's graduation did I learn just how exhausting that endeavor can be. I pray this tea party supports you in your efforts. Your consideration is much appreciated. We were shown to our seats and tea was prepared at once. Lizetta and Lady Letizia were the only ones to join us at the table. They each took a sip of tea and a bite of the served sweets to show they were safe. Etiquette dictates we save our more serious topics of conversation for after we have enjoyed our tea, but allow me to jump ahead, Lizetta said. Apologetically, the divine power must be taking quite the toll on your body. I started. My muscles had atrophied somewhat during my 10-day slumber, but 2 days of exercise had set me right as rain. I was already back to joining the others for morning training. The burden on my body wasn't bad enough for someone of another duchy to worry for my sake. Is divine power a physical burden, I asked. I do not feel particularly ill, perhaps because it had mostly faded by the time I awoke. Oh my, is that so? Lizetta blinked her dark green eyes in surprise. I mean, dude, Rosemine was a special case when it comes to that, considering how even with getting the Jarif, she was still somewhat frail. Indeed, I was barely even aware that I was glowing faintly. My one concern is going outside, as even a small stir in my emotions risks me inadvertently crushing someone. Lizetta placed a contemplative hand on her cheek. Your experience differs greatly from Lady Rosemine's, then. Her divine power refused to fade, and caring for her was a strenuous task indeed. In the early days, even her arch-attendants had a hard time caring for her. Simply touching her hair or skin caused their hands to shake violently. Men attendants couldn't even get close. We had to wrap her in mana-blocking silver cloth to get anything done. Was that not the case for you? Her final question was directed not at me, but at the attendants in my service. Cordula explained that my condition had never been bad enough for their hands to tremble, which put Lizetta more at ease. In that case, I doubt you have much to worry about. As the divine power continues to fade, Lady Hannelore should come closer and closer to normalcy. Lady Rosemine's mana even returned to its original color once she expelled the last of the goddess's influence from her body. Cordula and I placed hands on her chest, relieved. If all we had to do was wait, my life would return to normal soon enough. Then it truly is, as I said, Cordula. I merely lent my body to a goddess who wished to summon Lady Rosemine. The gods do not depend on me as they do on her. I am no divine avatar as she is. We truly do apologize for that, Lizetta interjected, much to my surprise. It was because Lady Rosemine left the Royal Academy that the gods found it necessary to summon you. Before her departure, she expressed worry for what might become of you. And she feared many suitors have troubled Uncle Fugger for your hand in marriage. We sincerely apologize. Lady Letizia faltered and apologized as well. The deluge of proposals I received certainly inconvenienced us, but I do not blame Alexandria or Lady Rosemine, I said. No one could have predicted the intervention of the gods themselves. But, furthermore, had the gods of time given up on summoning Lady Rosemine, I suspect the outcome would have been far, far worse. Dragarner had only borrowed to act because when touched, the goddess of weaving was particularly fond of her most recent creation. If not for that, 20 whole years of history might have been erased. My situation can hardly be compared to Alexandria losing its Ob. I have many more people I can rely on. Lizetta cast her eyes down, trying to hide her vexation. I was ordered to aid you as much as I could, Lady Hannelore. Yet we are so preoccupied with our own duchy that I fear there is nothing we can do. As the Alexandrians continued to apologize, I was overcome with guilt. As it stood, my main concern wasn't the swarm of proposals we received from other duchies, but our own Raufereg. His sudden infatuation with me and decisions to hide important reports had nothing to do with the goddess' summons. Please rest assured, I said. Laisletta looked up at me, eyes wide, and gave a quiet, "Oh?" I smiled to console her. You have nothing to worry about. The other duchies stand no chance of beating Dunkelfelder and Ditter. On the odd occasion, I suspect our duchy's obsession, or supposed our duchy's obsession, actually worked to our advantage. I see. I shall inform Lady Rosamund when she returns. To my surprise, Laisletta's expression became more strained than relaxed. She tried to mask it with a smile, but I could tell she was concerned. Was it something I said? As I wrestled with my confusion, Lady Letizia leaned closer to me. I apologize for asking this. We have troubled you enough already. But might you know anything about Lady Rosamund's current status? I was startled. The true purpose of our tea party, the exchange of intelligence, had completely slipped my mind. Laisletta's eyes sharpened as well. Forgive me, but I only know so much. Because only my conscious mind was summoned, I could not stay in the world of the gods for long. I was told my body would deteriorate. Might I ask what Alexandria knows already? Laisletta produced sound blockers and gave one each to Lady Letizia and me. Please keep what we are about to discuss a secret, even from your own duchy. It is a significant concern for us, considering Alexandria's present instability. Of course, I said, I do not share what I learned in the world of the gods lightly. There is much I have not told my duchy, and cannot tell you. Such matters are best saved for Lady Rosamund's return once we have had a chance to consult with the Zent. It would be one thing to discuss the severing of Lord Ferdinand's thread and the potential erasure of 20 full years of history. The more intimate details, however, that his thread had to be bound with Lady Rosamund's to repair it, and that the God of Stars had been summoned for that purpose, would need to be saved for Lady Rosamund's return, when we could decide how much to make public. Considering the stir that has arisen merely from a goddess borrowing my body for a short time, who knows what might happen if the true extent of Lady Rosamund's involvement with the gods becomes known. Yeah, you really don't need that. That sort of thing is just for Rosamund and Ferdinand to know. Laisletta received my words with a cautious nod, then squeezed her part of the sound blocker. We of Alexandria believe the goddess's summons was the result of a strange occurrence with Lord Ferdinand. Oh, I want to know what happened. The head attendant explained that back in Alexandria, Lord Ferdinand had suddenly lost consciousness and then began to quite literally fade away. Oh shit, no wonder she had to go. They did say that it had to be repaired. Oh dear. Naturally, upon hearing the news, Lady Rosamund returned to the duchy to check on him. I returned with her, Laisletta continued. We found Lord Ferdinand in his bed, barely even visible apart from a faint outline. It was clearly not a disease, but a supernatural phenomenon. Lady Rosamund was preparing magic tools and such to consult the gods when she received your urgent summons to the Royal Academy. Lady Rosamund had readied her what she could and departed immediately. If she had seen Lord Ferdinand's condition with her own eyes, I could understand her lack of hesitation, but the fact that she had already been preparing to consult the gods when she was summoned still seemed rather strange to me. Okay, so now we see why Lord Ferdinand wasn't at the meeting here. He's literally fading away. Literally, physically fading away like a ghost. That is all Alexandria knows, Laisletta concluded. We have not heard from Lady Rosamund since her departure for the world of the gods, nor have we gained any new intelligence. She looked at me imploringly. Could you tell us more? I know the cause of the anomaly you speak of. The goddess of time told us that Lord Ferdinand's thread had been severed. Because of his actions shaped Jürgenschmidt so profoundly, more than 20 years of history woven by the goddess of weaving were on the verge of collapse. Laisletta and Lady Letizia both stared at me, mouths agape. Their expressions conveyed a complete and utter lack of understanding. Lord Ferdinand's thread, history woven by a goddess. It was clear by the look of Laisletta's face she was struggling to wrap her head around things. I do not know what to say except that the situation seems dire indeed. Lady Letizia blinked, equally confused. From the start, Lady Rosamund insisted the gods were involved. Was she truly correct? I understood exactly how they felt. The affairs of the gods were too strange to take at face value. But even if they were shaken, despite knowing Lord Ferdinand's condition, how absurd would the full truth seem to everyone else? The gods summoned Lady Rosamund to restore Lord Ferdinand's thread and prevent Jürgenschmidt from losing its recent history. As I was leaving, I was told she had succeeded in one step of those repairs. Is that so? My companions' faces lit up at the news. Indeed, I said, as I am sure Ehrenfest and Alexandria already know, she was sent back in time to when Lord Ferdinand was a student at the Royal Academy. He had been an Archduke candidate, so several Ehrenfest knights must have accompanied him on his trip. Even if Lord Ferdinand himself remained unconscious, his retainers at the time would remember, or so I thought. Lady Letizia frowned. This is news to Alexandria. Were you aware, Laisletta? I was not, and neither is Ehrenfest. I told him my head in confusion. I doubted they were lying, or that someone in Alexandria or Ehrenfest was hiding reports as Raufereg had. Several of our knights claimed to have suddenly recalled memories of that time, I said. They insisted they were out gathering with Lord Ferdinand when Lady Rosamine arrived. I assume his guard knights at the time have regained their memories as well. Perhaps those knights are in Ehrenfest, Lady Letizia mused, her face tinged with concern. That is possible. Laisletta gave a troubled smile. In truth, Lord Ferdinand's trusted retainers lost consciousness as well. Perhaps because of their close No, it's because their name's sworn to him. If he fades away, they do too. So of course they're going to be unconscious. Though unlike Lord Ferdinand, but they are not fading away. Alexandria was in an even worse state than I expected. May I ask how Lady Rosamine is doing? The head attendant asked. I know there is much you cannot tell us, but anything will do. I was not with her when she returned to the past, I said. The most I can do is relay what the knights told me. Well, what they told Mother, but there's no need to specify that. As the pair watched me with hopeful eyes, I started to explain the contents of the report. The knights were gathering their ingredients when a Turnishbefallen appeared. Unfamiliar with the beast, they attacked it with reckless abandon, causing it to grow. It was then that Lady Rosamine descended, granted them black weaponry, and worked with Lord Ferdinand to slay it. A Turnishbefallen, as in one of the same Fey beasts used in the attack on the awards ceremony 3 years ago, Laisletta asked, searching through her memories. It might have posed a threat without black weaponry, but with it. The battle was not difficult in the least, I said. Once the beast was slain, Lady Rosamine insisted on healing everyone's wounds. Lord Ferdinand refused, but as his injuries worsened, Lady Rosamine healed him regardless. Yeah, I understand that one. I can understand that. That must be part of, if she hadn't done that, who knows what could have happened to him. Yes, I can imagine him refusing help from someone he does not recognize, Laisletta said. Yeah, he would. Lady Rosamine's behavior was just as predictable, Letizia agreed. She would have healed Lord Ferdinand no matter how much he protested. Yes, he would. She would. Broad smiles arose on their worried faces. They know Lord Ferdinand and Lady Rosamine better than I, meaning that they could extrapolate more from Mother's reports. The healing was performed inside Lady Rosamine's high beast, so our knights could not elaborate, I said, continuing my explanation. I was told she was taken back to the world of the gods after he recovered. That is as much as Dunkelfelder knows. Mother's report had been written on a wooden board, so it wasn't particularly detailed. She was taken back to the world of the gods, Laisletta repeated. Does that mean she was successful, Letizia asked. Indeed, I said with a smile. We received this report 4 days ago. Lady Rosamine, she could already be close to finishing the second part of her missions. Lady Letizia placed a hand on her chest and sighed. Lady Rosamine will surely be fine. I am certain she will succeed in her endeavors and return to us safely. Lady Hannelore, I thank you ever so much for what you've told us. Laisletta nodded in agreement, her lips curved in a smile, and her eyes wet with tears. Your news of Lady Rosamine's success reassures me that she will save Lord Ferdinand. Our dormitory and duchy will surely settle down after hearing this. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thus concluded my tea party with Alexandria. Once the glow of your divine power fades completely, you should have no trouble returning to your classes, Cordula said as we departed. That gives us a day or two, yes? Let us use this time to study. Okay, I'm going to have to end this one off here. I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, everybody, let us continue with part 2 for this volume. Not part 2, part 3. I'm sorry. I am doing a lot better than I did yesterday. That is for friggin' sure, because yesterday I did not feel good at all. I don't know if it was because I hadn't gotten any sleep, or if I had, because I wasn't, maybe I had gotten some mild food poisoning from what I had the night before that. I don't know. I just know I didn't feel good. I didn't feel like being at work yesterday, and I found out that I actually have to work today instead of being off today. So instead, my day off is on Thursday. So that is not fun. Great. Anyway, yeah, let's continue with part 3. Summons from the Zent. The day after my meeting with Alexandria, I got to work studying with Cordula. I was holed up in my room while most other students were in class. You seem well enough to return to your classes tomorrow, said my head attendant. I have been informed that not even lay nobles feel divine power within you anymore. How wonderful! I was starting to feel restless. Since returning from the world of the gods, I had stayed mostly in my room to avoid troubling my retainers or anyone else, leaving me with a staggering amount of idle time. I was still processing the good news when a white bird made an entrance. It flew a lap of the room before perching on my wrist. Lady Hannelore, this is Zent Eglantine. Uh-oh. What's Eglantine want? My back straightened on instinct. I, too, wished to be updated on the goddess's descent and Lady Rosemine's current situation. The ordinance continued relaying its message from the Zent herself. I ask that we speak in private before you return to your classes and mingle with the other duchies. Does tomorrow morning suit your schedule? The little bird repeated its message twice more before turning back into a yellow face stone. I caught it and tilted my head. How does the Zent know I am awake? I'm assuming she got word of that? She took such great interest in the goddess's descent that cantrips and the others received summons simply for being there, Cordula noted. Of course she wants to hear from someone who spoke with the gods themselves. I sent her word of your awakening at the same time I informed Alexandria. My breath caught in my throat. My head attendant was too capable for my own good. Though I understood the importance of reporting to the Zent, the very thought of going to the palace made me anxious. I clutched my stomach and groaned, inspiring a look of exasperation from Cordula. Breathe, Lady Hannelore. Yesterday's tea party taught you what to say and what others will want to know, did it not? You and Lady Rosemine were the only ones invited to the world of the gods. Hold on, I got a stupid smudge on my glasses. There is nobody else that Eglinton can turn to. Yeah, because nobody else knows what happened other than you two, and she can't ask Lady Rosemine. Rosemine is dealing with the stuff in the past. I wonder what else she had to fix. She had to fix that one scene that we already know about. She had to probably go and convince the former Ehrenfest, Sylvester's father, to take in Ferdinand. I'm assuming that's one of them. Because I remember, I think mentioned something about the goddess of time's will or something. What were there were others. I just don't know what they were. Could somebody give me an idea? Unless you think it would be spoilery. If you think it would be kind of spoilery for potential part 6, just tell me that, and I'll be like, okay. But yeah, those are the only two that I can think of. Yes, but she said we would speak in private, I said, already on the verge of tears. Won't she send you out of the room? Facing the Zent alone was well and truly beyond me. Cordula gave a cold nod. Clearly she intends to keep the particulars of the matter from reaching the public. She even arranged her meeting for tomorrow morning when Lord Anastasius will be busy. True, he should be teaching the Archcandidate course around then. I did not think my report would be that confidential. Should we send word to Father and the others? It was customary to inform one's home duchy of such a crucial summons, and they would surely want to advise me on how to act. I see no reason not to. They have already been told what happened in the world of the gods. Evidently, Cordula had passed along the information I had shared with her and everything that had come up during our tea party with Alexandria. Weren't you guys supposed to keep some of that stuff private? Like, what happened with... I don't know what you guys would have had to keep private. I could have swore there was something you had to keep to yourselves. That nobody else was supposed to know about. The whole thing with Ferdinand, I guess? You know, him basically fading away into non-existence? Almost? I don't know. But there was plenty I was keeping to myself. A full report will need to wait until after Lady Rosemary returns, and we've had a chance to reconvene. Yeah, you need to talk about that. Lord Ferdinand and 2 decades of history were at risk of being erased, and only Lady Rosemary could save them. Yeah, you need to find out what the freak happened with that when she comes back. You need to find out what happened, and I want to see Ferdinand's reaction to what the frick happened when he gets back to, normal, essentially. Because I'm assuming that every time she fixes something, he will be less and less faded until he's, fully back to normal and he regains consciousness. Because I'm assuming once he regains consciousness, maybe his memory of all this will come back. And he'll be like, what the actual fuck happened? Because I imagine he'll be very confused and know that not only Rosemary was involved in this, but the gods too. Because why else would he see her in the past? But yeah, I can't wait for that story. Oh, heck yeah. Revealing the full truth of the matter would only incite mass panic, so I intended to keep it from everyone, including my home duchy. Furthermore, Cordula said, as important as this divine business might be... She paused, the furrow in her brow betraying hesitation. I gestured for her to continue. When you meet with the Zent, I would advise you to speak about the contest for your hand in marriage, thoroughly. Even compared to other forms, bride-stealing dinner is unique, and there is no precedent for it being used on such a large scale. Men issued challenges to bride-taking dinner when they had already won the affection of the woman they wished to wed. Bride-stealing dinner, in contrast, was played to secure a woman whose father had already chosen her fiancé. So essentially, bride-stealing dinner is the complete opposite of bride-taking dinner, where essentially their families are against the two of them being together, like a Romeo and Juliet type thing. But bride-stealing dinner is when the woman is either not willing or doesn't even know about the person's affection. Or doesn't want the affection. What am I saying? This unwilling thing, but whatever. In both cases, the battle was waged between the women's family and the potential grooms. But several men, let alone men from different duchies, issuing challenges for the same woman at the same time was anything but normal. Not even in Dunkelfelder, where people lived and breathed dinner, had such a thing happened before. The title of Divine Avatar is just that attractive, I suppose. Not Divine Avatar anymore, considering apparently lay nobles can even be around you and be fine, so... Only after my encounter with the goddess had this battle for my affection begun. Yeah, because, I mean, like I said before, Ortwood was interested in her before this even happened. So that's why I said that Ortwood would be her best choice if he's still trying to get out of Dunkelfelder. Everyone was interested not in me, but in my new status. If there are misconceptions at play here, as there were with Ehrenfest, it could lead to grave consequences, my head attendant cautioned. Therefore, we must ensure that the other duchies understand our customs and that the Zent's perspective is brought into accord with our own. I trust the Zent understands our customs well enough, but it could not hurt to be sure. We would not want to make the same mistake again. Lestalot might not have been here to conceal information from me and Ehrenfest to manipulate the situation in his favor, but there was an even more chaotic element at play. My brother had at least overseen important matters of the duchy. Raufereg would only cause problems and would thus need to be kept under close watch. For as long as men obsess over dinner, women will need to keep eyes on them, I said. That was what Mother taught me. Whether I could take the reins as expertly as she had was yet to be seen, but she had told me to at least try my best. Very well. During tomorrow's meeting, I shall speak not just about Lady Rosamund, but also about the many challenges that have come in our way. I turned the face back into an ordnance and agreed to meet the Zent at third bell the following day. Then I cleared away my study implements, ready to make preparations with Cordula. Welcome, Lady Hannelore. Zent Eglantine greeted me warmly. Once our retainers had prepared our tea, my host for the morning asked them to step outside. She giggled softly as they went, as if remembering something. They insisted that I drink from my cup and sample the provided sweets. There must be much you are reluctant to reveal about your time in the realm of the gods, Zent Eglantine said. May this privacy put you more at ease. Forgive my presumption, but have you also communed with the gods, I asked. It appeared so, yet no one had proclaimed her a divine avatar as they had Lady Rosamund. She met a wereman and did that whole, agreeing to try and get her own Gruttershite under, I guess, a magic contract with the Goddess of Light to get it. That's the only thing I think she's done besides meeting a wereman and Mestanora in Rosamund's form. Or Rosamund's body, I mean. That's the only kind of contact I think she's had with the gods, besides them telling her to stop whirling because she was pregnant back when she was trying to circle the shrines. Other than that, I don't think she's really had any contact with the gods. I beheld the holy Ewerman in the ivory garden, but no goddess descended upon me. My understanding comes from witnessing Lady Rosamund's torment at the hands of divine power with my own eyes. I know there are many complications in dealing with the gods, and much that cannot be spoken lightly. She paused for a moment, offering me a consoling smile, then her eyes widened in surprise. But I do not sense the goddess's power. Dunkelfelder reported that it was overflowing from me. At first, but then it went away over time. It was, but it left me quickly. Far more quickly than in Lady Rosamund's case, from what the Alexandrians had told me. Yeah, Rosamund was a special case. In many ways. I suddenly recalled what Jagarner had said and continued. I believe my body does not accept divine power as easily as hers, and is much less susceptible to being dyed. Yeah, that was the problem, I think, with Rosamund, because she got dyed with goddess mana, and thus every time her mana regenerated at night, the mana essentially regenerated itself. So that's why they had to go and essentially put her on empty when it came to mana until she could finally be dyed by Ferdinand and get regular mana again. Zet Eggleston let out a quiet sigh of relief. I had thought it might fall to me to advise you on how to dispel it, but I'm glad that won't be necessary. Lady Rosemond had suffered far more in the clutches of divine power than I had imagined, and I was fortunate that its hold on me had faded so quickly. Yeah, you weren't as bad. You didn't have to deal with it near as much as she did. I suspect the intensity is related to the gravity of the task the gods perform, or perhaps how long one's body is taken for. The goddess spent quite some time as Lady Rosemond, did she not? Indeed, and the goddess's power took a great toll on her for it. It was then that I announced my intention to return the silver cloths that Eggleston had given me. Not only did I no longer need it, but it had come from another country and could prove most dangerous in the wrong hands. Cordial was carrying it for me, so the exchange would need to wait for her return. Take this, if you would, the Zed said, handing out a sound blocker. Could you share with me what you have kept from the others? I am aware from reports that tragedy has befallen Lord Ferdinand, that 20 years of our country's history are on the verge of collapse, and that Lady Rosemond was summoned to repair them. Yep, that's exactly what has been happening. Oh, because she knows about Ferdinand. Well, what has she not been... Oh, she didn't tell them about her little rendezvous in the past. Oh, that would be interesting. I accepted the magic tool. Lady Hannelore, my host continued, do you know why the goddess of time wishes to save Lord Ferdinand? Come again? For a moment I was lost for words. The goddess had descended to save 2 decades of history, yet Zed Eggleston seemed more frustrated than relieved. May I ask what you mean, I said. My apologies. Let me be clear that I am glad Jurgen Schmidt has been given this opportunity to be saved. Yeah, because if he didn't, everything would essentially vanish. You guys would vanish. Everybody we know, pretty much, besides maybe a few that are a lot older, would vanish. And this country could be a shell of its former self from all that. However, I wonder why they are intervening now when they turned a blind eye to all the atrocities of the Civil War. Okay, that explains it. Why they didn't come and do it sooner. Because, well, to be fair, during the Civil War, the world wasn't essentially, history and time and everything was not at risk of essentially fading away completely. The country, as you guys knew back then, wasn't at risk of fading away completely like it is now. That was, I think, the difference, essentially. Yes, the atrocities in the Civil War was bad, obviously, but now it is far worse, because everything that you guys know and love, and all the history from 20 years from back then till now, are going to go poof, bye-bye. Who knows what the country will be like in 20 years if this happens and it goes on 20 years till now. Who knows? No goddess descended when my family was murdered. I was offered no opportunity to save them. As I was given a rare insight into Zed Eggleston's past, I became keenly aware of the difference in our ages and experience. I had been so young at the time of the Civil War and the purge that followed, and Dunkelfelder had suffered so little from them that they barely even lingered in my memory. Yeah, because I think you were... I'm assuming you weren't even baptized yet at that point, because I think it was 10 years ago that it happened. Something like that. I think that's when the Civil War, what happened to Eggleston's family happened, I think. I don't know, remind me if it is or not. While others had fought and died, I had lived happily in the castle. I had not even known about war until I studied history, and even then it had always been a matter of the past. Yet Zed Eggleston had lived through one. I could never even consider the agony she, the daughter of a former prince, must have endured in losing not only her loved ones, but also her place in the royal family. Could it be that many would actually welcome the undoing of the past 20 years? Depends. Back in Dunkelfelder, everyone was simply abuzz over the knights regaining their memories. It hadn't occurred to me sooner, but many would surely wish to know why only Lord Ferdinand was being saved. Because I guess maybe he had a bigger impact on history than everybody else who in that time period, maybe? Because, let me know what y'all think. I'd love to know. Everything depends on my response. As the country's foremost authority, Zed Eggleston would need to explain the situation to those beneath her. Unless I conveyed the god's intentions clearly, her dissatisfaction at Lord Ferdinand being chosen would seep into her commentary and poison the discourse. I cannot back down, even at the risk of seeming rude. I would ask her, can I speak plainly? That would be what I could ask, because then you wouldn't be seen as rude if you could just speak what you're essentially thinking, because you might need to do that. I clenched my fists tightly on my lap. Before me was a decisive battle. I could feel it in my skin. As an Archduke candidate of Dunkelfeld with the Zent's sword, I could not even hesitate in giving her the advice and information she needed to hear. Zent Eglantine, I said, my tone formal. In an instant, her countenance shifted. I recognized the look on her face as that of a royal preparing to push down the majority of her biases and emotions. The goddess of time descended not because she cared for Lord Ferdinand, but because, when touched, the goddess of weaving did not wish to see the beautiful tapestry she had woven be undone. That's exactly what happened. Because she didn't want it to undo it and then have to do it again. She liked it. That's the whole reason. Even through her stoicism, I could sense that Eglantine's surprise. It was a fair reaction. Hearing the goddess speak about it had made my head spin. In the god's words, someone had severed the thread of Lord Ferdinand's fate. A fact that, because of his role in recent event history, threatened to unravel Wentuck's handiwork. Libeskelf considered it a non-issue, however. She insisted the 20 years at stake could easily be woven again. I believe it would have been easier for them to recreate history than attempt to repair it. Libeskelf, the goddess of binding, Zent Eglantine asked, was it not the goddess of time who descended due to the cries of the goddess of weaving? Evidently she was unaware how many gods I had encountered. I nodded and clarified the goddess of binding had indeed been present as well. I doubt the goddess of time would have acted if not for the goddess of weaving's pleas, I said. In that case, 20 years of Jürgen Schmidt's history would have vanished without our knowing. It is purely by coincidence and the goddess's whims that we have been given this opportunity to save ourselves. By mere coincidence, said Eglantine muttered. As unpleasant as it sounded, 2 whole decades meant nothing to the gods. Well, of course it doesn't. They're gods. They're immortal. They live forever. 20 years is nothing to them. And that was far from the only coincidence I noted. We have been this fortunate purely because Lady Rosemite is the only Zent candidate with the Book of Mestanora. Her thread is the same color as Lord Ferdinand. She would not hesitate to use her thread to repair his, and the goddesses succeeded in convincing Stare at the god of stars to unite them. Yeah, they are actually starbound. They are starbound right now. The only thing they are waiting on now is for her to officially become of age. Technically, she already is, because as mine, she would have been of age already by this point. But they're in their 5th year, I think, correct? Let's see. 10 is 1, 11 is 2, 12 is 3. So they still have 1 more year. 1 more year, I think, after this one, before they come of age. Technically, mine is of age. Could they actually do anything at this point? Because, I mean, technically, biologically, she is of age. But, I mean, they have gotten the accusations of him causing, what was it, winter to come before spring or something. I think that was the innuendo they used to signify, you know, you guys know what I'm talking about. Truly there are nearly too many to mention. You must slow down, the Zent exclaimed, her nerves taking hold. I do not even know where to begin. I answered each of her questions, recounting in detail what I had seen in the world of the gods. Only after hearing everything I had to say did she bring a hand to her forehead and heave a sigh. Lady Hannelore, have you told anyone else that Lady Rosemite is the only Zent candidate with the Book of Mestanora? No. The news surprised me as I saw you receive it as well. But I thought it best to hold my tongue. Wait, hold on. The only Zent candidate with the Book of Mestanora. Oh, because technically Eglantine didn't receive her copy of the Book of Mestanora like Rosemite and Ferdinand did. She was just given a tool. Okay, so this would have essentially added her as not having a true Grungershite. Okay. Zent Eglantine explained that what she had received was merely a magic tool recreation known as the Grungershite. Lady Rosemite's intervention had delayed Jürgen Schmidt's collapse, affording the new Zent time to earn her own Book of Mestanora. Ob Dunkelfelder is aware of my circumstances, but regardless, I must ask that you keep them to yourself. Yes, this could essentially cause very big problems in the future if anybody else knew about this. Because we all know that people love to gossip. Nobles will gossip, and it would get around very, very quickly, very, very fast, and it'd be very, very bad. And it said a lot about Zet Eglinton that she was striving to earn her own book despite having the recreation. Now, on to my next question, she said. How many know that the gods performed a starbind ceremony? Yeah, because Ferdinand and Rosamund are officially married, essentially, if you want to get into our terms. Essentially, the starbind ceremony is a wedding, essentially. But, yeah, they are officially married, and she is technically of age. Biologically. Oh, God. This could get interesting. Now I really want to get into part 6. Maya, if you are listening to this, please, I'm not asking you to rush, because rushing is obviously going to make the story not as good. But please get on that whenever you feel like the urge to write, please, because I am eager for these freaking side stories. I don't obviously want details, including in the scenes themselves, but I do want them to actually have kids. Because I think it would be amazing for them to have kids, to be honest. But, yeah. I have not told anyone, not even those of Dunkelfelder or Alexandria. Zet Eglinton regarded me with astonishment, though the idea of even the gods themselves recognizing Lady Rosamund and Lord Ferdinand's love had thrilled me at first. Reality had cooled my enthusiasm. I thought it best not to, I explained. They were starbound to save lives, and I did not know how a girl of Lady Rosamund's age being married might be perceived. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be seen good. Technically, like I said, Rosamund is of age, because biologically she was pushed back a year, but she's technically 15 at this point. So, she's technically of age. Like I said, I can't wait for that book. Can't wait for that stuff to pop up. I know it's going to be obviously alluded to, but I want them to have kids so badly. I want to see that. I want to see books for that. Please, Maya. If you're going to continue with part 6, continue with that, please. Keep going with that. I want to see them and their kids growing up and everything, and new conflicts popping up and stuff. I want more. I'm sorry, but I do want more. I want to see them grow up and have kids. Or have kids and their kids start to grow up. I mean, start to grow up, because obviously they wouldn't be... I don't think you'd be able to put out that much content. Whatever. Indeed, I could not be more grateful for your caution and consideration. Many nobles would jump at the chance to gossip, that's what I'm saying. Valuing short-term amusements over the importance of restraint. If news spread that Lady Rosamund had been starbound, many would see it as scandalous and unsavory, no matter her role in saving the country's history. Dunkelfelder had troubled Ehrenfest enough with rumors. Spreading another was the last thing I wanted to do. Technically, you wouldn't have to worry about Ehrenfest, because she's technically Alexandrian, but... I think it would probably trouble Ehrenfest by adjacent, essentially. I thought it best to wait for the relevant party's return so that we might decide on how much to publicize. I said, yeah, you do need to wait on that. Especially once Ferdinand's recovered and he finds out all of this information too. In truth, I was somewhat scared of taking action without Lord Ferdinand's permission. Yeah, you don't want this guy as your enemy. You don't want him as your enemy. I don't care what the issue is. Do not have Lord Ferdinand as your enemy, because the Lord of Evil is very scary, very dangerous, and someone you don't want to piss off. Oh, boy. Oh, I want to see all this so badly. If I did and my decision turned out not to align with his wishes, I could only imagine how deeply he would resent not just me, but my entire duchy. Yeah, it would not be good for you. At all. I knew from experience how complex his schemes could be, and that he had no mercy for anyone. Not even the royal family. Oh, that is completely true on that one. Only reason he would potentially hold back is if Rosamund asked him to. It probably gave him the puppy dog eyes too. He probably would give you mercy for that. That's the only reason. And that's how much he cares about Rosamund. So I wish to avoid making an enemy of him at all costs. I completely agree on that one. Indeed, however, Lady Hannelore, what will you do if Lady Rosamund fails to save Lord Ferdinand? We wouldn't be able to do anything. Nothing, I said without a moment's hesitation. Windtuck's history will unravel, and there will be nothing. Absolutely nothing we can do. That is true, you wouldn't be able to do diddly squat. Because Ferdinand wouldn't be able to do shit, because he'd probably be gone. Rosamund would probably be gone. I don't know what Rosamund would do, to be honest. I don't think she would... Do you guys think that she would end her life if he died? I don't think she would, but I don't think it would take long for her to die of a broken heart, probably, if not. And if she dies, Eglantine, actually, it wouldn't matter anyway. Because, yeah, everything would go bye-bye. So it wouldn't matter if she did or not, because everything would be gone. Then Eglantine paused and thought, then whispered, would that be such a bad thing? If we went back 20 years, we could prevent the Civil War. The thing with that, though, is that you guys would not have your memories of that 20 years. So you wouldn't be able to go back and prevent it. That's the problem. You guys will go back to having just the memories that you had from when you were born up until that point 20 years ago. So you wouldn't remember any of this. You wouldn't remember having gotten married. You wouldn't remember being the Zend and anything else that happened recently. So going back 20 years and unraveling everything that happened would not prevent the Civil War. Even now, she clung to that desperate wish. I understood all too well the appeal of nicer times and the desire to go back and do things new. You wouldn't be able to, like I said, though, because you wouldn't know it. After all, I myself had asked them for the gods for a chance to change history, yet it seemed to me that Zent Eglantine was so focused on regaining her lost family that she was forgetting her present happiness. She would regain what was taken from her at the cost of what she currently held dear. If Lord Ferdinand had a hand in the impetus for the Civil War, his removal from history might stop it from happening, I said, but do you truly believe he had something to do with the second prince's death? I would think not. No, I don't think he had any hand in it, to be honest. Because that was, what, 10 years ago? So he would, at this point, Ferdinand would have probably just about come of age at this point in the Civil War that she's talking about, probably. Or been close to coming of age. So I don't think he would have had a hand in it. The Civil War had started with the death of the second prince who had inherited the Grudershite. I sincerely doubted an underage Archduke candidate from Ehrenfest would have been able to get near him, let alone bring about his demise. I agree on that. Not to mention, I continued, I suspect losing Lord Ferdinand would drastically increase the odds of a future where Lanzanov successfully steals the Grudershite and defeats the royal family. Yeah, that too. And forgive me for speaking so plainly, could you truly bear to lose your child? Because, yeah, if this all happened, she would lose her baby. She might not end up with Anastasius. She might not even survive, because who knows what would happen if they went back and tried to change things. Things might end up where she dies. I highly doubt, because a lot of stuff could go wrong if you're trying to go back and change the past. Though it had yet to be made public, I was aware that Zent Eglantine had given birth. Ensuring the baby's safety had played a crucial role in her decision to rule Jürgen Schmidt, father had told me. My child, at the hands of Lanzanov, do you mean? No. I shook my head. Lord Ferdinand is Lady Rosemine's mentor and guardian. She must have been raised under conditions that necessitated such a figure in her life for her to make it to the Royal Academy. If history changes, and Lord Ferdinand vanishes, I find it hard to imagine Lady Rosemine existing as she does now, and without her involvement, you two wouldn't have gotten together and had your child. Yes. Yes, this. Zent Eglantine's eyes widened in realization as she cast her gaze down. I would have failed to resist the will of those around me and chosen Lord Sigiswald over Lord Anastasius. Yes! And you wouldn't have been happy in that marriage. Like you are in your marriage now. Knowing her antipathy to war, Zent Eglantine had surely recognized Lord Sigiswald as the better option for peace. Her choosing Lord Anastasius had stunned local society, and she wouldn't have felt comfortable doing it without Lady Rosemine. Jürgen Schmidt in its current form is the best it could possibly be, I said, and it could have not reached this point without Lady Rosemine's and Lord Ferdinand's cooperation. Even our everyday decisions have played a role in getting us here, so I would not want to repeat a single year, let alone 20. Zent Eglantine looked up, her expression now completely unburdened. As deeply as it pains me to think of the family I lost, I do not want to lose the family I have now. Thank you. And with the Grudershite in hand, I can guide Jürgen Schmidt down a road of peace. I would not like history to repeat itself either. For the first time that day, Zent Eglantine's smile reached her bright orange eyes. I smiled in turn, equal parts proud and relieved to have succeeded at such a pivotal moment. Thank goodness. I have done my duty as an Archduke candidate of Dunkelfelder. No longer shall I tolerate cantrips calling me the unreliable Lady Crybaby. Before departing the world of the gods, I was informed that Lady Rosemine succeeded in one of the repairs, I said. We need only wait for her to finish. I was almost giddy with joy, pleased to have succeeded in everything I needed to. Then let us leave Lord Ferdinand and the gods to Lady Rosemine and concern ourselves instead with Jurgen Schmidt's peace. Jurgen Schmidt's peace? Am I really the person to entrust that to? I had intended to broach the subject of bride-stealing dinner, but I was too taken aback to speak. Even if my voice hadn't failed me, I was in no position to disregard whatever the Zent intended to speak about next. She poured me out a cup of tea, which I gratefully accepted. On that note, Lady Hannelore, I wish to discuss the upcoming bride-stealing dinner. Thank you. Now you don't have to bring it up. She brought it up. You do? I replied, nonplussed. How can a match to decide the partner of a single Archduke candidate threaten Jurgen Schmidt's peace? As we speak, I stunk. There are duchies preparing to go to battle for your hand in marriage, and they mean to bring their might to bear. When she puts it like that, I suppose she has a point. If Dunkelfelder were forcing challenges on weaker duchies with the intention of stealing from them, I would agree with you, I said. But if other duchies wish to challenge us, I consider it a rather peaceful way to resolve the situation. It should leave very little room for resentment. You consider dinner a peaceful means of resolution? Said Eggleston asked, looking a bit concerned. Clearly there was significant disparity in perception. Was this one of the differences between Dunkelfelder's culture and that of other duchies that Cordula had warned me about? Were we at risk of another misconception like the one that had complicated matters with Ehrenfest? Whatever shall I do? It seems I am more corrupted by Dunkelfelder's culture than I thought. My head attendant did warn me before we came here that Dunkelfelder views dinner differently from most nobles, and I might need to clarify a few things to put us on the same page, I noted. May I? St. Eggleston smiled at me as one might smile at a problematic child. Yes, I believe that would be wise. To start, may I ask how you view this upcoming match? How I view it? Well, both here at the dormitory and at home, the people of my duchy have kicked up quite a fuss about it. If I am honest, I still don't fully understand the situation and have mostly been going with the flow. I had barely recovered from my 10-day slumber when I was informed that Korinstam, Drawanschel, and several other duchies were vying for my hand in marriage, and in what might as well have been the same breath, I learned that the dormitory was in chaos due to Raufereg announcing his intention to participate in the upcoming dinner match. Here's hoping that you guys can sway him otherwise. Otherwise, this is not going to go well. Because now, even though he doesn't view you as the next Ob, he is still smitten with you. Then there was Kentrip's declaration. Be at ease, Lady Hannelore, though I would destroy any Archduke candidate who attempted to wed you. I would not allow harm to come to you personally, and if you chose to give up on becoming the Ob, I would accept full responsibility for the consequences. It was just a standard seduction, of course. Wait, not a seduction, God, save me, Cordula! Oh, Hannelore, you are so sweet and innocent, I love her so much. I hurriedly shook my head, trying to dispel the memory of Kentrip's gray eyes and his apparent attempt to court me. It wasn't something to get worked up over. Cordula's lecturing had calmed me down. Lady Hannelore, is something the matter? No, nothing at all. Surprisingly enough, not even Dunkelfelder has a precedent for several duchies challenging us to bride-stealing dinner at once. We have been preparing, but we have other concerns. Oh my, is that so? Eggleston asked. I could only hope. No, pray, it had distracted her from my embarrassing behavior. Rarely do so many men propose to a woman whose suitors have already been chosen by her father. And not only that, far from merely asking to be considered, they have gone straight to insisting on bride-stealing dinner. Motivation was high in the Dunkelfelder dormitory, with everyone excited to defeat all our opponents with ease. But that didn't make the circumstances any less unusual. Personally, I felt a little out of my depth. Most of the major developments had occurred while I was asleep, so I could barely follow them, and I certainly didn't want people to assume I would become a second Lady Rosemine simply because of my brush with the goddess. As it stood, I was mainly relying on my father and suitors to rescue me from this madness. It is nuts. Oh, also, I continued, in the interest of getting us on the same page, I should note that it is not uncommon for players of bride-stealing dinner to perish. We hope our opponents will realize the risk and, said Eggleston. Her previous smile was nowhere to be seen. My anxiety surged at the unexpected reaction. This is my head attendant's concern more than my own. I am well aware that the other duchies know their lives are at stake. This is merely a formality to ensure we all see eye to eye. She must be exasperated that I would go over something so obvious. I know Cortula was worrying too much. I smiled, hoping for some form of confirmation that Zent Eglantine felt the same way I did. I don't think she, knew that. Instead, she blinked a few times and cast her eyes down. To be perfectly clear, Lady Hannelore, are you saying those who challenged Dunkelfelder to bride-stealing dinner might lose their lives in the process? So yes, she did not know this. Then again, we didn't know this either. I don't think Rosemary and the others knew this when the whole Lestalot thing happened. That could not go well. Yes, almost certainly. It is dinner, after all. The vast majority should survive, albeit with grievous wounds, but those too weak to drink rejuvenation potions tend not to make it. Deaths are only natural in a serious battle. I mean, to be fair, dinner is supposed to be like mock war, and true dinner is actually war. So, I mean, technically, normally you don't have people dying in mock dinner at, like, the Royal Academy because, you know, you're supposed to, like, hold back, I'm assuming. But in dinner like this, I'm assuming that they're not going to be holding back. It was because such matches were so dangerous that when the men of Dunkelfelder sought to challenge other duchies, the women desperately attempted to stop them. I did not anticipate that there would be deaths, said Eglantine said at last. Come again? Seriously? I asked. My head attendant's concerns had been valid after all. But if she was right, what on earth did the other duchies think dinner was? Mock battle? Where they would hold back? I guess? I don't know. There have been no deaths on the Knight's course, and I received no reports of anyone in the match between Dunkelfelder and Ehrenfest sustaining serious injuries, much less perishing. Like I said, it's class. They're going to be keeping an eye on that. Yeah, people do not die in class because the noble population has been so low since the Purge that we've had to bring nobles back from the temple, and courses at the Royal Academy have shifted towards speed dinner. As for our match against Ehrenfest, there were no casualties, only because Lady Rosebud treated friend and foe alike with her powerful prayer. None of the participants died, but their lives were still very much on the line. In my second year, Hyshits had been gravely wounded during a dinner match, and in my third, several of the apprentice knights who had fallen from the sky after being hit by sovereign knights had ended up comatose. Oh God. Anyone who crossed blades or found themselves on the wrong end of an offensive magic tool was prone to being wounded one way or another. I was not aware dinner was so dangerous, St. Eglantine said under her breath. Perhaps it was inevitable that the woman across from me, who received so much of her information from reports, did not know how many had been wounded during that dinner match, or that they had only survived with the aid of healing magic and rejuvenation potions. But even if such information had been withheld, I would at least have expected that Zet to know the risks that came of playing dinner. Surely they would have read up on what dinner actually is, or at least gotten someone from Dunkelfelder to at least tell them this information, if you didn't know. Given how many duchies have challenged us, I expect the battlefield to devolve into chaos, I added. Those who have joined as a gamble, hoping they can get a victory by taking advantage of one opening or another, will prove particularly dangerous. We intend to destroy them before anyone else, for they are least worthy of my hand. As I understood it, the Lord of Evil had similarly exploited weaknesses to secure his victories. Oh God, yeah, he would have. Given how chaotic the battlefield would surely be, we are most cautious of those who would seek Verbergen's aid. Lady Hannelore, might I propose deciding the victor through speed dinner instead? Zed Eglantine asked. But speed dinner and bride-stealing dinner are entirely different. Is dinner not just, well, dinner? No. Dude! You went to the Royal Academy. You've seen what speed dinner is. And surely you have heard about the Lord of Evil's treasure-stealing dinner. Dude. This is what history class is for. Oh my God. So you learn about this sort of thing. Surely, even then, you would have at least had people from Dunkelfelder in your classes. Surely you would have at least asked them about dinner. Dude, you know it. Oh my God. Zed Eglantine tilted her head at me, and I tilted mine in return. It was as if we weren't even speaking the same language. Did the people of other duchies not even understand that dinner came in various forms? Oh my god, like I said, surely she would have read up about treasure-stealing dinner, or heard about it from Heishits. Good God almighty! Then again, I'm thinking of, never mind, Heishits is from Knucklefucker, and I'm dumb. Surely she would have heard about it in some form or another. I was starting to grow uneasy. What should I do, Cordula? The gap between us is far greater than I expected, probably far greater than she expected. I see now that indeed we are at cross purposes, I said, but in our endeavor to remedy that, where should we even begin? We exchanged a contemplative look. Without my head attendant to a consult, I would need to come up with a solution of my own. Zen Eggleston, would you confirm something for me? If an Ob made a decision concerning his duchy, would it be improper for those of other duchies to protest it? Yes, most certainly. As a Zent, I must consult the country's Obs for making decisions about Jürgenschmidt. But the Obs decide matters of their own duchies. It was far from unusual for higher-ranking duchies to exert pressure on those beneath them, so lower-ranking duchies tended to follow their lead. A higher-ranked duchy publicly disagreeing with a lower-ranked duchy's decision on internal matters, however, was entirely unacceptable. I met Zent Eggleston's gaze, and we both sighed in relief. At last we have found some common ground. Do the other duchies' demands for bride-stealing dinner not count as protesting my father's choices for my suitors, I asked. Do they not see that the moment they issued their challenges, they were disrespecting Ob Dunkelfelger himself? Zent Eggleston placed a hand on her forehead. Most certainly not. Knowing now do I understand. As it stood, Dunkelfelger ranked higher than any other duchy in Jürgenschmidt. I had assumed those who had challenged us had done so knowing the risk involved, but evidently not. Based on our conversation thus far, might I conclude that the other duchies considered bride-stealing dinner an inter-duchy sport of some kind, I asked. To those of us from Dunkelfelger, it is a serious match upon which the Ob's pride and my hand in marriage depend. Our match against Ehrenfest during my third year had been just as serious, with both Lady Rosamund and me staking our bridal futures on the outcome. As far as I knew, Ehrenfest had treated it not as a game, but with the severity a contest of that nature deserved. Yeah, because Rosamund was never able to... They were never planning on having her leave the duchy. So someone trying to take her out of the duchy, that is definitely something they had to consider a threat. It never occurred to me that those demands for bride-stealing dinner might offend Ob Dunkelfelger, Eggleston said. In the past, duchies were required to play dinner to participate in a religious ceremony, and Dunkelfelger seems to be gleefully accepting the recent profusion of challenges. Duchies were required to play dinner for the sake of their joint research. As those of Dunkelfelger wish for me to marry within the duchy, they have no choice but to accept the challenges. If they appear gleeful, it is only because this is an ideal opportunity to destroy those insolent enough to oppose us. I think she's actually correct on that one, because they were eager to destroy everybody that tried to take them on at dinner. But then again, that could also be just them being dinner obsessed, who knows. Silence fell. Once again, Zent Eggleston failed to understand me. How strange. Defeating an opponent in dinner ends the conflict, there, with no lingering bitterness. Compared to Classenberg's obstinate demands for year-long reparations, I considered a fairly peaceful resolution. You seem surprised, I said. There must be even greater confusion between my duchy and the duchy of the others than I thought. Indeed, this is more than just a simple misunderstanding. Evidently, we do not understand bride-stealing dinner in the slightest, said Eggleston, frowned, then regarded me with a severe look. Lady Hannelore, if a means of minimizing casualties is not devised soon, some duchies might never recover from the battle to become. I must ask that Dunkelfelger, as a greater duchy, show some consideration for their weaker opponents. You wish for us to restrain ourselves when the stakes are so high? Forgive me, but that is far from a reasonable demand. We of Dunkelfelger always bring our full might to bear. I mean, considering how many duchies are coming after you guys probably do need to come and do that. Though, to be fair, I was actually wanting Rosamund and Ferdinand to participate in this as well, just because, on the Hannelore side, just to back her up as an ally between Dunkelfelger and Alexandria, but then again, that would be a slaughter. Even if Dunkelfelger held back, this would be a slaughter, to be fair, because Ferdinand is not known to hold back, and he is a schemer. His freaking things with treasure-stealing dinner in the past are evident of this. And Rosamund would not be able to hold him back, to be honest. Like I said, with the puppy dog eyes, probably. But, yeah. This would be a complete and utter massacre against the opponents. You would pay no mind to any amount of carnage. If those duchies suffer because of us, they have only themselves to blame. Yeah, because they got involved in the first place. One must consider the consequences before making such a mighty foe. Accountability was crucial. Even with our black face-stone shield, one of our most precious treasures had been turned to gold dust. The blame had fallen not on Lady Rosemary, but on my brother who had chosen to use it. Yep. And my father who had given him permission to do so. Any duchy that rallied its most powerful knights against us had to consider the risk of them being wounded or killed. Yep, it's their fault because they shouldn't have challenged you guys in the first place. I suspect the other duchies issued their challenges without truly knowing what they were signing themselves up for, imagining something more akin to the Royal Academy's dinner matches than the serious battles that Eglantine mused. Bride-stealing dinner is unique to Dunkelfelder. Is that not reason enough to forgive their confusion? I could tell she was searching for any kind of compromise, but her position was fundamentally unreasonable. Why should we concede when we were the ones being challenged? Agreed. She should get these other guys to back off. Yes, bride-stealing dinner is unique to Dunkelfelder, I said. It is rarely seen even within our duchy. But if our opponents were not entirely certain what they were getting themselves into, why did they issue their challenges in the first place? I suspected those of Gerontia were at least familiar with the custom, owing to their stature and the fact that they had issued a formal challenge. If it was just Gerontia, they would be fine. But no. Damn it, how would everybody call it? You guys have a nickname for Sigiswald. I can't remember what it is, but him, if it had just been Ortwin and the others issuing their challenge, it probably would have been fine. But since he has to get involved and then all the others get involved, it's become a massive thing. Not to mention, I doubted someone as capable as Lord Ortwin would make such a move without first doing adequate research. Yeah, I agree. They would have been shocked if he hadn't done research. They had taken the necessary precautions, and any duchy that hadn't could only blame themselves for their recklessness. How troublesome, said Eglantine muttered. Could we not cancel the match entirely? A most splendid idea. How would you propose we do that? I gazed upon our Zin with eyes brimming with hope. If there existed a means to peacefully stop the dinner match, the women of Dunkelfelder would collectively shed tears of gratitude. What if I issue a royal decree that you must decide on a husband before the match? Perhaps those of Dunkelfelder would find that agreeable since you would be making the choice yourself? Don't say that! You sound just like the goddess of binding! Oh god. Yes, then it would be her choice, but then she would be fretting and anxious about it the whole damn entire time because she wouldn't be able to make a choice. Because this is the whole problem. She has not made a choice yet. She does not know what she wants. She thought she wanted Wilfred, but now she knows that that's not what she wants. So, she is back to square one on this. My mind flooded with thoughts of the chaos my careless predators had unleashed. But you would need to make your decree during the Archduke Conference, and the bride-stealing dinner is scheduled to be held before then, I said. Not to mention, if you used your authority to outright cancel the match, it would harm Dunkelfelder's loyalty toward the Zent. Yes, I feared as much, said Eglantine sighed, and looked up at the start. What if I withhold my permission for it to be held at the Royal Academy? What relevance would that have, I asked, tilting my head at her. Since they are vying for my hand, the match would inevitably be held in Dunkelfelder. There was no way into the confusion. Then Eglantine returned a quizzical look of her own. The match between Dunkelfelder and Ehrenfest was held at the Royal Academy, no? Yes, but that was between just the two duchies. This is between Dunkelfelder and a bunch of them. So, yeah, this is something a lot bigger scale, so of course they're going to need a bigger place for it. And what better place is Dunkelfelder? And with permission from Raffen and Anastasius, I averted my eyes, reminded of my failure to stop my brother and all that time ago. In that case, my brother wished to prevent interference from my parents or of Ehrenfest. He disguised his bride-stealing dinner as bride-taking dinner, thereby forcing it to be held at the Royal Academy. True bride-stealing dinner takes place in the women's duchy. The challenger fights to quite literally steal her and must face both her parents in martial combat. Had my brother truly wished to secure Lady Rosamund, he should have taken the battle to Ehrenfest. I would not accept anything less from those who sought to steal my hand in marriage. If the other duchies understand this little about dinner, it's no wonder we ran into all that confusion with Ehrenfest. Considering the past led me to feel extremely sympathetic for Zet Eglantine, who was being forced to mediate our bride-stealing dinner match despite not having a stake in it or even knowing anything about it. Do you have no ideas yourself, Lady Hannelore? Now that the challenges have been issued, there is no future in which the enthused men of Dunkelberger would give up on them. We need to have acted preemptively. Suddenly, I understood why Mother had been so frustrated with me for not watching my brother more carefully. Should you wish to take action as the Zent, I would advise targeting the duchies that have challenged us. It was their fault we ended up in this situation, not ours. Yes, that is true, Zent Eglantine heaved a heavy sigh. Though it is not my place, nor my wish to intervene, I must prevent mass casualties from arising in the many duchies that have challenged you. Yeah, because if you don't, there's probably going to be some casualties. I placed a hand on my cheek and thought if the Zent took action against our challengers, it would give Dunkelfelder room to compromise. Ordering that the match be cancelled would earn you ire, but what if you order that it be held under your supervision or universally restrict the use of offensive magic tools to minimize risks, I asked. If you set your conditions wisely and ensure that all parties follow them, I see no reason they would not be accepted. The women of Dunkelfelder would certainly welcome such changes. Zent Eglantine's eyes softened. Would they now? That is most heartening to hear. I shall oversee the match then, and make my terms clear. It shall be held in the Royal Academy, and only non-lethal magic tools may be used. I shall also be present for the signing of the dinner contracts. May I ask you to deliver a letter to Ob Dunkelfelder consulting him on the matter? But of course. If the Zent got involved, the other duchies would no longer be able to unjustly complain that they had misunderstood what they were getting into. She would also be able to block any tyranny from Lord Sigiswald, who would doubtless attempt to abuse his status as former royalty. Yep, he would, and he's already doing that. As long as I made these advantages clear, Father would surely agree to her request. Is this not troublesome for you, Lady Hannelore? It must hurt to have your partner decided not by your father, who considered all the best options for his daughter, but by the outcome of a dinner match. That is precisely why Dunkelfelder women have the right to demand engagement tasks from men, though this seems a peculiar aspect of our culture that other duchies remain largely unaware of. I thought back to how I had demanded tasks from Lord Wulfried. Considering how little even Zent Eglantine understood of our duchy's customs, I could see why he had been so dazed. At the time, I had been desperate to escape my situation by any means necessary. But now, looking back with a level head, I must admit it is embarrassing. I suspect at least the term bride-stealing dinner was familiar to the greater duchies with ancient histories, as well as the duchies that once belonged to Dunkelfelder. But I doubt they understood much beyond that, Zent Eglantine reflected. I was familiar with the term myself, yet I did not realize my understanding was so flawed. Oh, it is definitely flawed. And if you don't know this much, you're probably, no, the others probably know even less. During my time in the past, the women before me now had admonished me and given me the advice I so dearly needed to hear. If even she, in all her wisdom, remained this ignorant of our cultures, the other duchies stood no chance. Oh, that's true. Should you truly wish to intervene, said Eglantine, perhaps you could explain to the duchies involved what they have misunderstood and give them the means to back out if they lack the resolve to continue, I said. Yeah, I agree on that one. As eager as the Knights of Dunkelfelder were to claim victory against their opponents, we could not force other duchies to contend if they changed their minds. All that remains is to convince my father lest our duchy resent your involvement. Do you think he would permit the other duchies to rescind their challenges? I would hope so. I smiled, hoping to ease Zent Eglantine's worries. They might be expected to offer tribute to amend for their rudeness, but yes, I am sure he would. I hope you're right on that. Thus concluded our meeting. Cordially returned the silver cloth we had borrowed, and I quickly relayed the letters that Eglantine had written to Dunkelfelder. Welcome back, Lady Hannelore. How was your meeting with the Zent? Our conversation had lasted long enough that it was lunch by the time we returned to the dormitory. I entered the dining hall to a warm welcome from my retainers and suitors who had just come back from their morning classes. For the most part, we had discussed the world of the gods and the upcoming bride-stealing dinner, I explained. In the case of the latter, we learned that much of the country is painfully ignorant on the matter, so the Zent intends to mediate. She entrusted me with a letter from my father. The Zent intends to do what? Rosentarg exclaimed, face twisted in a grimace. Surely that counts as meddling with duchy affairs. See, this is what was brought up earlier. The other knights seemed similarly dissatisfied, but Kentrip merely frowned and thought. Was that your own proposal, Lady Hannelore? He asked. Yes, I guided the conversation in such a way that she felt it was her only choice. We have yet to receive a response to her letter, so as I sent it, but a moment ago, but I trust Father will accept her terms. May I ask why you sought her involvement? Rosentarg pressed, crossing his arms. As a knight to his core, he must have found it unforgivable that an outsider would intervene with the sanctity of a dinner match. Her involvement will make it clear to the other duchies what bride-stealing dinner truly means. Some will rescind their challenges, which will make things much easier for us. And also the fact that they probably don't even know the
everything about dinner like they're supposed to. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done the challenge in the first place. Dunkelfelder will already be facing a one-sided onslaught from every duchy that desired my hand in marriage. The fewer duchies looking to seek Verborgen's aid, the better. No matter what, we are likely to face a unified front. I am merely reducing its size, I said. Dinner begins not with the fighting, but with one's preparations. If we cautioned the other duchies ourselves that their very lives were at stake, they would consider it some kind of trap or intimidation tactic. But if the warning came from the Zent, they would surely heed it well. I expected the lesser duchies who had considered their involvement a harmless gamble to be the first to change their tune. Make no mistake, I do not intend to lose this match. I am merely reducing the chance of an unworthy duchy securing my hand in marriage, I explained with a smile. The Zent's involvement will also dampen the tyranny of any former royals, aka Sigiswald. If used well, she could prove a stronger ally than any other. The knights raised their fists and erupted in a triumphant battle cry. Now, people are trying to eat, I said. If you wish to make noise, you may do so in the common rooms. Before another word could be spoken, Rosentrack took hold of my left hand. He gazed upon me, chestnut eyes wet with tears, and gleaming with emotion, and declared, Lady Hannelore, I am well and truly moved to think you made an ally of the Zent herself. Oh, so you're okay with this now, eh? I recognize your excitement, but this will give us only a minor advantage. I trust you and my father will still fight your hardest to protect me. Do not let your guard down. You may count on us. I tapped Rosentark's hand, prompting him to let go. He must have grabbed me unconsciously, for he let out a surprised yelp and strode out of the dining hall. You maneuvered the meeting surprisingly well, Cantrips remarked. I too am growing. No longer will you have reason to call me an unreliable Lady Crybaby. Cantrips chuckled, then took my left hand. I tapped it as I had done with Rosentark, but he looked at me head-on and said, Do not push yourself too hard. I shan't. Cantrips then departed, leaving me to begin my meal. Enough people had finished eating that the dining hall felt rather barren. I took the opportunity to consider Zet Eggletine's final warning. Remember, Hannelore, as a second divine avatar, your every word and action could have serious ramifications for Jurgenschmidt. Take great care not to express support for any one party before Lady Rosemine's return. Here's hoping she goes back quick, because like I said, I want part 6 so badly. I want to know what the fuck happened when she was in the past. I want to know what Ferdinand's reaction to all this is. And I want to know what happens afterward. I want to know so damn badly. I don't want to have to just imagine what could possibly happen. I want confirmation. I assume that he'll be shocked, probably angry about it, but happy at the same time, because Rosebud went out to all this to keep him safe, you know. Just showing, obviously, further that she cares that much about him, that she would go back and prevent him from fading away entirely, you know. I mean, who wouldn't be happy about that? I gazed down at my left hand and shook my head. I don't have anyone to support in the first place. Am I already almost... Damn, it's already been an hour. I thought chapter took an hour! Good God! Anyway, I'm going to get work on editing this, and hopefully I can get it up today. If not, it'll go up tomorrow. So, if you see this today on Tuesday, I got done in time. If not, then it's on Wednesday. See you guys then. Okay, we are going to continue from yesterday. Hold on. Oh, is that water? Yeah, that's water. Okay. Sorry, I pushed my hand down on the armrest for my chair and it was wet. I was like, wait, is that water or is that what I ate earlier? But thankfully it was water, so. Okay, let us continue. Irregular regularity. With my divine power gone and my meeting with Zent Eglinton concluded, I could finally return to my classes. Life was regaining some semblance of normalcy for the first time since my 2-week absence. Normalcy. As normal as it can be in this world. I had spent so long in my room studying for my written lessons that I actively looked forward to them, but my suitors and retainers in the entrance hall were the picture of worry. Are you going to be okay, Lady Hannelore? As concerned as you might be, I must catch up with my peers eventually, I said, speaking for my own sake as much as theirs. I shall do what I can to advance through my practical lessons as quickly as possible. We're more worried about your interactions with other students than your grades, Rosentark noted with a troubled smile. I think the goddess energy is gone at this point, so
I don't think they have to worry too much unless they find people who are fanatic, like Hartman, who think that she's a divine avatar even despite this. Which, to be fair, there probably are people like that in this dang school right now, so, better be careful. Not only were you proclaimed the second divine avatar, but you also received a veritable slew of proposals, Kentrip added, looking equally unsure. We expect many duchies will approach you, hoping to secure an advantage in the upcoming dinner match. I understand, but you have nothing to fret about, I assured my suitors. No matter how much the other duchies tried to threaten or coerce me, I would never surrender victory again. Yeah, don't let them get to you. I didn't want to lose the faith of my retainers or anyone else. On the contrary, this first day will prove most dangerous of all, Rosentark said, turning stern eyes to the door. I have received reports that the moment you leave this dormitory to attend classes, you will be swarmed by would-be suitors. Oh god, you're going to need your knights there more than ever now. My guard knights looked equally tense, but something about Rosentark's phrasing seemed strange to me. Are my suitors not entirely separate from those challenging us to bride-stealing dinner, I asked? So she has more suitors that haven't even wanted to participate in the bride-stealing dinner. So these people are not connected to the bride-stealing dinner, but there still could be more proposals coming. Oh, God. So be careful with that, too. Yeah, don't let anybody fluster you. I don't care what sweet words they say, what promises they make, what intimidation tactics they use. Don't listen. No matter what happens, I do not foresee myself socializing with them. As far as Karinstam is concerned, Lord Sigistwell became one of your suitors the moment he issued his challenge. In what world does that make sense? One became a suitor, an engagement candidate, only when the person they meant to court, or that person's parents, acknowledged them as a potential partner. He's only doing this because he thinks his former royalty still holds some kind of meaning, essentially, is why he's doing this. Or a good portion of that reason, anyway. So, and even if he was correct, Karinstam cannot do a gosh damn thing about it because they are not the ones as your engagement suitors. And he is already an adult, so he cannot be here to bother you. So they can't really do much of anything to you. They can just bother you, but other than that, they can't do much. The term was not intended for cases where love went unreciprocated or the parents didn't approve. It could also apply to those who had received permission from the other party's parents before proposing formally. Cantrips and Rosenturk are both my suitors, for example, as father had chosen them for me. And since there were no men who loved me and whom I loved in turn, nobody else had claim to that title. I mean, to be fair, Ortwin could have tried to be formally picked as well by your father by, mentioning this to him and trying to get his favor by agreeing to that. That could have been another formal one too. But instead he decided the bride-stealing dinner thing was the best idea. Then again, he probably knew that your father wouldn't have approved because that would have meant you leaving the duchy. So it's potentially why he went to bride-stealing dinner. So ignore what I said a bit ago. That's potentially why he went the bride-stealing dinner route, because he knew that you most likely wouldn't have been approved because he's not in Dunkelfelder. Yes, they might consider their challenges to bride-stealing dinner equivalent to proposals, I continue, but as their interest in me is unrequited, I would consider it more accurate to call them declarations of war. No one who has challenged us can be said to have my father's approval. Karinstam does indeed seem to believe their challenge was a proposal, but they also think that by accepting it, we accept Lord Sigistwald as a suitor. If anything, it makes him an enemy. We must do everything in our power to destroy. I tilted my head, unable to grasp Karinstam's logic. Like so many others, they seem not to recognize the significance of bride-stealing dinner. Lord Sigistwald was presumably as ignorant as Zen Eglantine had been on the subject, probably even worse. Did no one correct them, I asked. If a misconception is to blame, why have we not educated them? I mean, they probably tried. But as you can guess, people who are stubborn and locked in their set mindset are not going to listen to logic. Lord Siggiswald still wielded plenty of authority as a former member of the royal family, and I feared his warped beliefs were influencing the other duchies. More than likely, yes, and he still thinks his status as former royalty grants him more power than he has. Because, what rank is Karinstam now in the ratings when it comes to duchies? I'm assuming it's low. Low-ish. I would assume probably where Ehrenfest was when Rosamund started the Royal Academy, maybe? Maybe higher, lower, I'm not sure. Let me know. Because I know Dunkelfelder is first, and Ehrenfest I think is 8th? I think they asked to stay as around 7th, 8th, something like that. But, yeah. Yeah, we tried to correct them, but they refused to listen. That's what I'm saying. Rosenthal said, it really is troublesome. They're ignorant fools, blind to the fact that both you and Ob Dunkelfelder are utterly rejecting their advances. If there were mutual affection between Lord Siggiswald and me, Karinstam would have challenged us to bride taking dinner. And if they had my father's permission, they would not have needed to challenge us at all. That's what I'm saying. They are ignorant. Yeah, Rosenthal was correct to call them ignorant fools. I agree. Although I do not disagree with you, you speak too frankly about a man who once served as royalty, I said. Take care not to say such things in public. Yeah. You must take care as well, Lady Hannelore. Nothing you say will get through to him. And what are you talking about? Like I said, Siggiswald is a grown adult at this point. He's got one wife and a kid and everything. There's no way he's going to be at the Royal Academy at this point. Right? Because Eglantine and Anastasius, I think, are here. Right? At least Anastasius is, because he was the one who was teaching the Archduke candidates. So, at the very least, Anastasius, as royalty, is there. So they have someone of royalty there at the Academy. So Siggiswald has no reason to come to the Academy. Except to cause problems. Which, actually, that could actually happen. He could try and use that to his advantage and try to come and try and coerce you into agreeing to be his wife, and then avoiding the whole bride-stealing dinner thing entirely. Oh god, I can actually picture that happening. I hope it doesn't happen, but if it does, hopefully she can ignore him. I could tell from Rosentark's grin that he wasn't even acknowledging my request. My retainers did nothing to discourage him either. In fact, they seemed to be doing the opposite. Karinstam is not the only pest to be wary of. Be careful around anyone who has bought into their claims. Lesser duchies near the bottom of the rankings are easily manipulated. Yep. What exactly is going on out there, I asked, looking around. The very thought of leaving the dormitory is making me a tad anxious. Rosentark triumphantly thumped his chest. Fear not, Lady Hannelore. I shall ensure that not a single person approaches you on your way to class. Please rest easy. I don't know if I should be happy or worried in this case, considering he's a knight, and he will more than likely use force if anybody tries to get too close. This might end up getting violent if we're not careful. I do not think I can. Details? I require more details. We have told you what we can, Kentrips interjected. If we wish to understand the rest, you will need to see it for yourself. Now let us be off. Come on, let's go. At once he took my left hand and Rosentark took my right hand. Each wielded his staff in his free hand. Oh yeah, they're getting ready to... oh god. This could go very good or very bad. Kentrips, is this truly necessary, I asked. You are only taking me to class. Rosentark was a tad extreme in his phrasing, but we must be on guard. I refuse to let any threats near you, Kentrips said with resignation. He then leaned close to me and in a low voice added, This might have slipped your mind, given how much has happened of late, but this is your first time going outside since the goddess descended. You are going to see Lord Wilfrid and Lord Ortwin in class. Are you ready for that? I would think at the very least with Wilfrid, maybe she might be fine, considering she's already kind of resigned herself that she's not going to be picking him, considering what happened in the past. But then again, she might start feeling embarrassed at how she embarrassed herself in the past. But then again, nobody should be remembering what she did, considering I think the goddess wiped everybody's memory since she messed up and someone realized that it wasn't her. Unlike Rosemine, who actually succeeded in what she was supposed to do, in which case I guess everybody got to keep their memories eventually. Or the memories came back, I mean. I don't think Wilfrid would, remember their encounter in the past, it would just be a little awkward, considering what happened at the gazebo. Ortwin, I would think is even less of an issue, considering... never mind. I don't even know at this point. The blood drained from my face. Amid all the chaos, I had completely forgotten that Lord Raufereg had only recently refused to give me engagement tasks. He had rejected me twice, even, if one considered my return to the past or recent event. Experience had taught me that I never had a chance with him at all. Even if I found I was emotionally ready to see them, Lord Raufereg would doubtless still feel awkward about having turned me down. Oh, dear. As far as he was concerned, I must have proposed to him entirely out of the blue. And on top of that, now Lord Ortwin was vying for my hand in marriage. He already was. He had already proposed to you way before this whole goddess thing happened anyway. So you already knew that he was interested. So it's not like this is something new. It's just he's taking it to the next level by doing the bride stealing dinner thing. How am I supposed to face them? Do I act nonchalant and speak as if nothing happened? I could never. Just a moment, I said. I need to prepare. It would seem returning to class is a more worrying task than I thought. Were the days you spent holed up in your room not preparation enough? No, she forgot! She forgot about that whole thing! If she had known at the start, she could have prepared then, yes. But she completely forgot until just this moment. You don't have time to prepare. Cordiala asked coldly, we must be off. You will be late otherwise. At her merciless instruction, my retainers opened the door. I struggled to escape, but with Rosentark and cantrips on either side of me, there was nowhere I could go. My heart pounded as I was dragged out of the dormitory. Is that Lady Hannelore? Yes, there she is. It was Dragana, the goddess of time, who descended into her, right? Oh, God, here we go already. As soon as she walks out the door, they were kidding. They were not kidding. This is not going to be going well. The top-ranking duchies and even former royalty are vying for her hand. They even intended to play dinner over her. No sooner had we left the dormitory than those of other duchies turned our way and gossiped. Intrigued-looking students paused on their way to class, electing instead to approach my retainers as they strained for a better look at me. It was so different from what I was used to that I couldn't help but gasp. As someone raised as an Archduke candidate of Dunkelfelger, never in my life had I been the focus of so many uncouth gazes. This is simply too much. I could see now why Lord Ferdinand had gone to the trouble of reshaping the narrative of the war with Lanzanov, and why he had spread rumors to protect Lady Rosamine after she stole Ahrensbach's foundation. Cantrips, Rosentark, and my retainers probably felt the same way. The stares and whispers around me felt like tiny needles against my skin. I straightened my back and tightened my grip on my escort's arms, trying to hide how I truly felt. Though it was such a habit of mine that they saw through it right away. The situation is unlikely to change until the dinner match, Rosentark said. Rest assured, though, I made a promise to protect you, and I intend to keep it. At the very least, he's reliable on that. As I had been locked away not just in the dormitory, but in my own room, I had not realized just how abnormal things had become. When my divine power had faded and life in the dormitory had returned to normal, I had naively assumed the other students would think nothing of me. Yep, that's not the case. If you had been around them the whole time and the goddess power had faded away as well, maybe a little bit. It might have changed tiny bit, but not enough to make that big of a difference. And I would only attract more attention as the dinner match approached. Cantrips, I want to go back to the dormitory, I said. I understand, but an Archduke candidate of Dunkelfelger must not shut herself away. We shall surround you until we reach your classroom. Strive to finish your classes as soon as possible. Yeah, you need to finish your written classes as quick as possible. Loath though I was to admit it, he was right. Skipping my classes and failing my 5th year would put a black mark on Dunkelfelger's reputation, as well as my own. And you don't need that again, because you don't have a way of fixing that like you did before. The fact a goddess had descended into me would not make for an adequate excuse. Lady Rosamine was such an excellent student that I doubted it would even slow her down. I cannot bear to imagine how people would think of me if she passed the rest of her exams before me, despite my having returned from the world of the gods first. I must advance as far as I can in my classes before she comes back. Sensing my resolve, Rosentark let out a sigh. In truth, I wish you didn't have to go. Only Archduke candidates can enter the classroom. But Lords Ortwin and David both seek your... David? Who the fuck is David? This is the first time I've seen that name. Who the heck is that? Which duchy is this guy from? Both seek your hand. Furthermore, it is my understanding that Lord Ortwin proposed before this turned into such a large fuss. Yep. He
He did, which means he's not interested in her as a divine avatar. I fear you might find yourself talked into a corner and agreed to his proposal without realizing. There was unmistakable sorrow in the apprentice knight's voice. Just how easily did he think I could be swayed? If you don't know what you're agreeing to, potentially easily. But hopefully she's learned and won't agree to anything. I aired my frustration without a second thought. Please keep in mind that I have refused him once already on the grounds that my suitors have been chosen for me. Yet he proposed anyway, even escalating his request into a dinner challenge. How could I not worry? Fair point. It was easy to insist I would not be coerced before the dinner match, but it meant little when Rosentark didn't trust me. I had betrayed Dunkelfelder once before, after all. Lady Hannelore, Rosentark asked, sensing my hesitation. You're right, I said with a sigh. I am merely reaping what I have sown. There is no need to feel so down, Kentrip said, offering me a sympathetic smile. Simply leave the classroom as soon as your lesson is over, even if others wish to speak with you. Rosentark and I will be waiting outside. Thank the goddesses and gods that she has her freaking support system, or else she would stand no chance. Thank you. Having been raised as an Archduke candidate of Dunkelfelder, sworn to protect my duchy and its people, I had always secretly wished to be like the heroines in the romance stories I enjoyed. The ones who were always protected. Now I realized that wish had long since come true. My retainers and suitors had always been there, shielding me out of deep concern. They might only be here to escort me, but I can feel my cheeks burning nonetheless. I gazed down at my hands. My left clung to Kentrip's arm and my right to Rosentark's. I had been trained to always keep one hand free lest I ever come under attack and need to fight back. I suppose there is no harm in trusting my safety to them. A shy, almost ticklish feeling welled up in me. Before I knew it, the stares and voices around me had faded into the background. I shall finish quickly and return as soon as possible, I announced as we reached our destination. Understood. Until then, Lady Hannelore. Waving to my anxious entourage, I stepped into the classroom for the first time in what felt like forever. In an instant, smiling students surrounded me on all sides. Good morning, Lady Hannelore, one said. My apprentice scholars informed me that the god is the time to send it in to you. Might I request the details? No details. Sorry. It has been too long, another noted. How did you spend your long rest? Studying. The gods invited you alongside Lady Rosemine, did they not? Asked the third. Where is she? Did she not return with you? I don't know. I don't know where she is. You would have to ask the gods. So, I cannot answer these questions. They all spoke at once, and they eyed me so intensely that I was rendered speechless. In the classroom, there were no suitors or retainers to shield me. Everyone, I said, if you would allow me, I had intended to explain that the goddess had taken my body only to summon Lady Rosemine, but Lord David, okay, here we go, Lindenthal, that's who he's from, okay, where he's from, okay, stepped forward before I could. He held out a hand to me. Good morning, Lady Hannelore, I am delighted that you accepted my proposal. It will be my pleasure to act as your suitor. No, I did not accept your proposal. No. I have accepted no proposals. Shut up. At once, I remembered what Rosentark had told me. Lords David and Ortwin were claiming to be my suitors. I assumed Lindenthal was one of the lesser duchies that had issued their challenge after Drawanchel and Karinstam. You misunderstand, Lord David. Accepting a dinner challenge is not the same as accepting a proposal, I said, leaving his hand in the air. Lindenthal challenged Dunkelfelder to war. You are not my suitor, but a foe for me to crush. Lord David merely stared at me, arms still outstretched. Evidently, I would need to be even clearer. Speaking with the Zent revealed to me that most duchies know very little of the true nature of bride-stealing dinner. I explained that issuing such a challenge was equivalent to opposing Ob Dunkelfelder's decision for my suitors, that it was an act of disrespect, not a traditional proposal. I then noted that bride-stealing dinner was not the same as the Royal Academy's speed dinner, but was rather a gruesome battle to the death between the families of all parties involved. Were you aware of that when you issued your challenge, I asked? If not, I would advise you to speak with Ob Lindenthal about rescinding it. Lord David retreated a step, the blood having drained from his face. Thank you! Maybe he's listening! Maybe he's one of the few that would actually listen instead of, doubling down and not listening to what you're saying. Elfried of Lemberg looked just as pale. One of her brothers must have been among my challengers. My suspicions that the other duchies were largely ignorant of our culture had only been confirmed. Already, many have backed away from me. I have defeated several of our enemies before even setting foot on the battlefield.
I was performing rather well as a Dunkelfelder Archduke candidate, I thought. With any luck, I would be able to reduce the number of participating duchies even further. At least a little tiny bit, at least with those two. And maybe a couple others. I don't think you're going to be able to convince the others, though. But my celebrations were cut short when Lord Ortwin entered the classroom. Lady Hannelore, I am glad to see you are well. I was deeply worried about you since I was there for the goddess's descent. How are you faring? He's only asking how she's doing. I think she should be fine in talking to him. As long as she doesn't accept any kind of wordy proposals or euphemisms or blah blah blah, you know. Convincing Drawanchel to reject their challenge would be difficult. They had a full understanding of bride-stealing dinner and had likely even spread misinformation to give themselves an advantage. Yeah, I can imagine that. They'd be scheming just like Ferdinand. Though when I think a different way. I don't know if he would spread do you think Ferdinand would spread misinformation about this sort of thing? I would think he would. Because that would give him an advantage. And any advantage he would get, he would take. There was a reason Rosentrack had been so wary of Lord Ortwin backing me into a corner. I will not be defeated so easily. My fists tightly clenched, I turned to Lord Ortwin with a smile. Good morning. I sincerely appreciate your concern. But as you can see, I have made a full recovery. I intend to devote myself to my coursework so that I might make up for lost time. I racked my brain for how I might get a leg up on Drawanchel. The air between us grew tense as I debated whether to end the conversation or transition into gathering intelligence. Enough chatter, Professor Anastasius said as he entered the room, slicing through the tension in an instant. Class is about to begin. Thank you, Anastasius! You helped with that! I headed to my desk, more relieved than I cared to admit. For all my resolve, I doubted I could beat an Archduke candidate of Drawanchel in a game of information gathering. No, you probably wouldn't have. I also needed to focus on passing. For all my studying in my room, I could only advance in practicals in the classroom, and I was already 2 weeks behind. I wanted to close the gap between me and my fellow students as quickly as I could. Practicals for the Archduke candidate course required an exorbitant amount of mana, so we were given time to drink rejuvenation potions and recover. To avoid Lord Ortwin, I would wait for him to finish resting before drinking my own potion. He was my only remaining threat in the classroom now that I had dealt with Lord David of Lindenthal. I cannot talk today, apparently. I must devise a plan with my retainers to counter Drawanchel. Keeping half an eye on Lord Ortwin, I drank my rejuvenation potion and took a short break to recover. Lord Raufereg took the opportunity to approach me. According to cantrips, Ehrenfest didn't even attempt to propose to me. I saw no reason to be on guard against him, but no sooner had I started to relax than I remembered what else cantrips had told me. Indeed, it had not been long ago that Lord Raufereg had refused my request for engagement tasks. Wait, this is going to be far too uncomfortable! As I silently floundered, Lord Raufereg sat next to me. He let his eyes wander as he searched for his next words. Lady Hannelore, he eventually began, there is something I wish to say. May I? Yes, depending on what you say, she might have to reject what you say. Depending on what it is. Because if he decides to actually give her engagement tasks, that's going to be awkward. Now that would be back on the table, potentially. What would she do in response to that, though? Because as far as we know, she has given up on Wilfried. And I don't know if she would give him the time of day if he actually did give her the tasks. Because that would be very awkward for Wilfried, though, if she did reject him. Because as far as he knows, she wanted engagement tasks because she wanted to marry him. And then he tries to give her the task, and she says no! What the actual fuck? Certainly, be my guest. He handed me a sound blocker, which I promptly accepted. If he asked about the events of the gazebo, I would answer. It seemed only fair when I so ignorantly thrust a proposal onto him. This is what I'm saying. Oh dear, this could get very awkward very big time. I steeled my resolve and squeezed the magic tool as Lord Wilfried regarded me with kind green eyes. I think he would be happy with Ortwin. Okay, this is not where I thought it was going to go. I thought it was going to go in a different direction. Okay, but then again, let's be fair here. Wilfried has spent the most time with Ortwin that we know of. He's essentially Ortwin's best friend, as far as I know. Whether Ortwin feels the same way or not, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But as far as we know, he is.
So, I think Wilfred knows Ortwin the best and would be able to give her this advice honestly. Excuse me? My mind went blank, and I squeezed the sound blocker so tightly that my hands started to tremble. Whatever courage I had mustered was blown away in an instant. The title of Divine Avatar is an exceptionally heavy one, he continued. I speak from having been engaged to Rosemine. Your partner will need not just resolve, but power to protect you, or... Sorry. I'm dumb! Ortwin, I think, has both. I wonder. I understood both the burden of my title and the fact that anyone who wished to marry me would need the authority to keep me safe. Not wrong on that one. That's a good reason why Rosemine is with Ferdinand, because he can protect her. He has the power, the authority, and the freaking resolve to do anything to protect her and Alexandria. He will do anything for her, and vice versa. So if she would need someone to protect her, whether she is the divine avatar or not. What remained a mystery, however, was why Lord Wilfred was using this opportunity to prop up Lord Ortwood, because he wants to see his friend happy, and he thinks that the two of them being together would be a good thing, which is what I was saying before, is that if she wants to get out of Dunkelfelder, Ortwood is her best option. Because who knows, he might actually have feelings for her, and it was just never shown because we never got to see those two interacting before. Because, the book was focused on Rosemine, not Hannelore. So maybe there actually were opportunities, and he did have feelings, and Wilfred figured it out, and wasn't, really that, I can't remember if he was really that surprised when Orwin first proposed. Let me know if he was or not, because if he wasn't, then this is why. Because he knew that his friend could have had feelings for Hannelore, but never said anything. He was indirectly insisting that Kentrips and Rosenturk were not suitable candidates to marry me. I already have suitors who are ready to protect me, I said. Yes, I understand. In a duel, neither Ortwin nor I would hope to beat them. Well, obviously. Yet I cannot help but question if that will be enough. As an Archduke candidate of Dunkelfelder and a divine avatar, the threats to you will be more political than physical, and there are many boundaries that archnobles cannot surpass. They are not present in this very room, for example. I recalled the bitterness on Rosentark's face as we had parted at the door. Ortwin is an Archduke candidate of a greater duchy, talented enough that, if not for Rosemine, he would regularly be chosen as first in class, Lord Wilfred continued. His relationship with Lady Adolphine allows him to come out strongly against Lord Sigiswald, and he admired you even before the recent fuss. Like I said, maybe he knows Ortwin better than any of us do. He probably knows that his friend does have feelings for Hannelore potentially, but obviously we all know that most, if not almost all marriages were political normally. Feelings was like a secondary thing. If the two people had feelings and they got married, even better. If not, it was still potentially a good marriage. So, Lord Wilfred, have you simply forgotten that I demanded engagement tasks from you? No, I'm assuming he didn't. He just, maybe he senses that it's okay that you're not upset that he didn't. Maybe he's okay. Maybe he says that you're okay with this now and he's not too beat up about it. I understood he was speaking for my sake, and I was relieved that he did not seem awkward. Even so, it was deeply unpleasant to see him act as though I had not proposed at all. Yes, it must have been abrupt and uncomfortable for him, but as I had not approached him lightly, my decision had been the result of much agonizing and consideration, and it had ultimately come from the heart. Had it been so inconsequential to him that he thought it appropriate to push me into the arms of another man, or did he think my feelings for him had vanished the moment he turned me down? He maybe thought it was political. I don't know. Let me know what y'all think about this. I am not, nor have I ever been, more than just a friend to him. As he brightly elaborated on how great a husband Lord Ortwin would certainly be for me, I found myself uncertain how to reply. Nothing could have prepared me for such heartache. I want you to be happy, Lady Hannelore. To that end, I intend to support Ortwin in the upcoming bride-stealing dinner match. Excuse me, what? I mean, it'd be better than supporting Sigiswald, I will say that. But I wasn't sure if Ehrenfest was even going to get involved in this, to be honest, because they hadn't put in their name to propose, so you would think that they would not be getting involved. but apparently Wilfrid could potentially be getting involved in the match unless he's actually just, offering, moral support for his friend. Come again? He intends to do what? Wilfrid's an idiot sometimes, but he does have a good heart, I think. He's just a little naive and too trusting. Considering how much he still probably trusts, what was the, retainer that he took a name for that ended up trying to feed him misinformation and get in his ear? Bartold? I think they got rid of him. I think. I looked up at the start, sentimentally thrown to the wind. Were Ehrenfest and Juwancho forming an alliance? Good question. I don't know if he's brought this up to his father or anything. I wonder. Now I want to know, does Sylvester know about this? And if so, is he okay with it? As a greater duchy and the Duchy of Knowledge, Juwancho was not an opponent we could afford to take lightly. And if Ehrenfest, to whom we had lost time and time again, but only because of Rosemine to be fair, intended to support them, we would need to plan our next actions wisely. Lady Rosemine and Lord Ferdinand had moved to Alexandria, so we would not need to worry about them. But Ehrenfest's knights had most certainly adopted their strategies. That's a very good question. I do wonder, though. Even if Wilfrid isn't an Archduke candidate anymore, he's still going to eventually have to have a wife. I wonder who Sylvester would pick for him. That is a very good question. I should question Lady Charlotte about this. It seemed that even I was taking Bride-stealing dinner too lightly. Never had I thought to be wary of a duchy that had not even issued a challenge. If the match were being held in Dunkelfelder, this would not have been a concern, as unrelated duchies would never have been able to involve themselves. In the Royal Academy, however, they could indeed provide their aid. My failure to predict this, even after the intrusion by the Sovereign Knights Order, made me feel pitiful. I would need to gather intelligence more broadly to determine which duchies were likely to work together and which ones might ally against us. I thank you ever so much for your valuable insight, I said. I feel as if the scales have fallen from my eyes. I'm glad you understand, Lord Wilfrid said, his eyes creasing into a smile. I debated approaching you like this, but I'm glad I did. I smiled back, rose from my seat, and returned the sound blocker. My mana had finished recovering. Oh, we're in deep, deep shit. I'm really hoping that it's just moral support Wilfrid's going to offer, because I don't think he's not a combat specialist. He's not in the Knight course, so he is not going to be able to do much when it comes to combat. So I assume that's what he's going to do, is just offer support on the sidelines. Oh boy, the ripples of Wilfrid's words. Come forth, bell, I packed away my belongings and left the classroom before anyone could speak to me. Cantrips and Rosenturk are waiting outside as promised. Let us return, Lady Hannelore. The relief I felt upon seeing them and my retainers made me realize how tense I had felt in the classroom without them. Still, I cannot let my guard down until we reach the dormitory. I took Rosenturk's and Cantrip's hands just as I had done that morning and started walking. Though my classmates had seemed to understand the folly of challenging Dunkelfelder to bride-stealing dinner, the rest of the academy still scrambled to perceive my suitors. You seem especially sharp, Lady Hannelore, Rosenturk said, peering down at me. That had certainly been my intention. I could not afford to show weakness to the other duchies. I was glad that he had picked up on it, and he must have noticed, for his mouth curved into a broad grin. It is entirely as if you were at war, he continued. I must admit I am falling in love with you all over again. Where did that come from? I exclaimed, inhaling sharply and shooting in my fiercest glare. Do not say things that will weaken the battle oral I am trying to exude. You're making it worse, Hannelore! Apparently, I guess he had fallen for you and was happy about being your suitor. Wonder when that happened. I can't remember if they mentioned that. Rosenturk's mood only seemed to brighten. The more frustrated I became, the less my anger reached him. I'm afraid I must, he said. Lady Cordula instructed me to always speak my mind. Cordula? Did I not tell you to acclimate yourself to such flattery? My head attendant asked. Do not let such an innocent remark rattle you. You did, but should you really be making such comments in public when so many students are returning for lunch when people could hear?
It also serves to discourage others, so I'm afraid you must grow used to it, Cantrips added, wearing the smile I had come to associate with his scheming. If he whispered sweet words to me as well, I would surely react in a manner unbefitting an Archduke candidate. Cantrips, I forbid you from speaking further, I said with a flat expression. Rosentark, you must also remain silent until we reach the dormitory. Due perhaps to the tension I have endured today, I will not hesitate to use force should that be necessary. I think Rosentark would like that. I think he would like that. Oh god, that would be interesting. That would make her even more flustered. Like, what do I do with this guy? I couldn't let my suitors fluster me. I had just learned of a crucial problem with our dinner match being held at the Royal Academy. Suppressing my internal strife, I instructed my retainers on our return to the dormitory. Andrea, please prepare a meeting room, I said. There is something important I must discuss with the rest of my brother's retainers after lunch. Cantrips, Rosentark, I must ask that you assist her. Understood. Rosentark blinked, and the grin vanished from his face. He must have understood this was no time to tease me. You wish to discuss something important enough to warrant a meeting room, he asked. Indeed, please ensure it is fully soundproofed as well. I do not want Raufereg or the others to hear us before we have made a decision. At that, Cantrips hardened as well. We moved to a meeting room immediately after lunch. The area affecting sound blocker on top of everything else made it clear how tight security was. I looked over at my brother's retainers, wearing a stern expression. They all turned equally serious. I realized something of grave importance in class today, I said. The duchies that have not challenged us might yet ally with those that have, offering reinforcements or even injecting themselves into the battle. The match is to be held under the Zet's supervision, which means our common sense might not hold. We must not treat it lightly. What in the world happened? I repeated what Lord Wilfrid had told me. What? Hyles cried. Ehrenfest is teaming up with Verancho? Potentially. Because, like I said, we don't know if Wilfrid got his father's permission or not. Because this is a big thing they would be doing if he did. Why would Lord Wilfrid side with Lord Ortwin on this matter? Rosentark asked. I too was taken aback by the news, I said, glad to see that they shared my confusion. Under normal circumstances, the challengers and their families would have come to Dunkelfelder, removing the threat of unwanted intervention. But this match is to be held at the Royal Academy. If someone wished to conspire with our foes, they could travel to their dormitories by high beast or even meet with them in tea party rooms. Every face in the room stiffened. It would be so much harder to claim victory if our opponents were forging secret alliances, especially when there were already so many duchies challenging us. Is this to say Ehrenfest intends to oppose us? Cantrips asked, narrowing his eyes. I would hope not. I shook my head. That much is not clear. Perhaps they are simply confused, like how the other duchies mistook their challengers for suitors. This bride-stealing dinner match is a battle not between students, but between Dunkelfelder's archducal family and the families of its challengers, Cordula said. If they do not understand that fundamental fact, then indeed further complications could arise. You all need to try and get a hold of Ehrenfest and find out what the fuck is happening. That's what y'all need to do first, because this is his decision. Wilfrid can want to support Ortwin all he wants, but if he doesn't get permission from his father, Ehrenfest cannot get involved. And I highly doubt Wilfrid wants to do more to get on his father's bad side than he already has, considering everything that has happened up until this point. Considering he's not even an Archduke candidate anymore, he's going to be a freaking Gieben once he graduates. Everyone looked exhausted as they thought back to all the misunderstandings that had plagued our match with Ehrenfest. We should seek confirmation from someone other than Lord Wilfrid, I said. Ehrenfest is our ally, and I should not like to think they have forgotten that. Not even a year had passed since we joined the defense of Ehrenfest. If their gratitude had truly ended with their celebratory feast, and they intended to ally with Geronto against us, they would have much to think. We would have much to think about. I assume that this is just Wilfrid wanting to support his friend. I don't think that Ehrenfest itself is going to actually get involved. I don't think he's going to actually get involved in it. He's just probably there to say, hey, you're going to do good, just being there as moral support. I'm assuming that's what's going to be happening. Because I don't think Sylvester would be going against Dunkelfelder on this one. I am reluctant to jump to any unfortunate conclusions, I explained. However, as I understand, many of you are suspicious of Ehrenfest and would like to send a letter to Lady Charlotte to confirm their intentions. Indeed, that sounds wise, Cantrip said. I doubt Lady Rosebud or Lord Ferdinand would do anything so treacherous, but we should find out where we stand before Ehrenfest attempts to rope them into this. That also depends on if Rosemont can get back before the dinner match. If she can't,
then Ferdinand and Rosemine are not even going to be involved in this at all, and they wouldn't have to worry about that. Because if they had to worry about that, everybody against Rosemine and Ferdinand are screwed. They are all screwed. Because the Lord of Evil will not pull any punches. And I mean that. Only way he would do that is because of Rosemine. And that's only if she asks and probably gives him a puppy dog eye or something. I nodded. We could manage Ehrenfest on its own, but not if we also had to fight Lady Rosemine with her Grudgershite or Lord Ferdinand with his fathomless skeeving. It would be ideal if we could avoid butting heads with Ehrenfest entirely. Furthermore, I continued, I intend to inform the Zend of the dangers that might come with this match being held at the Royal Academy. It is my hope that if I inform her that other duchies might be forging alliances, she will take action to prevent it. Nobody would be better suited to handle such matters. I understand we shall inform the Ob of today's events, Kentrip said, then gathered with the other scholars. An ordinance entered the room barely a moment later and perched on Cordula's wrist. This is the teleportation hall, said the little white bird. A letter for Lady Hannelore has arrived from the Ob. I shall come at once, my head attendant replied, returning the ordinance to its sender. She noted that the matter must be urgent for a letter to have come straight after lunch, then left to fetch it for me. I wonder what that is. As I awaited Cordula's return, I summarized the contents of our meeting and wrote to Lady Charlotte in the meantime. It's as if they were here with us, my head attendant opined as she came back into the room, letter in hand. It would seem those back home are wary that since the match has been moved to the Royal Academy, the other duchies might seek support from non-contenders. So essentially they had the same thoughts as you did. I skimmed the letter. I see they must have learned this from a past encounter with Lord Ferdinand. Father's correspondence echoed many of our own concerns that most duchies were confusing bride-stealing dinner for treasure-stealing dinner, and that the greater duchies might receive support from lesser and middle duchies as a result. He was especially concerned that we might be up against a great unified offense. Dunkelfecker had stipulated that if the match was to be held at the Royal Academy, the Zent would need to do her utmost to prevent other duchies from working together or acquiring the aid of non-participants. Father's writing made his stance perfectly clear. If we detect any unwarranted assistance, we should start using lethal magic tools and slaughter all who dare oppose us. I can already imagine the trouble this would cause Lady Zent Eglantine. But wait a minute. Didn't the gods, or didn't Messinora tell them that they were not allowed to kill people? So they have to use the non-lethal stuff. Or was that only a stipulation for what was going on right then at the academy? Is that still going, or is that over with? Because if that's still going, they are not able to kill anybody. I guess we'll find out. Still, we must avoid the worst-case scenario of having to take on every one of our contenders at once. Bride-stealing dinner was not meant to involve multiple challengers or to be held outside the prospective bride's duchy. It was only natural that we were on guard. Cordula, send this letter to Zent Eglantine post-haste, I said. There is much we will need to consult on before we inform the other duchies. Understood. I passed the letter to my head attendant and sighed. Father has noticed the danger of other duchies working together, but he said nothing of Raufereg. Do he and the others think nothing of the danger he poses? Could they still be debating the matter? They may still be going over what to do. Lord Raufereg might be an Archduke candidate, but the threat he poses is minor at best, Rosentark noted, to the agreement of the other knights. Were this happening 5 years from now, it might be more concerning, but he is reasonably harmless in his current state. I gave a wry smile. He was far from a capable fighter. My duel with him had made that clear enough. Certainly, defeating Raufereg on his own is simple, and it should suffice where internal affairs are concerned, I said. Factional allegiances are clear to see, making it easy to weed out those who might oppose my brother in the future. My concern is that Raufereg might form secret alliances with other duchies. The knights stared at me, nonplussed. My conversation with Lord Wilfrid had opened their eyes to the risk of unrelated duchies involving themselves, but what would they do if Raufereg noticed his opportunity and sought to capitalize on it? It would not be good. Lady Hannelore, one interjected. No matter how dire the situation might be, an Archduke candidate of Dunkelfelder would never seek another duchy's aid for something as sacred as bride-stealing dinner. You say that, but this is Raufereg we're talking about here. He might not listen to that. As admirable as it was to place trust in Dunkelfelder's Archduke candidates, this was Raufereg we were dealing with. This is what I'm saying! I didn't read ahead! We're essentially on the same page here.
We could not put too much faith in him. Under normal circumstances, I would not even consider it, I said. Here at the Royal Academy, however, who knows what those driven to desperation might do? Raufereg is still young, and he has shown a tendency to charge toward his desires without much thought for the consequences. If he worked with other duchies to seize victory, would those same duchies not then have a hold on us? It is one thing to consider other duchies' influence when choosing a partner, but letting those same duchies determine the outcome of a match meant to decide my husband was out of the question. And yet Raufereg's faction was so weak that they had no other choice. I see, Kentrips mused, wearing an exceptionally bright smile. This provides logical grounds upon which to destroy Lord Raufereg. I shall consult the Ob on this matter, and, with his permission, pull this weed up by the roots before the dinner match begins. Be careful with that. You don't want him to die. Just send him, if you can, send him back to Dunkelfelder. Maybe that would keep him away. Rosenthal grinned just as broadly, smacking his fellow suitor on the back. As the next Archduke, it's Lord Lestalot's duty to prevent other duchies from having undue influence on Dunkelfelder, right? That should light a fire under him. Light a fire under him? That isn't quite how I would phrase it, but indeed we should resolve this issue without delay. Let us go. I started to feel a little sorry for Raufereg. Whenever Kentrips and Rosentark involved my elder brother in their schemes, they ended up causing far more damage than intended. Part of me wished they would restrain themselves, but I held my tongue and simply watched them pen their letter. Raufereg had dug himself into this hole by opposing the Ob. You sound so much like an Archduke candidate, milady, Cordula said. Please do not tease me. I mean only to praise your growth. As the conversation died down, it came time for afternoon classes. Several of my retainers had finished their lessons during my slumber, leaving them with more free time than usual, so I entrusted my letter for Lady Charlotte to one such scholar. Elusia, you have no more afternoon classes, correct? I asked. Please deliver this letter to Lady Charlotte post-haste. Could you stress its urgency? I imagine it will lead to another meeting between duchies. You may count on me. Every single Ehrenfest student has finished their shared written lessons by now, so she should be in her dormitory. On that note, I proceeded to my next class, impressed that my scholars were so knowledgeable. My afternoon lessons concluded with that incident. I was glad to have confirmed how other duchies felt about Bride stealing dinner, and to have sent my findings to the Zent. If anyone asked me about the match, I could just tell them to wait for her official statement. And to have received praise from Cordula of all people, I truly must have grown. Lady Hannelore, could today be the day you graced me with your special training? Raufereg asked upon my return, not even bothering to greet me. Special training. What, where you got your ass kicked before by her? I cannot stand his tenacity and abject lack of decorum. I advise you to pass your court etiquette classes first, I replied, dismissing him with a smile. I had already entrusted his fate to those back home, so I thought it best to leave him to his own devices until they replied. That again? Raufereg pouted. You know the professor is particularly harsh on Archduke candidates, don't you? Dude, they have to be for a reason. Are you dumb? How strange. I give him the same refusal time and time again, but he never seems to understand me. Is this guy that stubborn? Actually, what am I saying he could be? It seemed obvious to me that when I insisted he focus on his etiquette classes, what I really meant was that he was being so obscenely rude that he needed to learn politeness from the ground up. Surely he had heard the phrase often enough to suspect a double meaning, and at the very least to consult his retainers. Or do even they not know what I mean? Raufereg's lack of comprehension was so strange that I shot his head attendant a curious look. It would seem someone has not been praying to Loren, the god of guidance, as much as he perhaps should. No matter how Flutrain might exert herself, Tarkus grows only beneath Verfurimer. In other words, no matter how much Raufereg's educators devoted themselves to his education, he was ill-suited to being an Archduke candidate. It surprised me to think his own head attendant had given up on him. Though a small part of me had suspected as much, of course they gave up on him, of course. He's worse than Wilfried, because at least Wilfried learned. He grew. He learned. This guy isn't. It had not escaped my notice that Raufereg received fewer lectures at the academy than he had in the northern building. I suspect his head attendant has already consulted father and his second wife, Lady Reichlein, on the matter. Perhaps their reply will come sooner than I thought. Dragana, the goddess of time, should weave her threads in due time, I said, unsure how else to respond. Indeed, I pray for that day to come, the head attendant concluded with a courteous bow, then started ushering Raufereg away. The overeager Archduke candidate exclaimed, "If not today, then when?" as they went. The head attendant's hard work was going unrewarded, it seemed. It was a sorry sight. I even sympathized with Raufereg to a degree. If only Lady Reichlane had put her foot down before he entered the Royal Academy, I muttered. It might have saved us all this trouble. An Archduke candidate deemed unfit for their status could be reduced to the rank of Archnoble. If we had demoted Raufereg before he enrolled at the Royal Academy, the other duchies would not have paid it any mind. But doing it now would make him the subject of any number of rumors. Perhaps she thought a path might open for him since Lord Lost-a-Lot was chosen as the next ob despite his defeat, and you restored your reputation through true dinner, Cordial mused aloud. If my brother and I, the children of the duchy's first wife, had been given chances to redeem ourselves, the son of its second wife would be entitled to the same mercy. Yes, but if he's not going to even take the opportunity to learn and grow like you guys did, to earn that second chance and use it, there's no need in giving him a second chance in the first place. My head attendant sighed. If only we could contain Lord Raufereg's shame within the duchy. For the sake of interduchy diplomacy, we cannot leave him here to be any longer. I feel people might blame you for not being able to keep the dormitory in order on your own. Well, they would probably have a point, I said. My attempt to educate him seems to have made him worse. At least there is no doubt of your martial prowess, Cordial replied with a smile. I retired to my room and changed clothes for our evening meal. But just as I was about to leave for the dining hall, an ordinance swooped in and came to rest on my hand. Lady Hannelore, this is Charlotte of Ehrenfest, the bird said, relaying a quavering voice. Your letter was exceptionally helpful. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Please also allow me to apologize for my brother's careless words and the distress they have caused you. Let it be known that Ehrenfest neither knew of nor sanctioned his intent to support another duchy in the upcoming dinner match. Thank God. I didn't think they would be dumb enough to do that. Like I said, Wilfrid was probably intending to just be moral support for his friend. He should have just kept that to himself. Or he should have phrased it better. He should have phrased it, I'm not going to oppose you guys in the dinner match. I'm just there as moral support for my friend. That's it. That's what he should have done. But, phrased it in a noble way, of course. We have not forgotten our debt to Dunkelfelder for helping to protect our home. Our ob will send a formal apology, but before then I wish to dispel any notions that we might side with Juancho against you. Please pass that assurance on to Dunkelfelder as well. For her ordinance to have reached me so quickly, Lady Charlotte must have rushed to interrogate Lord Wilfrid upon his return from his afternoon classes. My letter must have come as quite the shock to her if she had known nothing of her brother's intentions. Relieved we would not have to fight Ehrenfest, I tapped the ordnance stone to send my reply. Lady Charlotte, this is Hannelore. Thank you for putting our minds at ease. I look forward to when we would next find time for a tea party together. As soon as Ehrenfest's letter arrives, I shall pass it along to my father. Please send him my regards. As the bird departed, I made for the dining hall with a spring in my step. I had ascertained Ehrenfest's intentions and confirmed that they had not suddenly turned against us. Thank goodness, like I said, they're not dumb. Today's food would taste even better than usual. Still, I wonder, if Lord Wilfrid does not have his duchy's support, in what way was he hoping to assist Lord Ortwin? Was he offered a Juancho wife, perhaps? I would just think he was just there as his friend. Like, no reward, essentially. Or maybe he was offered something else that would have been fine, I don't know. It was not uncommon to search for a partner in one's 5th year. Not to mention it would explain why he asked Lord Ortwin to accompany us to the gazebo, and why he could not agree to marry me. It would even justify his acting as if I had never proposed him in the first place. Like I said, Wilfrid has to have a wife at some point because he's going to have an heir as the Geeb for, Groschel? No, it was, Grossum, I'm sorry, Geeb Grossum is what he's going to be. So, I think it was Grossum. It was either Grossum or Groschel. Groschel, whatever. You guys get what I'm saying. Which one was it? I can't remember. But yeah, he's going to have to eventually have a wife and have some kids at some point so he can have someone to inherit the Geeb when he's done with it, If not for that, he would never have put his full support behind Lord Ortwin, knowing he was opposing his duchy's intentions. By the time I proposed, he was no doubt already, not engaged. I don't think he's engaged. I don't think. Try not to let your mind wander, Lady Hannelore. Cordial's warning snapped me back to my senses, and I realized I had finished eating. I had no memory of even touching my food, yet the plate before me was empty. My thoughts were still catching up when an announcement sounded through the dining hall. A magic letter for the dormitory supervisor has arrived. I turned just in time to see the letter float down onto Professor Roffin's table. For it to have arrived during dinner time, its message must have been intended for the whole dormitory. It's from the Zent, our supervisor boomed, drawing the attention of every single person in the dining hall. He read the letter, then declared, every student of archnoble rank or greater gather in the auditorium at 3:30 bell tomorrow. Zent Eglantine has an urgent announcement, it seems, presumably about the upcoming dinner match. I had thought the sovereignty would take longer to debate the matter, but it seemed the Zent intended to accept my father's terms as they were. We won't be the only duchy there, Professor Roffin said. Be sure to guard Lady Hannelore well. Understood, the nice chorus, as enthusiastic as ever. Oh boy. Let's see, how far have I gotten? I'm going to end this one up here. I'll work on the next video as soon as I end this one, and I'll see y'all in the next video. Okay, I just finished recording part 4. This is going to be part 5. The Zent's announcement. I entered the auditorium at exactly 3:30 bell, surrounded by my suitors and retainers. I was still attracting a lot of attention as a second divine avatar. I know they're going to keep calling her that, even though she's not that anymore, but it's a little, I guess, just for the sake of the others yet, until this is put to rest. Excuse me. Much to my frustration, so my retainers had advised me to leave later than I normally would to minimize contact with other duchies. Look, it's Lady Hannelore! To think the gods had time to send it into her. Though I drew plenty of its stares, my circle of retainers ensured no one would approach me. The others' whispers still reached me, however, and as our seats were at the very front of the room, I overheard all manner of remarks. What could possibly have motivated the Zent to gather all students of archnoble rank and above, one asked. Was it not Lady Rosemine the gods summoned? Pondered another. This must have something to do with Dunkelfelder, but what exactly? It can't be about the goddess. The upcoming dinner match, maybe? Don't blame us. You're the one who issued the challenges. Binding back my complaints, I continued toward our seats. Not all duchies had equal access to information, and there were no need for me to correct them when the Zent was about to clear up any confusion. Lady Hannelore, came a voice from among the Ehrenfest students. Lady Charlotte stepped before me, her expression rigid. Stay your business, Raufereg demanded, lowering into a combat stance despite not even being one of my guards. Calm down. Raufereg, go away. Someone smack him and get him away, please. It was behavior unbecoming of an archduke candidate, and the very thought of what the other archduchies might think made my head ache. I understand your concern, Raufereg, but stand down, I said. But I shall speak with Lady Charlotte. Those of you unrelated to this matter proceed to your seats. As I told the boy to leave us be, the voices around us grew louder. I could understand her knights being on guard, but what was that boy thinking, threatening a fellow archduke candidate over something so trivial? Was it really wise to approach Dunkelfelder knowing how guarded they are? Is Ehrenfest going to be okay? Lord Wolfried tugged on Lady Charlotte's cape. Do you have to do this now? He asked, hoping to avoid making even more of a scene. Can it not wait? No, it cannot, Lady Charlotte replied, swiping away his hand and taking another step toward me. The sooner we apologize, the better. Could this be about yesterday, I asked? Given her response to Lord Wolfried, I could only assume she had the letter from Ehrenfest. Indeed, I thought it best to give you this post-haste. Forgive us for the trouble we caused you and the rest of Dunkelfelder. At once, Lady Charlotte instructed one of her apprentice scholars to present the letter. I turned to my own apprentice scholar, Luitpold, who nodded and stepped forward to accept it. I thank you ever so much for your fast response, I said. Or rather, we of Dunkelfelder accept Ehrenfest's apology. Truly, I wanted nothing more than to remain on good terms with Ehrenfest. I still wondered what Lord Wolfried had meant when he said he fully intended to support Lord Ortwin in the upcoming dinner match, but as long as we weren't losing a dear ally to Drawancho, I was satisfied. Still, I see Lady Charlotte is acting as Ehrenfest's public representative, not Lord Wolfried. To be fair, I think she's probably going to be the one who's going to be the Archduchess in the future, not, damn it. There's Wolfried, Charlotte, Rosemine, not anymore though, her baby, sibling, and damn it. I forgot their brother. The one who's the High Bishop now. I can't remember. Damn it. I forgot! Oh no! I'm trying to remember. I can't remember! Whatever. I'll figure it out later. If someone tells me in the comments, please, that'd be great. I wondered how many in the auditorium had noticed the change since the year before. Then I remembered the look on Lord Wolfried's face when he had said no one wanted him to be the next Ob, and bitterness welled within me. Zent Eglantine shall now enter, one of the sovereign scholars announced after our students had all taken their places in the front row. Right on cue, the Zent made her appearance wearing a long white dress with red accents. Lord Anastasius was escorting her. She took to the stage, confirmed that all the students of all duchies were present, and then began. It is imperative that you report what you hear today to your obs. Normally, I would extend this announcement only to the relevant duchies, but I have gathered you all today as a result of extenuating circumstances. Yep, considering what they just found out. There are misconceptions at play that have led young men to unjustly consider themselves suitors, so I think it best that I clarify. Because, yeah, if they're not going to listen to Hannelore, then maybe they'll listen to the frickin' Zent herself. And if they still don't listen, then they're fools who deserve to get their butts kicked. Moreover, I wish to inform you that the duchies not involved in the upcoming dinner match will need to abide by certain terms of conduct. Okay, here we go. Maybe Wilfried will kind of, maybe we'll get an answer on this. She paused, considering her next words carefully. Our current situation began when Dragarta, the goddess of time, descended to summon Lady Rosemine to the world of the gods, taking control of Lady Hannelore's body to deliver the summons. Many of you likely witnessed this event at the gazebo behind the Scholar Building. I doubted that was truly the case, since most of the witnesses had come from the Scholar Building, with Lord Wilfried's, Lord Ortwin's, and my own retainers surrounding the gazebo, and the goddess's divine power keeping everyone at a distance. I suspected that very few had actually seen her descent. Dragarta's arrival resulted in Lady Hannelore being heralded as a second divine avatar, inciting many to challenge Dunkelfelder in a bride-stealing dinner in hope of obtaining her hand. Zet Eggleston cast a leisurely look across the entire auditorium, her eyes lingering on the duchies who had challenged us. I fear too many of you acted in haste, not realizing how serious bride-stealing dinner truly is. Zent Eggleston then explained the nature of the contest. Such challenges were issued by men so consumed by love that they would defy even a woman's father to claim her. Those competing for my hand were defying Ob Dunkelfelder himself, making them his enemies, not my suitors. Worse still, the match they were about to play was far more serious than the speed dinner of our classes. Though it resembled treasure-stealing dinner, it involved the families of both the bride and the challenger, and it was treated so gravely that death was not uncommon. With each revelation, the audience groaned. Some insisted they hadn't known it was that kind of dinner, while others bemoaned having unknowingly offended the country's top-ranking duchy. Our own students were no less taken aback. How could the other duchies be so naive? You guys would think that in history, their history classes, dinner of any kind would have been mentioned because that is war. True dinner is war, for crying out loud. History talks about war all the time, even in our world. That World War I, World War II. In their world, that would have been like dinner. That would have been dinner. Dude! How did they not mention all this? To think they were unaware they were attempting to steal a bride. It really had been wise to make sure everyone was on the same page. Traditionally, the rules of bride-stealing dinner would require the match to be held in Dunkelfelder, as Eggleston explained. However, because there are so many duchies involved and the risk of death is so high, I have spoken with Ob Dunkelfelder and arranged for it to be held at the Royal Academy instead, under my supervision. A stir ran through the crowd. Most had assumed the match would be held at the Royal Academy to begin with. Back in Dunkelfelder, dinner was played regularly for both training and pleasure, and we seem to be the exception on that front. Our culture really does differ from that of other duchies. Since bride-stealing dinner is fought between the families of those involved, and these challenges concern the hand of a Dunkelfelder Archduke candidate, Ob Dunkelfelder informed me of his intent to mobilize his Knight's Order. I declined, as that would have made the conflict too large in scale. As all the challengers are Archduke candidates, only their guard knights and their duchy's archducal families may participate. Normally there would be no restrictions on who could participate, but Zent Eggleston was enforcing one. Just as she had with magic tools, I was as surprised as everyone around me. Only guard knights and archducal families, Kentrip replied with a grimace. My retainers looked equally troubled and were quick to mutter among themselves. A knight's order won't be mobilized, even with Lady Hannelore's hand at stake. I mean, that's huge, because I'm assuming there's a gigantic order for the Knight's Order for Dunkelfelder. I understand that a large-scale dinner match would cause problems at the Royal Academy, but this role places Dunkelfelder at a clear disadvantage since we're facing multiple duchies. But for Zent Eggleston to announce it here, Father must have given his approval, I said. Does he really trust us to win, even with our numbers and the strength of our weaponry so restricted? It won't even be a challenge, Rosenthart declared with a smirk. I wonder what made him so sure. Who knows? Maybe because the other duchies are going to be so weak that the only one who might pose a threat would be Karinstan, maybe? Or Jawanchel? Because, I mean, all you gotta do is get rid of the small fry, and that will be helping it all. A lot. Of course, said Eglantine and continued, since bride-stealing dinner is fought between families, each challenger and their ob will be required to take part. Oh! So is... Oh, no! Oh, dear. Siggiswald is the ob for Karinstan. So, what does that have... So how would that work? I was thinking that for a second that if it's family, that means... Oh. Trorqual. Anastasius. Oh no. Are they going to have to get involved in this? Because they're family for Siggiswald? Or is it only going to be Siggiswald and his wife? Oh, that could be interesting. Could be bye-bye Karinstan if they're not careful. Cries of shock and horror filled the auditorium. Is it not too dangerous for obs and Archduke candidates to participate? She did specify that guard knights would take part, not apprentice knights in general. Rosenthart thumped his chest. No archducal family is as well trained as ours. It was nice to see him so certain, but I found it hard to agree. I mean, how many times have we lost to Lord Ferdinand and Lady Rosemine? Dude, that's Ferdinand and Rosemine. Those are the heavy hitters. Those are the exceptions for that. I mean, dude, they're not going to probably be participating at all, because I don't think they're going to be back in time. And even if they were somehow back in time, I don't think they would be participating. As much as I would love to see them and not totally annihilate Siggiswald and the others. The pair had spent so much of their lives in the temple, yet they had still managed to beat us at dinner. I saw no reason to assume our victory was guaranteed when other duchies could have prodigies of their own. This is all well and good, but did Ehrenfest and Dunkelfelder not hold a bride-stealing dinner match entirely between students? Asked a member of another duchy. Is this not strange? A second voice added. Archducal families weren't made to participate then, so why are they being involved now? Oh yeah, they did say bride-stealing dinner. Okay. Goodness me, would it not be more strange for the would-be suitor to sit out, leaving apprentice knights to fight the battle for them? I could feel my head start to throb. My brother's deception had only sown further confusion among the other duchies. Still, since he had issued the challenge for his bride-stealing dinner match, and since he, Lady Rosemine, and Lord Wilfrid had all participated, it technically met the requirements that members of both families take part. Our culture is far too unique. If we followed Zed Eglantine's rules, the upcoming match would involve Lord Ortwin and Ob Jawanchel. Lord Siggiswald would also have to fight, acting as Ob Karinstan, and the small size of his archducal family would put him on the back foot. Ha ha! Not even his father, Lord Trorqual, will be able to support him. Ha 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 ha! Woohoo! Okay, good. So we don't have to worry about that. Good. Would be able to support him. The former king was the ob of another duchy and was in no position to speak on his son's marital affairs. Yeah, because he's not underage. On our side, father and I would naturally need to participate, and as this was a battle between families, my brother would also surely take part as the next ob. Even my uncles and grandfather were said to have been training with more fervor than usual. They must be especially fired up after not getting the chance to join True Dinner. I guess this is the best thing for the best case scenario for them, I guess. I assume grandfather will end up having to stay behind. When Lady Rosemine invited us to True Dinner, we had not known whether she truly had royal permission. For safety's sake, Dunkelfelder had decided to send someone they could easily cut ties with if the worst came to pass, which is why they had trusted me to lead our knights. In this case, however, our entire archducal family will need to gather as one. We will need to bring our full might to bear to defeat our many challengers, so not even the women of our family were trying to cool the men's enthusiasm. The match shall be held at Third Bell on the date after the graduation ceremony to allow the relevant parties time to gather at the Royal Academy, Zed Eglantine said. Those who wish to rescind their challenge may contact Ob Dunkelfelder at the Interduchy tournament. I would advise taking the opportunity to apologize for your rudeness. Though you acted out of ignorance, you openly opposed his decision for his daughter's hand in marriage. There were many relieved sighs at the news that backing out was an option. Good, we might actually have less challengers than you think. Rosenthart muttered that it seemed we would face fewer opponents than anticipated, which I took for a good thing. The retainers seemed to think otherwise. Does this not mean we won't know our opponents until the time of the Interduchy tournament? How are we meant to prepare ourselves? I guess prepare for in general, I guess? Anything that you could run into in general? It must be out of consideration for those of us already overwhelmed by the flood of questions and challenges. Yes, what a mess this whole situation has been. I, for one, am glad they will need to address the ob directly. I noticed a particularly distant look in their eyes. The particulars were unknown to me since everything had occurred while I was in my Derive. But our students had apparently been overwhelmed with challenges and correspondence from the duchies vying for my hand. As the Zent, I shall arbitrate the signing of the dinner contracts to ensure there is no unfairness on either side. Beyond the rules I specify, however, the match shall be held in accordance with Dunkelfelger's standards. I will accept no complaints about any misconceptions that are discovered during the match itself. Indeed, any confusion would be needed to iron out before both parties signed their contract. We had seen for ourselves what happened when two duchies rushed into playing without first ensuring they were understood each other, and we refused to make the same mistake again. Even as the Zent, there is much I cannot answer about the peculiarities of dinner, Zent Eglantine went on. Those of you with questions should consult Ob Dunkelfelger during the Interduchy tournament. She was no doubt busy herself, and as her own knowledge of dinner left a lot to be desired, she had elected to defer any further explanations to us. Now, I shall explain the special rules of the upcoming dinner match, the Zent said. As this battle will be fought between archducal families, I will restrict the lethality of all offensive magic tools to minimize casualties. Yet life is fragile, and even that cannot guarantee that no lives will be lost. Murmurs of shock rippled through the room as other duchies realized their obs or successors might perish in the battle. Maybe that will discourage even more of them. Furthermore, any duchies not taking part in the match are forbidden from offering assistance of any kind to those that are. Oh, Wilfred, you better be paying attention to that. Should I learn of such cooperation, I shall lift my restriction on the use of offensive magic tools. I regard such actions as hostile not only to Dunkelfelger but to me as well, says the match's arbitrator. I noticed tremors among the duchies that had stood on the losing side of the Civil War. Zent Eglantine's rise to power had blurred the line between winners and losers, so they clearly wished to avoid drawing her ire and putting themselves back at a disadvantage. Y'all had better listen to this and take your actions as you need it. With everything now explained, it seemed possible that every duchy that had issued a challenge might withdraw except maybe Gerwanchel. In which case, actually maybe Gerwanchel and maybe Karinstam, if Sigiswald is still stubborn enough to do it despite this. Then you would only have two duchies to worry about. And you would only have to technically worry about 3 people plus their knights. And that's pretty much it. Unless they plan to get every single family member of the Archducal family and Gerwanchel involved. Which, I don't know if they would. Perhaps the bride-stealing dinner would end before it even began. Be absolutely sure to inform your obs to direct any questions to Ob Dunkelfelger during the Interduchy tournament, Zet Eglantine concluded. I will not permit you to pester Lady Hannelore or the other students of Dunkelfelger over this matter. That is all. On that note, the Zent departed. The other duchies now seemed timid, openly avoiding eye contact with Dunkelfelger's students. It was the opposite of how they acted upon entering the auditorium, which to me was a considerable relief. You seem in a good mood, Lady Hannelore, Rosentark said. I chuckled and whispered to my escorts, of course, now there are no uncouth eyes upon me. You would rather be feared and avoided, Kentrips whispered back, eyeing those around us. I scanned the room considering his question, then nodded. It does sadden me to see those I considered friends now afraid of me, but I was never one for attention. I much preferred this to being some spectacle to be gawked at. Many had acted unthinkably toward an Archduke candidate of the country's top-ranked duchy, staring at me without reservation and even trying to get past my guard knights to approach me. They must have considered such behavior acceptable due to the reasonable excuse of my being a divine avatar. Truly, people seem to lose all restraint once they are part of a larger group. Furthermore, I said, this shall reduce the burden on my knights, and the two of you will no longer have to escort me everywhere I go. To my surprise, Kentrips and Rosentark stared at me in shock. I think they thought they were hoping that you liked to be escorted by them. I mean, they are your suitors. You would have to be able to at least enjoy being around them. I mean, you're going to potentially marry one of them. Marry, maybe. It depends if she stays in Dunkelfelger. If she stays in Dunkelfelger, it might be Kentrips. If it's outside Dunkelfelger, it might be Ortwin. That's my opinion, though. That is my opinion. Whether you guys agree or not,
remains to be seen. I'd love to hear what you guys think. What do you guys think? Who do you think she should be with? What is y'all's opinion? I'd love to hear it in the comments, please. I had expected them to be equally relieved. Lady Hannelore, do you not like us escorting you? Oh, no, I simply thought it must be quite a bother for you having to walk me to the Archduke candidate course each day, despite not being among my retainers. It is nowhere near the Scholar or Knight buildings, after all. I feel terrible about it. My retainers took turns escorting me based on when they were free, but Cantrips and Rosentark always took me to my classes unless something extraordinarily urgent demanded their immediate attention. It meant they always had to rush to make it to their own classes on time, then leave early before they could socialize with other duchies. If you do not mind, then please allow us to continue, Cantrip said. We are used to accompanying Lord Lestalot, so it does not bother us at all. Cantrips is right, Rosentark said, squeezing my right hand. Even if we weren't used to it, I would still want to spend every moment I can with you. This is what I'm saying. They're your suitors. They want to be able to be around you, so they can potentially get you to see how great they are and be able to choose one of them, you know? Rosentark, I muttered, lost for words. I returned to my retainers, hoping someone would come to my rescue, but they only responded with smiles. They did not smack Rosentark's hand away or even chastise him. You certainly are loved, Lady Hannelore once said. If Cordula were here, she would tell you not to get so flustered, to simply smile and move on, Andrea added. Smile and move on? Not wanting Cordula to scold me, I attempted to follow Andrea's instructions. I could feel my smile was forced, but it was better than nothing. Rosentark, I said, we must resume walking. If only time would stop and we could stay in this moment forever. Dude! Oh my god! He's putting on a charm! He held my hand even tighter, almost caressing it. So much for moving on! Kinda hard to move on when this is going on. Come now, Rosentark. Do not trouble Lady Hannelore any further, Cantrip sighed, giving his fellow escort an admonishing tap on the head. Then he started to walk, keeping a firm grip on my left hand. Rosentark grumbled, but he came along with us. At last we were moving again. Cantrips, I must ask that you aid me sooner next time, I said. I shall try my best. We made it back to the dormitory just as the lay nobles and men nobles were moving to the dining hall. It was time for lunch, and while my attendants were preparing my food, I repeated the Zent's announcement to everyone. The grim looks on their faces brightened when they learned we might not be up against as many opponents as we had anticipated, and they eagerly chattered among themselves. Good thing we got the Zent on our side. Now I won't have other students bothering me during class. And thank goodness so many of our contenders are going to back out. More than likely, yes. Like I said, maybe the only ones who might stay in this, despite all this, is probably Jawancho and Karenstam. A battle that lopsided would have been hard fought. It would have been worth it if y'all won still. This is all thanks to Lady Hannelore securing the Zent's aid. The mood in the dining hall brightened. It felt good to be praised for having reached out to Zent Eglantine. Be sure to keep gathering information from the other duchies in your classes, I said. The earlier we learn who plans to withdraw, the better prepared we shall be. Understood. After a hearty lunch, it was time for the Archduke candidate courses. Cantrips and Rosentark escorted me to class as usual. Lady Hannelore, may I speak to you for a moment? Lord Ortwin asked as soon as I entered the classroom. Uh-oh. Be careful with Ortwin. He might still be determined even despite this. I drew in a sharp breath despite myself. After everything the Zent had said, I had expected him to keep his distance. Do you have time after class? He continued. I can wait. Lord Ortwin glanced into the classroom where I saw Lord Wolfred looking toward us with an apologetic expression. No doubt this concerned his promise to support Duranchel, which directly contradicted Ehrenfest's claim that it would play no part in the upcoming dinner match. Like I said, it was probably just like a moral support type thing, no really help whatsoever thing. That's what I assume he meant. I don't think he was planning to give him information or tools or anything. I think he was just there to be a supportive, patting him on the back and saying, you'll do fine. Which he probably wouldn't. Professor Anastasius was due to arrive soon. If we started our conversation now and were interrupted at an awkward moment, I would no doubt be too restless to focus on class. Allow me to ask one thing first, I pressed. Do you still intend to fight for my hand, even after everything the Zent said? Of course, Lord Ortwin replied, his light brown eyes full of resolve. Of course he is. I thought so. He was the first one to propose this challenge. And you guys know that Duranchel does the research. They're a research duchy, essentially, for good reason. So he probably knew all that stuff anyway. Duranchel fully understood bride-stealing dinner when we issued our challenge. If that was true, our conversation would likely go on for some time. Then we may speak after class. Okay, I'm just going to keep going. Speaking with Ortwin. This is a bad idea too. I was so deathly curious what Lords Wilfred and Ortwin wanted to tell me that I spent the entire lesson keeping an eye on them, taking care to ensure our rejuvenation periods did not overlap. It was both exhausting and distracting. I could not focus on the class whatsoever. Dude! You can't be doing that. I cannot bear to have my emotions toyed with any further. With this conversation, I shall settle matters with Drawanchel once and for all. I hope so. When Lord Ortwin first expressed his feelings for me, I intended to turn him down by stating that my father had already chosen my suitors. Yet here he was, declaring his intention to participate in bride-stealing dinner. Had the goddess's dissent increased my value to his duchy? I would think that's a 50-50 chance. Maybe not. Because, like I said, he was interested in you before this whole goddess thing happened. I don't think this would have changed it in the slightest, whether you had been descended on by a goddess or not. I do not intend to lose, no matter what schemes Drawanchel resorts to. When I did eventually step aside to recover my mana, I sent Cordula and Ordinance explaining that Lord Ortwin wished to speak with me after class and requesting that she prepare Drawanchel's tea party, or Dunkelfelder's tea party room for us. I trusted she would inform Cantrips and Rosentruck so I wouldn't need to worry about facing Lord Ortwin alone, or being maneuvered into an unfavorable position. Though it might not go perfectly, this should at least keep me from being on the back foot. But as I rested, pleased with how I handled things, Lord Ortwin began to approach me. I gathered my things and headed for the door, not wanting our conversation to take place in the classroom. Fear not, Lady Hannelore, I do not mean to speak with you here, Lord Ortwin assured me. Come, we have prepared Drawanchel's tea party room! Oh no! Too late! Girl, you should have sent that message from the start. You should have told him to do that from the start. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Sorry, I'm turning around in my chair. Ah, shit! You need your retainers! Now! He extended a hand to me, but I shook my head and left the classroom ahead of him. Outside, I took Rosentruck's hand and said, "We shall speak in Dunkelfelder's tea party room," I announced, looking at Lord Ortwin over my shoulder. I have no intention of going alone to the tea party room of a duchy that has challenged us to bride-stealing dinner. Is he going to accompany us? Lord Ortwin asked, furrowing his brow in thought. I said we could talk, but not that we would be alone. If you cannot say what you wish to tell me in front of my suitor, then I would rather you not say it at all. Yeah, if you could say that stuff in front of him, you could say it. But if not, then it's best to not say it at all. Bride-stealing dinner was, as the name suggested, an attempt by one person to steal another person's bride. Anything could happen, and against a foe who actually understood the nature of the game, we could not be more careful. I see, Lord Ortwin said. No wonder Dunkelfelder issued his warning. What did Father say? I shall tell you in your tea party room. Now let us hurry. Oh, we have drawn enough attention already. I nodded and started toward the room my retainers were preparing, still with Rosentruck as my escort. Lord Ortwin and his retainers followed a short distance behind. We were about halfway there when Cordula glanced back at me. Milady, what inspired this sudden meeting with Lord Ortwin? I would have thought it would be best to refuse him and reschedule for another day to give us more time to prepare. As we speak, Cantrips is rushing around to have everything ready for our arrival. I had wondered why only Rosentruck came to meet me, and now I knew. Cantrips was hard at work preparing for a battle of wits against Drawanchel. Though I could have refused him, I worried that it wouldn't work and that he would approach me while I was replenishing my mana. I thought it better to speak with him in our tea party room than to risk facing him alone. With bride-stealing dinner on the horizon, it would have been exceptionally dangerous for me to speak with Lord Ortwin one-on-one. Even if I predicted what he wished to speak about, we would use sound blockers, which meant nobody else would be able to hear us. He could make bold-faced lies about what we discussed, and there would be no way for me to prove him wrong. Unless you had someone there who could read lips. Because, reading lips is a good skill to have with this sort of situation. I should not give others such easy openings. No, I concluded, a tea party room certainly is a better place to speak with him than the classroom, Cordula said with a nod of agreement. Oh, good. Rosentruck seemed less convinced. He was grabbing and releasing his cape with his free hand as he always did when he was trying not to speak his mind. Rosentruck, is there something you wish to say? I asked. He awkwardly released his cape and looked at me cautiously. Could it be that you actually wish to go to Drawanchel, Lady Hannelore? He asked, his chestnut eyes searching for the slightest reaction. At once I recalled how Cantrips had said that if I truly wished to leave Dunkelfelder, I should consider accepting Lord Ortwin's proposal. That's what I said. Even Cantrips and I agreed that Ortwin is probably her best bet if she wants to get out of Dunkelfelger. Ortwin is her best bet. I think he would treat her well. She would still be in a good duchy. They would still could be an ally with Dunkelfelger and Ehrenfest and Alexandria as well. I mean, hello. That would be her best bet. And they would be able to handle having an Archduke candidate from the number 1 duchy than Ehrenfest would. I must have made my suitors particularly uneasy. If that were my wish, I would have gone to Drawanchel's tea party room or had this discussion in the classroom where nobody could interfere. I do not wish to leave Dunkelfelger, I assure you. Oh, you don't wish to leave Dunkelfelger? Really? You don't want to leave now? Or are you just telling him that? Or are you still considering it? Because you were considering it before when you were going for Lord Wilfrid. Is that still a thing? Or did you finally realize you wanted to stay in Dunkelfelger? Rosentark sighed in relief as we arrived. Welcome back, Lady Hannelore, and welcome, Lord Ortwin, my attendant said, ushering us to a round table inside the tea party room. Lord Ortwin sat across from me while Rosentark took the seat to my right. I gazed at the empty chair to my left just as Kentrips entered the dormitory. Forgive me for my not being there to escort you after class, Lady Hannelore. You need not apologize. How was for certainty? However you say that. Her smile was dazzling. In other words, his attempt to gather information had borne fruit. Why then was his expression so comparatively grim? A smile lacking any strength whatsoever. Did he find out something he didn't like? My lady, we have opted to serve Batterit's tea for today's gathering, Cordula said, suddenly urging me to focus not on Kentrips but on Lord Ortwin, our guest. To our knowledge, Batterit's tea was Lord Ortwin's preferred choice of tea. It had a crisp flavor and was a popular choice among scholars trying to focus on the research. It was best enjoyed with honey, of which he had prepared 2 kinds. Lord Ortwin, would you prefer Riva or Crive honey? Crive honey, I said. With my Batterit's, Riva, I suppose. Cordula stirred some Riva honey into my tea. I took a demonstrative sip to prove it was safe, then bit into one of the sweets we had served. As I do not have long, forgive me for the discourtesy of getting straight to the point, Lord Ortwin said. I wish to know what you think of the upcoming dinner match, Lady Hannelore, and how the office presented it to you. Come again? I blinked at him, having not expected that in the slightest. Is this not about Lord Wilfrid openly declaring Ehrenfest would support you in the dinner match? This time Lord Ortwin looked surprised. That was his personal desire, not the will of his duchy. Yeah, that was just, like I said, that's what I thought. I thought it might have been like a friend thing, like him supporting his friend in this thing he's doing, you know? Not trying to get involved, but just being there on the sidelines, like cheering him on, you know? He explained the situation to me this morning, that his ambiguity was the source of your confusion, and apologized profusely. I understand that Ehrenfest has also formally apologized to Dunkelfelger. There is nothing for me to say to you about the matter. So he said, but I doubted Lord Wilfrid would have made such a declaration in the first place unless he was goaded into it somehow. Do you mean to say Drawanchel never intended to cooperate with Ehrenfest, I asked? What was Lord Wilfrid planning then? Only he could answer that. Even if I wanted his assistance, Ehrenfest and Drawanchel have made no such arrangements. Now I must ask again, what do you think of the upcoming dinner match? Lord Ortwin brushed aside my concern for his dealings with Lord Wilfrid, returning to his original question, but even that struck me as problematic. Bride-stealing dinner was an attempt to force an unwanted union on a woman and her family. My thoughts on the matter should have been obvious. It was shocking to hear about upon my return from the world of the gods, and I consider it nothing but trouble, I said. More specifically, has Dunkelfelger offered no explanation whatsoever regarding Drawanchel? Not to my knowledge, no. As I tried to recall the various reports I had read, Rosentark leaned forward across the table. During and since Lady Hannelore's coma, the Ob has sent only instructions on how to prepare for the match and deal with further proposals. He has written nothing substantial about Drawanchel itself. Lord Ortwin frowned, contemplating the response. I wish to ask a question of my own, I said. When you first expressed your feelings for me, I rejected you on the grounds that my father had already chosen my suitors. My words seized the attention of not just Lord Ortwin, but Kentrips and Rosentark as well. I understand why one might covet a divine avatar, but I do not have powers to suit the title as Lady Rosemine does, I continued. I think I have an idea of what he's going to say. Why he did what he did? I think he wants to marry into Dunkelfelger. Not have her come into Drawanchel
but him going into Dunkelfelder to be her husband. Do you guys think that would be the case? Because he has so many siblings, biological and adopted, like, you know how Sylvester took in Rosemine, the Ob of Geronto does the same thing and has them be Archduke candidates whether they're blood or not. You know? He has so many siblings that he might not be considered to be the Ob for Geronto in the end. There might be better candidates than him. So, he might not be considered for the Ob, but he still wants to be able to support his sister, and thus they're probably figured the best way would be to get into the best duchy in the country, which is Dunkelfelder. You know? Maybe that's where he's going with this? I swear to God, if I'm right, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Trying to steal me away is not worth making an enemy of Dunkelfelder. Knowing that will Geronto not rescind its challenge. I wish Lord Ortwin we could see I would never be able to live up to the standard Lady Rosemine had set. Do you not consider yourself a person of great value, Lady Hannelore? He asked. I saw no reason to. Yes, I was an Archduke candidate of the country's top-ranked duchy, and now the second divine avatar, but only in name only because she can't do shit. But what was desirable about me personally? My timing was poor. I was constantly rebuked for my slow decision-making. My self-centered tendencies had driven a wedge between my retainers and me, and I was more or less oblivious to other people's feelings. If there was anything the dead duchy saw in me, it had to be... Is Geronto in need of mana, I asked, looking up at Lord Ortwin. If nothing else, I had a mana capacity fit for a greater duchy. He cast a look of displeasure at Kentrips and Rosentark. Lady Hannelore, you have both the caution to doubt others and the resolve to act upon your own desires. The strength you demonstrated in keeping your chin up even after losing that dinner match and earning your duchy's ire is something I respect deeply. I froze, shocked to my core. No matter how desperately I racked my brain for a response, my mind was completely blank. You are being too expressive, milady. How else am I to react? My head attendant's warning did nothing to snap me out of my stupor. I was much too embarrassed to worry about grace and decorum. Don't just point out my error! Help me! Though my unspoken pleas were directed at Cordula, it was Rosentark who came to my defense. He called Lord Ortwin's name and rose to his feet, his expression grave. If you think Lady Hannelore's strength ends there, then you truly know nothing about her, Lord Ortwin. She has battle prowess befitting a Dunkelfelder Archduke candidate. When she led our knights in the true dinner, her performance was great enough to warrant praise from both Lord Ferdinand and Lady Rosemine. Lord Ortwin said nothing, merely listening with a look of astonishment. Lady Hannelore often insists that she doesn't excel at one particular weapon, but that's because she's talented with them all. So she's a jack of all trades. That's a good thing. He's not wrong, he's good. The sharp look she levels at her foes, the pointedness of her spear thrusts, her courage in keeping her shield raised no matter how strong the foe. You have seen none of that beauty. It seems you care only about her proficiency in battle, Lord Ortwin retorted. As her suitor, do you truly have nothing else to praise? Allow me to enlighten you on just how adorable Lady Hannelore can be. Oh, dear God! He's gonna freaking... Oh, God, what's he gonna say to this? The barrage of compliments was wearing down on my mind. I brought my hands to my cheeks, trying to hide how much I was blushing, and frantically looking to anyone who could save me. Only one participant of our tea party room remained entirely unfazed. Kentrips, how can you just sit there? I asked. Would you like praise from me? No! She wants you to do the opposite! She wants you to stop this before it gets too out of hand! But dude! The fact that Ortwin apparently likes her for more than just her battle prowess is a good thing. He must see things that we haven't seen because we haven't gotten to see Hannelore as much as Lady Rosemine. I would rather you stop them, I exclaimed, on the verge of crying. Kentrips must have noticed the tears in my eyes because he inhaled and made a small gesture with his hand. It must have been a signal of some kind because Cordula reacted at once, prompting me to turn to her and wiping my eyes so quickly that neither Rosentark nor Lord Ortwin noticed. My surprise overcame my embarrassment, calming my emotions somewhat. Kentrips noticed as much and at last put a stop to the boys' contest. Rosentark, Lord Ortwin, though I understand your enthusiasm, such talk could best be saved for a separate meeting. Lord Ortwin cleared his throat and sat up straighter, recognizing the insinuation that he would be asked to leave unless he stayed on topic. My apologies. What I mean to say is that Ob Dunkelfelder gave me permission to court Lady Hannelore. Excuse me? Okay, hold on 1 second. Why didn't the Ob tell them that? That would have been pertinent information information to have. Surely they would have known, hey, yes, she already has 2 suitors that I already picked out for her. But she already has another one outside of Dunkelfelder that I have given my permission for. That would have been critical information to have. Because then they wouldn't have been so avoidant of Geroncho as they have. Excuse me? Surely not, I said, shaking my head. No father would permit someone attempting to steal his daughter's hand in marriage the chance to court her before the dinner match. So you truly were not told, Lord Orwin replied with a troubled smile. Dunkelfelder agreed not to protest if you come to Geroncho of your own will during the match. Thus, your father instructed me to turn the contest from bride-stealing to bride-taking dinner. Okay, so now it is essentially not bride-stealing dinner, but bride-taking dinner. So Orwin's feelings do have a hand in this. So he does like her. Why else would he be doing this? It's not, like I said, I don't think it's political. Do you guys think it's political? I want everybody's thoughts on this sort of thing. Because you guys might give me insight on something that I might not have realized or considered, you know? I love discussing this sort of thing with you guys with this series. It's an amazing series and I love it. And I think that Orwin is probably her best bet if he comes to going out of Dunkelfelder. Orwin and Hannelore! That would have been, they'd be adorable! She needs to confirm this with her father first, before they even agree to this whole thing. They need to send a message to the Ob, post-haste, find out, and if he says it's right, they need to figure out if she's going to or not. He spoke matter-of-factly, but I could hardly believe it. A decision of that nature is far too important for my father not to have informed my suitors or me, and neither Kentrips nor Rosentark know, I assume. I turned to my suitors, who averted their eyes! They knew and they didn't tell you! What the actual fuck? Y'all are just too damn jealous that you don't like the fact that he was given permission despite y'all being her suitors too. Think we should have gotten just as equal a chance with her as you guys did. That is not fair. Actually, what am I saying? Noble is cutthroat. Nobles are cutthroat. We might have heard as much while you were asleep, Kentrip said. Then why did you not tell me? We determined there was no need, as you had no interest in Lord Orwin. Ever think that maybe this would have been at least good information to know whether she was interested or not? If she wasn't interested, it wouldn't have mattered then, if she had known or not, or if she had known about it. Hello? Information is key. Information is power. Rather, we thought it best to keep you from him lest he attempt to misguide you. I did ask if you wished to move to Geroncho. Rosentark nodded along in agreement. He did, but... Did you wish to be seduced? Rosentark asked. If so, I can... No! I shall like no more of that talk here. I am simply disappointed that I was not properly informed. I do not wish to be seduced. It does the heart no good. Enough, I say! Oh my god, poor Hannelore dealing with all this. But yeah, I do think that Orwin is her best match, essentially. It's either Orwin or Kentrips, one of the two. And when it comes to like being able to protect her and being an actual duchy that could actually handle her outside, Orwin is her best bet. I do think they would be good together. Lord Orwin scanned the room with deadly serious eyes. It would seem then that Lady Hannelore is also unaware of Dunkelfelder's quiet agreement with Geroncho. That, too, reached no further than her suitors. Quiet agreement? What do you mean? Rosentark asked, confused. Kentrips merely furrowed his brow. Kentrips, I said, do you know what Lord Orwin means? Have you been keeping secrets from your lady? That is not what you're supposed to be doing, good sir! Actually, wait a minute. I think Kentrips is actually Lancelot's retainer. Never mind. But still. Yes, but I only found out today. Oh, that's what he was grim about! This is what he was grim about! The Ob informed me by letter when I mentioned that Geroncho wished to meet with us. He was going to tell us, but he was waiting to see how many duchies the Zet drove into resigning first. If what Kentrips said was true, no wonder he had been so busy. Does Zet not state that those who wish to resign should inform Ob Dunkelfelder during the inter-duchy tournament, I asked. Was father going to wait that long to tell us? As I understand it, several duchies used the emergency water mirror to apologize and announce their resignation from the match. So he's already gotten a few out. Good. Apparently the Zen's instructions to speak with Father during the Interduchy tournament were meant for students who wished to apologize in person or reach him by ordinance. The duchies that feared the consequences of angering Dunkelfelder had elected to use an emergency contact magic tool to apologize sooner. We have been told to tell Jawancha which duchies have absconded from battle, Kentrips concluded. There is a secret agreement between our ops, then, I said. Lord Ortwin nodded. Then we might be here for quite some time. Allow us to prepare you more tea. Oh, I love this series! I love this series! I love this series! Oh my god! Maya, you guys of this who make the series are amazing! I love y'all so much! I am a bookworm through and through. I love this series. I'm already loving the shipping of Hannelore and Ortwin. I want that so badly. I want her to be happy, is what I want. And if she ends up being happy with Ortwin, who am I to judge? You know? Our attendants refreshed our drinks and I slowly sipped them from my teacup. Also, sorry for being so loud, you guys. If I'm loud, I apologize for any headphone users. I really do. So, sorry for any jump scares. My head was still a mess with all this new information. I would need to buy as much time as I could muster. I knew nothing of Father permitting Lord Ortwin to court me or of a secret agreement between our duchies. Dudes, this is why y'all need to relay information to your lady so she has all the information she needs. She needed this information because then she wouldn't have been so hesitant about avoiding at least Lord Ortwin. They could have at least talked, you know? And then she could have made an informed decision on whether she even wanted to not leave or not, you know? Dudes, y'all are nuts. Lady Hannelore, this is nothing for you to be so concerned about, Kentrip said. This is a sudden meeting where intelligence gathering has been impeded. You need only to lend Lord Ortwin your ear. As nice as that was to hear, I could not help but feel a tad empty inside. Gone was my resolve to settle matters with Jawancha for good. If our duchies had made a secret agreement, then our relationship would have to continue. As Kentrip says, there is a critical gap in our knowledge. Should we postpone this meeting for another day? Rosentarg asked, perhaps anxious that our guest had taken control of the conversation. He might not have been so worried if Kentrips had shared the news with us in advance, giving us time to prepare ourselves. But as it stood, he was clearly wary of Lord Ortwin and anxious that I might leave for Jawancha. I think that those two would be good together, to be honest. Rosentarg, Father has instructed us to share intelligence with Jawancha, I said, admonishingly, trying to cool my own head in the process. We cannot end the meeting here, and should we not learn the true nature of this agreement now so we can prepare ourselves appropriately? At last I was back in control of my emotions. My heart had calmed enough that I could force a smile. I must handle this in a manner befitting a Dunkelfelder Archduke candidate. Tell us more of this secret agreement, I said, looking Lord Ortwin in the eye, though I feel like that I can predict a great deal of it. Is that so? He asked, blinking in surprise. Truthfully, the nature of the agreement seemed obvious. I assume our duchies will fight together to ease our burden of having to take on so many enemies at once. You will aid us in defeating Karinstam and its allies, correct? That actually makes sense. Indeed, Lord Ortwin replied, smiling. Karinstam ranked highly this year due to Lord Sigiswald's status as former royalty. But next year, his position will depend on its harvest and authority. It will not be able to maintain its current rank, which is exactly why Lord Sigiswald wishes to force a long-term relationship with Dunkelfelder, while he still has status to depend upon. Okay. Zed Eglantine had acquired the Gruterscheid and risen to the highest seat in the country, while the other members of the former royal family had been demoted to obs, and such, receiving no further punishment for the invasion by Lonzanov. It was hard to say whether they would instantly be treated the same as other nobles, or if their fading authority would persist for another year. I personally felt that Lord Anastasius would go to great lengths to protect his family. The survival of a newly formed duchy hinges on how well its archducal family can form bonds with other, more established ones. Lord Sigiswald had no longer had Jawancha's backing after divorcing Lady Adolphine, and his mother's duchy, Gelsenmeyer, had plummeted in rank for being Roblet's home. I could understand why the former prince was desperate to secure a new wife, and why the idea of marrying an archduke candidate from a top-ranking duchy was so alluring to him. With nothing but his wife's duchy of Hochletz to lean on, he must have felt terribly exposed. Even so, I wished he would set his sights elsewhere. Yeah, go to Classenberg, dude. I think Classenberg is number 2. Excuse me. This year, while Karinstam is being treated as former royalty, not even Dunkelfelder I can lightly turn down Lord Sigiswald's proposals, Lord Ortwin said. Even if you reject him, others will scold you for slighting the honor of a former prince. Former! The word is former in this situation. Not a prince anymore. Classenberg especially would seize the chance, Kentrip added with a bit of pride. Go ahead, Classenberg, do it then! God! Ever since we overtook them in the rankings, they've been itching to criticize us. Never mind. Classenberg would be the one to criticize them. Okay. Never mind. They would insist we give aid to Karinstam, no doubt. Ob Dunkelfelder expected that pressure, which is why he chose their potential partners from within our own duchy. Any unwelcome proposals can be settled with bride-stealing dinner. An excellent move, indeed. Knowing how Lady Adolphine had been treated, I doubted I would ever have felt at home in Karinstam. Dunkelfelder would have also faced constant calls for aid and cooperation. Using dinner to ensure that future never came to pass made perfect sense. Still, I am surprised Ob Dunkelfelder permitted you to challenge us, I told Lord Ortwin. I did not think he was one for dinner. Geroncho, sorry. As a Duchy of Knowledge, Geroncho produced more arch scholars than anything else. I found it strange that the Ob had agreed to a fight in which he would personally need to participate. He surely wished to unite with us, as Geroncho would no longer be able to speak strongly against Karinstam once all reparations were paid, Kentrip explained. That is how much you are valued, Lady Hannelore. At once he began listing my favorable attributes, counting them off on his fingers. I was an Archduke candidate from Dunkelfelder. The duchy had secured the Zent's trust and risen to the top of the rankings. I can't talk today. I had come to Ehrenfest's aid in true dinner and was known as Lady Rosemine's close friend, since she had invited me to her inauguration. I had not let greed and pride blind me upon becoming the second divine avatar. Not to mention, Lord Ortwin seems the most likely candidate to win your heart, Kentrip concluded. It would not be strange for Ob Geroncho to see a significant chance for victory here. I furrowed my brow. Lord Ortwin was the most likely candidate to marry me? Yes. I completely agree with Kentrip on this one. Because, to be fair, I don't know if she would actually be in love with Rosentark or Kentrip, to be honest. Yes, they could try to, court her and everything, but I think that she would probably be better off with Ortwin, to be honest. Whatever had given him that idea? Geroncho is not only in a good position to negotiate with Dunkelfelder, being a fellow Greater Duchy, but it is also best suited to speak out against Karinstam, Kentrip explained, doubtless having read my expression. Furthermore, Lord Ortwin has spent much time with you as one of your peers, and your shared classes have given him plenty of chances to speak to you without interference from your retainers. Rosentark gave an emphatic nod, then shot a sideward glare at Cordula. Not even I, one of your suitors, am permitted to speak with you in private. We used sound blockers, but I suppose we never cleared the room of retainers when doing so. I still corrected. Lord Ortwin was in an especially favorable position. I would need to be as careful with him going forward as I had been in class. Father permitted me to issue my challenge if, and only if, Dunkelfelder accepted our cooperation, Lord Ortwin said. You meant to cooperate with us from the start, I asked? Did that not go entirely against the spirit of bride-stealing dinner? I mean, once you guys defeated Karinstam, you could always ask Eglantine if you could turn it into bride-taking dinner at this point. Indeed, if we had proposed it any later, it might have been mistaken for trickery. In return, I offered information about Karinstam that Dunkelfelder would not have been able to acquire alone, and promised to issue the first bride-stealing dinner challenge, forcing other duchies to do the same if they wished to propose to you. Karinstam had made the first move, using the authority of past royalty to pressure us into accepting their proposal. Geroncho's challenge had disrupted their narrative, forcing Lord Sigiswald to shift into issuing his own challenge. Ideally, the former prince would have given up on you, but it seems he understood bride-stealing dinner as poorly as everyone else, Lord Ortwin mused. He told the lesser and middle duchies it was the perfect opportunity to forge good relations with Dunkelfelder and secure the second divine avatar for themselves, encouraging many to issue challenges of their own. So that's why half of Jurgen Schmidt challenged us at once, Rosentark exclaimed. I can hardly blame him for his outrage. Our entire dormitory had been thrown into chaos by the deluge of dinner challenges. And since bride-stealing dinner was traditionally held in the duchy to which the desired woman belonged, everyone had anticipated an all-out assault from half the country, including Classenberg. Our defenseless commoners will be assaulted and our land ravaged. Any victory of ours would have come at a grave cost. It had led to much discussion and debate.
Of course, Lord Sigiswald had noticed none of that, convinced he had found the perfect chance to acquire the second divine avatar. He had even encouraged more duchies to enter the fray, simply to improve his own chances of success. The authority afforded to former royalty truly is a nightmare, I said, wanting nothing more than to besnage my temples. I had never seen Lord Sigiswald as a threat, considering his clear lack of martial prowess and many failures during and after Lanzanov's invasion. Evidently, that had been a mistake. I am far too narrow-minded. I mean, the guy might not be very good in combat, but he's definitely trying to use tactics against you guys. Dunkelfelder surely considered the situation from a broader political angle than we students, Kentrip said. It is precisely because Drawanchel can speak against Karinstam that he would have agreed to fight alongside them and share intelligence with them. The apprentice scholar wore a deep contemplative frown as he spoke. Perhaps he had received some of that intelligence as well? Lord Ortwin, did you receive this permission to use this opportunity to court Lady Hannelore? Rosentark asked. He was keeping his composure, but I could guess from the slight twitching of his eyebrows that he was frustrated by how deftly Lord Ortwin had navigated the situation. Yes, Lord Ortwin replied with a brisk nod. Should I succeed in the endeavor, the match will ultimately become bride-taking dinner. Even if I do not, Dunkelfelder will support me in my push to become the next Obdrawanchel. I was stunned by all the promises made to a duchy that had challenged us to bride-stealing dinner. Is that the extent of your secret agreement? I asked. Once we have fought together to eliminate Karinstam, we intend to build a long-term cooperative relationship. Dunkelfelder will support me, while Drawanchel will support Lord Lestalot. In these turbulent times, when many successors are sure to be challenged on the grounds of their inferior staffs, we must strengthen our positions against the next generation. It was already set in stone that my brother would become the next Ob, since he had inherited the foundation while our knights engaged in true dinner. But not every Dunkelfelder noble had accepted him. To many, he had yet to fix the damage he had done to his reputation by losing a dinner match he himself had demanded. Their opposition had grown into a faction dedicated to making me the next Ob, even to the point of backing Raufereg. With how much things are changing, I understand the importance of a long-term relationship, I said, though I still did not fully agree with all that had happened. As far as I was concerned, we could have eliminated Karinstam even without Drawanchel's support. Could it be that this was Father's plan all along, to deflect Karinstam and marry me into Drawanchel? Maybe? I don't know. You have to ask him that. Though I trusted Lord Ortwin, I felt there had to be more to the situation. Perhaps I was being paranoid. If I have sufficiently explained myself, may I ask what information Ob Dunkelfelder has given you? Lord Ortwin ventured. Rosentark and I knew nothing, and neither did my attendants. I turned to Kentrips, the only one of us who had been in recent communication with my father. I have been instructed to share the duchies that have not yet rescinded their challenges, he said. As of now, there will be Karinstam, Gelessenmeyer, Hochschlitz, and, of course, Drawanchel. To my relief, our opposition had shrunk to a third of its original might. Most of the lesser and middle duchies have resigned, then, I said. I did not expect so many to back down. Lord Ortwin smiled. They issued their challenges with no understanding of bride-stealing dinner, having allowed Lord Sigiswald to instigate them. It is only natural that they withdrew, though I found it most regrettable that they allowed themselves to be swayed in the first place. As do I, Kentrip said with a chilly expression. It was wise of me to spread the rumor that apologizing sooner would better allow them to save face. I wonder if all scholars think the same way. Potentially. As I concluded that I would never be able to use my head as they did, Rosentark fell into thought. Our remaining opponents must have a secret alliance, no? He asked, no doubt considering the situation from the perspective of a knight. Indeed, Gelessenmeyer might be the home duchy of Lord Sigiswald's mother, but Roblett's role in Lanzanov's invasion caused its rank to plummet. Now it's searching for any opportunity to claw its way back up. And then there's Hochschlitz, the home duchy of the former prince's wife, Lady Nahalash, whatever. It would be wise to assume both have allied with Karinstam. Kentrips, is that all the intelligence you were given? I asked. Did Father say anything else? He shook his head. If there was nothing more to be said, then the natural course of action was to wrap up our meeting. We had thrown it together abruptly, and it was getting late. In that case, Lord Ortwin, and yet before I could say another word, our guest rose to his feet and circled around the table toward me. Lord Ortwin. As it stands, it must seem like I proposed purely for the benefit of my duchy, he said, his light brown eyes gazing straight into mine. What do you got there? There was a small box in his hand that had appeared from seemingly nowhere. Either his attendants had it, or he had it in his pocket. Is this a proposal face down? Dude!
You're kind of jumping the gun here. Isn't that supposed to be after the engagement is supposed to be set in stone between the parent people? I know he's supposed to court her, but good God. I think that's supposed to come after it's set in stone, right? Am I right? My heart races, a shot to my feet, overcome both an urge to flee and a warning not to let him finish whatever he was about to say. Lord Ortwin Rosentark said, moving between us. Lady Hannelore has said she will not move to Durancho. I ask that you refrain from bothering her further. Stand aside, Lord Ortwin said, without even glancing at him. If I can defeat Karinstam and win Lady Lana Hannelore's heart, the match will ultimately be recognized as bride-taking dinner. I have no reason to heed demands from her suitors. And I have no reason to heed demands from someone who isn't her suitor. He technically is. If he's allowed to court her, then he technically is a suitor. Accepted by her father, no less. Why else would he be given permission to court her? Isn't that the whole point of a suitor, is to be able to court the person? Right? Am I right on this one? Let me know in the comments, please. The young men glared at each other, each refusing to back down. What should I do? What is one meant to do in a situation like this? A small voice in my head urged me to turn tail and run, but such rudeness was beyond me. I searched desperately for something I could say to stop them, but nothing came to mind. Save me, Cordula! I waved to her behind me, beckoning her for aid. She approached, whispered, do as your heart wills, and then returned to her former position. Is that all you have to say? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. She doesn't even know where her heart was at this point. But this is what I'm saying. The whole point of having a suitor is to be able to have the person court you, so you can maybe get to know the person and maybe turn this into something that you could be okay with marrying them, you know? That's the whole point. That's the whole point of a suitor, correct? Is to win the person over by courting them and being, all romantic and everything, even if it is supposed to be political, it still could be romantic. And that's a bonus, right? My head attendant had abandoned me, but as my body started to tremble, Cantrips passed by me and grabbed his fellow suitor by the shoulders. Stop this, Rosentark, that is enough. Why are you allying with Lord Ortwin? Rosentark barked, eyes wide with disbelief. Cantrip sighed, I am not allying with him. Take a deep breath and remember that you are facing an Archduke candidate, and in any case, this is Lady Hannelore's decision to make, not yours. And like I said, Ortwin is technically a suitor for Hannelore. If he was allowed to court her like they say, which the Ob apparently agreed to, he is allowed to court her. So he is a suitor. So he is allowed to do this. As he was forcibly dragged away, Rosenthal looked at me with pleading eyes. I could almost hear him ask, you will refuse him, right? Dude, I still think that at the very least she should accept the offer to court her, because at least then she has a stronger position to avoid Karinstam, if I'm being honest. I think that's the ultimate goal, avoid being married into Karinstam. And then she could figure out this whole, who she wants to pick during that time before the match comes up. That's what she should do. Lady Hannelore, Lord Ortwin said, approaching me again. He came as close as my apprentice guard knights and other retainers who had moved to encircle me would allow, then knelt and opened the box. That's a courtship magic tool. Aghast at the sight of the metallic ornaments set with elemental face stones. Oh my god, I love this guy so much. Let's see if I can get a good picture of it, or a good look at it. It doesn't look too bad. Ever since Drogon or the gods of Time wove our threads together, I have heard the blooming of shmelums? I'm assuming that's a euphemism for I have like butterflies in my stomach, maybe? I'm assuming that's what the euphemism is. Let me know. And if that's the case, then he does have feelings for her. This is not just political. Wait, does he really mean... Yeah, this is what I didn't even read ahead. I wasn't even looking at the next line. Wait, does he really mean to say he's had feelings for me since we first met? Oh, it's sweet. That's adorable. I love it when love is able to come into the picture. Because, yes, political marriages are good, especially when the two people in question care about each other. But love is never really considered in this sort of thing. Because, it's political. Romance is hardly ever seen in this sort of thing. The only ones we've seen are Rosamund and Ferdinand and Sylvester and Florency, as far as we know. Right? Those are the only two. And Eglantine and Anastasius. Those are the only ones that we know of that were actually founded with love. Now, if it can be political and eventually love, that's even better. I clasped my hands, desperate to hide my floundering heart. I thought you were one to walk the path lit by Stella, the god of stars, yet you seized Libesco's thread yourself. Godul's red is more vivid than it first appeared. I'm sorry, what the fuck is the euphemisms? Tell me, please! I wish that Maya, if you're gonna post a book about this sort of thing, post a short story detailing the euphemisms and what they mean. Please. Because I don't want to have to get the wrong idea on something because I think I know what it is. My stomach was in knots. The very thought of him having watched me for so long made my cheeks burn. I know not why you released one such thread, but Nora chose Saria over Godul due to Ewigaleve's visits. My thread is here. If my wish may be granted, may I ask to hold yours? So essentially he wants to... Damn it. Damn it, I don't even know. I'm trying to gather the euphemism, but I can't even pick it. My eyes flitted between Lord Ortwin and the magic tool. Every eye in the room was on me. Lord Ortwin quietly awaited my answer. Rosentark silently urged me to decline. Kentrip wore a look of resignation as if he had known this would happen, which he probably did. And my retainers prepared to judge whether my answer was fitting for a Duckelfelger Archduke candidate. Dude, I would say just at least accept it for now because it might end up happening. And then you can figure out what you really want. I would say, can I have some time to think about it? Because this is something very sudden. And yes, he's supposed to court you because, your father said he could. In which case he is a suitor and he's allowed to do this. But this would potentially dissuade Corenstam from this might actually go in your favor. It might persuade Corenstam to, back off. Because if you accept the magic tool, they might back off, and that might actually dissuade him. I doubt it, but it might at least dissuade, the others. Like Hoschlitz, Gelessenmeyer, and the others. It might dissuade those two at least. Corenstam, probably not. But it might at least dissuade those two. I would say accept it. No matter what, I must speak clearly. I stopped clenching my hands, placed them carefully on top of each other as I drew a steadying breath. I cannot accept. I do not yet know enough to make a decision. Please give me time to consult my father. Thank you! That was the best decision you could have made, because you need to be able to think about this sort of decision. Actually, I'm contradicting myself here. I said to accept it, and now I say the other is the best decision. It would have been either way would have been a good decision, to be honest. Because either way would have had benefits. Now you get to consult with your father and, talk with him about this and maybe think about what you truly want. Because I truly think that Ortwin probably would be her best bet, in my opinion. Lord Ortwin closed the box, looking surprisingly relieved. I eagerly await the next time Dragana the goddess of time weaves our threads together, he said, then stood and left the tea party room with his retainers. He looked relieved. So maybe he wasn't expecting you to accept yet? Maybe he was expecting you to actually make that decision. Okay, so maybe that was a test. Who knows? Ah! Oh boy! I'll get to work on the next one maybe later today. I'm not sure. If not, it'll be tomorrow, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, I just checked the time. I got the next video uploaded. It hasn't finished editing, so when it gets done, I'm going to upload it through my phone, so be ready for that. So by the time that this goes up, by the time I get done with this recording, that this is going to be going up. Oh god, those videos are heavy! I had no clue that Ortwin had actually had feelings for her this entire time that they've known each other. Wow. Makes sense considering they're not supposed to let their emotions out. And we hadn't seen them around each other very often, so who knows actually how much time they had spent together before all this. And they're in the same year, so this is definitely going to be interesting. They're supposed to have one more year left, I think. Returning to Dunkelfelder. Lady Hannelore, what was that? Why did you not simply refuse him? Rosentark shouted. He had shown enough restraint to wait for the door to close, but that was the extent of his patience. As I told Lord Ortwin, I do not know enough to make a final decision. I said whether it's good or bad, you know? I don't have enough information to refuse him or to accept him. So I need to make an informed decision before I pick someone. That includes you too. I said, directing my response at both him and my troubled retainers. Cordially make arrangements for me to return to Dunkelfelder on Earth Day. I wish to speak with Father. Rosentark merely looked at me, sadness in his eyes. Dude, she has not picked anyone yet. You, Kentrips, or Ortwin at this point. So shut it. You still have a chance. So shut up and let her think about her decision. You can't force her to make a pick decision like that, and then she might end up regretting it later. Please look away. He gazed upon me like a pet pleading with its owner to stay. It felt too cruel to simply walk past him, so I turned to him a second time. You seem displeased with my decision, Rosentark, but Father is trying to build a strong, mutually beneficial relationship with Juranchel. If I had simply refused, it might have caused problems for my brother, the next Archduke. Yeah, you're still his retainer, dude. So you need to stop. Yeah, Rosentark grunted and fell silent. As my brother's retainer, he could not merely disregard such a significant risk. Leaving my answer ambiguous had been the best move I could make. The amount of help we can get from Juranchel drastically depends on whether they have my hand, I said. Why then did you hide that Father gave Lord Ortwin permission to court me? Rosentark looked me dead in the eye. I had nothing. You told me Father said nothing about Juranchel in particular. Was that a lie? No, you were unconscious. Rosentark, Kentrips interjected, placing a hand on the apprentice knight's shoulder as he inserted himself between us. Speaking so obtusely will only confuse her further. Lady Hannelore, it is true that the Ob spoke to us, though he said only that some would seek to turn bride-stealing dinner into bride-taking dinner. Okay, so her father didn't even specify that Juranchel had been the one to... any of the particulars, essentially. It just in general. Dude, you need to ask your father about this. He warned us to stay on our guard as your suitors, but he did not specify any duchy or person in particular. Is that to say he did not grant special permission to Juranchel or Lord Ortwin, I asked. Indeed, Kentrips replied, nodding. Rosentark had neither been lying nor mistaken. We thought it somewhat redundant to report that the Ob instructed us to protect you, Rosentark concluded. It would have been nice to get the information, though. You should have told her that it could have turned into bride-taking dinner. Dude, that was information she needed to know whether it was ambiguous or not. Yes, I suppose that makes sense, I said. My suitors would have shielded me from other men whether my father requested it or not, and it would only have troubled me to learn someone sought bride-taking dinners or so soon after waking up. When we considered who might try to seduce you, Lord Ortwin was the first person who came to mind, since he had already confessed to you in class, Kentrips continued. Yet the Ob said nothing about him specifically. I wonder if I'm wondering if Ortwin was actually telling the truth on that. We'll find out when she talks to her father. If that is true, then it seems rather dishonest for Lord Ortwin to have said Father granted him permission to court me. I was skeptical, but I doubted he would tell a lie we could disprove with a single question to my father. As I pondered the situation, Kentrips suddenly spoke up in realization. This is merely an assumption, but perhaps Ob Dunkelfelder taunted Lord Ortwin to the tune of, try to court her if you can, which he and Ob Juranchel then interpreted in a way that was favorable to them. That does sound like something Father would say. Really? Dummy! Why would you do that? You know they're going to give him an inch, they're going to take a mile. Oh my god! And it could indeed be seen as permission to court me. Oh my god. I said content to have found a plausible explanation, but that's not really the explanation till you talk to your father. As tiring as it was to constantly seek out misconceptions, I was glad to know I wasn't being deceived or outright lied to. That will do, milady, Cordialis said. You performed excellently today. Let us return to the dormitory now that there are no lingering questions. We still have one lingering question. I need to ask my father, what the fuck is going on? Moved by my head attendant's praise, I allowed Kentrips and Rosentark to escort me to the door leading to the dormitory. There are many minute details that cannot be effectively conveyed through letters, I said. I might be put on the spot again in the future, and with that in mind, it would do me well to know what Father is thinking. Much has changed of late. A meeting to bring everyone up to speed will most certainly be necessary for you and the Archducal couple. And so, as per my request, Cordial has secured me permission to return to Dunkelfelder on Earth Day for a meeting with Father. Welcome home, Lady Hannelore. After eating breakfast and saying farewell to my Royal Academy retainers, I had briskly returned to Dunkelfelder with Cordula. My adult retainers welcomed me upon my arrival, having been waiting on the other side of the teleporter. Lady Hannelore, we are to take you straight to the Archducal living quarters. The Archducal couple is waiting. Because it was Earth Day, Mother and Father were in their chambers rather than their offices. It was my first time visiting home during the academic term. I feel a tad anxious, I admitted. One usually returns home early only if one has caused trouble of some kind. I always thought Raufereg would come back before me. It feels entirely as if I had become a problem child. My retainers met my words with partial smiles. Oh, have you not felt that way before? Problems are problems, even if not caused maliciously. Have you forgotten that the gods of time descended into your body? We were stunned when Cordula wrote to us requesting emergency access to Lord Lestelot's Jareve from before his wedding. We had just been about to close the teleportation hall. Lord Lestelot and the Odd were both in quite the hurry. On the topic of sudden occurrences, what about all those knights who suddenly claimed to have recalled memories of Lord Ferdinand and Lady Rosamine? Apparently that had something to do with divine influence, but the details are still a mystery to us. The knights were exhilarated to hear of all the dinner challenges Dunkelfelder had received, then complained to no end when they found out only the Archducal family and their guard knights were allowed to participate. Oh, that would have been funny to see their faces. Those same guard knights have thrown themselves into their training. We are quite ready for battle ourselves. A shiver ran down my spine. Their chatter reminded me of the fellowship gathering when Lord Anastasis told me not to cause any trouble. Am I even more of a problem child than Raufereg, I asked? The issues he caused went no further than the dormitory and the castle. Mine involved the entire duchy. One can hardly pin the blame on you, since the catalyst was the descent of the goddess, my retainer said, consoling me. The impact cannot be overstated, however, and your return home was ultimately inevitable. We entered the living quarters, passing through a door that only those with prior approval could use. To our right was the hallway to Father's and Mother's room. To the left was my brother and Einlieb's. Will my brother and Einlieb be in attendance, I asked. Lord Lestelot will, but not Lady Einlieb. She already had plans, and the abrupt nature of her return meant she had no time to change them. Nearly a year had passed since Einlieb and my brother's wedding, for the first time she was participating in winter socializing as a member of the Archducal family. Considering how important it was for her to establish a strong support base, she could hardly treat her existing plans lightly. Lady Segonde, Lady Hannelore has arrived. May she enter? Once our retainers had exchanged the usual formalities, I entered. We always used Mother's room for family meetings and the like. Father's room contained the door to the foundation and such, so I wasn't allowed inside. Father, Mother, Brother, it is good to see you all, I said. Welcome back, Hannelore. Well met. I sat down and Mother's attendant set about pouring me some tea. I savored the familiar taste, the sweets made with ingredients not found in the Royal Academy, and the welcoming company. No sooner had we cleared the room of retainers so we could speak frankly than my brother glared at me. Come on, Hannelore, out with it. How can you sit there drinking tea when we've got a bride-stealing dinner match on the horizon? Dude, I'm here to ask about this whole damn thing. Now shut up for a second. Such prompting was unnecessary. The urgency of our meeting went without saying. Still, I was so accustomed to being the eldest Archduke candidate at the Royal Academy and constantly having to be on high alert that I sincerely appreciated being back home where there were others to share the burden with me. Quiet down, Lestelot, Mother said. What good will it do us if you earn her ire and she refuses to speak further in protest? Yes, indeed, Father added. Hannelore, I was told you wanted us to be on the same page. What do you wish to know? I set down my cup and clenched my fist. My tea party with Geroncho revealed much that had not been brought to my attention. There are crucial decisions I must make. How am I to ensure my judgment is sound when there is information you are keeping from me? Father folded his arms, the corners of his lips curving in amusement. There is much I cannot risk including in letters I must entrust to other people, and information that is best shared only when the time is right. There are things you have kept from me as well, are there not? Cordula seems to suspect you have not shared all that you know about the goddess's descent. Dude. Kind of the whole world isn't at stake here. Hello? Has some stuff she has to keep secret. Fair enough, I said. I acknowledge that some information is best kept secret for the time being. I was in no position to force Father's hand. There was much about the world of the gods and Alexandria's current status that I was reluctant to reveal before I could speak with Lord Ferdinand and Lady Rosamine. I will share what I can, but too much is changing too quickly, Father said. For now, let us each explain the situation as we see it. I suspect you wish to know about the upcoming dinner match and our cooperation with Geroncho, Mother asked. Yes! Yes! We need to know about this! I picked up my teacup and nodded. It started with the descent of the goddess, naturally, Father began. As I understand it, she arrived when you, Lord Wilfrid, and Lord Ortwin all went to a gazebo. Why were the three of you together in a gazebo in the first place? My brother interjected. How did that even happen? We were discussing something in class and decided to take the conversation outside, I said. I believe they wished to see some kind of flower. My brother looked doubtful, but I barely remembered the details myself. I had been too busy stressing over whether I would receive the engagement task I had so desired. At least tell me you didn't brainlessly agree to go because Wilfrid invited you. One of my retainers wished to form close bonds with Ehrenfest, so I met with Lord Wilfrid to discuss the matter. Lord Ortwin invited himself, for reasons I do not understand. Cantrips accompanied us. If you do not believe me, I have nothing to hide. On the contrary, I had plenty. I did not want my parents to know that I had tried and failed to get engagement tasks from Lord Wilfrid. Lancelot stared straight into my eyes as I tried my best not to let anything slip. Lancelot, stop sidetracking us. What matters is what they discussed. As an archnoble in a meeting of archduke candidates, Cantrips was not granted a sound blocker and thus could not hear them. That much was true. The goddess had descended into me not long into our conversation, and when I returned, talk of the dinner match had taken precedence. The fact that my family had a vague idea of what we had discussed likely meant Lord Ortwin had brought it up when proposing that our duchies work together. Lord Ortwin wished to discuss the hardship of our generation striving to be obs despite our inferior stats, I said. I see, and that led to our cooperation, Father muttered, popping a sweet into his mouth. It's impressive to have organized that much in just a few days. Father, why did you choose to ally with Geroncho in the first place? It started with the goddess's descent. Upon hearing the news, Lord Stigiswald sent me a formal proposal. He said we could iron out the details at the Interduchy tournament, meaning he refused to take no for an answer. Lord Stigiswald was using this 1 year when he was still being treated as royalty to the fullest. Even Dunkelfelder I was unable to simply refuse him. We thought we had at least a year to prepare ourselves after the events of the Archduke Conference when Geroncho admonished him for seeking a new bride so soon after his divorce. Mother said. She squeezed her eyes shut and pressed a finger between her eyebrows, a gesture she reserved for when facing an unexpected annoyance. The former prince's proposal truly must have come as a shock to her. I chose suitors specifically so that any abrupt proposals could need to be settled with the bride-stealing dinner, Father noted. We intended to give you time to choose a partner of your own and to turn bride-stealing dinner into bride-taking dinner if you so desired. Incidentally, while I was still unconscious, Lord Ortwin had informed them through apprentice scholars that Corinston was inciting other duchies with rumors that only a former royal was fit to marry a divine avatar. And that was when Geroncho insisted their dinner challenge. Issued their dinner challenge, I asked. Yes, my brother said, but only after Father demanded it. What? Come again? I turned to Father confused and saw that he was grinning. There was a conniving air about him. It was more convenient to have Geroncho issue a bride-stealing dinner challenge, forcing any other proposals to take the same approach, than for us to refuse an official proposal from a former prince and risk being drawn into dinner anyway. Perhaps, but I would not have expected Geroncho to go along with it. Was there more at play, or did you know of a weakness to exploit? I wouldn't go so far as to call it a weakness. I simply told them that if their proposal from Spring was genuine, they should issue a challenge themselves. Hold on, what proposal from Spring? Yes, during the Archduke Conference, Geroncho expressed an interest in your hand. Really? We didn't know about this. My mind went completely blank. As I surveyed the room, I saw that no one else shared my surprise. Mother was simply sipping her tea. I did not know that, I said at last. Why did nobody tell me? This is what I'm saying. She can't make an informed decision if she doesn't know the information. Because we refused them on the spot, Mother replied. Lord Anastasius told us what transpired in the more in-depth discussions about Lady Adolphine's divorce. As it turned out, Geroncho had said that for Lady Adolphine to stay married to Lord Stigiswald, he wanted a royal guarantee that Lord Ortwin would marry either Lady Rosemine, the Divine Avatar, or Lady Eglantine, the New Zent. Okay, so in order for Adolphine to stay married to Sigiswald, Ortwin would get to marry either Rosemine or Eglantine. What reason had we to take their calls for your hand seriously, Mother asked. We had just been refused in requesting a union with the Zent or Lady Rosemine. Even given the nature of political marriages, it was far too selfish of them. I averted my gaze, thinking back to Lord Ortwin's proposal. I could still see the passion in his eyes as he held the courtship magic tool toward me. Was Lord Ortwin's proposal politically motivated, I asked. If I could not take him at his word, then postponing my response had certainly been the right choice. I do wonder. We spoke only with the Ob at the Archduke Conference, so we know not how Lord Ortwin truly feels. It should be noted that politics are a natural part of any noble marriage, though the boy's dinner challenge tells me he is driven by something more. What do you think, Lestalot? Mother turned to him. After all, he had resorted to bride-stealing dinner when fighting for Lady Rosemine's hand. I mean, dude, you have experience with that. Why don't you give your input? Mr. Bride-stealing dinner issuing it as a bride-taking dinner? Lestalot grumbled and shot me a glare before nudging the conversation back on track. Upon hearing Father's answer, Geroncho issued both its challenge to bride-stealing dinner and a request for our cooperation. Father praised their preparation. Is Ob Geroncho truly that invested in a relationship with Dunkelfelger, I asked. Who wouldn't be? He did not strike me as someone who enjoyed dinner, yet he would need to play an active role in the upcoming match. Because of the recent divorce, Geroncho is receiving reparations from Karinstam, Mother said. Lady Adolphine is being treated well, but as more time passes, her separation could come to be a blemish on her reputation. Lord Sigiswald is well versed in the art of manipulating the public, after all. We'd seen that firsthand. Furthermore, my brother continued, though Geroncho has a position of strength over Lord Sigiswald, it should last only a year or two at most. Once the reparations have been paid, Karinstam will surely strike back. Given the uncertainty about how long the former royal family's influence will endure, it is only natural that Geroncho would seek to ally with us. Lady Adolphine's position was far more unstable than I had thought, so essentially he's doing this partially because of his feelings for you, and partially so he can make sure his sister will be safe and they can't come down on her or anything. And even if Mother had called the former prince well-versed in manipulation, then it had to be true. Geroncho wishes to use the next year or two, while it still has the upper hand, to shave down Lord Sigiswald's influence as much as possible, Father said. Whether you marry into Geroncho or not, our cooperation in this match will both strengthen our relationship and weaken Karinstam. That is what Lord Ortwin said, more or less, though it feels different somehow, I mused aloud. Was there any truth to what Kentrips told me? That far from giving permission for Lord Ortwin to court me, you merely taunted Geroncho on the matter? Yes, that is true. Geroncho is interpreting my words to their needs. Apparently, Father had said going from bride-stealing to bride-taking dinner is no easy matter. I doubt Hannelore will change her mind when she already has suitors and her heart remains with the Ehrenfest Archduke candidate. Just try to win her over if you can. Dude! Why did you say that? Did you not think that maybe they might take it seriously? It is difficult to wholly dismiss Geroncho's interpretation, but even if I did indirectly encourage Lord Ortwin to attempt courting you, I never said I would unilaterally acknowledge him as one of your suitors. That would be overstepping. Geroncho is adept at treading such lines, perhaps because they're so inclined towards scholarship, Mother said. It is not a fault. Yet I could not bring myself to like it. I was not particularly skilled at conversations where one had to read between the lines of statements only ever implied to begin with. I see now how matters escalated into bride-stealing dinner and how Dunkelfelger ended up cooperating with Geroncho, I said, yet I could not act properly without understanding my Ob's intentions. In the end, Father, what is it you wish for me to do? Though it required rather broad interpretation, you did permit Lord Ortwin to court me, despite having already chosen my suitors. Father turned to Mother, stroking his chin. Segunde told me to give you a choice. She did? I turned to her as well. She looked up in thought, then said, to begin with, we raised you to be married into another duchy, no? Yeah, to be fair, the girls always usually get married into another duchy, so this is not something that's completely out of the blue. This essentially is what is the norm for nobles normally. Usually they have someone picked to be the Ob, usually a guy, unless there are no males, in which case it would probably be a female or a relative until they get an heir. In which case, the daughters usually are married into another duchy or married down as an arch noble. So it's not uncommon for this to be a thing. When the Civil War began, Dunkelfelger chose a position of neutrality due to the royal family losing the Grugescheit. The Ob at the time decreed your father would have to marry within the duchy to keep us from being drawn into the war ourselves. I understood that much. The Ob's decree had led to Mother being taken as a first wife, rather than a second wife as planned, which in turn set my brother up to be the next Archduke. With both his parents from Dunkelfelger, Lestalot would have been an Archduke with few ties to other duchies. And in a Jürgenschmidt without a Grugescheit, such cooperation would have been essential for us to manage a work stock. Thus, his retainers were chosen from Archducal branch families with a parent from another duchy, and you were raised to wed into another top-ranking duchy to support him. I mean, this is essentially what you were raised to do, girl. You were raised to go into another duchy. So do you want to go into another duchy like you were raised to? Or do you want to stay in Dunkelfelder? Kentrips and Rosentuck had been chosen as my brother's retainers because their mothers hailed from outside Dunkelfelder. Because I had been raised to wed into another duchy, few of my retainers were from branch families. However, Mother continued, a Zent arose with the Grutaschite. Borders were redrawn, and we have found ourselves a top-ranked duchy. Old work stock has been absorbed into Dunkelfelder, and we can even open our country gate. We have less reason to care about connections to other duchies, Father added. Now we are focusing on restructuring ourselves and establishing trade with other countries. They're giving you the choice, essentially, on this one. Do you want to go to another duchy, or do you want to stay in Dunkelfelder? That's the thing. And I think she should go to Geronchel, to be honest with me. Not only would that give them, more allies with Geronchel, but, I mean, you would also get to not only experience a new duchy, you would also get someone who actually cares about you. A lot. Now, I mean, I'm not saying that Rosentark and Kentrips don't. It's just that I think that Ortwin would probably be the better choice, in my opinion. There was a broad grin on the Ob's face. He had been the first to cheer and the loudest to celebrate when Lady Rosemary first made our country gate shine. I see now that Dunkelfelder has reason to keep me here beyond the simple fact that I am a friend of the Divine Avatar. Oh, definitely on that one. They want to keep you there just... That's what I figured at first, because they assigned those suitors to you. But I mean, dude, like I said, normally the girls are married into other duchies. So I mean, it's not like this isn't going to be new to you. Okay, hold on one second. Let's see. Public, premiere, save. Okay, the episode's up. Okay. If they intended to focus on restructuring the duchy, then my brother would find life much easier with a full-blooded sister by his side. Lung Tae's, our half-sister, would suffice for a political marriage to another duchy, but she would not be useful for providing internal support. Father's second wife was from another faction, and it was doubtful her daughter would build a cooperative relationship with Einlieb. Still, Dunkelfelder would gain much from you being married into Geronchel, or into Ehrenfest, of course. I did not think they were included in the choices you offered me, I said. Our nobles were still furious with Ehrenfest for going back on their dinner contract and refusing my hand, and Geronchel had challenged us to bride stealing dinner. Neither option felt remotely stable. You have a stubborn side to you, Hannelore, Father said. Once you make up your mind on something, you can dig your heels in and refuse to change it. Coming from someone obsessed with dinner! Despite my internal protest, I remembered Kentrip saying something similar, and he wasn't the only one who agreed. It takes you an eternity to decide, Mother said, but once you do, you never budge. Don't deny it, that side of you is exactly like Father Lestalot teased. Hey now, Father interjected, I don't waver the way Hannelore does. That's seen as an insult to him. Are we really that similar? I certainly hope not. As I furrowed my brow, Father gave a faint smile. No need to grimace like that. You even blew up at Sagunday over Ehrenfest, did you not? In part, what happened stemmed from your own choices, but we can just as easily say you were a victim of Lestalot going rogue. As your father, I wanted to see you face Ehrenfest a second time, secure what you desired, and build a relationship with Lord Wolfried. You might want to tell them that you decided not to. So that way they can kind of keep that in the back burner, you know? It had been my decision both to take Lord Wolfried's hand during the match and to relinquish the engagement at Ehrenfest's request. Neither reflected well on me in the eyes of the nobility, and I had made my choices fully aware of the harsh looks they would earn me. Yet, despite acting against my duchy's interests, I had escaped punishment and continued to live as an Archduke candidate. All along, my parents had been watching over me. That I only realized it now spoke to how narrow my view of the world had been. Still, with circumstances changing so dramatically, I could not merely sit back and watch forever, Father said. You remained an Archduke candidate of Dunkelfelder. At the very least, we intended to wait 2 more years for you to act, Mother noted. That much held from the dinner match until now. I smiled. No doubt they still thought of me as their daughter, obsessed with Ehrenfest and Lord Wolfried. I have already moved past my feelings for Lord Wolfried, I said, thank God. Or you've only convinced yourself of that and still harbor some lingering affection, my brother retorted, eyeing me skeptically. I pursed my lips and looked away. Quiet, brother. How can you criticize me when you continue to paint Lady Rosemary and Lady Eglantine even now that you're married? You've pointed at him now. I am certain of my resolve. Much happened before and after I was invited to the world of the gods. I spoke vaguely, unsure how much they knew. Though I had asked Kentrip to keep things secret, some portions still might have reached them. that I had tried and failed to obtain engagement tasks, that I had gone a year into the past, and that I had learned so much there. All of it flashed in my mind. If Lord Wilthian had wanted it, I might have pursued him. But I could not touch, much less undo, Ehrenfest's tangled threads. I heard you changed a lot after the goddess's descent, but this is something else, my brother said, blithely ignoring my request that he stay silent. Father cleared his throat and straightened, his wry half-smile fading as he adopted the stern look of an Ob. I straightened my back as well and met his gaze. Choose then, he said. Will you wed Lord Sigiswald, the former royal? Will you accept Lord Ortwin's proposal and go to Gerwanchel? Or will you accept one of your suitors and remain in Dunkelfelger? If you do not decide now, I will decide for you as your Ob, and you will obey. If you do not decide now! She has to pick now! Like I said, her best chance is Gerwanchel, in my opinion. For her and her family. Ehrenfest was pointedly absent from the options. The intensity in Father's red eyes left no room for wavering or excuses. I took a sip of my now lukewarm tea to soothe my dry throat, and looked up at him with a smile. I can only hope that I was managing the calm, composed expression expected of a member of the archducal family. The goddess's descent means other duchies will expect me to play the role not of a Dunkelfelger Archduke candidate, but of the second divine avatar. Yet my body was used only to summon Lady Rosemine. I cannot be expected to inherit the Grudershite, negotiate with the gods, or answer their calls as she does. It was possible that Lord Ortwin himself would place no such expectations on me, that's true. But there was no way to prevent the rest of Gerwanchel from harboring unreasonable hopes. As someone raised in an archducal family, I knew all too well how nobles treated those who failed to meet the expectations imposed on him. I am well aware of my own limits, and I have no wish to bear the burden of another duchy treating me as a divine avatar. I continued, I would like to remain in Dunkelfelger and support my brother in his duties as Ob. Aw, dude! I was hoping she'd end up with Ortwin. Political maneuvering was unavoidable in noble marriages. Marrying into another duchy, now branded as a divine avatar, would bring me nothing but trouble. If that's your choice, Hannelore, then Dunkelfelger will stand as one to protect you as our treasure, Father assured me. That said, do you have the resolve to vow that you won't aid our enemies? You won't be forgiven a second time for betraying the loyalty of your knights. I gave a small smile. If I had any desire at all to wed into Gerwanchel, I would have attended their tea party to speak with Lord Ortwin, and I would have spent more time conversing with him in the classroom where no one could interrupt us. After everything that has happened, I have no wish to go to another duchy. You may trust me, Mother Blesslot, that goes for you as well, I added, glancing at them in turn. Why? I was hoping it'd be Ortwin. I think they would have been cute together. I think he would have protected her. All three nodded. Very well, you have my trust, my brother said. The question remains, though. Which suitor will you pick? Have you decided? I faltered. My choice to stay in Dunkelfelger had been made for me long before this conversation. Really, dude? You could have gone against it and said you wanted to go to Gerwanchel. You didn't have to pick it just because they said so. The title of Divine Avatar made it impossible to marry into the duchy whether I wished it or not. It wasn't as though I had decided on a suitor already. As for that, I have not yet chosen, I admitted. I see. Either will do, my brother said casually. Cantrips is used to consoling you after the sobbing fits you used to have whenever I offended you, and Rosenstruck spent far too long helping you devise ultimate moves to defeat me in battle. Neither of them would ever expect you to act the part of a divine avatar. Brother! I explained, my mind going blank in an instant. It is indescribably rude to dredge up such tales from before one's baptism. Did you not wave around a cinnamon stick and insist it was a snap? All I did as a child was mimic you. Oh my god. So he was doing that sort of stuff too. Mother clapped her hands, cutting through her escalating embarrassment. Enough. It is unsightly. If you are so eager to wallow in nostalgia, I shall read aloud from your head attendant's diaries. We froze and apologized on the spot. There was no defeating her. Father watched our squabble with a smile, but he quickly wiped it away and struck the table with one finger. With that established, Hannelore, I order you to unify the dormitory in preparation for bride-stealing dinner against our foes. I intended to take steps toward that regardless, but what degree of unity are you expecting, I asked. If you wish me to destroy Raufereg, then my efforts at educating him would hardly suffice. Carrying out my father's command would not be difficult, but without clear parameters, I risked going too far. You may hold a mock battle in the Royal Academy, he said. Center it around Rosentark and Raufereg. If Rosentark wins, Raufereg will be demoted to an archnoble. That will have a dramatic impact on the second wife's faction, considering he was baptized as a member of the archducal family, I said. Will that be a problem? I had barely spoken to Raufereg, so I considered him a nuisance more than anything else, but to Father he was still a son. Surely that meant Father would feel some obligation to protect him. If he had even a shred of resolve to bear the consequences of his actions, any awareness of his duty to bring honor and prosperity to Dunkelfelder, or even the faintest hint of an opinion about beyond dinner, I could have shown him some leniency. But that boy possesses nothing except lust for the battlefield, Father said with an irritated sigh. He thinks nothing of what a bride-stealing dinner challenge entails, and he does not understand the meaning of taking her hand. I cannot allow such a fool to remain among Dunkelfelder's archducal family. Stripping him of his that status and demoting him is no harsher than when Tarkus was placed beneath Furrimer, despite being born and raised under Flutrain's might. Father's words were blunt, harsh even, but beneath them lay a parent's decision about where his son would be best suited. If Raufereg could thrive as an archknight, then letting him remain an archduke candidate would only harm him and the duchy both. I will need no restraint then. Understood, I said. I will unify the dormitory together with Rosentark. Father nodded gravely. So is she going with Rosentark or is she going with Kentrips? It's one of the two. To be honest, I did want her to pick Ortwin, to be honest, because I do think they would be nice together. And we didn't get to, though the problem is we never got to see her around Ortwin very much, to be honest. They're both in the same year, but since the books were focused around Rosemine and her antics, we never got to see how much time Hannelore got to spend around Ortwin. So we don't even know if they even got to know each other, but this obviously does not mean... I know she picked to stay in Dunkelfelder, but that doesn't mean that Ortwin's going to give up. He might not give up. He might continue to try and, pursue her. If he has feelings for her, he definitely will probably try to pursue her. I think the guy's stubborn. So he might still pursue her. Maybe. Dinner at the dormitory. Welcome back, Lady Hannelore. Forgive my urgency, but am I safe to go in the common room? I had sent a letter to the dormitory as soon as our family discussion ended, instructing that all archduke candidates and their retainers gather there by fifth bell for an announcement. Anyone else who wished to attend was welcome to join us. I had been taking lunch with my family, returning to the academy moments before the meeting was due to be held. Everyone has gathered already, including the retainers. There are quite a number of students. Good. Lady Hannelore, would it not be best to meet with Lord Lestelot's and Lady Enelieve's retainers first in a separate room? I would have preferred that too, but my hands were tied. With a sigh, I confessed, there is simply not enough time to do that and hold a dinner match after dinner. After dinner? Today? I was equally surprised. From what Father and Mother had been told, Raufereg had been speaking with Karinstam students more and more during class. Mother had therefore ordered me to settle everything on Earth Day, our day off, in full view of the rest of the dormitory, both to deal with all the nobles he had dragged into his nonsense, and to prevent other duchies from manipulating him further, which by now was practically unavoidable. Furthermore, Father has instructed me to reveal this to both Raufereg's and Rosentark's group at the same time, I added. If the two factions did not receive exactly the same amount of time to prepare, Raufereg's side might later use it as reasoning for his punishment to be reduced. In short, I must resolve everything in a single day. Why are both my parents so unreasonable? The return was a little delayed for something so urgent, Eluzia said with a strained smile. Did something unexpected happen? I hung my head and nodded. Poor timing had tormented me since birth, meaning things rarely went according to plan. I had intended to return much earlier. I was surrounded by knights begging to join my retinue, I explained. It seemed they are desperate to participate in the bride-stealing dinner match. We expected something of the sort, but their numbers and persistence exceeded even our predictions, Cordula added, clearly annoyed. I shared her sentiment completely. She said we had expected it, but I had never imagined night after night would stop me, blocking any hope of returning to the dormitory swiftly. I believe their motivation extends beyond the dinner match, Hailey giggled, beginning to walk toward the common room. Not only did you clear your name with true dinner, but you have also come to be known as the second divine avatar. I wish you could just clear that out of the room right then and there. Considering you're not the second divine avatar. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's see. Luitpold nodded in agreement. There is no helping it. You have relatively few retainers because you were intended to wed outside the duchy, and most of those you do have are young. Older nobles naturally see this as their chance.
As my retainer suggested, recent changes in circumstance had surely contributed, but the fact remained that all those nights had approached me, specifically the brief window before my return to the Royal Academy. The dinner match was undeniably their primary motivator. Perhaps you should take on 2 or 3 more guard nights for the match. You have so few adult nights that you had to borrow some of Lord Lestalot's for true dinner. Indeed, a bride marrying into another duchy could hardly bring all her retainers with her. Most of mine were girls my age who would have married around the same time, and the remainder would have gone to Annihilate after my departure. That was fine for the Royal Academy, but it had left me with far from the ideal manpower for true dinner. It might be difficult to decide immediately, but if you intend to remain in Dunkelfelder, you will need more retainers regardless. And if you are going to take them, you should do so before the bride-stealing dinner match. It will strengthen our forces, and with so many applicants, you may freely choose from our mightiest. I heard a little that serving me seemed to be only a bonus to them, but the reasoning was sound. The pool of applicants would certainly change after the match. Perhaps you should consult Lady Einleib. She had intended to inherit many of your retainers. We spoke about that briefly at lunch, I replied. It seems I may keep everyone. She said she could simply take on new retainers recommended by my brother and mother. 5th bell rang as we walked and we hurried into the common room. Thank you all for gathering, I said. I apologize for summoning you on an Earth Day. I swept my gaze across the room. Professor Roffin sat at the very back, then Raufereg and his retainers, then my brothers, Einleib's, Lungtase's. A table-by-table glance confirmed that all Archducal retainers were present. The great general turnout was greater than I expected as well. Some were sharp-eyed students who understood the significance of an announcement from an Archduke candidate freshly returned from the duchy. Others hovered around Raufereg, glaring at my suitors. This way, Lady Hannelore. I walked through the strained air and took my seat at the farthest table. All my retainers sat except Cordial and Hyles. I have just returned from Dunkelfelder, I announced. I will report what Ob Dunkelfelder and I had discussed and decided. The atmosphere turned sharp as I continued, explaining the suspicions I had formed through speaking to Lord Ortwin, the misunderstandings that had arisen, and the events that had unfolded in the duchy since the goddess's descent into me. I speak now the words of my father. We must not face other duchies and brides stealing dinner while divided. Go forth and unify the dormitory. Several students inhaled sharply and glanced at Raufereg. They understood my father's intention, that he wished for me to put an end to Raufereg's chaos. My father believes Dunkelfelder needs only one representative for bride-stealing dinner, I continued. To that end, Raufereg and Rosentark will hold an in-dormitory dinner match after dinner tonight. Raufereg cheered like a small child, earning only strained, conflicted looks. Even his own faction had fallen silent in shock. He did not notice the horror and sympathy on every other face. This match will serve as a prelude to the upcoming bride-stealing dinner. We cannot split our strength between multiple representatives. My father has judged that one who cannot resolve conflict within the duchy cannot be entrusted with representing us in a match involving adult knights of other duchies. As a stir ran through the common room, one student raised a hand. Lady Hannelore. Yes. Did the ops say what will happen to the loser? Yes. Or of course, if Raufereg loses, the silence becomes so absolute that I could hear every breath. He will be stripped of his Archduke candidacy and reduced to arch-nobility. His retainers will be relieved of duty. What? That's too much! Raufereg's group wilted with despair. Clearly they had not expected anything of this severity. Raufereg's conduct has deeply angered the Ob. He declared his entry into the bride-stealing dinner match without consulting anyone or laying the proper groundwork. His behavior is entirely unbecoming of an Archduke candidate. Lady Reichland has already agreed to the punishment. That should have made it perfectly clear to his retainers. Raufereg was being demoted for defying the Ob and sowing disorder. I saw no reason to pity him. I believed he would fare far better devoting himself to the night course as an archnoble than misusing the authority of an Archduke candidate. While his retainers must have been panicking at how this could alter their futures and status, removing him before the duchies could exploit him was essential. And what if I win? Raufereg shouted, eyes narrowing. Rosentark should face equal punishment. No, it'd be unfair otherwise. But of course, I said with a nod. Concerned gazes immediately fell on my chosen suitors. If Rosentark loses, he and Cantress will be deemed unfit to marry me and will be relieved of their duties as retainers. The first part makes sense, but why would they be relieved of duty? Simply for losing a dinner match? Murmurs rippled through the students, but the retainers all seemed to understand. My brother and I had faced consequences for losing our dinner match. It made sense that losing the prelude to bride-stealing dinner would carry a heavy cost as well. One side will lose his Archduke candidacy, while the other will be relieved of their retainership. Both are lifelong stains on one's reputation, I said. You cannot call that unfair, Raufereg, and in any case, you need only win. Yeah, and that's what I'll do, Raufereg bellowed.
His retainers looked up with fierce determination, bearing the intensity unique to those driven into an inescapable corner. Victory was their only path forward. "Cantrips, Rosentark," I said, "my brother had but one message for you. I have no need of retainers pathetic enough to lose to a first-year, Archduke candidate or not." "We will not lose," Cantrips assured me. "You can count on that." "Until now, I've held back out of respect for his status," Rosentark added. "At last, I can fight freely." They nodded unruffled. Accepting dismissal if they lost was only natural. No doubt they had predicted exactly what my brother would say. "In that case, step forward. Rosentark, Raufereg, you will sign this." I summoned them both and held out a board prepared by my apprentice scholars. It listed the conditions and date of the match. Once they had read it and signed their names, I lifted it high for all to see. "Dinner will be held under these conditions after dinner," I announced. "Both sides must recruit their members and submit a list of names by 5:30 bell. Let's go, everyone. Time for a strategy meeting," Raufereg shouted, tearing out of the common room with his retainers scrambling after him. As they disappeared, Rosentark turned back to me. "Lady Hannelore, will you be participating?" "No, it would be unseemly for me and my retainers to take part in a match between my suitors. I will simply arbitrate." His shoulders sank in disappointment. Sadly, there was nothing to be done. I would much rather fight than oversee logistics. All I could do now was control team sizes and submit budget requests, tasks I would have gladly handed to someone else. Being a woman of the Archducal family meant endlessly suppressing the rampages of our men and handling the administrative drudgeries behind their battles. I truly believe that men should be responsible for the tedious administrative work that goes into their dinner matches. Mother had likely ordered me to oversee the dinner because if I was to remain in Dunkelfelger, this sort of task would become routine. It was her way of making me show my resolve to stay, and perhaps a subtle reprimand for my failure to keep Raufereg in line. I still think she should have gone to Dormitory, but that's just me. What do y'all think? My retainers will prepare the training grounds and submit the budget reports among other matters, I said. I will remain here. Direct all dinner-related reports to this room. Understood. I was staying in the common room because students were bound to have questions about participation, rules, or any number of trivial matters. "Lady Hannelore, we have gathered the volunteers." Rosentark and Vestert reported, boards in hand. Vestert was one of my brother's guard knights. He was a 6-year, 1 year older than Rosentark, and the sort of dependable upperclassman who naturally seemed to look after those around him. He was likely supporting Rosentark as a fellow retainer. I scanned the list of those wishing to participate in tonight's dinner. Rosentark's side had far more volunteers than Raufereg's. I worried that more people were listening to Raufereg after the goddess's descent, I said. It's a relief to see most still understand the truth of the situation. "Such is the significance of an Archducal family member's permission," Rosentark replied. "While you were unconscious, it was easier for Lord Raufereg's words to carry weight." I nodded curtly. "Consult his list of participants and match your numbers to his. Ideally, all of Lestelot's and Einlieb's knights will participate as well, since bride-stealing dinner is restricted to Archducal families and their guard knights." "Understood," Vestart said. Then he hesitated, steeling himself. "Forgive the rudeness of this question, but may I confirm one thing? Some knights fear you might betray the duchy again and side with our opponents. Is it truly your own will to remain in Dunkelfelder, Lady Hannelore?" I sensed a pulse of anger and displeasure from my retainers. They were furious at the disrespect, but also afraid I had betrayed them once already. "My father asked me the same question," I said, "so I will give you the same answer. Because of the goddess's descent, other duchies will expect me to act not as a Dunkelfelder Archduke candidate, but as a second divine avatar. I cannot aid the gods or grant the Gruterscheid as Lady Rosemai can. I do not want such expectations placed upon me, so I will not marry into the duchy. It is a relief to hear it from you directly." Rosentark clapped Vestart on the back. "See? I told you Cantrips just can't help being paranoid. A clear answer like that should put the other knights at ease, too." I slumped my shoulders a little. Cantrips said to my face that he couldn't trust me, but it seems the two of you take my answer honestly. You have cleared your name in true dinner and chosen to remain in Dunkelfelder. We can trust that you'll never betray us again, Rosentark said. The conviction in his voice warned me more than I expected. "Still, it's a shame we won't have the chance to fight together." "That isn't the first time you've said that. Do you truly wish to fight alongside me that badly?" I asked, suddenly wondering if this was some kind of obsession. "Yes," Rosentark declared, his chestnut eyes shining. "I want to protect you with all my strength as a knight, and with all my might as a suitor seeking your hand." "Seeking my hand?" "Dude, he's your suitor. What do you expect, dude?" "I'm serious," he said plainly, looking me straight in the eye. "I've always thought you're at your most beautiful when you're fighting." Instinctively, I glanced around us. Where is this coming from? "I was told my feelings hadn't reached you, and that I should repeat them over and over until they do. And since we've had no opportunity to speak in private, well..." I remember turning down his invitation to the gazebos. As good as my reasons had been, he had a point. The instant I hesitated, Vestart smoothly stepped in and pressed a pair of sound blockers into Rosentark's hand. If you can't get her away from her retainers, use these, I said. Rosentark nodded, determined, and held one out to me. Lady Hannelore, if you would do me the honor. Right here? Right now? I fear you'll only get busier from here on. Even once tonight's dinner was settled, I will be buried in work. I would need to handle Raufereg's demotion, deal with his retainers, and manage interduchy relations, all things only an Archduke candidate could do. And with the inevitable meeting with the Zent that would follow such a high-profile match, what little free time I had left would disappear completely. Cordula? You won't have much time, but I see no issue with speaking while you can, my head attendant said. With her permission, I accepted the magic tool. Vestart told me I'm terrible at courting, that none of my feelings have reached you, and that I should start using my brain outside of training, Rosentark began. So I want to start by making myself clear. How am I supposed to react to this? Rosentark wore the expression of a heroic knight as he spoke, but I already knew he harbored feelings for me. I had noticed them recently, and I understood he admired my battle tendencies because of what he had said to Lord Ortwin. Admitting it out loud felt far too embarrassing, but how else will we clear the air? I am aware of your, affection. Maybe you are, but that's not it, Rosentark muttered, deflating. He grabbed his head, obviously trying to recall whatever advice Vestart had drilled into him. I suspected that Vestart had given him pointers in the same way he had provided the sound blockers. I waited, my heart racing, as I wondered what Rosentark might say next. Then, quite suddenly, he straightened and declared with startling volume, "It was during training." What was? I asked, unable to grasp its meaning. Rosentark looked equally confused. What was what? Oh my god. What the fuck is wrong with these two? We stared at each other like an eternity before I realized I would have to take charge. Rosentark, what exactly did Vestart tell you? He told me it wasn't clear when I fell for you and what parts of you made me feel that way. Now, much is true. So I thought I should start from there. Please listen. Okay. His chestnut eyes were deadly serious, and his hands trembled as he clutched the sound blocker. Whatever hint of romance had once been there had collapsed into pure intensity, and my heart raced not from excitement but from anxiety as I tried to glean even the simplest meaning behind what he was attempting to say. Rosentark, please, try a little harder. It felt unbecoming to think so, yet I was sure Vestart had gone through this same torment himself. The sound blocker should have meant no one could hear us, but for some reason it felt like everyone nearby was watching us with tired, sympathetic eyes. Rosentark took a deep breath, then continued. Hold on. One more. Feelings and Ditter. The first time I recognized your beauty was the first day we trained together. The event Rosentark referred to was a gathering of the Archducal family held roughly once a season. It was intended to give the Archduke's children a chance to socialize without having to leave the castle, and as long as one had parental permission, one didn't even need to be baptized to attend. Were you not 4, then? I asked. I remember looking forward to his joining us since he was Kentrip's half-brother and about my age. He's felt this way all those years? Truly? I would think he's confusing himself as 4 years old? No! Even in this world, we're being an adult as 15 years old. 4 years old, that's a little too early for that. Rosentark must have seen that I was lost for words because he quickly elaborated. I was 4 when I first attended one of those gatherings, but it wasn't until a year later that we trained together. Furthermore, I do not mean to say I was conscious of you as a girl then, or that I felt for you at first sight. I simply thought you were beautiful. When I was 5? I might have been called cute at that age, but I hardly thought I was beautiful. That was when Kentrips called me Lady Crybaby, was it not? Rosentark nodded, his lips curving slightly. That takes me back. Before we trained together, I was so used to you being in tears that I considered it the perfect nickname. You cried when Lord Lesnelot raced to the North Garden. You sobbed to Kentrips whenever your brother was mean to you. I glared at him in embarrassment. Please purge those thoughts from your memory. No, he said, refusing me outright. You cried so much that I wondered how you trained at all. And now that I think about it, you cried whenever it didn't go well. Back then, my brother had seemed able to master the basics of any weapon he picked up. I had tried so hard to keep up with him, and wept in frustration when my efforts fell short. It wasn't a pleasant memory by any means. I I mean it, I exclaimed. Forget all this at once. I could never, for that was when you became so special to me, Lady Hannelore. But you just said that I cried all the time, even during training. It was nothing but shameful. Yet you never gave up. No matter how impossible the road ahead of you seemed, you kept your chin up and forged on. The very sight enraptured me. What? In my surprise, I made such a mortifying noise that I clapped a hand over my mouth in embarrassment. Rosentark must not have heard me. He squeezed his sound blocker as he continued. When you finally succeeded to your instructor's praise, the pride you emanated had me smitten. You couldn't have been further from the Lady Crybaby I had come to know. It seemed to me that Rosentark was romanticizing one of the lowest, most pathetic moments of my life. How anyone could see the good in such a wretched memory was beyond me. And your fighting style, he continued, I couldn't look away. The ingenuity of the moves you adapted to compensate for your small stature, and the intensity of your gaze as you faced down your foes, my own instructor admonished me for being so enamored. See. What else can I say? Someone, anyone, help me! I turned to cordial her, but she merely smirked. Vestar wore a similar grin as he watched us. They can read lips. They know exactly what the fuck they're saying. They couldn't hear my conversation with Rosentark, but they must have guessed what was being said. They had to be able to read lips. They have to be. As I searched desperately for a response, my cheeks on the cusp of turning crimson, the apprentice knight suddenly dropped to his knees. Rosentark, I cried, leaning forward on instinct. I merely stared at the top of his bright orange head peeking over the table. He had his face in his hands and practically squalled, My mind's gone blank. I've never been so embarrassed in my life. Oh my god. The tension between us vanished in an instant and I couldn't help but laugh. I was embarrassed just hearing it. Still, it was cute. He must have pushed himself as hard as he could to give that confession. Rosentark lowered his hands just enough to look at me. Well, that's something, he said, eyes creased in a gentle smile. Poor guy. We laughed together until out of seemingly nowhere, Rosentark rose to his feet and thrust a finger at me. Lady Hannelore, allow me to embarrass myself once more. Do you recall when Lord Lestalot deflected all your attacks and dared you to land even a single hit? I do, but only because my family refuses to let me forget, I said. Time and again, they regale each other with the tale of how I wept for more chances despite being well and truly outmatched. In hindsight, I understood how foolish I had been to think I could defeat someone 3 years my senior. As a child, however, I convinced myself that anything my brother could do, I could do just as well. And do you remember that I invited you to train with me since I couldn't touch him either? I do. For better or worse, my brother had dug up that ancient history that very morning. My anti-Lestalot alliance with Rosentark remained fresh in my mind. When I extended the invite, you lit up with all the beauty of a blossoming flower and shouted, Let us win together! Determined to defeat my brother, Rosentark and I had devised all manner of team attacks and ultimate moves that might breach his defenses. Looking back on it, we had merely mimicked the same techniques Lestalot had shown us. I remember we asked Cantrips to help us name our moves, but he refused. For he had already been taken as Lord Lestalot's retainer, Rosentark said. That really lit a fire under me. I had also been accepted to serve him, which made me want to prove my mettle even more. I feared we might run out of time when Mother told me my education was soon to begin in earnest and we would no longer be able to play in the garden together. As my baptism drew near and my education properly started, I would spend the gatherings interacting with other women. Far from running around in the garden with the boys, I would need to sit at my mother's side drinking tea and practicing my embroidery. We were so pressed for time that I consulted my instructors on what we could do to defeat someone so much better than us, Rosentark continued. I said we should spend our time perfecting our joint attacks, not simply naming them. Did they really? The experience with you opened my eyes to the enjoyment of working with others, devising attacks, reassessing them, taking on challenges, and fighting side by side with trusted allies. If anyone, you taught me all the most important aspects of being a knight. To me, it had always been a fun little game we had played. To Rosentark, however, it was the very foundation of his career as a knight. It amazed me how differently two people could perceive the same event. I still remember our battle plan, Rosentark said. I would open with a feint, giving you a chance to flank him. Lord Lestalot would see through it and attack you, but I would intercept, creating an opportunity for you to close in. The number of times he knocked us off our feet. My brother really was immature, wasn't he? I mused. He could have held back a little more considering we were 3 years his junior. Rosentark chuckled. Maybe, but... He looked at me. Your ear-to-ear grin when we finally landed that blow on him made it all worthwhile. It was then that I knew I had fallen for you. The knight's beaming smile left no room to doubt how much he treasured the memory. It was strange. His version of events stood in such a great contrast from my own. Was I really smiling, I asked? I remember weeping that we had landed only a single attack and that Leslie had been so vicious about it. No sooner had we succeeded than he rounded on us, berating our lack of talent and insisting he had only let us reach him out of mercy. He had clung to that stance even as I cried my eyes out. Cantrips had tried to mediate at first, but was forced to step in when Leslie went too far. I can still recall the immense power behind my brother's attack, as he had made it unmistakably clear he was going easy on us. The realization that I would never defeat my brother, no matter how painfully hard I tried, had crushed me. He had snapped at me never to defy him again, and I had feared him ever since. How that had been the day Rosentark fell in love with me, I had no idea. Your smile was so resplendent that it burned into my mind, Rosentark went on. I fully intended to challenge Lord Lestalot again, but we never got another attempt. Indeed, my education started in earnest. Soon after the battle, I had pivoted into learning to socialize. Even if my mother hadn't insisted upon it, Lestalot had crushed my hopes too thoroughly for me to have even considered a rematch. I worried your focus on studying would make you weak, Rosentark said. I told Mother you needed time to go outside and move around, then was stunned to hear that most women of other duchies don't exercise at all. I'd assumed all women were as active as Lady Magdalena. Nope. All the other duchies, no, they were not. Y'all are just a special case. Or rather, Dunkelfelder is a special case, I should say. Instead of marrying into the duchy and moving into its castle as an archduke candidate, Lady Magdalena had married the king and received her very own villa as his third wife. She had the freedom to keep following Dunkelfelder's customs, be it sparring with all the knights she had taken with her to the villa, or participating in her retainer's morning training. As I understood it, Lady Magdalena had married into the royal family when the Civil War was still being fought, meaning her villa might have been attacked at any moment. No one could have criticized her for training at a time when martial prowess was of such crucial importance. Mother told me Lady Magdalena was an exception, as not even a Dunkelfelder archduke candidate would get to take part in training sessions after marrying into another duchy. Rosentark shook his head. I was overcome with sorrow that the beauty I was so taken with would eventually fade. You've taken a particular interest in my fighting, I see. Hearing the awe creep into my voice, Rosentark raised a critical eyebrow at me. Have I not said that countless times already? You have, but suitors are expected to say such things. Even the knights thrilled about true dinner sang the same tune. I never thought your feelings would go back that far, to before we were old enough to even play dinner. Hold on, I couldn't have courted you before becoming a suitor, could I? I received more warnings than I could count not to try anything with you, since you were marrying into another duchy. Certainly it would have been a major problem if one of my brother's retainers had tried to court me when I was expected to marry into another duchy, but timing was far from his only issue. Your phrasing was rather poor as well, I said. You should profusely thank Vestart for insisting you speak plainly with me. We both glanced at Vestart, then Rosentark turned to me quizzically. Does that mean you have a firmer grasp on my feelings for you, he asked. I took in a sharp breath. It was too embarrassing a question to have to so suddenly forced on me. Though part of me wished desperately to sprint from the room, I steadied my nerves and searched for a response. Rosentark must have taken my silence for affirmation, because the corners of his lips curved into a smile. I have witnessed sides of you the people you see only at tea parties or in class will never know, and I refuse to let your beauty be denied by those who know nothing of your devotion to your training. To me, you are the best archduke candidate Dunkelfelder could ask for. Truly? My family thought otherwise. They never missed a chance to tell me I was too timid, weak, and concerned about others for a young woman of my status. Again and again they told me to be bold, but what did that actually mean? I always felt I was a sorry excuse for an archduke candidate. Of course, Rosentark assured me, you have been active from a young age, and you stunned the knights into silence with your sheer wealth of mana. Your real and true dinner brought that side of you out even more, perhaps because you could demonstrate your special talent. My special talent? I repeated, so unsure of what he meant that I could only await an explanation. Rosentark blinked at my confusion. Do you really not know what I mean? Lady Hannelore, when you joined the fight, you enjoyed devising the shortest and most certain path to victory, did you not? You formulated strategies and considered which methods of battle would give us the better edge. And above all else, when your achievements were recognized, did you not dive into your training with renewed vigor? Everything he said was true. I had joined Lady Rosemund in true dinner both to help her and to reclaim my honor. Instructing the knights had not only given me the satisfaction of having fulfilled my duties as an archduke candidate, but it also made me aware of many mistakes I now know never to regret. You are a truly capable archduke candidate, who shines brightest on the battlefield, Rosenthal continued. That will never change, no matter how much your reputation as Lady Rosamund's close friend and the second divine avatar grows. In the face of Rosenthal's praise, the insecurity that had taken root inside me and grown relentlessly over the years seemed to vanish. The thought that I could be valued and appreciated even without shallow appeals to my fame eased the gloom weighing on my heart. As one of your close chosen suitors, I wish to fight with you, to be there every time your face lights up in victory, Rosenthal said. I want to entrust my back to you and to charge into battle at your side. His smile broadened with each word. It was cute and innocent, conjuring images of a large dog. When this term ends, would you care to join me in challenging Lord Lestalot to a rematch, I asked. I suspected it is long overdue. Though he would grimace at our joint challenge, Lestalot would most certainly accept. Perhaps he would defeat us even now. Rosenthal was quite the capable knight at this point, so even if victory was beyond us, I assumed we would at least be able to land a blow. It was so silly to think about that I couldn't help but laugh. As amusing as they were, I know I am too old to think of ultimate moves, I said. In that case, I would ask my goddess of seas to choose between Elberg, the god of mountains, and Brenwermi, the god of passion, he said, insisting I choose between Kentrips and him. My breath caught in my throat. I was already lost for a response, but then someone called my name, rendering me even more speechless. Though our sound blockers prevented others from hearing us, we remained perfectly aware of the world around us. Rosenthal and I wheeled around in an instant. I come seeking a private conversation with... What did Rosenthal and Beth start doing here? Kentrips? He must have entered to the side of our silent exchange. His brow furrowed and he said, Are those sound blockers? What are you discussing? We have been interrupted, it seems. I regret not receiving an answer, but at least I have stated my case, Rosenthal grinned, then took the sound blocker from me. Kentrips, we were just saying that while you might have the advantage at drawing Lady Hannelore's tears, I am the best at making her smile. No, we most certainly weren't! No, she did not say that! Kentrips merely raised an eyebrow at the comment before turning to me. He sought an explanation, but I could hardly tell him the truth. I tried to change the subject instead. Well, what brings you here, might I ask? You seek a private conversation? I wondered how private it really was when both Rosenthal and Vestart were now privy to it. Codehans here consulted me about the upcoming dinner match. Kentrips turned around, urging the boy waiting behind him to step forward. He was an apprentice scholar serving Lungtae's, daughter of the second wife and Raufereg's younger sister. She had been baptized, but was not yet of age to attend the Royal Academy. One of Lungtae's retainers wishes to speak with me, not Raufereg, I asked. I do, Codehans said, then presented me with a board. We have reported recent events to Our Lady, and this is her response. I ask that you read it. Okay, let me check. I'm going to have to end this one off here. I will see you guys in the next video, which more than likely will be tomorrow. I'll see y'all then. Okay. Let's continue with this. Hopefully I can finish this today, I hope. There's probably at least 2 parts left in this. So this part and the next part are probably going to be the last of this book. Maybe. I'm not sure. But anyway. Daughter of the second wife. Cordially moved to accept the board. May we proceed without clearing the room or using sound blockers, she asked. Lord Kentrips has already inspected the letter and consulted the ob, Codehans said. If you wish to extend the matter to Lord Lestalot and his retainers, that would also be acceptable. Whatever the news, he seemed particularly eager to spread it. What in the world is Lungtae thinking? I recalled her lavender hair and intent, elegant dark purple eyes. She quite resembled Lady Reichlein, at least in appearance. We had met only a few times, so I had yet to form much of an opinion about her. She had always struck me as someone who simply swam with the tide. However, so her initiative to contact me came as a surprise. I wondered what she had gone out of her way to tell me. On that note, cordially read the letter aloud. Rosenthal and Vestart stayed to listen, having not been asked to leave. This is an abrupt and shameless request, but I ask to be put under your protection, Lady Hannelore. What? Protection from what? That's what I want to know. Protection from what? What could she possibly protect her from? Under my protection, I stammered. What brought this on? As the first and second wives, our mothers were from different factions. I could never have expected to receive such a request from Lungtae's, especially when we knew so little of each other. Raufereg's shortcomings have put her in danger, I assume, but should she not still support him as a sister, I pondered? Some of Lung Tae's guard knights volunteered to fight on his side, no? I'm assuming that she needs protection so she doesn't get demoted, because I'm assuming that it will be demoted by association, because her guards are supporting him, thus they think that she supports him too, and that she would probably fears that she's going to get demoted as well. Which, she doesn't want that. That's what I'm assuming they're talking about. We'll maybe get an answer. I retrieved the list of participants and showed it to Kodahans, who bitterly produced another board. This should answer your questions, he said. It is the letter I sent her, which she returned precisely for this moment. How proactive of her. Her retainers were advising her actions, of course, but I can understand why she was known to be so competent. No longer can we remain neutral and avoid involving ourselves in the upcoming match, Cordula began, now reading Kodahans' correspondence. Lord Raufereg added the names of several of your guard knights to his list of volunteers without your or even their approval. Oh, so he essentially is volunteering people. He's saying, yeah, you gotta help me on this. You don't get a say, essentially. I protested, but he refused to listen, saying only that you are duty-bound as his younger sister to assist him. Lung Tae's situation seemed intractable indeed. Raufereg volunteered guard knights without their knowledge or their lady's permission, I repeated, then hung my head and sighed. This really is problematic. Which means that anybody who helps him with this will more than likely get demoted as well, which means that she wants protection for probably not just her, but her guards as well, because they ain't getting a say in this. Kodahans seemed to relax somewhat as he said, I am glad you can sympathize. Out of respect for my father, Lung Tae had decided to remain neutral in the upcoming dinner match. Now her retainers were being involved against her will. She was still too young to attend the academy herself, so she could only appeal to Raufereg by letter. If he ignored her, third parties would assume she was actively supporting him as a sister. But with their names already on the list, I doubt there's much we can do. It happened when we were consulting Lady Lung Tae on how to proceed, Kodahans explained. Before she could respond, Lord Raufereg demanded that her apprentice knights join him in training and planning for the battle to come. Lady Reichlein seems to agree. She wrote to Lord Raufereg urging him to do whatever he can to win and to use Lady Lung Tae's retainers to maximize his chances of success. Because she knows that if he were to lose, he gets demoted to an archnoble instead of an archduke candidate, which could put her essentially put a stain on her reputation as well. As, failure to raise her son properly. Raufereg wasn't acting alone then. Lady Reichlein must have known Lung Tae wouldn't be able to stop him from outside the Royal Academy. We all gazed sympathetically upon Kodahans. This was too great a burden for a third year. How strange, I said. I thought Lady Reichlein supported father and agreed to see Raufereg demoted to an archnoble after the match. As it stands, Lord Raufereg has no way to remain an archduke candidate except by winning, Kodahans said. That is why she advised him to use Lady Lung Tae's retainers. Though she has resolved to accept his fate, if he loses, she would much rather he come away victorious. How does that make sense? She claims to support father's decision, yet actively works to undermine it. The passion and ferocity characteristic of our duchy was being misused. Was it not cruel to put Lung Tae in danger for her brother's and mother's careless whims? At this rate, Lady Reichlein could be cut off with him, Cordula muttered. I agree on this one. This is what I'm saying. Guilty by association. And this is why Rosemary was against that in the purge, because then that means everybody who was in the family of someone who participated to try and, undermine the do whatever, who got killed in the purge would have been killed along with them. That's why Rosemary got rid of that. But this is not so in Dunkelfelder. I gave a quick nod. My father had agreed to the dinner match as a way of crushing the problematic Raufereg. Lady Reichlein's actions could very well see her deemed a risk to the duchy and removed from her position as second wife. I understand why Lady Reichlein as his mother might be driven to protect him, but was there no one there to advise her, I continued. And mother or no, it is unacceptable to give orders to another person's retainers at such a critical juncture. Lung Tae will have to bear the consequences through no fault of her own. Yes, a person's actions could negatively impact their retainers, but the inverse was also true. It was for that reason that after a child was baptized and moved to the northern building, not even their parents could order their retainers about freely. At most, they could ask for reports on their child, extend summons to them, or help plan their education.
When Lord Raufereg was denied permission to attend the transference ceremony, the Ob offered to have him adopted by an archnoble, Cohant said with a sigh. If only Lady Reichlein had agreed. I knew Raufereg's head attendant considered him unfit to be an archduke candidate, but not that father had considered having the boy adopted before he even attended the academy. That explains the head attendant's attitude. He had struck me as someone who had given up on his lord, but perhaps he was working to see Raufereg reduced to an archnoble post-haste, even rallying the other retainers to that effect. Father might even have ordered it. Raufereg's proposal, which so egregiously went against the Ob's wishes, had given us grounds to deal with him before he could cause problems with other duchies. Do you know why Lady Reichlein refused? I asked. Well... Cohance met my gaze and promptly lowered his eyes. The silence told me he couldn't say, which meant it must have involved me in some capacity. The bride-stealing dinner match was surely to blame. Should we tell him? I glanced at Cordula, who relented with a sigh. Lord Lestalot and Lady Hannelore shamed themselves by losing against Ehrenfest, but the Ob gave them a chance to redeem themselves, she said. As we understand it, Lady Reichlein asked that Raufereg be shown the same mercy. Is that correct? More or less. Our defeat by Lady Rosemine had spurred some Dunkelfelder nobles to argue that the next Ob should come from the second wife instead. Lady Reichlein must have become too fond of the idea. Lady Hannelore cleared her name through true dinner, and Lord Lestalot by inheriting the foundation, but Lady Reichlein and her family still refused to give up on their ambitions. Codance explained. They might have been the first to propose that Raufereg and I get married. Even if my brother had never redeemed himself, father would have preferred him as the next Ob over Raufereg, I said. That should have been clear when Raufereg was forbidden from joining the transference ceremony. Lady Reichlein refused to abandon hope, not wanting to see her son demoted. I sympathized with her to a degree, but I wish she had not roped my lady into this. Codance let out a heavy sigh, then faced me head on. This is why Lady Lungtaze began consulting, not her mother, but the Ob on certain matters after the transference ceremony. Upon hearing of Lady Reichlein's orders and the current situation here at the Academy, she elected to seek your protection. That explains why. Lungtaze would need my assurance before the dinner match, lest she be demoted with her brother. But I couldn't make the decision alone. At the very least, I would need to consult my brother and father. Though I recognize her predicament, I find it strange she has come to me of all people, I said. Why not ask my father, the Ob, my brother, his successor, or either of their first wives? I mean, consult them. They were the ones that make the decision, not you. My retainers agreed there were others better suited to the task. I stared at Codehans, urging him to answer. Again, I have a letter to explain that. If you have information to give, Codehans, then give it all at once. I do not have time to receive it piecemeal. Lady Lungtaze says that too, but producing the letters as they become relevant makes them easier to follow, he said, passing a single board to Cordula with a smile. Something told me it wouldn't be the last one. What a curt list, Cordula murmured. To maintain an ideal distance from Lady Einleaf, to prove that Lady Hannelore holds no grudge against the second wife's faction, and to resolve things quickly before the upcoming dinner match. Is this Lady Lungtaze's reasoning? I must admit, I find it rather hard to follow. What does she mean by maintaining an ideal distance from Lady Einleaf? Indeed, Lungtaze has done very little to elaborate. I asked Codance to explain on her behalf. Lady Reichlein played an active role in managing old workstock, he began. You all know that much, correct? Yes, of course. After the Civil War, Dunkelfelder had been tasked with managing half of old workstock. As its own duchy with its own border, it required a great deal of attention to keep its otherwise barren land supplied with mana, and to circumvent the restrictions on using ordinances to communicate. Her involvement was the reason most old workstock nobles were part of her faction. Now that the borders have been redrawn, Lady Reichlein no longer has need to travel there, and Lady Einleaf is inheriting her duties. In Dunkelfelder, the Ob's wives each had their own duties to attend to. The first oversaw relations with other duchies. The second oversaw and delegated work to the nobles. The third aided the first wherever she could. Women who married into the duchy often struggled to manage its nobles, so the system had proven especially successful. Because of the Civil War, however, Mother had gone from being the second wife to the first wife. Her previous position meant that she had already been popular with the duchy's nobles. Father had married Lady Reichlein as a means of easing the burden on managing old workstock, and a new faction had sprang up under her as a result. With the border gone, the Ob hopes to gather old workstock's nobles under Lady Einleaf, Codehans said. If she and Lady Lungtaze get too close, it could get in the way of that. Now that she had married into the Archducal family, Einleaf had to secure as much backing as she could. My brother would surely take issue with anyone who interfered with her efforts. I see, I said it really would be wise to minimize contact then. What about her second point, to show that I don't hold a grudge against the second wife's faction? Agreeing to protect Lady Lungtaze will show that though you have rejected Lord Raufereg, you have nothing against the Second Wife's faction itself, Cohant said. He spoke as though it were obvious, but I didn't quite follow him. Despite the dinner match, only those born and raised in Dunkelfelder think that way. The majority of the Second Wife's faction are old Workstock nobles, remember? What? I went quiet. More than a decade had passed since Dunkelfelder started managing old Workstock. Yet it seemed the gulf between our ways of thinking was even greater than I thought. Well, as for this third point, I agree we have extraordinarily little time before the match. On that count, it makes sense to ask me, the person overseeing it, to protect her apprentice guard knights and other retainers. Even if the Ob had agreed to protect her, it would have taken too long for his confirmation to reach the Royal Academy. Everyone would have seen Lungtaze's retainers fighting under Raufereg, cementing her fate. As reasonable as it sounds, one of my retainers said, could it not be seen as Lady Lungtaze exploiting Lady Hannelore for Lord Raufereg's gain? Another added. We have no way of knowing if her knights were forced to side with him. Perhaps they volunteered themselves. Cohant shook his head. Absolutely not. Lady Lungtaze... Cohant, I said, cutting him short. I understand that position your lady is in, and that time truly is of the essence. See, I must consult the Ob as she did. I cannot act without his permission. As an Archduke candidate, refusing Lungtaze outright would be far better for my reputation than risking her manipulating me before she had even joined the academy. I knew father intended to cut ties with Raufereg, so it was only natural to be wary of the boy's sister. I will ask him, though. I cannot guarantee he will respond before the match. If she truly has consulted him, I trust a letter from him will arrive in short order. No sooner had the words left my mouth than an ordinance shot into the room, sent by the knight maintaining the teleportation hall. Lady Hannelore, a letter from the Ob has arrived, it said. I must ask that you retrieve it. Leupold, I said. At once. He fetched the letter at once. Its contents matched Lungtaze's letters and Cohant's explanation. Father agrees that I should take Lungtaze under my wing, I said, easing the tension in the room in a heartbeat. Cohant took the opportunity to pull out yet another board, which Cordula accepted with an irritated smile. I hereby grant Lady Hannelore permission to lead my retainers in the upcoming dinner match. Goodness. Though it might be for their protection, entrusting them to another is a rather bold move. Though she was acting to avoid the lifelong consequences that would come from being dragged down with Raufereg and her mother, I couldn't help but admire Lungtaze's quick wit and determination. She truly was a woman of Dunkelfelder. I wish to make it clear that Lungtaze has sided with us rather than Raufereg, I said, looking over all those gathered. Rosentark, Vestart, I shall leave it to you to decide what role her apprentice knights will play in the dinner match. Having them pretend to be on Raufereg's side goes without saying, so we might learn as much about our enemy as we can, but you should work with Cohant to decide whether they should reveal their betrayal at the very start of the match, or whether they should pretend to fight for him to keep him in the dark. Understood, the pair said with nods. I was entrusting the matter to them because they were serving as our commanders. Cantrips, I continued, to destroy them from within. What do you say to speaking with Raufereg's head attendant? To what end? Our current situation was the result of Lady Reichlein's ambitions. Raufereg's head attendant knew his lord wasn't fit to be an Archduke candidate, and it seemed reasonable to assume father had told the head attendant that he and his fellow retainers would serve the boy for only a single year. If we could find out how much father is instructing Raufereg's retainers, we can make a more informed decision on how to treat them going forward. Can you get that information? You can count on me, Cantrip said with a low chuckle. Entrusting such sensitive information from someone capable enough to have been made a head attendant wouldn't be simple, but I trusted he would manage. Or extracting the information, I'm sorry. Cohant, I wish to send a letter to Lungtaze to bring her peace of mind. We will greatly appreciate that. Oh, and Lady Hannelore, this is the last board I have for you. It was told to present it only if you agreed to protect her. Cohant presented one more board which bore a single sentence. As I am now under your protection, Lady Hannelore, may I address you as my big sister? Oh, that's sweet. Oh, she's going to have a Rosemine moment. Oh. Me? A big sister? And once my thoughts turned to Lady Rosemine and Lady Charlotte, they were surprisingly close, considering one of them was adopted. Lungtaze and I weren't sisters of the same mother, but perhaps we could get along just as well. I mean, that's up to you, but I would obviously ask, hey, Dad, can we take her in, please? She didn't deserve all this. She was not involved. As agreed, the match between Rosentark and Raufereg began after dinner. It was treasure-stealing dinner, though it differed in two key ways from the version played in class and elsewhere. First, the use of offensive magic tools was forbidden. With bride-stealing dinner on the horizon, we couldn't risk apprentice scholars using the smaller game to test out their latest and greatest creations. Oh no, we don't need that. Especially since you don't need anybody to be injured when all this starts. These tools were to be used in a match encompassing the entire Royal Academy. They were far too lethal for our dormitory's training grounds. A single experimental tool could end the match in one fell blow, not to mention the risk of death among those watching and participating. Several apprentice scholars had complained, but we had quashed their protests with the promise of a tool-centered contest at a later date. Second, we were using unconventional treasures. Professor Raufereg had stopped us from hunting fey beasts in the forest, for the sun had set some time ago, and insisted instead on the use of Gwenin pieces. These were no normal pieces, however, but rather those used during the debriefs after large-scale matches held at the Academy. Each was the size of a child. Rosentark's home territory would contain a spear piece, and Raufereg's a sword. Once filled with mana, a Gwenin piece could be controlled from afar, enabling its master to move it when it was in danger of being stolen. Naturally, given the rules of the game, moving one's piece outside of one's territory would count as defeat, even if only to escape one's enemy. And with Lungtase's knights assigned to guard Raufereg's piece, no matter how one looked at it, the boy had no chance of victory. He does not. Even if they didn't have that edge with the knights, he still is going to get his butt kicked. The Oblas insisted we treat this game as we would a training match, Professor Raufereg announced. No lives are to be taken. Its purpose is purely to decide who shall represent us in the upcoming bride-stealing dinner match. Is that understood, everyone? Rosentark and Raufereg agreed to the terms and made their vows. Apprentice knights gathered in their territories. Now, begin. Professor Raufereg threw his arms up and the transparent blue Gwenin pieces landed skyward. He had dyed both of his mana, and the game would begin with each team seizing and dyeing their respective piece. In both camps, high beasts swarmed to grab their treasures, but Professor Raufereg kept the pieces away from them with swift chops through the air. He could manipulate them until they were completely dyed over, which made for a humorous display. Hoots and hollers of, "Come on, catch it!" and "It's gonna get away!" erupted from the spectators. It's funny. When the pieces were eventually captured and safely in their respective territories, the knights shifted to the offensive. Rosentark led his vanguard to obliterate their enemies, and Raufereg flew out gleefully to meet them. The Raufereg's knights seemed more enthusiastic than I expected, I said. I mean, they don't have a choice. One, if they lose, then they more than likely will get demoted, or they will be dismissed. They can't afford to lose, so they are going all out. His retainers knew even before he entered the academy that their time in his service would be limited, Kentrip explained. They wish to enjoy this final dinner match as much as they possibly can. Kentrip understood the situation because Raufereg's head attendant had explained it to him personally. Raufereg had initially been due to be reduced to an archnoble before joining the academy, and his retainers had been chosen purely to keep up appearances in the meantime. Okay, so he was going to be an archnoble no matter what. So this would just sped it along. This, beyond the most exceptionally hopeless among them, they were all due to be inherited either by father or by Lungtase. The head attendant had said they had already decided who was useful and who wasn't. What a fool Raufereg is. If only things had never spiraled into bride-stealing dinner, if only Kerenstam hadn't proposed, or even before even that, if only Lady Reichland had agreed to his adoption before he entered the Royal Academy, there was no use in dwelling on it. But I couldn't help myself. An Archduke candidate not fit for the role naturally had to have it taken from him. Even I constantly fear being labeled a failure. This guy is, like I said, worse than Wilfried in this case, because at least Wilfried has grown and realized that, yeah, I don't need to be the Archduke. Even he agreed to that. He doesn't want it anymore. He'd rather just be a geeb. So, I mean, yeah. So if I'm pronouncing anything incorrectly still, let me know. Some of these names, I'm just like trying to pronounce them and not, if I butcher them, I apologize. I'm not German, obviously, so I don't do German, so this is something that I've been trying to deal with through the whole series. As those thoughts ran through my mind, I returned my attention to the dinner match. Rosentark and Raufereg had both left as few knights as they reasonably could to defend their treasures, focusing instead on attacking. Rosentark's group seemed to be restraining their opponents to reduce their number. Are they competing to see who can bind the most people? Raufereg was energetic, but it didn't make up for his smaller frame and lack of experience. Though his apprentice guard knights took up a defensive formation around him, they were quickly bound and cast aside. Is the aim for Rosentark and Raufereg to duel? I would assume so, because then Rosentark could kick his ass, essentially. This was an ideal opportunity for Raufereg to learn the limits of his strength and how foolish it had been for him, a first year, to issue a bride-stealing dinner challenge in the first place. Perhaps his scathing defeat here would teach him to better acknowledge the talents of those around him as an arch-knight. If nothing else, he needed to be humbled. He does. Yet as the match went on, I found myself sympathizing not with Raufereg but with Rosentark. No matter how much he beat Raufereg down, the boy simply refused to accept defeat. I know Rosentark must press on until victory is his, but this almost seems like bullying, I've said. I feel for him that he was forced to take this role. It cannot be easy for him. Indeed, Kentrips muttered, especially when he must be careful not to land a lethal strike. Raufereg is already in such bad shape, yet he still won't even reach for a rejuvenation potion. It must be hard for Rosentark to keep reining in his attacks. You guys should have been allowed to use, fake weapons, like wooden weapons. But then again, that could still be fatal if you get hit hard enough with them. The boy has been so thoroughly bested, yet refuses to admit defeat. It's unsightly. There is no enjoyment to be had in a match this one-sided. For all our sakes, Cordial interjected, perhaps now is a good time to end it. A four-match stat produced a green light on its tip and swirled it through the air. Lungtase's apprentice knights recognized the signal, and the person among them who had infused the Gwenin piece with mana swung his arm, launching the treasure up into the air and out of Raufereg's territory. Professor Ralphin's booming shout marked the end of the match. Oh ho ho, so they were going to go betrayal. Okay. Rosentark wins! Ha ha! Oh, come on! Seriously, I guess we're going to get the aftermath of this, but still. Don't go doing that. Whirling practice. Good morning, Lady Hannelore, Cordula said. You are free until whirling practice this afternoon. It seems an excellent opportunity to work with Loophole to finish the last of the relevant paperwork. The previous night's dinner match had created all manner of administrative headaches, and the sooner I put them behind me, the better. It was a good thing I had finished all of my shared morning classes. It really is a shame that Aluzia is busy with practicals. Her assistance as a sixth year would have been greatly appreciated, I said. I shall ask the first and third year apprentice scholars who have finished their written lessons to write documents partly for practice. Will Loophole be able to instruct them on his own? It will take longer than I would prefer, but he should manage. The reports and applications submitted for practical matches held between students at the dormitory weren't the same as those submitted for matches of a more political nature held at the Ob's request. If we entrusted the task to students, treating it as a learning experience, I suspected they would finish their reports on the match and their request for a magic tool competition just before lunch. Now let us head to the dining hall. Together we made our way downstairs for breakfast. There I informed Rosentark and Raufereg that they would need to submit reports as representatives of the recently concluded dinner match. Though it took place in the dormitory, it was held at the Ob's instruction, I explained. If your reports aren't handed in soon, the dinner treasurers will give us all an earful. Well, don't warn me, Raufereg shot back. Paperwork's for scholars. Dude, you can do it, so shut it. Before the boy could say another word, his head attendant grabbed him by the shoulders and said, Understood. The Ob has summoned Lord Raufereg back to Dunkelfelder, so we shall complete the paperwork this morning before our departure in the afternoon. He will not join you for whirling class. Raufereg needed to speak with Father about his future and the restrictions to be imposed on him before we could permit him to interact with other duchies. Yeah, he's going to be demoted. I nodded, then glanced at the soon-to-be archnoble, who seemed none the wiser about his situation. You would do well to understand that, until you learn to do paperwork yourself, you will not be allowed to play any more dinner matches, I said. Only here at the academy can you rely on your retainers to aid you. Raufereg nodded, but the truth was obvious. He would entrust the paperwork entirely to his retainers. He would. He will. That goes for you as well, Rosentark, I said. Try to do some of the paperwork yourself, rather than leaving it all to Kentrips. Oh, he was going to do it too! I have practical classes this morning, Kentrips noted, clapping Rosentark on the shoulder with a bright grin. That gives you plenty of time to devote to your paperwork. Best of luck. Kentrips enjoyed that. 4 chimes rang out. I see no issues with your paperwork. You may send it along to Dunkelfelder. Her inspections complete, Cordula sent one of the first-year apprentice scholars to deliver their documents to the teleportation hall. Loophole and the others put away their utensils while the attendants set about cleaning the meeting room. As expected, it took us all the way up to lunch, Cordula mused. Eat quickly, milady. You will still need to change for whirling practice. We didn't even get the aftermath of that. Did Raufereg not know that he got betrayed, or what was his reaction to having lost? Did he throw a tantrum? Did he attack anybody? What details? Come on, Maya. Mia, however you pronounce your name, I'm sorry. After a quick lunch, I changed clothes and started toward the smart hall. We arch-2 candidates would all practice whirling, while the other students would be split between music and sword dancing. Will you speak with Lord oh dear, this thing again. But when Rosentark asked, an anxious waver to his voice as he escorted me to class. I cannot say if he will approach me with arch-2 candidates of all years in attendance, but after he gave me time to consult my father, I feel like I should at least dignify him with a response. Fear not, I will refuse him this time. I can't help worrying. Lord Ortwin is more obstinate than we expected. Are you not worried as well, Kentrips? Rosenthal asked, turning to his fellow suitor on my left. You guys do realize that if he is really that stubborn as he is, and he is going to essentially not want to take no for an answer, he will probably not even go about becoming the Ob, and instead want to marry into Dunkelfelder, because like I said, there are tons of Archduke candidates in Drawanchel right now, so it's not like he's the only one who could potentially be Ob Drawanchel at some point. There are other candidates that they have. So he could, if he is as dead set on having Hannelore as his wife as he is, he could always just ask, instead of doing that, would I be allowed to marry into Dunkelfelder to be able to marry Hannelore? Because if she's staying in Dunkelfelder, I don't want to give up. You know, that could be an option. So it's not like this is, and it wouldn't be as big of a deal as if Hannelore was going to be marrying into Ehrenfest, for example. Drawanchel is not as, Dunkelfelder is number 1 in the duchy rankings. So the him marrying into a higher duchy wouldn't be that big of a deal. I mean, hello? But that's just if he's that, stubborn about it. Kentrip sighed, openly exasperated. Lady Hannelore chose to stay in Dunkelfelder, you know that, right? I do, but what if she still yearns for another? Are you implying that Lord Ortwin won my heart? I asked with a stern pout, at exactly the same time that Kentrips muttered, fair enough. I turned to him, still processing his response, as he smiled and continued. As a devoted reader of Ehrenfest's love stories, you are painfully weak to seduction of any kind. What a terribly rude thing to say, I exclaimed, upset but unable to deny it. I mean, dude, I couldn't blame you in the slightest if you were to be, you know, a bit weak-willed when it came to romance. I am too. Someone could just be I have a guy who I'm talking to that, you know, we could potentially date, and he will be, tease and flirt me in text, and it makes me blush. My coworker has said that I've been blushing when I would read the text. So, yeah, I am also painfully weak-willed to that sort of thing. I mean, the stories are wonderful. As if to spare me from the awkward silence that followed, my female retainers began to giggle. I don't blame her. Like I said, I am too. Perhaps Lord Rosenthal should try his hand at writing a flirtatious line or two. I can lend him my copies of Ehrenfest's love stories. If saying them out loud is too embarrassing, why not put them in a letter? You are a scholar, Lord Kentrips. Why not devote some of your research time to romance? Yeah, like write her some poetry or something. That's enough, I stammered. We were drawing too much attention from the other duchies. Their chattering was attracting far too many looks for my liking, and if their remarks convinced my suitors to be even more romantic, I feared my heart would give out from embarrassment. Here we are, Lady Hannelore. We shall return when your classes end. Good luck with your practice. When we arrived outside the smart hall, I parted ways with my retainers and went inside. No sooner had I entered than a familiar voice greeted me. Lady Hannelore, it's been some time. Because rolling practice brought together Archduke candidates from all grades, it was considered a place to socialize before the official socializing period began. Most would take the opportunity to connect with Archduke candidates from other grades and to gather as much intelligence about other duchies as they could. Good day, Lord Hildebrand. Oh, this is interesting. This has been a while since we've seen him. Last time we saw him was, I think, volume 32, I think, when volume 32, when they met with the royals and Hildebrand was shown to have essentially had his staff sealed. I assume he's still wearing the bracelets. Because, to be fair, when I think of staff sealing bracelets, I think of, like, handcuffs. You know? Or maybe it's just, like, you know, bracelets that are on his wrist that you can hide through clothes, you know? I don't know. Good day, Lord Hildebrand, I said. How are your classes going? Father and Lady Eglantine had asked me to treat Lord Hildebrand like family, but I was so used to him being royalty that I found that hard to manage. Only with great care was I able to adjust my way of speaking to him. Well, thank you. I am told I should be done soon, he replied. It is a shame that with Lady Rosemond's invitation to the world of the gods, we have not had any tea parties at the library as of late. Speaking of which, I did not see Lord Raufereg with you. About that. He's not an Archduke candidate anymore. Though I imagine she kind of has to keep that on the down low for the moment. Are you friends, perhaps? It would not surprise me given your age. Raufereg is terribly ill today, so his head attendant has advised that he stay in his room and rest. Okay, so she's not able to tell that yet. I made sure to speak vaguely, leaving it up to interpretation whether I was making an excuse or Raufereg was genuinely unwell. Given his connection to Lord Stigiswald, Lord Hildebrand could potentially relay anything I told him to Corinstom. Until next time, he said, let us hold another tea party when it comes time to socialize again. No sooner had the former prince left than Lady Gentian approached me, seizing the opportunity she had doubtless been waiting for. Greetings, Lady Hannelore. Do you have time for a quick question? I wish to ask you on the day of the Zent's announcement, but you were rather difficult to approach. She held out a sound blocker, and I blinked at her in surprise. Whatever she wished to ask, it seemed far more important than the usual exchange of greetings. I accepted the toll, recognizing the anxiety in her blue eyes. I understand that the goddess of time descended into you. Might you know where Lady Rosamund went after accepting her summons? I don't know. That was between her and the gods. I have no clue. Though prying into the goddess's descent, she seemed more concerned with Lady Rosamund's whereabouts than anything else. Her worry was most certainly the result of Classenberg sternly insisting she obtain more information on the matter. Seeing her lack of confidence as an Archduke candidate, I was swiftly reminded of my own former insecurities. I am aware that Lady Rosamund is helping the gods, I said. Is there something in particular you wish to know? Could she have traveled to the past? Out of the blue, one of our nobles has reported remembering a woman who suddenly arrived at the sovereignty at the gods of time's guidance. Excuse me? When was this? When? Dunkelfelder's knights had reported seeing her during a hunting trip at the Royal Academy, so I suspected she had already moved on to her next location. I wonder how many cuts in the thread she had repaired at this point. If the woman they remembered invoked the goddess of time, it probably was Lady Rosamund, I said. Was the person who regained this memory not at the Zent's transfer ceremony? If they had attended, they would surely have recognized her, but which sovereign noble had been absent for the ceremony? Lady Gentian paused, as if debating whether she should answer, then nodded. The information came from a scholar who served the Zent before Lord Troarqual, but resigned before the Civil War due to poor health. Their old age and infirmity keeps them from participating in Royal Academy events. They would have asked the others they worked with if they had the same memory, but they were all embroiled in the war, so there is little chance they are still around today. Okay, so this must have been in the sovereignty. This must have been when Ferdinand was first taken in by the Ehrenfest. Ooh! She must have found him and told him, hey, you gotta get this kid. He's special. The palace had its own share of atrocities, I'm sure. I too wondered what Lady Rosamund was doing in the sovereignty. For a retainer of one of the past Zents to have seen her, she must have been at the palace, but how were the Zent and the sovereignty all related to Lord Ferdinand's thread? They had little to do with Ehrenfest and the Royal Academy proper. What was the woman they saw doing, I asked. I was not told, Lady Gentian said, lowering her eyes. I was merely told to ask you whether it was Lady Rosamund and whether she has gone back in time. I have no idea, dude. That's why I say, I am not sure. I wasn't privy to the information, so I don't know what she's doing. Her aunt would surely run her through the ringer if she returned home empty-handed, but I could not help but feel sorry for her, considering how unsuccessful she had been in her attempts to form a meaningful connection with Lady Rosamund over the past year. Could her timing be even worse than mine? Potentially. Unfortunately, I do not know Lady Rosamund's current location, I said. I can tell you, however, that the woman you speak of was most certainly her. Several of our nobles had a similar experience, suddenly claiming to have seen her well before her time. They did? Lady Gentian asked, looking up at me in surprise. She must have expected me to reveal such sensitive information. I do not know the details, but I pray Lady Rosamund completes the mission the gods have given her, and returns to us safely. I thank you ever so much, Lady Gentian replied. I too shall pray. She was clutching her chest with relief, having received more from me than she had ever hoped. I hope that was okay for you to reveal. I returned the sound blocker, bade her farewell with a smile, and strode toward the back of the room where the older students had gathered. I had barely taken a few steps when I saw Lady Letizia surrounded by several Archduke candidates looking rather troubled. She was probably being questioned about Lady Rosamund. Even if the older students meant her no harm, she must have been nervous to have them all towering over her. Being surrounded is uncomfortable enough when it's your guard knights, but when it's Archduke candidates of other duchies, well, the potential impact on interduchy relations makes it 100 times worse. I was still debating whether I should intervene when Lady Letizia met my eye. Seeing her troubled expression, I knew what I had to do. Good day, Lady Letizia. Might I borrow you for a moment? Once you have finished greeting everyone, that is. The other Archduke candidates took turns greeting me before taking their leave. I returned my attention to the first-year girl. Your aunt is still absent. Is Alexandria keeping strong without her? Yes, indeed. I thank you ever so much for your concern. Though she strove to hide it, I could sense her worry that Lady Rosemine had yet to return. I hope she gets back before the dang graduation ceremony, or else she might not graduate. I hope she got all her classes done before this. She must be doing well. A former retainer of a past Zet claims to have remembered seeing her in the Sovereignty before the days of the Civil War. Let us pray she returns soon. Lady Letitia's face slowly blossomed into a smile. I thank you ever so much. I shall inform her retainers. Forgive me for asking, but should you not stay close to Lord Hildebrand? His status as former royalty still carries weight, and though his classmates might never have known him as a prince, what remains of his authority should still keep the older students at bay. Lord Hildebrand had served as the Royal Academy's overseer for quite some time, so I wasn't the only one who found him difficult to interact with. Carinston was already using his authority to rally nobles of other duchies, so I saw nothing wrong with Lord Hildebrand using his to protect his fiancée. Yeah, because they're still supposed to be a thing, I think. I think that decree is still in place. I would rather not impose on him, Lady Letitia said shyly. He might want to interact with the other older students, in which case I would only be getting in his way. Despite her apprehension, I took her straight to the former prince and asked him to protect his fiancée until the day Lady Rosemine returned. I see, he said. Very well, I shall do my best to stay with her during whirling practice. I apologize for the trouble. Is Hannelore really that short? Dude, I hope you do some growing soon, girl. You're about as short as the first years. That's saying something. She bent over. They were both clearly uncomfortable, smiles plastered on their faces, but that was perfectly natural. This must have been their first time seeing each other since their engagement was announced by royal decree. When my suitors had first been chosen, I found myself equally unsure how to interact with them. If only Lady Rosemine were here, she has such a knack for bringing people together. A sigh escaped me just as the professors came into the hall. It was almost time for us to separate by age and start practicing. Without further delay, I hurried to where the fifth years had gathered. Lord Ortwin and Lord Wilfred had arrived ahead of me, and as the others were all our usual classmates, I settled on a simple standard greeting for them. Lord Ortwin seemed to want to say something to me, but our professor spoke before he could. I'm assuming that he was going to ask you if you had talked to your father. Oh, I hope he's either not disappointed in this, or that if he really, like I said, if he's stubborn enough, that he's going to if he's stubborn enough about getting Hannelore, he will if he really wants her as bad as I think he does, he will go and ask Dunkelfelder if he could instead marry into Dunkelfelder and be her husband. That's the only thing I can see him doing if he is still adamant on getting her. Because I don't think he's going to change her mind. Now that Lady Hannelore has returned, I have an important announcement for the fifth years before we begin. Something must have come up in my absence. The professors must not have wanted to reveal it while both of Alexandria and an Archduke candidate of the top-ranking duchy were away, so they had waited for at least one of us to return. I lowered my eyes in silent apology. Because of the dearth of six-year Archduke candidates, we had decided to choose one fifth year to join them in this year's performance, the professors continued. I shall select the dancer and their backup today, and they will practice with the 6 years henceforth. Only 7 students were needed for next year's dedication whirl, and our grade totaled 10. 1 boy and 2 girls too many. Though, as Lady Rosemine had already asked to perform among the musicians, only 1 girl in our grade would ultimately be left out. Both the performer and their backup will need to dress for the occasion, so I would rather choose someone who has no prior arrangements for this year's graduation ceremony. The professor turned to me. How fares your schedule, Lady Hannelore? I plan to attend this year's ceremony with one of my suitors, I said, refusing at once. Oh dear. Lord Ortwin's eyes widened in shock at the reveal, though. I couldn't understand why. The match to decide my future husband wasn't scheduled until after the graduation ceremony, meaning Cantrips would inevitably be my suitor at that moment in time. He couldn't invite any of the girls as a matter of course and was escorting me by necessity. Lady Rosemine has also expressed a desire not to whirl since she performed during the transference ceremony. Oh my, is that so? The professor asked, taken aback. I conveyed Lord Ferdinand and Lady Rosemine's concerns. It was one thing to raise a pillar of light, but inviting the gods down as she had done before would reduce the ceremony to a state of complete and utter chaos. Yeah, we don't need that again. Certainly we do not want her to move the statues or vanish mid-performance, the professor mused with a wry smile. Yeah, we don't need that. Evidently recalling the events of the transference ceremony. The Zet should elaborate, but it would be best to assume Lady Rosemine will not participate in the dedication role, I said. She hopes to play music even during her own graduation ceremony. But I was so looking forward to the dancing lights of her performance during the graduation ceremony, the professor lamented, but the matter was practically set in stone.
Lady Rosemont had seemed certain that Lord Ferdinand would oppose her involvement, and with the gods' continued interference in the mortal realm, I very much doubted that would change. I'm assuming she's still going to walk on her own graduation ceremony, but for this one, she just wants to be able to be one of the people who performs in the music. That makes sense. Perhaps the best course of action would be to choose someone who won't be able to participate in our whirling next year, I said. Though skill played a crucial role in deciding who would get to perform, the duchy rankings were just as important. I sincerely doubted Lady Frederica would get to whirl during her own ceremony. Certainly, the professor mused. In that case, I must insist that Lady Frederic perform this year with Lady Marguerite as her backup. I accept, Lady Frederic said, then went with the professor to start practicing with the 6 years. I watched as she was instructed to take the role of the Goddess of Wind. Only when the professor returned did we start practicing ourselves. Take some time to rest, everyone, the professor announced. Lord Orwin approached me without a moment's hesitation. Lady Hannelore, may I speak with you? It was just as Rosentark had feared. If this truly is important, I can arrange for us to meet in Dunkelfelder's tea party room, I said. I would rather we speak here, away from your suitors. Fear not, for we won't be alone. As much as I hated having an audience, having the other students around would completely change the dynamic of our conversation. We weren't alone, and my answer wasn't going to change. I gestured for us to retire to some chairs by the wall. Okay, let's see. How long have I been recording for? 43 minutes. Let's go one more chapter. A break time conversation. Here, Lord Orwin said, taking out a sound blocker. I accepted it and he stared at me intently. You said you planned to attend this year's graduation ceremony with one of your suitors as an escort. Has the odd commanded it? That is his concern, not the information I exchanged with Father. How strange. Does he not care about my response to his proposal? Maybe he thinks you're talking about him? I took in a sharp breath despite myself. I had intended to share the intelligence I obtained in Dunkelfelder, clarify the misconception that had come up during our tea party, and then finally respond to his proposal. Had I not said I would give him my verdict the next time our threads were woven together? How is Kentrip's graduation ceremony more important? Our break oh yeah, because Kentrip's, I think, graduates this year. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, what is she talking about before? So we had only a short time to talk. I would have thought he would jump straight to the matter of his proposal, yet here we were. Are you truly invested in Kentrip's graduation ceremony, I asked. Extremely, he answered. The response troubled me a little, so I saw no reason not to play along. Father hasn't forced my hand, no, I said. The bride-stealing dinner match is not due to be held until after the graduation ceremony, and as Kentrip's cannot invite another girl to accompany him, while he is one of my suitors, we have taken another approach. Is it not natural that he would escort me? Lord Orwin frowned. If you let him escort you for his graduation ceremony, people will think you chose him as your future partner. Would they, even after the Zent finalized the upcoming dinner match? I mean, true, if there was going to be a bride-stealing dinner match after the graduation ceremony, if you were actually chosen Kentrip's, they would have already, tried to get rid of the bride-stealing dinner match in the first place, but since that's still going on, she hasn't chosen yet. That match would decide my future husband. I doubted anyone would misunderstand my relationship with Kentrip's when the Zent had informed every student of arch-noble rank or above about it. The very purpose of bride-stealing dinner is to force a woman to marry someone against her will. And during the graduation ceremony, most men choose to escort either their fiancé, an elderly relative, or a love interest from whom they will need to separate after graduating. True enough, I said. Thus, anyone who sees the two of you hand in hand will assume you are romantically involved. Considering how many others seek to wed you, I think it is best for you not to appear with anyone during this year's graduation ceremony. I mean, to be fair, he's got a point. You probably need to wait on that until after your graduation ceremony, because then you will indeed have a husband to pick. I raised an eyebrow, still not sure what he was so concerned about. What did it matter if people thought something was going on between Kentrip's and me? The dinner match would settle everything once and for all. If Kentrip's escorted another student or a family member, it could be seen as an expression of discontent with being chosen as one of my suitors, I said. Considering his position within the duchy, it is important that he escort me. Lord Orwin's frown deepened. That is not what I meant. I appreciate your advice and your worry for me, but you need not concern yourself with any gossip you might hear, I assured him. I was rather well accustomed to rumors putting me in uncomfortable positions. Compared to all the fuss about my becoming the second divine avatar, a brief period of confusion about my relationship with Kentrip's was nothing. As someone who has proposed to you, Lady Hannelore, this is of great importance to me. I cannot bear even the thought of having to watch you be escorted by another man. Ah, yeah, this again. Dude!
Like I said, I think he is stubborn enough to actually go to Dunkelfelger and request to marry into Dunkelfelger to be your husband. I think he would do that. He would be stubborn enough to do that, I think. If his feelings are as deep as I think they are. If he wants you as much as he does, that's going to be a possibility. Come again, I exclaimed, stunned silence by his reasoning. In other words, he's jealous. Yes, he is jealous. Very much so. How very roundabout of you, I said. That has nothing to do with others misinterpreting where I stand with cantrips. Perhaps because of the serious look in Lord Ortwin's eyes, or because of the irrelevant excuses he'd given, I felt a sudden warmth rush to my cheeks. My own eyes wavered as I fought my usual urge to flee. If I had said it from the start, would your answer have changed? Would you be more considerate of my feelings? His feelings? Dude, like I said, this guy has been in love with you ever since he met you, or at least had a crush on you at the start. And now that has bloomed into love. He likes you a lot, or else he wouldn't be putting all this, the blood-stealing dinner thing. He wouldn't have put all this up if he didn't actually like you. Because, yes, it'd be political potentially, but would a political thing really go that... Would someone who was interested in a political marriage with you go that far? Actually, what am I saying? Frickin' Sigifald's doing it. If you're desperate enough, maybe. And once I recalled all the romantic things he had said to me during our tea party, I was amazed I remembered them so clearly. Will you entrust your thread to me, Lady Hannelore? So passionate was the light in Lord Ortwin's light brown eyes that I almost nodded without thinking. But as soon as my heart began to waver, I thought back to my father's hard gaze when he asked me to vow not to help our foes. My thoughts also turned to Rosentruck's concern about warning me of Lord Ortwin's persistence, and Cantrip's amusement when he said that even the clumsiest romantic remarks could sway me. I took a steadying breath and held Lord Ortwin's gaze. Forgive me, but as an Archduke candidate of Dunkelfelger, I cannot return your affection. Allow me to convey what my father said. I detailed the events of my return to Dunkelfelger, my conversation about misconceptions with father, and the fact that, while neither party was lying, we had both interpreted things rather broadly. Did Dunkelfelger forbid me from courting you? Lord Ortwin asked, his expression unchanging. He had almost certainly misinterpreted my father on purpose, and would continue to pursue me whether it was sanctioned or not. No, I replied. My parents told me trickery is common in the scholar-dominated duchy of Duranchel. Each duchy has its own reputation, and father understands that working with Duranchel can open us up to potential disadvantages. I see. That's a relief, Lord Ortwin said with a smile. I could tell it wasn't genuine, so the curve to his lips made me cautious more than anything. Around Lord Ortwin, I always had to act my best. The smallest shift in my eyes or an errant word would reveal far more than I intended, and he always seemed to know exactly what to say to manipulate me. I could hardly relax when speaking with him. However, with understanding comes doubt. I no longer know how much I can trust your proposal. I cannot help but feel that your courtship is all part of a broader scheme. Like I said, most marriages in this world are political, if not almost all of them. There are very few that are based in love. And it could be both. It could be both for this one. It could be political because, who wouldn't want to marry into the top-ranked duchy in the world, Who wouldn't want to? That'd be freaking protection for you and an advantage to your duchy. Of course he would want to. But in this case, I think he has feelings for you as well, and that is adding to it. Though I understood politics was an inherent part of marriage between Archduke candidates, I felt nothing but displeasure when I sensed deceit from those meant to win my heart. Perhaps it was a consequence of my admiration for those who gave courtship magic tools out of genuine affection above all else. And also, I was kind of thinking about it while I was having lunch today. Cantrips and Rosentruck, neither of them have made any other efforts to show that they are interested in you besides just being your suitors. Neither of them tried to, make a courtship magic tool themselves. They haven't shown, they haven't even tried to start making an engagement face stone to give to you for when the time comes. They haven't done, the usual stuff that you would think a noble would do for the situation. The courtship magic tool, Ortwin is the only one who has done that. He's the only one that's gone out of his time, his day, his resources, his mana to make it for you. I would think that would put him above the rest in this situation. The loss of the magic tool Lord Sigifald had gifted Lady Rosemine certainly didn't help. Can you not trust me? Lord Ortwin asked. My feelings might seem sudden to you, Lady Hannelore, but that is far from true. I understand that Geronto expressed an interest in me during the last Archduke conference. You do? Surprise overcame Lord Ortwin's features. I thought that was being kept secret. I explained that I had found out just the day before, and that my lack of knowledge about the situation was why his initial proposal had unsettled me so much. And that is not all, I said. I also know that before Geronto inquired about me, they first sought the hand of Lady Rosemine or Eglantine. Yeah, that means you're kind of his third choice. But to be fair, the other two, I think, were more political. This one is not completely political, I think. Lord Ortwin's expression changed as he understood what I was working toward. I expressed no interest in either of them. That was my father seeking compensation for my elder sister's divorce. So he said, but why would I believe him? I could think of no way to confirm whether he was telling me the truth. And you guys had a freaking truth serum, essentially. Lord Ortwin must have seen the hopeless suspicion on my face because he pressed a hand to his forehead. You seem very skeptical indeed. Where can I begin to earn your trust? It was true what I said, that I had heard the blowbeat of Schmalooms unending since our threads were woven together, and that I thought of you as one who walked the path lit by Starrett. I see. That doesn't change the fact that I rejected him. How can I put it any more clearly? Was firmly stating that I do not reciprocate his feelings not enough? Even if the thing is, though, he could have feelings for you, and he could. Let's say you picked him, for example. Let's say you picked him, and yet you don't have feelings for him, but that could change over time. That could work its way towards love over time. Love isn't sudden all the time. It can just be built up over time. That's why people date. People date because they can show an interest in someone, and as they spend more time together and get to know each other and everything, love can bloom, love can grow, and sometimes become unbreakable. Sometimes it doesn't. But love can grow. I let my eyes wander, having not expected him to try his hand at seduction yet again. I had hoped someone would come forward to save me, but the other students were all too caught up in their own conversations and attempts to gather information. A few glanced at me, but not one of them wanted to intervene. They wouldn't even come close to us. You were quite surprised at the Royal Academy last year, Lord Ortwin continued. There was a clear chasm of sorts between your retainers and you, as if you were meant to be engaged to Wilfrid, yet never saw it through. I couldn't suppress a gasp. Who told you that? When my elder sister explained her various concerns about the royal family, she said that sovereign knights had intruded on a bride-taking dinner match between Ehrenfest and Dunkelfelder. I assumed that you and Wilfrid had fallen for each other under my nose, and that if you took his hand during the match, your engagement will be announced during the Archduke conference. Oh, but now, did nobody tell him that was Lesterlot's doing and he wanted Rosemine? Did nobody tell him that? Surely that would have gotten out. So Lord Ortwin heard this from Lady Adolphine. I wonder if she heard it from Professor Raufereg. The misunderstandings between Dunkelfelder and Ehrenfest had become apparent during the introductory tournament, and we ultimately accepted Ehrenfest's terms after their victory. My chance of being taken as a bride vanished then, though we made no effort to spread that news. The two of you were never formally engaged, Lord Ortwin continued, and while Wilfrid was the same as ever, you did not look like a girl who had won love through dinner. Your face was stiff with tension, and you were on guard against everyone. You reminded me of my sister after she married Lord Sigiswald, and that brought me nothing but displeasure. From there he had begun gathering information and learned that it had been bride-stealing dinner, not bride-taking dinner, and that the engagement had been cancelled at Ehrenfest's request. Upon learning that you had been put in such a hurtful circumstances by a broken promise, I wanted to help you if I could, so I asked Father to inquire about an engagement at the Archduke conference, he said. In the end, various changes in circumstances and general confusion led Dunkelfelder not to take the show of interest seriously, but Lord Ortwin had not in fact pursued me because I was a divine avatar or a friend of Rosemine. The fact that he had worried so much about me last year meant he truly cared for me for quite some time. This is showing that, like I said, he does have feelings for you. It grew over time. You guys have been at the Royal Academy for, 5 years at this point? And I'm assuming he's liked you ever since he met you as a first year? So, I mean, that can grow over time. You guys are almost adults. If you still personally wish to leave Dunkelfelder and you have not yet chosen an engagement candidate, then I still believe I have a chance. You are being tossed about by dinner conditions, placed in unfavorable circumstances, hailed as a second divine avatar, and pressured by Karinstam. Only I can protect you. As I said before, even if you still find yourself drawn to Wilfrid, I have the patience to wait for that to change. I could feel the Hannelore of last year being healed and comforted by his words. The me who had been isolated without allies and forced to stand alone was overjoyed. Durantral will not demand the usual traits of a Dunkelfelgerian from you, Lord Ortwin said. I wish to use all the power at my disposal to protect you, the second divine avatar. If you were to take anyone's hand, let it be mine. I still wish she could just accept it. Like, if she has to say no to him about leaving and going to Durantral, I would instead propose, well, I don't want to leave Dunkelfelger. That's not going to change. But if you're still eager to have me, if you would like, you could marry into Dunkelfelger. I would suggest that. If he was so adamant about it, like I think he is, that would be an acceptable thing, I think, because then he could be seen as a suitor of yours officially, and he can win you over. But Orwin gently extended his hand. A year ago, I would have taken it without thinking. Now I had no intention of accepting. I was grateful for his words, but things had changed. I wanted to regain the trust of my duchy, my parents, and my suitors. I couldn't betray them and run away to Durantral. Oh, poor guy. Like I said, even if she does reject him like this and tells him that she's not leaving Dunkelfelger, I think he still would do the offer of wanting to be in Dunkelfelger just to be with her. If he's that stubborn, which he could be. You never know. Or they could just end up being friends. Who knows? Oh, poor guy. I feel so bad for him. Oh, this is just the same thing that Wilfried said to Hannelore before. If you had come to me a year ago, I said. Oh, the same thing he said to Hannelore that sent her off into the past. When I sealed off my path into Ehrenfest after bringing defeat upon my duchy, when Ehrenfest refused my hand and I no longer knew where I could marry, when my relationship with my retainers was strained, before I took part in true dinner and cleared my name, before I traveled to the past and realized how differently I had perceived things, and most of all, before I learned the truth of my suitor's feelings for me, I would probably have taken your hand without a moment's hesitation, I said. However, far too much has changed in far too short a time. I had participated in true dinner and cleared my name, earning better treatment. The descent of the goddess of time had made me the second divine avatar, even though you're not, obviously. I had gone to the past and learned much, mending my relationship with my retainers. I had resolved my feelings toward Wilfried in my own way. And above all, hearing Rosentark say that I was the perfect image of a Dunkelfelger Archduke candidate had brought me far more joy than I ever could have expected. I no longer felt displeasure at the thought of remaining in Dunkelfelger. You could never have imagined so much would change in so little time, but the help you speak of now is no longer the help I want or need, I concluded. The expression that crossed Lord Ortwin's face as his eyes widened in shock reminded me of Lord Wilfrid's when he rejected me. Now I understood what he had meant when he said things would have been different in the past. I was truly grateful, overjoyed even, that Lord Ortwin had loved me and wished to help me during my darkest, most miserable days. But I could not accept his feelings. The person he wished to save was the version of me from last year, not the one who stood before him now. The opportunity for our threads to be woven together has passed. Your timing was poor. Oh, I feel so bad for him. So hopefully like I said, if he's stubborn like this, he probably would ask to marry it to Dunkelfelger, but it's either that or he's going to, work to be Durantral. I don't know. It's one of the two. Lord Ortwin slowly curled his open hand into a fist. His other hand closed over it as though to steady its shaking. With his gaze lowered, fixed on his own knuckles, I could not see what face he was making. A dull ache spread through my chest, and I clenched my own hands before my heart. It was not out of dislike that I refused him. As happy as his feelings made me, I could not accept them. My own clumsiness felt like a knife turning into my ribs. After a long silence, Lord Ortwin let out a heavy sigh. He released his fist and lifted his head. His face was composed, bearing the serene, practiced smile of a noble. I see. That is unfortunate. Even so, might I still aid you in bride-stilling dinner? Could our duchies form an alliance, solidifying my role as the next Durantral, he said, sounding every bit the Archduke cared it. I think that it's either he means this, or he's going to think about it later and realize he could still get you by marrying into Dunkelfelger and win you over that way. Because, yes, he fell in love with you back then, but that doesn't mean that has to change because you're different now. He could still fall in love. He still probably fell in love with you now. He just has to, rework it. In response, I gave him a bright smile of my own. Indeed, I would very much like to fight alongside Durantral. Let us defeat Kerenstam together.
We had only just finished drawing that line between us when break time came to an end. The epilogue! Damn! I didn't realize that much was left. Oh, that little much was left. Damn. Anyway, I'll get to work on everything, and I'll see you guys next time. Next video will be the last one for this book. And then we gotta wait again. Okay, we got the epilogue left. So here's hoping that the next book will probably be the dinner match, to be honest. I don't know what's gonna happen with wait a minute. The graduation ceremony hasn't happened yet. That's after that. So the dinner match is probably going to be the next book. The graduation ceremony, the dinner match, Rosemary returning with to help finish after finishing helping Ferdinand. I'm hoping that she'll get here before the graduation ceremony, unless she's already finished all her classes. I'm assuming she's finished all her classes at this point. So she shouldn't have to work, because she's the type to finish all her written lessons in the first day. And I'm assuming she finished all her practical lessons probably the same day she took them. So she should be good for all that. So she shouldn't have to worry about failing this year, obviously. So she should go on to graduate next year. Okay, I shouldn't have to worry about that. Anyway, the epilogue. The bell rang and the professor announced the end of class. Next time we shall practice from different positions. Your wisdom enriches us. After exchanging the usual farewells, some of the students made briskly for the door while others took a moment to catch their breath. Whirling was arduous enough for those who weren't used to regular exercise. Doing it once or twice was fine, but practicing again and again, having to tweak their performance to the professor's expectations, was exhausting. Especially now that the fifth year's roles were being seriously considered. No longer was it enough to simply watch the older students. Ortwin, what's the plan for Gwenin this year? Conradin said, leaning his back against the wall. We should start thinking about socializing with the lower grades. Conradin was an Archduke candidate of Gospedal. Gwenin was far from a pressing concern. He had only brought it up so he could justify not moving. He found it hard enough to stay on his feet, let alone stumble to the door, and a young man of his status didn't want to be seen panting and wheezing. By starting the conversation, he had tactfully requested a moment to rest. Orwin half smirked. His classmates' lack of stamina wasn't particularly surprising. Gospedal was known more for gathering information than combat. Conradin himself was the son of a third wife, far removed from any wars of succession. He wasn't even required to train to protect his foundation. Apparently he avoided training with knights with the dubious excuse that his half-brothers would sleep easier, knowing he had nothing in the way of physical strength. Yet his poor shape, it meant he always needed more time to catch his breath after practice. Should we speak with the younger Archduke candidates next whirling lesson? Ortwin asked. Yeah, Lord Hildebrand joined the academy this year. The sooner we socialize with him, the better. Normally Wilfrid would have joined in on the conversation, but he had departed early at a summons from his sister, Charlotte. Orwin suspected she was keeping a close eye on him to ensure he didn't say anything else that might get Ehrenfest in trouble. She and Ehrenfest must be at their wits' end. Oh, they were even worse when it came to Rosemine at the academy. Holy shit, that was worse. But yeah, they need to keep an eye on Wilfrid with that. Wilfrid had given Ehrenfest quite the shock with his pledge to support Ortwin in the upcoming dinner match. He had quickly been made to apologize, and Charlotte had insisted that Ehrenfest would not, in fact, assist Rawanchel due to an agreement it had already made with Dunkelfelder. Ortwin himself had known nothing of his friend's intention to support him. Wilfrid had mentioned it only to Hannelore when the two of them were using sound blockers. Wilfrid insisted he had spoke with good intentions, but was still a shocking blunder for an Archduke candidate. It had left Hannelore more on guard against Ortwin than ever, much to the latter's frustration. We sure have a lot of eyes on us, huh? Conradin muttered, not that I don't know why. Ortwin looked around just in time to catch the eyes of his Drawanchel half-siblings and several other students. They glanced his way as they left the call. What did you say to Lady Hannelore during our break? She's been keeping her distance from her challengers, right? David dropped out, but she's still holding him at arm's length. What was your plan, even? Hannelore was being watched closely now that she was a second divine avatar, and the upcoming dinner match had drawn even more attention to her. Drawanchel was one of the few duchies that hadn't withdrawn its challenge, so the fact Ortwin had approached her hadn't gone unnoticed. Nothing too important. I was there when the gods of time descended into her. There are many things that could warrant my speaking to her. Right. Many things, huh?
If they had used sound blockers, then it had to be something important. Conrad and Ortwin grinned at each other in unspoken agreement not to pursue the matter any further. I take it you have plans for the dinner match as well, Conrad said. I do look before I leap, you know, Ortwin replied, offering the most composed smile he could muster. He raised a hand in farewell, turned on his heel, and had started toward the door. Conrad pushed himself off the wall and followed, having caught his breath. Karinstom's getting close, he said, his gaze fixed on Ortwin's half-brother, who was watching them carefully. I know, but thanks. As soon as the boys stepped outside, the retainers hurried to their sides. You are late, Lord Conrad, and Ortwin and I were arranging our plans for the younger students. Lord Ortwin, we thank you for accompanying our lord. Conrad and his retainers knew their lord wasn't the most athletic, and that Ortwin had intentionally stayed behind to cover for him. They expressed their gratitude as the two boys parted ways. As soon as Ortwin arrived outside his room, his retainers set about checking the door and the interior for any nefarious magic tools. If someone were to plant one, it would surely be while his retainers were ferrying him to and from class. During that brief, predictable period, his room was all but guaranteed to be empty. Looks clear to me. Of course, Ortwin said. Archduke candidates all leave for whirling practice at the same time. Still, better safe than sorry. At last, with his retainer's approval, Ortwin continued into his room. Jawantel's war of succession had intensified to the extreme. Adolphine's divorce had cost Ortwin the security of being the brother of the king's first wife, and recent revelations that the current generation of Staps was inferior, and that offering prayer could improve one's divine protections had further fanned the flames of competition. Ortwin's superiority was no longer guaranteed, and his half-brother had started vying for the archducal seat. Oh, boy. Now I'm curious as to if we're going to get any kind of little monologue from him once his head attendant is out of the room. Because, I'd like to see his thought process now that Hannelore has technically rejected him. Did you approach Lady Hannelore in class today? Asked Ortwin's head attendant, Burlecourt. Ortwin had told his retainers of his plan to speak with her, so they were naturally curious. Ortwin nodded and took a seat at his table. That's what I want to talk about. The apprentice scholars sat down with him while the apprentice attendants went to prepare tea, keeping within earshot. The apprentice knights split into two groups, those who would operate the area-wide sound blocker and those who would stand guard in front of the door. Ortwin reflected on Hannelore's words in the meantime. If you had come to me a year ago, I would probably have taken your hand without a moment's hesitation. However, far too much changed in far too short a time. A year ago, Ortwin had first met Hannelore during their first year at the Royal Academy when they greeted each other for the fellowship gathering. Back then, Hannelore had stood a step behind her brother as if hoping his cape would hide her from view. She had spent so much of her time staring at her feet that Ortwin had barely caught a good look at her face. Yet he still remembered how cute she had sounded when she gave her permission for a blessing. Later during their courtship etiquette class, Ortwin first became genuinely aware of Hannelore as a person. Seeing her anxiously look around, fidgeting to no end, had made him want to reach out to support her, to assure her that she was doing well and that she should be more confident in herself. He still liked her even then. It was so cute. Why? Why can't these two get a chance? Ferdinand and Rosamund got their chance. Sylvester and Florencia got their chance. Anastasius and Eglinton get their chance. Why can't Hannelore get a chance at love? This guy would protect her. He would adore her. He would probably worship her. Not as a divine avatar, of course, but as a person, as Hannelore, as the woman he likes. I'm actually thinking that this could be a chance that he would, like I said, take his chance to marry into Dunkelfelder to get this chance, because if his brother is now vying for the archducal seat, if he could marry into the top-ranked duchy, that would make his chances, a lot better, to be honest. Not as good as if he was Abderwancho, of course, but, I don't know. Let me know what you think. He had led the conversation to draw attention away from her nervousness, only for the professor to criticize him for not letting anyone else get a word in edgewise. Even in retrospect, it sparked a small pang of bitterness. It shocked me how little she resembled the Dunkelfelder Archduke candidate you warned me about, Ortwin said. In stark contrast to my elder sister, who exudes authority at all times, she had something about her that made me want to rush to her aid. Oh, do you fancy her, Lord Ortwin? Burlecourt asked. Duh. Did you not notice that? Actually, what am I saying? If a noble keeps their emotions in check, I guess even their retainers might not notice that. If they hide it well enough. Or maybe they're just teasing him. Ortwin gave a wry smile and shook his head. As adorable as she is, I must be wary of befriending her.
Well put. As things stand, Lady Eglantine is sure to marry the first prince, while Lady Adolphine will marry the second. Lady Hannelore and Archduke candidate of Dunkelfelger would doubtless prioritize connections with the former. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I thought this was back right as soon as... This was right after their conversation, correct? Okay, something switched here. At first it was talking like it was the present day, like after they just got out of the whirling class. Hold on. Is this supposed to be back in their first year? I think it is, because they just mentioned Eglantine was supposed to... Hold on. Supposed to marry the first prince, while Lady Adolphine will marry the second. So this is back in their first year. Okay, so this conversation went from the present to the past without even me realizing it. I knew he was just reminiscing about how when he first met Hannelore, but I didn't realize he was still in the reminiscing. I thought he had gotten right back to the, back to the present. Lady Hannelore and Archduke candidate of Dunkelfelder would doubtless prioritize connections with the former. Indeed, if my sister marries the second prince, it would not be wise for me to form ties with Dunkelfelder. I understand that much. Let me say this again, however. No matter how many times my sister asks it of me, I have no intention of becoming the next Obdurwanchel. Okay, so that was back then. That was how he felt back then. Okay. As a first-year student, Ortwin found research far more enjoyable, and he didn't want to be dragged around by his sister for the rest of his life. Even so, if he were to marry Hannelore, the daughter of Dunkelfelder's first wife, it would effectively fix him as his duchy's next archduke. The best thing I could do is keep her out of my mind. However, halfway through the usual socializing period, when everyone was turning their attention to preparing for the inter-duchy tournament, the country's expectations were abruptly turned on their head. Goodness gracious, Berlicourt said. I never thought Lady Eglantine would choose the second prince as her groom. Orwin grimaced. On top of that, the throne is still going to Prince Sigiswald. My sister's going to be the first wife of Jürgen Schmidt's next king. Neither she nor Durwanchel is ready for that. Once the prince's fiancés were formally announced at the Archduke Conference, there were significant shifts in inter-duchy relations and in the balance of power among the duchy's factions. Dealings with the sovereignty increased, and tension in Durwanchel never seemed to ease, even as the seasons changed. Before he knew it, Orwin was in the second year at the academy. Berlicourt, my sister seems to be having a very hard time as of late, he said. Prince Sigiswald is entirely inconsiderate, to say nothing of the curt remarks and attitude of those still enrolled at the academy. Many students of other duchies wished to speak with Adolphine about her engagement to the first prince, and they constantly compared her talent and treatment to Eglantine's. Adolphine predicted this last year and said she wasn't looking forward to it, but I never imagined things would get this bad. I've never seen my ever-confident sister this worn down before. It won't be long before others notice as well. Indeed, there's a limit to how much one can hide. Is there nothing more I can do? I promised to help her as much as I could. As exhausted as Adolphine seemed, her engagement couldn't simply be cancelled. She was at her limit, merely putting on a noble smile, and while Orwin wanted to help her, he couldn't think of a single thing he could do. She will need a support base mighty enough to stand against Classenberg, Berlicourt said. Perhaps you should deepen your bond with Lady Hannelore. Lady Hannelore? I see. When Adolphine had been expected to marry the second prince, few would have supported Ortwin pursuing Lady Hannelore. Now, with how much things have changed, people would celebrate it. Though you will need to become the next Obdurwanchel, a fate you so deeply detested. Hearing that from you of all people makes my gut wrench. I'll think it over carefully. To be honest, my hands are full enough already with all the duchies approaching me for personal gain. In a stroke of good fortune, Adolphine's situation improved without Ortwin having to do anything. She was giving an air-fest hairpin during a tea party, a clear sign of the first prince's consideration that left others unable to openly criticize her. But that peace fell away when vestiges of the losing duchies revolted during the inter-duchy tournament. Will their hatred be aimed at my sister now? Lady Adolphine is about to join the royal family. She might not have been royalty during the Civil War, but that won't matter to those viewing her with scorn. More now than ever, we need Dunkelfelder's might as the Zent's sword. Indeed, if you marry Lady Hannelore, we will gain a powerful ally, and there is no better way you can support Lady Adolphine than by becoming the next Obdurwanchel. So this explains why he's vying for being Juwanchal now, because everybody's been pushing this on him, and he wants to protect his sister as much as he can, especially now that she's now a Geeb instead of the first wife of the prince, because, the royal family's changed. And who would want to stay married to this guy now? I mean, especially in a political marriage. Orwin had once thought his sister invincible. Now he saw her brought to her knees, the risk of becoming royalty hanging over her like an axe above the chopping block. He was no longer a child who could refuse to become the next Ob simply despite her wishes. With all that had happened, he understood what was expected of him as her brother. Considering how much attention you have devoted to Lady Hannelore, it would be best to make your decision sooner rather than later, Burlacourt said. Not so loud. If I can offer one last piece of advice, you will need to get closer to Lady Hannelore for the Obs to consider an engagement. And if you truly do intend to propose, you should wait until you have developed mana sensing. Yeah, best to wait on that, because if you try to propose now, and it's set in stone, and you develop mana sensing, and you guys can't sense each other's mana, there's no point, because you wouldn't be able to have kids. And that's the big thing when it comes to marriage in this world, is have kids. Yeah, proposing before developing mana sensing was certainly an option. In such cases, the engagement would effectively be a reservation, valid only if their mana turned out to be a match. However, if Orwin proposed without having had any real interaction with Hannelore, she would naturally assume that he was interested in her only for political reasons. And if she received multiple offers, it was likely that after mana sensing, priority would go to whoever had the most mana. Since he spent his days merely watching her from afar, he had no choice but to agree that he needed to actually speak with her before proposing. But I might not develop mana sensing until next year, or the year after that. Suddenly, Ortwin's third year at the Royal Academy seemed tragically far away. He developed mana sensing before the start of the academic term, but who knew how long it might be before Hannelore developed it as well. He strove to interact with her as much as he could, sowing the seeds for the day he would propose, but the fact they had branched into their specialty courses left him with fewer chances than expected, especially when Hannelore was devoting her time to her joint research with Ehrenfest. Joint research often benefited both duchies involved. It also often blossomed into engagements between Archduke candidates, which might have worried Ortwin if Wilfried and Rosemine weren't already engaged. Ehrenfest posed no threat to him. Or so he thought. Ehrenfest and Dunkelfelder played bride still taking dinner, Ortwin repeated, but Lady Rosemine and Lord Wilfried are already engaged. He wheeled his sister's report on the Sovereign Knights. It was the last thing he had expected. Bride taking dinner was held between two people mutually in love, when two people mutually in love couldn't secure their parents' approval to get engaged. And apparently if Ehrenfest won, Hannelore would marry Wilfried. Were Lord Wilfried and Lady Hannelore in love? Burlacourt asked. I watched them more closely than pretty much anyone, yet I see it's nothing of the sort. I pray my sister is mistaken, but she would never make a claim without proof. Let's kind of forge the papers on that one, so, it's not your sister's fault. The days that followed seemed to prove her right. Hannelore and Wilfried were definitely closer. Perhaps they were cautious of prying eyes since they weren't formally engaged yet, but someone who knew the circumstances could tell she was looking at him differently. I'll need to give up on Lady Hannelore then, Ortwin sighed. An engagement decided through dinner won't ever be overturned. It'll be formally announced at the next Archduke conference without a doubt. In that case, you will need to search elsewhere for a suitable partner if you wish to be the next Burlacourt said. Then, in a lower voice, he added, as it stands, Lady Adolphine's position is all too fragile. Siggiswald had just fathered a son. Such sensitive information about the royal family would normally be impossible to come by, but nobles from Juwanchal had been frequenting the prince's villa to prepare Adolphine's room. My sister's starbinding ceremony will surely be postponed to all manner of scathing criticism. Yet contrary to their expectations, the ceremony was not delayed. It was held at the Archduke conference entirely to plan. Orwin was too young to attend the ceremony, so his knowledge of it came entirely from reports. They described the yearly business done within the duchies, changes to the duchy rankings, the royal family's promises about Adolphine's wedding, the recreation of an ancient ceremony that Rosemine had performed, and means of increasing one's divine protections. Yet there was no mention of Hannelore's engagement. Perhaps there was no helping it. An engagement between Ehrenfest and Dunkelfelder was hardly of much importance to Juwanchal. Orwin himself paid it barely any mind. Partly because there was so much else to focus on, but also because it wasn't news he particularly wanted to hear. Thus it wasn't until Ortwin entered his 4th year at the Royal Academy that he learned the engagement had never come to pass. Did Wilfried refuse it, he wondered aloud, even though he played dinner for her? Orwin confirmed that the dinner match had indeed taken place, then turned to Wilfried for an explanation. Well, Lord Lestelot issued the challenge in the first place in an attempt to marry Rosemine. Hannelore and I were just kind of dragged into it.
We discussed the matter during last year's Interduchy tournament, and resolved it all amicably. Amicably for you, maybe, but what about for Hannelore? Excuse me. Ortwin resisted the urge to put his head in his hands. From what he could tell, there was now a deep chasm between Hannelore and her retainers. She spent so much of her time staring at her feet when moving from class to class that Ortwin could only assume things were going poorly for her. If you're that worried, why not heroically step forth and rescue her, Burlicourt asked. A woman's heart is most receptive when she's anxious and uneasy. It can't be that simple, Ortwin protested. Anytime I speak to her, she's got her head in the clouds. Her eyes and mind are fixed on Wilfried at all times. She chose Ehrenfest over her own father's wishes, Burlicourt noted, sidestepping the issue with a smile. If you can win her heart, she will surely embrace Durancho as well. I cannot act without father's approval, and I already told him he could choose my engagement partners for me since I assumed Lady Hannelore was taken. Even if I win her over, it could cause all manner of problems if he's made other plans for me. I mean, you could always just ask your father about that, and see if he could consider adding Hannelore to the list. The Abb's will took the highest priority when it came to engagements between Archduke candidates. Even normal engagements required his approval. Laying the proper groundwork was more important than anything else, yet when Ortwin saw his permission, securing her hand will not be easy. One of the princes will surely want her as a second wife. If you are set on her, come top of your class. Do that and I will raise the idea with Dunkelfelder. Ortwin was overcome with despair. Every single year since his enrollment at the academy, Rosamund had come first in class. Despite her young age, she had an uncanny intellect that put her in a position of educating archdukes and even royalty about the benefits of religious ceremonies. Ortwin stood no chance against her. Still I must try, my hands are tied. In the end, Ortwin came top of his class, but only because Rosamund's poor health saw her absent for almost the entire academic year. It wasn't the most honorable victory, but it was enough to appease his father. As the next Archduke conference drew near, soldiers from Lanzenov invaded the sovereignty, and a portion of the sovereign knight's order turned coat. Country gates were activated, Dunkelfelder mobilized to fight, and events that beggared belief seemed to happen one after another. Adolphe used the chaos to secure a divorce and return to Durancho. Ortwin so learned from his sister that their father had proposed marrying him to Zent Eglantine or Rosamund, the Divine Avatar, as a second husband. In both cases, in the same breath, she instructed him to marry Hannelore and strive to become the next Abderwanchel. At first, Ortwin assumed she was just being snide, that she was teasing him for having asked their father to look into an engagement with Hannelore in the first place. As it turned out, their father had never broached the matter to begin with, and Adolphine had simply hoped to warn her brother of his unstable position. Ortwin was both touched by his sister's consideration and appalled that their father had gone against his word. "Father, why did you push for me to marry Zent Eglantine or Lady Rosamund?" Ortwin asked. During the inevitable confrontation, you promised to work towards setting me up with Lady Hannelore." Adolphine and Lord Sigiswald had separated, his father replied. "How could I not prioritize ties to the new great powers? But without even consulting me..." The decision with the royal family came abruptly. The Zent asked what would benefit Durancho, and I grasped at Annaultung's hem, that is all. If they refuse me on both counts, I will approach Dunkelfelder at the Archduke Conference. Now spare me your complaints. Though his father had made the right choice for an Ab, Ortwin doubted the rest of the country would interpret it so generously. Word of the Archduke's request inevitably reached Dunkelfelder, so when he proposed marriage between his son and Lady Hannelore, they refused him on the spot, insisting it was both improper and insincere. "You have the wrong idea! I never asked for this!" Ortwin could have burst into tears. Not only had his feelings never reached Hannelore, but now she must have thought he was desperate for power. The change in her reputation couldn't have helped. She had gone from being a victim of dinner in dire need of rescue to a well-known friend of the Divine Avatar. If nothing else, I hoped to make her understand that I sought her hand for more than just political reasons. While his duchy was in an uproar over Adolphine's divorce, intent on finding her a new husband to make her a Gebe, Ortwin devoted himself to making a courtship magic tool for Hannelore. By the time he reached his 5th year at the Royal Academy, he learned that she now had 2 suitors chosen by her father. Perhaps the decision had only been made recently, for her eyes still wandered not to either of them but to Wilfried. They're mere suitors. No outright engagement has been set in stone. I still have a chance, slim though it might be. Ortwin strove to get closer to Hannelore, but he never succeeded. In the end, she drove a wedge between them once and for all. The opportunity for our threads to be woven together has passed. Your timing was poor. She was right. Despite his best efforts, he had always been one step behind. After 5 years spent running in circles, Ortwin was overcome with a sense of profound defeat. I mean, to be fair, like I said, couldn't they kind of remind him of this? That he could, instead of going to be Abderwanchel, he could marry into Dunkelfelder if he wants Hannelore that badly?
I mean, he's got a bunch of siblings that could want to be the Ob too, and instead of having to deal with that headache of having to try and be the Ob, or to try and gain the seat of the Ob and ultimately could possibly fail, he could always go for Hannelore and actually get his happiness, you know? Everything is ready, Lord Ortwin, Burr said. Ortwin looked over his gathered retainers and curtly broke the news. Hannelore had rejected him. Things were going well until the goddess's descent, his hand attendant mused. Indeed, Ortwin replied, if I felt Lady Hannelore's heart waver as she responded well to my words. However, the goddess's arrival changed everything about her and her circumstances. Against her wishes, Hannelore had gained widespread recognition as the country's second divine avatar. No longer able to act based on love, she had chosen to stay in Dunkelfelger instead of marrying into the political chaos that now swirled around her. But what surprised Ortwin most of all were the changes to her character. He had come to know Hannelore as emotionally unstable, her expression always one of unease. Since the goddess's descent, however, she had carried herself exactly as an Archduke candidate of Dunkelfelger should, even prioritizing the suitors chosen by her husband, or by her father, over Archduke candidates of other duchies. Her decision to stay in Dunkelfelder and the fact she no longer acted purely on her own emotions had caught Ortwin thoroughly off guard. She changed too much too quickly, he said. The help I could give her she no longer wanted or needed. Ortwin's retainers, who had done all they could to help their lord, grimaced as if his pain were theirs. The plans I devised and expected her to accept were all rejected, Ortwin concluded. She would not trust her threat to me, for there was nothing I could offer her. Then why not something to offer her? He let out a small sigh, keenly aware of his own inadequacies. In what world would Hannelore have accepted him, knowing he lacked the means to even know what she desired, let alone provide it? There was nothing he could do. Striving for her hand any longer would be pointless. Are you well, Lord Ortwin? Burlecourt asked, his brow furrowed in concern. Ortwin blinked, unsure what his head attendant meant. Of course, though I worry how Lady Hannelore will survive in Dunkelfelder when she has spent her whole life trying to reject it. It concerns me how composed you seem despite having been rejected, Burlecourt said, his voice somewhat stern. Ortwin paused, searching his heart for how he truly felt about the situation. The girl who he'd pined for since his first year had refused him. He had expected the blow would bring him to his knees, yet instead he felt nothing. It was as though his heart were shrouded in a fog. I do feel a bit numb, as if the pain has yet to register. It's as though a thread were cut before me and the most I can do is stare. Then the wound is still too fresh, Burlecourt said with anguish. Ortwin nodded. The pain would surely come later when Hannelore chose the man she would spend the rest of her life with, or when Duranthal's battleless succession came to an end. I failed to convince Lady Hannelore to take my hand, he breathed. Still, I reinforced our cooperation with her in the upcoming dinner match. That is victory enough for a potential next Ob. Going forward, I want you all to focus on what I must do to secure the Archducal seat. Putting aside his inscrutable feelings for Hannelore, Ortwin opted to throw himself into becoming the next Ob Durantral. His retainers' expressions hardened as they took turns weighing in. Indeed, it was a wise move to reinforce our agreement. Cooperating with Lady Hannelore and receiving Ob Dunkelfelder's support in turn is critically important. Should we not rein in Karinstam next? They seem to be reaching into everything lately. While practicing music for the dedication whirl, I heard that Lord Raufereg lost a dormitory dinner match and was ordered to return to Dunkelfelder. That should put an end to at least one of Karinstam's plans. Karinstam had doubtless hoped to sow conflict in Dunkelfelder by instigating its most reckless Archduke candidate. Raufereg had been eliminated in short order, but he was far from the former prince's only machination. They've been contacting us as well, Ortwin said. Any further reports? Just as Sigiswald had instigated Raufereg, he had also been reaching out to Ortwin's half-siblings, hoping to weaken Durantral by offering to support their becoming the next Ob. Truly, this is his one area of expertise. He had proven as much several times over, circulating malicious rumors about Adolphine, minimizing his flaws, and using his authority as former royalty to manipulate public opinion. He had maintained a calm and peaceful demeanor, acting helpful when he was really out looking out for himself. In the long term, Sigiswald retaining his influence as former royalty will be troublesome, given his tendency to cause friction and worse schisms to strengthen his own support base. Ortwin was all too aware of the man's stance on Durantral, the duchy that was not only refusing to support his new territory, but also pressuring him for reparations. If, with the former prince's aid, Ortwin's half-brother became the next Ob Durantral, Adolphine would be lambasted for her divorce and eventually stripped of both her province and her status as a Geeb. Karinstam would then tighten its hold on the duchy, slowly but surely squeezing it dry. Because he knew what Sigiswald was capable of, thanks in part to his sister's insights, Ortwin intended to use the bride-stealing dinner match to reduce Karinstam's influence as much as possible.
He had even secured Ob Dunkelfelder's permission. Now his top priority was thwarting Karinstam's plans and his half-brother's ambitions. Have we identified which Karinstam students have approached my half-siblings, Ortwin asked. And we have, and our efforts should soon bear fruit, one of his retainers answered. They had already said about finding Karinstam students with parents from Geronchel who are willing to leak intelligence. If we are going to act against Karinstam, we should first confirm where Blumenfield stands, another retainer noted. Did anyone interact with its students during today's classes? Orwin had intended to approach Hildebrand, an Archduke candidate of Blumenfield, during class to invite him to a tea party. Unfortunately, he could only shake his head in response. Ob Blumenfield has strictly forbidden his students from interacting with duchies that would oppose Dunkelfelder in the upcoming dinner match, he said. Despite being an Archduke candidate, I was asked to wait until after its conclusion to connect with him. Dunkelfelder and Geronchel were going to fight together, but only Ortwin, his retainers, and the Archducal couple knew that. It was a crucial move that, if executed successfully, would all but guarantee his becoming the next Ob. If his half-siblings found out, they would almost certainly interfere, which was why he had signed a magic contract with his retainers and parents, requiring utmost secrecy. Naturally, he couldn't tell Hildebrand about his plans either. I can't say I'm surprised, Ortwin said. Blumenfield has Lady Magdalena for a first wife, after all. Oh? Berlicourt looked at him curiously. Will they be keeping their distance from Karinstam as well, then? Ortwin didn't know what kind of relationship Blumenfield had with Karinstam behind the scenes, but they wouldn't openly oppose Dunkelfelder. Of that he could be certain. Still, if that is Blumenfield's stance, would it not also be more difficult to socialize with Lady Letizia of Alexandria, Berlicourt asked. Ortwin threw his hands up in defeat. On that front, there was nothing they could do. He wanted to ask her about Alexandria, but he couldn't find a chance. Letizia had been adopted into Arensbach from Geronchel, and her biological older brother was Ortwin's adopted half-brother, who will most certainly try to keep them apart. Then there was the other obstacle. The reason Blumenfield's reticence was such an issue, without Hildebrand, Ortwin couldn't invite Letizia to a tea party. Meeting her without her partner would give rise to all manner of misconceptions. Yeah, that would be bad. We hope to speak with Lady Letizia directly, since there are still conflicting views in and around Old Arensbach and the Ob, Berlicourt said. But it seems any information we hope to obtain about Alexandria will need to reach us through Ehrenfest. And with how carefully Lady Charlotte is watching Wilfried, even that might be too much to expect. Ortwin massaged his temples. Even though throughout whirling practice, Charlotte had kept a close eye on her brother. Ehrenfest would surely take great care to ensure Wilfried couldn't socialize with Geronchel before the dinner match. Thinking about it, Karinstam might have intentionally misled Lord Wilfried to further reduce our options for gathering information, one apprentice scholar said, tone harsh with regret. I see no other reason he would suddenly oppose Dunkelfelder. Keep your unfounded suspicions to yourself, Ortwin said, waving the idea away. He was as suspicious of Karinstam as anyone, but speculating would get them nowhere. Berlicourt sighed. I did warn you that if you prioritized your research over socializing, insistent as you were that you could always learn about Ehrenfest from Lord Wilfried, it would eventually come back to bite you. And you were right. I understand that well enough, so spare me the lecture. Ortwin turned to his apprentice scholars. On a more productive note, how are Haschlitz and Gelessenmeyer? They are working rather closely with Karinstam, one noted. Both Haschlitz and Gelessenmeyer's Archduke candidates have been seen visiting Karinstam's tea party room with increasing frequency, and with tense looks on their faces. Berlicourt raised an eyebrow and turned to Ortwin, who responded with a nod. Karinstam's lack of Archduke candidates made it particularly strange for Archduke candidates of other duchies to look uncomfortable before their meetings. Lord Siggiswald must be visiting the Royal Academy. Adults were generally forbidden from involving themselves in matters of the Academy, but Archducal family members still sometimes visited their respective dormitories. Their presence was occasionally necessary to resolve problems too severe for students or dormitory supervisors, or when students messed up gravely enough for their op to have to apologize. Siggiswald was an archduke, meaning he could silence any complaints by saying there had been a problem in his duchy's dormitory that demanded his attention. I trust he was tightening his hold on Haschlitz and Gelessenmeyer, not wanting to lose more military might after the Zed sent the lesser and middle duchies running, an apprentice said. They're of greater value to him now that more and more duchies are backing out, too scared to take on Dunkelfelder's military. Haschlitz and Gelessenmeyer might not have been military superpowers, but they had spent years enjoying the comforts of the royal family's support. Compared to the greater duchies forced to manage deposed duchies and part with their talented citizens, they had found themselves fairly unburdened. The strength of their forces weren't to be underestimated. Oh, speaking of cooperators, Berlicourt said a message from a Lady Godolphin arrived. From my sister, Ortwin asked.
Bellicourt held out the board and Ortwin pulled a face like he'd just eaten something bitter. As his elder sister of the same mother, Adolphine had unwelcomely weighed in on his actions since he was young. She's no cooperator, Ortwin muttered, accepting the board with a frown. This feels awfully ominous. His retainer said nothing, merely watching sympathetically. The two had experienced Adolphine at her most overbearing. I am told Lord Siggiswald means to participate in the upcoming battle. As I am no longer of the Archducal family, there is not much I can do, but I shall permit you to take my former guard knights into your employ until the match. You might also care to know that as it seemed such a shame to squander their talents, I am having the scholars you left in the castle work on a new offensive magic tool. It is improving by the day. Promise to unleash it on Lord Siggiswald for me. Yeah, kick his ass for her! For how he treated her. As much as Ortwin appreciated his sister's enthusiasm, he found her closing demand really quite unsettling. I understand my sister's position, but she's far too bloodthirsty. Oderkunst shouldn't really give her free reign of the castle. Ortwin sighed and then passed the board around for his retainers to read. Immediately they started cackling among themselves. Some asked whether the message was too impolite, while others insisted that Lord Siggiswald had accepted the risk when he agreed to join the dinner match in the first place. Yep, he did. And he's going to get his ass kicked. Lord Ortwin, that isn't all. One of his retainers said then turned the board over for him. In the bottom corner, a spot that would have been covered where the knight who inspected the board picked it up, was another much smaller message. I wonder if in the depths of winter I could coax a hearth's flame into a radiant sun. Okay, I'm guessing that's a euphemism for something. It was said that Gadul, the goddess of earth, drew her color from the flame of a hearth, and the god of life's one-sided obsession with her had made her into something of a symbol for unrequited affection. If the sun symbolized the goddess of life, a title often bestowed upon one's first wife, Erwin could only grimace. He could almost hear Adolphine saying it would surely be impossible for you to turn your unrequited love into something mutual and marrying Hannelore while attending the Royal Academy. So essentially she's telling him that in order to win Hannelore over, it would have to be at once they graduate. Messer. Ortwin turned his staff into a knife, then crudely hacked away his sister's upsetting message. Hannelore had rejected him without question, leaving not even the slightest bit of room for hope. He repeated to himself that he couldn't allow his emotions to sway him, that he had to do whatever it would benefit Juancho most. I could have done without that last part, but I welcome her assistance nonetheless, Ortwin said, though I can't promise to unleash her magic tool on Lord Siggiswald. I will become our duchy's next ob. I ask for your support, everyone. Uh-oh, this is where the error came in. This is where the whole Wilfrey thing came in. Okay, how many pages left? Oh my god. 53 pages left. And that's not even count, that's actually less than that because that would count the afterword and stuff. An error and an interrogation. Here we go, I think we're going to get our answer. Lady Charlotte, I come with an urgent letter from Lady Hannelore. Lady Eluzia of Dunkelfelder has asked that you read it post-haste. I was studying in my room when my attendant, Edeline, arrived with a message for me. Instead of an invitation written on a board for anyone to see, it was purposely sealed inside an envelope. Goodness, from Lady Hannelore? What in the world could have happened? I cocked my head, entirely unsure why she might have suddenly contacted me. Wilfrey didn't say anything at lunch, did he? Not to my knowledge. I had been studying with my apprentice scholar, Marianne, and my head attendant, Vanessa, and they both nodded in turn. Lady Hannelore had been unconscious since the goddess of times descended into her, but Wilfred said she had returned to class today. I was concerned both about her and about the fact that my sister still hadn't returned from wherever the goddess had taken her, so I had intended to arrange a tea party with Lady Hannelore at some point, but I certainly hadn't been expecting a letter from her. How concerning, I muttered. Our interactions with Dunkelfelder have mostly been through Wilfred and Rosemine since they are in Lady Hannelore's year. Why would she send a letter to me, not my brother? Because this concerns him? Badly? Until last year, I had attended tea parties with her while Rosemine was in Ehrenfest, but only in a supporting capacity. Brunhilde and Lysletta did most of the talking. When it came to Ehrenfest interduchy relations, Rosemine handled the royal family and the top-ranking duchies. Wilfred handled the male archdukerates, and I handled the lower and middle-ranking duchies. My sister planned to introduce me to the top-ranking duchies this year, and yet she had not returned from the goddess of time's invitation. Yeah, she's still dealing with that. And we probably won't find out about it until either next book or part 6 we're going to get. Quote unquote. In my sister's absence, I always felt the enormity of the void she left behind. I had come far enough that I could get by without making any serious errors, but I could never prove my worth to the top-ranking duchies in a single tea party.
The speed with which she made herself needed astounded me, yet I knew from experience that it was unwise to attempt to mimic her. I have some experience socializing with top-ranking duchies thanks to Lady Brunhilde, but Adeline's eyes flitted toward the door. I feel a bit uneasy, so perhaps we should summon Lady Brunhilde and Lady Feline before opening the letter. Already I had made a mistake. I hadn't even opened the letter, yet I had worried my second-year retainer. I gave it his best smile I could muster. Lady Hannelore went to the trouble of sealing it. I should read it myself before I consider sharing its contents with anyone else. Not to mention with my sister in the world of the gods, Brunhilde and the others have enough on their plate already. My sister is now of Alexandria. We knew I would need to exchange letters with top-ranking duchies eventually. In truth, I spoke as much for my own sake as for hers. I turned to Vanessa, accepted the letter opener she had prepared, and cut into the letter. But when I finally read its contents... What? The blood drained from my face. In her letter, Lady Hannelore explained that Wilfred had announced his intention to support Lord Orwin in the upcoming dinner match, and that she was writing to confirm Elenvest's stance on the matter. Brother, what in the world were you thinking? I can only assume Lord Orwin had asked him for help, and he had agreed without considering the political repercussions. No, Orwin didn't know about this. Like I said, I think he was just planning on just being like a moral support, like being there supporting him on the sidelines, just watching and hoping that he does well, you know? I think that's what Wilfred meant when he said this to Hannelore. Lady Charlotte, is everything okay? Vanessa asked, peering at me with worry. May I read the letter too? I read it again to confirm its message, then handed it over. Though it was crucial that we keep this information from other duchies, I needed to share it with my retainers at least. How else would they be able to aid me in fixing it? Vanessa's face grew paler and paler the more she read. Given the letter's contents, I wasn't too surprised. For now, do not speak of this to anyone outside my retinue, I said, taking the letter from Vanessa and passing it to Marianne. Lady Charlotte, Marianne said, equally as shaken by Lady Hannelore's news. This is the first I'm hearing of Ehrenfest helping Gerwanchel in the upcoming dinner batch. Come again? Gerwanchel? Adeline yelped, turning to me for confirmation. I thought Ehrenfest agreed not to get involved. Indeed, and that hasn't changed, I said. I don't know what compelled my brother to claim otherwise, but I assure you he's mistaken. It was a careless blunder on his part, spoken without regard for the consequences. It wouldn't be the first time Wilfred had spoken without considering how it might affect other people, or prioritize his own emotions above all else. Besides, Gerwanchel was the Duchy of Knowledge. They had a talent for manipulating others, and my brother was so trusting that I suspected he had gone along with whatever they told him. I wished to console him at once, but he was in class. But turning against Dunkelfelder, Vanessa muttered, that's more than a mere slip of the tongue. Indeed, if only I could turn to my sister for help. Rosamond was good friends with Lady Hannelore, which made her the perfect intermediary, but she was absent, and no amount of pleading would bring her back. I wish to send Lady Hannelore an ordonnance explaining the situation and apologizing for my brother's actions, I said. But if Wilfred is currently in class, she must be too. Perhaps we could ask Lady Rosamond's retainers to consult with her about meeting with us after class, Marianne proposed. But Vanessa instantly rejected the idea. Under these circumstances, a tea party would hardly be a cheerful occasion, and since Lady Hannelore is asking about Ehrenfest's intentions, a private apology would not suffice. No matter how well Lady Brunhilde might have trained them, this would be too great a burden for a second-year student like Lady Bertilde, or a lady noble like Lady Feline. And with my brother to blame, well, I would feel uncomfortable asking Bertilde of all people to help clean up one of his messes, I said. In her eyes, Wilfred is an astute candidate, ignorant of the nuances of faction politics and incapable of controlling his emotions. Bertilde had previously served my elder sister as an apprentice arch-attendant. She was also the younger sister of the woman's soon-to-be father's second wife. She had only ever seen Wilfred be hostile to Brunhilde and oppose her engagement, so of course she held him in contempt. She regarded him with cold eyes and tried to avoid him as often as she could. But if we don't consult Lady Bertilde, what am I do? Adeline asked, having never had to socialize with top-ranking duchies as an apprentice arch-attendant. She had gone white as a sheet, and I couldn't blame her. Nobody had expected a situation in which Dunkelfelder could see Ehrenfest as a potential enemy. Let us remain calm, Adeline, I said. As the letter says, Wilfred and Lady Hannelore were using sound blockers. It's not as though the whole country knows of his mistake. If we apologize promptly, we should be able to prevent this from escalating into open hostility. As bad as it was that my brother had tried to form an impromptu alliance with Gerwanchel, the matter was still relatively contained. I can only assume Lady Hannelore had written to us precisely because a fight between our duchies so soon after the defense of Ehrenfest would be as bad for her as it would be for us. First things first, Marianne, write a copy of Lady Hannelore's letter. I shall keep it for myself and send the original to Father. I must inform him of my brother's blunder and the risk that Gerwanchel might be manipulating him, so that he can help us in apologizing. We need a formal letter from him stating that Wilfred does not speak for Ehrenfest, and we do not, under any circumstances, intend to join the fight with Gerwanchel. Vanessa, when Marianne is done, take the original correspondence home to Ehrenfest. I do not want even the knights at the teleportation hall to know about this. Understood, Vanessa said, springing into action. I shall send an urgent request for a meeting. I permit you to bring my other retainers up to speed once they return from their classes, but nobody else must know of this. Furthermore, until we have solidified our position on this matter, avoid all contact with Dunkelfelder. We mustn't get ahead of ourselves and earn further ire or worsen the tension between our duchies. Vanessa left for Ehrenfest to relay Lady Hannelore's letter. She returned just as the afternoon's classes were coming to an end and gave me a board that I took for Father's response. I read it without delay. As Ob Ehrenfest, I hereby order Charlotte to do the following in her capacity as the next Ob. Interrogate Wilfred about his connection to Gerwanchel, then send an ordinance of apology to Lady Hannelore. Inform her that, as we speak, I am writing a formal letter of apology to Dunkelfelder. Normally, it would have fallen to Wilfred, the source of this catastrophe, to apologize. For father to have entrusted the duty to me instead, he must have feared that Wilfred would only make things worse, since he had clearly meant no harm, and probably didn't understand what he'd done wrong to begin with. Not only was Lady Hannelore's letter addressed to me, but Father has now instructed me as the next Ob to apologize in my brother's stead, I announced. Once I have finished interrogating Wilfred, I will send Lady Hannelore an ordinance. I will also send my brother back to Ehrenfest at the Ob's request. Ob Ehrenfest went blue in the face when he read the letter, Vanessa said. It will be too dangerous to keep Lord Wilfred at the Royal Academy when he does not understand the weight of his declaration, or the fact that he has strained our relationship with the country's top-ranking duchy. The Ob will not mince his words, I'm sure. Dude, even as a non-archduke, even as he is not going to be the Ob anymore, he's still making blunders. Wilfred, dude! You've got to think before you say things. Jesus Christ. At least with Rosemine, she does not go with her emotions either, but good God, she thinks before she says anything. He still didn't get a very good education. He didn't. He's far too trusting. We had got to beat that out of him. She heaved an exhausted sigh, but our troubles were far from over. The others would soon return from their classes. Adelaide, prepare a meeting room, I said. Vanessa, contact my brother's retainers. When he returns, tell them we have urgent matters to discuss and orders from the Ob. I ask that you reveal only the bare minimum. Understood. I didn't have to wait long before my brother came back from his classes. He entered the meeting room with his retainers, who greeted him on his return. What's the big deal? Asking me to come to a meeting room the moment I get back, Wilfred asked, unconcerned with anything beyond the inconvenience of being summoned. We might be siblings, but you should give me some notice at least. The retainers and I were pale, our expressions disturbed, but my brothers and his retainers only looked around uncertainly. They truly had no idea what he'd done wrong. Oh, they don't know what he did. Because they were the Archduke candidate course class. They weren't there with him, so they have no clue either. They're going to scold her about this. Brother, I received a letter from Lady Hannelore just after this afternoon's classes began, I said. Could you explain what you said to her? Why would you side against Dunkelfelder and sow discord between our duchy and theirs, especially so soon after they helped us defend Ehrenfest? A letter from Lady Hannelore? Discord between our duchies? What are you talking about? Marianne handed him our copy of the letter, his brow knit tighter with each line he read, yet he didn't blanch the way my retainers had. I told her I'd support Ortwin as his friend, he finally said. She was smiling when I said it. How does that constitute an introduction to innocent? Because she has to smile as a noble to keep her emotions in check. Dude, if they didn't have to do that, she would have started yelling at him saying, what the fuck is wrong with you? Reflexively, I placed a hand on my forehead. It was bad enough that he had made such a grave mistake, but to have done it without a single thought for the consequences. I slowly looked over him at his retainers. So you admit that, as the letter says, you told Lady Hannelore you would give Lord Ortwin your full support in the bride-stealing dinner match. She did not mishear you. That's right, Wilfred replied, nodding confidently. Some of his retainers recoiled at the news while others frowned in confusion. How could that not constitute an interduchy incident, I asked. What support do you intend to give? And what promise must you have made with Lord Ortwin to have agreed to assist with him in the first place? What do you mean? I'm just supporting him like I said. In other words, Wilfred had not only failed to consider the consequences of his statement, but also what it meant to begin with. I began to suspect he had pledged his full support to Lord Ortwin without even consulting him, which would be disastrous for Ehrenfest. I looked at my brother and resisted the urge to sigh. The upcoming dinner match is a contest between duchies to decide who gets Lady Hannelore's hand. The moment you back one side, you make an enemy of the others. So why would you tell Lady Hannelore that you intend to support Gerwanchel, that, by extension, you intend to fight Dunkelfelder? Yeah, that's the point. I didn't. I mean, that wasn't my... Of course I don't mean to fight Dunkelfelder. He was getting anxious. At last the severity of his actions had dawned on him. I just wanted to help Ortwin win Lady Hannelore's heart, Wilfrid said. An archnoble might have been a suitable partner for her before, but her sudden rise in status means she needs an archduke candidate from a greater duchy to protect her now. They're a good match, so... Lord Ortwin issued his dinner challenge out of genuine affection? Consider me surprised. That's what I'm saying, because we had never seen him interact with her, really, over the course of the books. Even with the Hannelore side stories. The match was being called the battle for the second divine avatar, so I had naturally assumed Lord Ortwin's motivations were to bring wealth to Durantral and secure his position as next up. Last part, yes. But also that he likes her. We had entered a harsh new era where those who obtained their staffs in their first year had to go above and beyond just to keep up with the competition. But again, perhaps Lord Ortwin exaggerated his feelings and Wilfrid simply never thought to question him. Lord Ortwin was a master of speaking ambiguously to manipulate those around him. To him, Wilfrid must have been the perfect target. Someone with authority who would never question what he was told. As my interrogation continued, I would need to find what kind of aid Lord Ortwin desired and get Wilfrid to agree that Ehrenfest would not in fact be supporting Durantral. You truly believe Lord Ortwin and Lady Hannelore would make a good couple, I asked. I do not see it myself. Huh? You mean Ortwin isn't good enough for her? Wilfrid shouted, enraged by the slightest difference of opinion. How are her archnoble supporters supposed to protect her now that she's a divine avatar? She's not a divine avatar! If she's in class now and you can't see the aura around her, she is not a divine avatar just because she's not Rosemine! Ugh! He had lectured me time and time again about the importance of masking one's emotions, so why was he wearing them on his on the sleeve? He's reminding me of Rosemine! Oh my god! In that regard, he reminds me of grandmother, which is exactly why the Lice Gang still despise him. Lady Hannelore will have the protection of not just her fiancé, but her entire duchy. And what better guardian could she have than Dunkelfelder the First? Remember what became of your engagement to Rosemine? I said, if someone is deemed valuable to Jürgen Schmidt, not even an Ob can necessarily protect them. Authority and a duchy's rank are where power truly lies. So wouldn't Lady Hannelore be safer in Dunkelfelder the First than Durantral the Fifth? Okay, so Durantral's the fifth rank. Okay. I wasn't sure. Dunkelfelder had placed a critical role in Zet Eglintine's rise to power and could make strong moves against her if necessary. In terms of protecting the new divine avatar, no duchy was better equipped. Furthermore, I continued, it is Ob Dunkelfelder's right to decide which men are best suited for Lady Hannelore. As an outsider, you have no reason to weigh in. How am I an outsider? Lady Hannelore's my friend. And you think that permits you to speak on her marriage, I asked, eyes widening in surprise. I assure you, friends don't usually interfere with each other's chosen suitors. In noble society, fathers choose their children's partners based on what benefited their house and duchy. And the same thing for commoners, but on a smaller scale. Each marriage needed the relevant Ob's approval, with unions between Archduke candidates requiring the Zen's approval as well. I could not name a single friendship in which it was acceptable for one person to speak out against the other's engagement. I do not know if Lord Ortwin asked for your aid, I said, but you should have consulted Father before agreeing to. Ortwin didn't ask for my aid. I wanted to support him. I thought that if I could explain myself well enough, Lady Hannelore would understand what a great partner he would make. Come again? You merely wished to support him. It had never even occurred to me that Wilfrid might have acted of his own volition. I suppose Durantral was neither trying to secure Ehrenfest as an ally, nor take advantage of the upcoming dinner match. So this blunder arose not from greater manipulation, but from sheer thoughtlessness. How reckless can one boy be? Very reckless, apparently. In an instant, all my assumptions were turned on their head. If anything, I would have preferred there to be an ulterior motive. Whatever was going through my brother's mind, it was so baffling that it left me woozy. Brother, even if Lord Ortwin and Lady Hannelore were in love, encouraging a girl to abandon the suitors her father chose for her in favor of a doomed romance is so inconsiderate that I do not even know what to say. Really? Yes. Archduke candidates should not involve themselves in other people's love lives. If you encourage two people to get together at Ehrenfest, it could be seen as an order. Outside of Ehrenfest, it could be seen as political interference. The surprise that arose on my brother's face made me bitter. I hated having to teach him such basic facts of life. This is what I'm saying. Even though he got a better education when it came to, like geography, history, math, and everything like that, he didn't get a good enough education when it came to being a noble. He needs Ferdinand to teach him that stuff.
Because that would have been beaten into him. Just like he had for Rosemary, he taught her everything she knows. Even she knows not to do this sort of thing. Actually, to be fair, she did that with Eglantine and Anastasius, but that was because they were in love. And she had asked if she could speak on that, and I think Eglantine gave her the permission to do so, and she did. So that is different, a little different. But this, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Ferdinand should have taught him noble etiquette himself. That's what he should have done. But he seemed entirely incapable of figuring them out himself. At no point were you asked to get involved, I continued. Worse still, the people you tried to push together aren't even mutually in love. You've been nothing but a burden to them. Huh? But I care for them both, and your intentions are irrelevant. You troubled them deeply. For as long as I can remember, I had kept my mouth shut and deferred to Wilfrid as his younger sister. Today, however, I was expected to act as Ehrenfest's next ob. Staying silent was no longer an option. I sighed, then faced my brother head on. To ensure Ehrenfest does not earn Dunkelfelder's enmity, I order you to refrain from associating with Lord Ortwin or anyone from Toronto on a personal level until the bride-stealing dinner batch is over. Where's this coming from? This is not your choice who I speak to, Wilfrid yelled. He was glaring daggers at me, but I couldn't back down. Since you are clearly incapable of properly considering interduchy relations, I have deemed it necessary to intervene. Father has instructed me to act with the full authority of the next ob. What? Wilfrid exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers. I had never spoken out against him so directly before. You must face the facts. Your blunder has placed Ehrenfest and Dunkelfelder at risk of becoming outright enemies. And I feel bad about it, but it wasn't on purpose. All we need to do is clear up Lady Hannelore's misconception. Getting in the way of my friendship with Ortwin is going too far. Dude, if you cannot think before you act, or what you say, then it's a good idea to stay away from Ortwin when all this is going on. Because Karinstam is trying to manipulate other people into getting on their side. Who's to say that Geronto wouldn't have done the same thing, you know? I shook my head, rejecting his naive assumption out of a hand. Lady Hannelore has already questioned our duchy's intentions, meaning Father had no choice but to explain the situation and apologize. You must recognize how careless you've been, and how little consideration you've given to interduchy relations and to the changes Jürgen Schmidt is going through. At the very least, your words and conduct today were wholly unbecoming of a fifth-year Archduke candidate. Wilfrid gazed down at the letter on the table, then frowned. It was the face he always pulled when he was about to tune out a lecture. I sighed and glared at him even more sternly than before. 2 years ago, brother, Ehrenfest faced Dunkelfelder in dinner. Do you remember? I mean, yeah, he said, the sudden change in topic prompting him to raise his head. Do you recall how all of Ehrenfest banded together and fought desperately to protect Rosemine? How would you have felt if in the midst of all that, Lord Ortwin sided with and supported Lord Lestalot? I questioned him further, asking how he would feel if Lord Ortwin told him to his face that Lord Lestalot was better suited to protect Rosemine, or that she needed to marry into a greater duchy to be safe. Would you be grateful and rejoice that your friend gave you his honest opinion? Or would it upset you that an outsider was speaking out against an engagement Ob Ehrenfest had arranged for you? Naturally, that would upset me, not that Ortwin would ever say something so rude. So he understands it's rude when it comes from someone else. That brought me some relief. If we were on the same page in that regard, I was sure I could make him understand just how unpleasant his own remarks had been. What if Lord Ortwin announced he would fully back Lord Lestalot in dinner? Would you still call that non-hostile? No. I would wonder what Geronto might do during the dinner match. If nothing else, I would be wary of them turning against us. Wilfrid's eyes widened in realization, and he sighed. I get what you're trying to say. Even if he said he didn't intend to be hostile, I'd still wonder why he went out of his way to say it to my face. I can't believe how rude and inconsiderate I was with Lady Hannelore. At last, he seemed to grasp how his declaration had come across to others. It might have been cruel of me to celebrate my brother's mounting sadness, but to me it was a relief. I am glad you understand, I said. If it had been before Dunkelfelder and Geronto came into conflict, simply cheering on someone's crush shouldn't have ended with the Ob having to apologize. That was precisely why Archduke candidates gathered information, so they could adjust their words and actions as circumstances changed. I was about to conclude the questioning on that note when Wilfrid nodded. Right, things have changed. My timing was just a little poor. Anger surged through me. At a glance, my brother looked as though he understood what he'd done wrong and was truly regretting it. Our parents would probably end the lecture there, satisfied that he would change, but that gave him room to make excuses and stop reflecting on his behavior altogether. I felt as though I'd finally found the reason he kept making the same kind of mistakes, even though he always seemed to repent whenever he was scolded. No, Wilfred, your timing was not poor. Your actions were careless and betrayed a complete lack of introspection. An Archduke candidate must do better. You're accusing me of not thinking things through enough? Yes, I said without hesitation. Wilfred stared at me in blank disbelief. He must have thought I would retract my criticism or apologize for going too far. You knew when you approached Lady Hannelore that a dinner match was being held for the right to marry her, and that duchies were preparing for an enormous battle. No? Yeah, but you knew, and you still didn't care. You gave no thought to your position or how you ought to conduct yourself. That shallow judgment led you to commit a blunder against the country's highest-ranked duchy, serious enough that Ehrenfest himself must apologize. Yet you would brush it aside as bad timing or whatever other excuses you can conjure up. Wilfred refused to face reality, layering one excuse on top of another to escape his guilt. Worse still, he seemed to convince himself that his excuses were true, as though that could erase what he had done wrong. I could not forgive it any longer. Excuses, he muttered. You had good intentions. You didn't mean for it to happen. Your timing was poor. Those are all excuses people use when they feel they did no wrong. If you truly understood the situation and regretted your actions, you would not have resorted to using them. That wasn't my Wilfred paused mid-sentence. He had been on the verge of using one of the very excuses he was trying to deny. I commend his sincerity, if nothing else. Yet it would take a lot of work to forge his honesty into a desirable virtue for an Archduke candidate. I watched him for a moment. Was it optimistic of me to think we had finally taken a step forward? Brother, it is not at all unusual for the situation around us to change. That is why Archduke candidates care so much about gathering information and why they always try to act for the benefit of their duchies. Going forward, you must think very, very carefully about inter-duchy relations, changes in faction politics, how your words might be interpreted, and the impact a single statement can have. Wilfred nodded, the picture of gloom. I can only hope that he actually changes his behavior. Though something told me it would not be that simple. It probably won't. I sighed and took out an ordnance face stone. That would do for questioning Wilfred. I understood now that Juancho had nothing to do with my brother's declaration, and that it had simply been an ignorant, well-meaning mistake. There was no need to dig deeper. It made more sense to focus my attention on sending Lady Hannelore an apology. How nerve-wracking. My ordinance would reach her before Father's formal apology. After carefully planning what I would say, I tapped the white bird's face stone with my staff, determined not to besmirch Ehrenfest's name any further. Lady Hannelore, this is Charlotte of Ehrenfest. I began wincing at the quaver in my voice. What I did here would affect the relationship between our duchies, and as Ehrenfest's next ob, I felt the weight of the burden on my shoulders. Our ob will send a formal apology, but before then, I wish to dispel any notions that we might side with Juancho against you. Please pass that insurance on to Ob Dunkelfelder as well. I swung my staff, and the ordnance took flight. I wondered how long it would be before Lady Hannelore responded, and whether she would even forgive us. I watched the windows anxiously until at last the bird returned. Lady Charlotte, this is Hannelore. Thank you for putting our minds at ease. I look forward to when we will next find time for a tea party together. As soon as Dr. Ehrenfest's letter arrives, I shall pass it along to my father. Please send him my regards. Her gentle voice washed away the tension that had seized me. I sensed the same relief among my retainers, and even my brother relaxed in his seat, an appreciable change from the beginning of the meeting when he had failed to grasp even the gravity of our situation. Sounds like she accepted our apology, he said. That's a relief. Indeed, I replied, we can rest easy, for now Father's apology will not fully resolve the matter, and we must be even more mindful of our actions going forward, but at the very least we have avoided a complete breakdown in our relationship with Dunkelfelder. The ordinance repeated Lady Hannelore's message twice, more than reverted to a yellow face stone and dropped neatly into my hand. I had fulfilled the duties that Father expected of me, both interrogating Wilfred and offering their apologies to Lady Hannelore. Now, dear brother, I continued, Father has ordered you to return to Ehrenfest. You must leave at once. At once? Yes, you are to receive your scolding and return with his letter. I ushered my brother out of the meeting room into the teleportation hall, leaving him no choice but to comply. He complained that even Rosemine had been given 3 days' notice, but I had no recollection of such a courtesy. That is everything, I said at last. We can leave the rest to Father. With my final task completed, I ate dinner with the quiet satisfaction of having done my duties as the next ob. It was then that an ordinance from Professor Hirscher arrived. This is Hirscher. The Zen has issued orders to all dormitory supervisors. Archnobles and Archduke candidates from every duchy are to gather in the auditorium at 3:30 bell to tomorrow. Is that understood? The The bird repeated the message twice more, then reverted to a face stone. I stared at it in shock, the color draining from my face once more. The teleportation hall had already closed for the day. We would have to wait until at least second bell tomorrow when it reopened, when we could contact home. The Zent had ordered all Archduke candidates to assemble, but my brother had just returned to Ehrenfest. Uh-oh. And if every duchy had been summoned, Dunkelfelder would be there as well. Since apologizing with the utmost importance, we would need Father's letter in hand by then. Father, this is an emergency. Please finish your letter of apology by 3:30 bell and have Wilfried bring it here at once. The Zent has issued new orders. The chaos Ehrenfest fell into at second bell the next morning would scarcely be put into words. All I could do was pray that the other duchies in the auditorium wouldn't notice our disarray. Okay, one more, I think. Trials of the Zent's first year. With both Hannelore and Rosemont at the academy this year, there's bound to be some kind of incident. These two have a history of escalating whatever issues cross their paths. Anastasia had warned me. I would tell you to brace yourself, but nothing will truly prepare you. Under the shadow of that ominous premonition, the academic term began. Half a year had passed since Lady Rosemont and Lord Ferdinand transferred a Gruderscheit to me, and I became the new Zent. Jürgen Schmidt now had 3 new duchies and archdukes. The goddess of wisdom's descent had forbidden death penalties, and a revolution had removed the very concept of royalty that had endured since the time of Zent Rauschlestra. Naturally, half a year was far from enough time to complete so many reforms. It felt like I was just blindly fumbling my way through. We had relocated from Anastasia's villa to the Adolgisa villa at the Royal Academy, which we were using as a provisional palace. Someday we intended to construct a new palace using an antique elm, but when that day would come, no one could say. I said only our living quarters had changed. The machinery of government had yet to follow, and much of the work was still being conducted in the old palace. High-level meetings that required my presence as a Zent were now held in rooms normally reserved for the Archduke Conference, while smaller gatherings that did not require me continued to take place in the Sovereignty. It wasn't for lack of effort. Moving an entire workplace into the Royal Academy was anything but simple. We first had to map the building itself. So much of it was off limits that we scarcely knew how many rooms it contained. Then we needed a way to keep student areas and sovereign workspaces as separate as possible. Little by little, we prepared quarters for servants and members of the Sovereign Temple, expanded storage, and transferred documents and records. But with ordinary duties demanding so much of our attention, progress remained maddeningly slow. Old records indicate that the Royal Academy used to have farmlands and fruit gardens, but how are we to make them and who will manage them? Do we need to pray to Flutrain as we do for the gathering spots? Lord Ferdinand had insisted that we move to the Royal Academy since the royal family of old had once lived there, but carrying that out was far easier said than done. Our way of life had changed too much, and the Academy lacked many of the magic tools we relied on for everyday living. The Adolgisa Villa was one of the few exceptions. It had remained in use until around the end of the Civil War, and Lord Sigiswald had spent nearly a full year preparing it for Lady Rosemont. Gervasio's group had even used it in secret. Thanks to all of that, we needed only to replace some of the furnishings. The other villas, however, were in drastically worse condition. In theory, we could have remade them with an Intwik elm as Alexandria had done, and then outfitted them with furniture and magic tools, but Jürgen Schmidt was still emerging from a severe mana shortage. We had no choice but to make do. Even knowing that our current predicament was in part a punishment from Lord Ferdinand, I could not help lamenting it as one problem after another demanded my attention. I could only hope that I would have the fortitude to brush off any mockery he might direct at me for relying on the royal palace for so long. I was still absorbed in thought when a scholar rushed into the room. Zent Eglantine, we have a problem. What is it? Anastasius asked with an exceptionally displeased grimace, sensing trouble that would keep me at my desk. He had finished teaching for the day and come to my office waiting for me to finish the last of my work. Dragana, the goddess of time, has descended into Lady Hannelore in one of the gazebos east of the Scholar Building. She seems to be summoning Lady Rosemont. Excuse me, I asked, eyes widening in utter disbelief. See? Those two again! Anastasius cried. I told you this would happen, though I would rather have been wrong. I think you both would have rather been wrong. Lady Hannelore and Lady Rosemont were not the Academy's only sources of trouble, but I could not deny how often their names came up. Time and again, they were at the center of issues serious enough to require the royal family's direct involvement. Oh yes, just a moment, I said. Are you saying that without warning, a goddess descended into Lady Hannelore and not in the chapel or the Garden of Beginnings, but in a gazebo? That is correct. Oh dear, I sighed. What should we do? We have no one capable of handling the situation. Sovereign nobles typically return to their duchies for winter socializing, and with so many now devoting renewed effort to strengthening their ties with their homelands, we were now more short-staffed than ever. We maintained only the bare minimum of personnel on rotation, and it was nowhere near enough to respond to an urgent summons from an actual goddess. Eglantine, a crowd is sure to amass around the gazebo, Anastasia said. Should we not send knights to keep the peace? Indeed, send scholars as well so they can report back to us. Attendants, prepare a meeting room. I shall await more information. But as I turned my attention to my attendants, the scholar immediately said there is no need to prepare a meeting room. Not enough is known for us to expect any further reports. Even though a goddess has descended, I asked. As it stands, no one can approach her, the scholar said. My confusion must have shown on my face because he quickly added, Lady Hannelore and Lord Kentrips of Dunkelfelger, Lord Ortwin of Gerwanchel, and Lord Wilfrid of Ehrenfest were discussing something in the gazebo when the goddess of time abruptly descended into Lady Hannelore. He had obtained this information from the retainers gathered around the gazebo who had been waiting for their charges to finish speaking. As things stood, we still didn't know what had happened, what the group had been discussing, or what had triggered the descent. The goddess expelled everyone except Lady Hannelore from the gazebo, and no one has been able to enter since, the scholar continued. Some have made it closer than others, which has led us to suspect that mana capacity is a factor. At present, everyone is simply waiting for Lady Rosemine to arrive. She is currently attending to an emergency in Alexandria, however, so it might take some time, which is why I chose to report to you. I see. In that case, I should stay here in my office. My daughter would never let me leave if I went back to my quarters. Anastasius frowned at my decision. I would have told him to return to our room ahead of me, but it would only frustrate him further. Will you not visit the goddess? One of my knights asked, confused. You have the goddess's recognition and inherited the Gruterscheid from the divine avatar, one of my attendants added. If anyone would be permitted into the gazebo, surely it would be you, said Eglantine. Faced with my retainer's hopeful stares, I shook my head. I had not obtained the Book of Mestanora through my own power, and thus could not truly serve as an intermediary between mankind and the gods. They have such faith in me, I cannot allow them to see the gods of time reject me. I shall not go, I declared. Such rudeness is beneath me. Said Eglantine, the goddess of time has asked for Lady Rosemine specifically. Imagine this were a tea party. Would the host welcome the arrival of an uninvited guest? Understanding dawned on my retainers' faces. Forgive my short-sightedness. Rarely does a goddess descend, so I understand her desire to see it, but the gods do not think as we do. I worry that anyone who approaches the gazebo lightly will receive divine punishment. I know only of the goddess of wisdom who descended into Lady Rosemine and of Awaremen, but the gods were anything but kind to humanity. I understood. We shall ask the knights and scholars deployed to the area to keep any students or professors from getting too close. We will also ensure that no one keeps Lady Rosemine from the goddess. Thank you. One of my knights departed to spread the word, and I gazed down at the magic tool on my wrist. Perhaps the Gruterscheid explained the nuances of gods, inviting humans to their world. I decided to do what I could, at least, without having to rummage through the paperwork I just put away. Gruterscheid, I chanted. No matter how much I searched, I could find nothing of use. Perhaps when the tool was made, such information had been deemed unnecessary for me to carry out my duties as a Zent. Not that I ever expected to need to know this much. I wondered how many humans had been invited to the world of the gods. Perhaps there were useful documents in the Zent's exclusive archive, but it would take me far too long to go through them all alone. It seemed wiser to simply ask those involved, or if someone with the Book of Mestanora. A short while later, the scholar returned. Zent, I come with another report. Though it might be hard to believe, Lady Rosemine went with the gods of time to the world of the gods. They both vanished before our very eyes. Come again? The scholar explained that Lady Rosemine had arrived at the gazebo in military dress as if ready for battle. She had exchanged some words with Dunkelfelger, then disappeared upon entering the gazebo. I had seen a goddess ascend before, but I could not wrap my head around someone leaving for the world of the gods. What happened to Lady Hannelore? I asked. She was suspended in midair during the goddess's descent, then fell as soon as Lady Rosemine vanished. She was not injured. Someone from her duchy caught her, but she has yet to awaken, and her guard knights carried her back to her dormitory. Still, the gazebo was surrounded by students and professors thrilled by the spectacle. Knights were having to shoo them away. I see. Thank you for telling me. At third bell tomorrow, I should like to speak to those who are present at the gazebo. Then at fifth bell, I will speak to Lady Letizia of Alexandria. Send emergency summons to each dormitory. After giving out my orders, I left my office with Anastasius to return to our living quarters. I had an exceptionally busy day ahead of me. I wish to spend at least tonight in peace. Zent Eglantine, your guests have arrived. Let them in if you would. My attendant granted entry to Lord Kentrips, Lord Ortwin, and Lord Wilfrid of Dunkelfelger, Gerwanchel, and Ehrenfest respectfully. How fares Lady Hannelore? I asked, recognizing her absence. I understood that she was unconscious when she was taken back to the Dunkelfelger dormitory. She has not yet awoken, Kentrips answered. The goddess of time says she will remain in a half-dead state until she regains consciousness. As we're speaking, she is soaking in a Jareve. Excuse me? I took in a sharp breath despite myself. Lady Rosemine had regained consciousness upon the goddess of wisdom's departure. Far from being half dead, she had returned with me to the transference ceremony, though I suppose there had been lasting consequences with divine power and such. I was unsure what differed in this case, but we could trust that the goddess was correct. We shall contact you as soon as Lady Hannelore awakes. Thank you. For now, tell me more of this goddess's descent. I had heard what rumors and insights my scholars could gather, but there was much I could ascertain only by speaking to those who were involved. First and foremost, I learned that a mere parting of ways could summon a god under the correct circumstances. As soon as Lady Hannelore bid us farewell, the charm on her hand shone, and a magic circle appeared on the roof of the gazebo Lord Ortwin began. From that circle, the goddess descended. It seemed that she had been seeking a vessel to use, and it was mere coincidence that Lady Hannelore had a relevant face stone, and stated her divine name in a prayer-like fashion. How could anyone have predicted that? Nobody could have. Even just hearing Lord Ortwin's report made my head spin. I can only imagine how shocked Lady Hannelore must have been. But what I fear most is knowing the gods could descend upon the Royal Academy at any moment. I had thought the gods could descend only in the garden in the beginnings. We had a map of the general locations of the small shrines, and both Lord Troarqual and Lord Sigiswald had visited those of the elements they needed. But there were bound to be some that had escaped our notice. The gazebo had presumably been, by sheer coincidence, a small shrine to the goddess at time. Does this now mean we have to reinvestigate them? Give me a break. When will I ever find the time? That reminds me, Lord Wilfrid interjected. The goddess said she could not leave the magic circle after she descended. That was excellent news. At least I would not need to fear the gods freely wandering the academy grounds. That would be crazy. She mentioned some kind of disaster, he continued. Apparently the Grudershot could vanish, and roughly 2 decades of history might collapse. Hold on. 2 decades? I repeated. What in the world happened? That is all we know. Lady Rosemine seemed to have a better grasp of the problem as she departed for the world of the gods to hear more. Though I now knew what had preceded the gods' descent, I had an even more pressing concern. 2 decades of history were apparently at risk. But if Lady Hannelore was still unconscious and Lady Rosemine in the world of the gods, there was nothing we could do. It would seem I must leave the rest to Lady Rosemine, though if we are given a chance to read these 20 years, could we not prevent the Civil War from ever happening? I pushed aside that errant thought, but no matter how much I tried to focus on the boy's reports, I could not stop thinking about regaining the family I had lost. At 5th bell, Lady Letizia of Alexandria arrived. She trembled so fiercely that I could see it with my own eyes. I had no choice but to summon her. She was the only representative of Alexandria at the academy now that Lady Rosemine had gone to the world of the gods, and summoning an elder archnoble in her place would have been a grave insult. I am sorry to have summoned you, I said, offering the calmest smile I could. If you are anxious, do not worry. No first year would normally receive an emergency summons from the Zent before even passing her first etiquette class. I gazed upon Lady Letizia's retainers and spied Lady Rosemine's head attendant among them. It came as some relief that the two girls were working together. As joyous as it must be that Lady Rosemine has been summoned by the gods, it also means a new duchy is now without its awe, I continued. I will need to discuss the political ramifications with Lord Ferdinand. Please deliver this to him. A problem with that. We got a big problem with that. I had no business with Lady Letizia herself, but as I held out my letter hoping to free the poor girl from her agony, she shook her head. I cannot accept this letter. Why not? Lady Letizia turned to her retainers for help, and Lady Rosemine's head attendant nodded. Zent Eglantine, I am Laisletta, head attendant of Taab Alexandria. May I speak? You may. Laisletta took a step forward. We suspect Lord Ferdinand is the source of this incident. He is unconscious and half transparent. Even if Lady Letizia gave him your letter, he would not be able to respond. Come again? My voice came out sharper than intended. I had thought Alexandria would be fine as long as Lord Ferdinand was there. Normally it would be fine. But that expectation had been utterly uprooted. Now I could not even ask him about the goddess's invitation. I apologize. That was unbecoming of me, I said, seeing Laisletta's shock at my exclamation. Please continue. She promptly refocused and explained what was happening in Alexandria. Yesterday, upon learning that Lord Ferdinand had suddenly collapsed, Lady Rosemine had rushed back home to Alexandria. Of course, she'd be worried about him. Laisletta had accompanied the young Ob as her head attendant, meaning that she had seen the trouble with her own eyes. After abruptly collapsing in his office, Lord Ferdinand was carried to his bedroom, Laisletta explained. His body started to grow transparent, and by the time we arrived, he was barely even visible. We tried to touch him, and our hands went straight through his body. Lady Rosemine announced she would ask the gods what was happening, and it was just as she was gathering the necessary potions and magic tools that she received an urgent summons from the Royal Academy. The gods at the time had descended into Lady Hannelore and wished to speak with her. Lady Rosemine had instructed that her potions and magic tools be teleported at once, then rushed back to the dormitory. There she changed into her riding clothes and gathered together as much as she could to bring to the world of the gods. That is as much as I know, the head attendant concluded. I praised Laisletta for her efforts and turned to Lady Letizia. Alexandria must have descended into chaos if it had lost not just its divine avatar, but also the man unilaterally controlling its government. How will the nobles of old Arensbach react? I couldn't say whether the retainers Lady Rosamund and Lord Ferdinand had left behind would be able to rein them in, and Lady Letizia, the only remaining Archduke candidate of old Arensbach, was still just a first year. Lady Letizia, I praise your decision to bring one of Lady Rosamund's retainers here with you, I said. There are bound to be nobles of old Arensbach who consider this the perfect opportunity to uplift you. They will approach you with kind words and thoughtful gifts, but you must not let them manipulate you. Work as closely with Lady Rosamund's retainers as you can. I recalled with bitterness how Robla had deceived and manipulated Lord Hildebrand. Indeed, Lady Letizia gave a firm nod, her expression stern. Perhaps she was all too familiar with those who meant to take advantage of her. Lady Rosamund too said I must not return to Alexandria under any circumstances. Should the situation grow too much for you and your retainers to handle, do not hesitate to contact me. As a Zent, my assistance might be considered meddling in duchy affairs, but these are extenuating circumstances. I shall be your shield in Lady Rosamund's absence. Your words are a great comfort, Lady Letizia replied. I thank you ever so much for being so considerate of Alexandria. I would rather avoid a veritable bloodbath when Lord Ferdinand and Lady Rosamund return. Barely had the goddess of wisdom forbidden the taking of lives when Lord Ferdinand trapped Gervasio within a country gate, destroying his meadow and left him to starve. Technically in compliance with her command, he wouldn't need to stage a purge to leave a growing river of blood in his wake. Once my Alexandrian guests had departed, I returned to my office. Zet Eglantine and I have compiled the questions we received from the duchies. They wish to know whether the rumors of a goddess's descent are true. I shall waste none of my scholars on duchies too incompetent to trust their own students, I said at once. Send ordinances to their dormitory supervisors. Inform that if they want more detailed reports, they will have to send their own scholars. During the emergency, Lady Hannelore came to be regarded as the second divine avatar. My scholars reported that the claim had originated among those who witnessed the goddess's descent firsthand. Now those whispers had swelled into something else entirely, into rumors that she might be granted the Guttershite as Lady Rosamund was, or that someone other than me might obtain it. Some began to wonder if the goddess's decision not to summon you meant you weren't suited to rule. Others claimed you should have greeted her, but their arguments were quickly torn apart by your tea party example. Now most are focused on which duchy Lady Hannelore should marry into. My guides and scholars had informed me of the growing consensus that the second divine avatar was far too important to marry an archnoble of her own duchy, and that Obdeckelfelder would do well to marry her elsewhere. Only 1 day has passed since the goddess's descent, I said. How can the discourse have evolved this quickly? Something about this feels deliberate, but we lack the manpower to investigate. We can only hope the scholars return from their duchies sooner rather than later. On that note, we returned to our duties, hoping the Obs seeking more information would return their sovereign scholars to us. Apologies, Eglantine, Anastasia said. I received a rather troublesome letter from my brother. Oh, God. In his letter, Lord Sigiswald insisted that as a former prince, he was the most suitable match for the second divine avatar. He also said that a word of encouragement from the new Zent would go a long way toward putting him at ease. I sighed. His request made the origin of the recent surge of rumors painfully clear. This part about my input, is he asking for a royal decree? Probably. Most likely. My brother would not write to me without a demand of that magnitude in mind. I cannot give royal decrees on engagements unless they are essential for the country as a whole. The royal decree that Lord Giselfried requested was to ensure that Arensbach, a greater duchy and the only territory with an open country gate, would not be destroyed. At the time, the greater duchies had been forced to manage the deposed duchies without a Guttershite. Had Arensbach collapsed under those conditions, all of Jürgenschmidt might have followed. The decree had also served as part of the compensation owed to Arensbach, left with no choice but to remove its already selected successors in the aftermath of the purge. That was why Lord Giselfried's request for a capable husband for Lady Detlinde to stabilize the duchy while she served as interim Ob, and for the third prince to marry Lady Letizia, securing her position as the next Ob, had ultimately been granted. A marriage between Lord Sigiswald and Lady Hannelore would not help the country at large, I said. Karinstam needed to form connections with other duchies and expand its population, but that was far from a good enough excuse. As much as they surely wanted the help and support of the country's topmost duchy, they could make do with those lower in the rankings. Lady Hannelore already had prospective fiancés, and a union with Lord Sigiswald would mean marrying down. Under those circumstances, even a marriage ordered by royal decree would not be considered an honor for her. It was nothing like Lord Ferdinand's case, where people argued that since he was being mistreated in his home duchy's temple, he should be married into a greater duchy and granted a position worthy of his talents. Worst of all, a royal decree of that nature would drive a wedge between Dunkelfelder and me. I trust those of Dunkelfelder are already helping Blumenfield through Lady Magdalena. They would not have the means to support Carinstom as well. More than half a year had passed since Lord Sigistwald was made an Ob. He ought to have accepted that his position had changed. If 2 or 3 years from now he still refused to see sense, I would not hesitate to re-educate him. Yes, smack him around a bit. My brother might have sought your help because Dunkelfelger formally refused him, Anastasia said. We should contact Ob Dunkelfelger before we do anything else. Indeed, whether he has received a proposal or not, if we inform him that we know the source of these contrived rumors, and that I will issue no such decree, that he should find it far easier to act. I trust he will respond to Lord Sigistwald. The next day I received a letter from Lord Troarqual. It seemed Lord Sigistwald had sought even his help in securing an engagement to Lady Hannelore. His fixation on marrying the second divine avatar was now beyond a doubt, and a shiver ran down my spine as I recalled how he had behaved when he proposed marriage with me in his bid for the throne. Said Eglantine, I apologize for the trouble Sigistwald is causing. I pray that you refuse him, then spare him not another thought. It is your first year as Zent, and I regret that a crisis as unexpected as the Gaza Time's descent has caused so much uncertainty. I can only imagine what you are enduring. You have my deepest sympathies. Please take good care of yourself. The letter put me at ease, for it both permitted me to ignore Lord Sigistwald and praised my efforts thus far. Yes, I also sensed something else, a quiet satisfaction that he was free of the burden of my role. That it irritated me even just a little was probably a sign of my exhaustion. I mean, yeah, he's probably happy he doesn't have to deal with all that anymore. And he's also kind of giving the, like, I sympathize with what you're dealing with. I had to deal with it too. So he knows how you're feeling. Lindenthal just issued a challenge as well, one of my knights reported, having circled the central building. The hopes people have for the second divine avatar seem grand indeed. I massaged my temples. A week had passed since the goddess's descent, and more duchies were challenging Dunkelfelger to bride-stealing dinner by the day. Do these lesser and middle duchies truly not see what is happening? My head attendant sighed, brow furrowed. They were playing right into Carinstom's hands. I smiled wryly. With Lady Hannelore as the treasurer, who can blame them? The more duchies that participate, the more Dunkelfelger will be worn down, giving even the least likely contenders a chance at victory. No matter my thoughts about him, Lord Sigistwald was an expert at political maneuvering. He did not even needed to visit the Royal Academy for so many duchies to dance to his tune. Soon half the country will be involved in this dinner match. Then why does Dunkelfelger continue to accept the challenges despite the disadvantage he puts them at? It really is most strange. Perhaps they simply yearn for more opponents. If you think back to their group research some years ago... Oh, yes, I remember now. They required all those who wanted to join their joint research to face them in dinner. Just how obsessed were they? Why can Dunkelfelger not settle these matters peacefully through discussion? It's not their culture. And from what I recall, most of these duchies received quite a beating, one of my attendants said. They must not have learned their lesson. Apparently not! As hard as it must have been for them, they gained much from participating in that ceremony, I said. They might expect to reap the rewards again. Or perhaps they simply fear being left behind. By throwing their hats in the ring, they would earn Dunkelfelger's favor and, with any luck, the hand of the second divine avatar. I could understand why the duchies would want to participate, no matter how much it might burden them. One of my scholars frowned. Still, are the lesser and middle duchies not at risk of being crushed? No matter how I look at it, I fear Lord Sigistwald has convinced them to act against their own best interests. Should we not put a stop to this match? As much as I wished for peace, I saw no easy way to intervene. Dunkelfelger had already strong-armed the other duchies into playing dinner once before. Certainly with this many duchies participating, the match will have a greater impact on Jürgenschmidt than it is ideal, I said. If we cannot stop it, I should at least like to request Dunkelfelger's help in scaling it back, or minimizing the casualties. Does anyone have any ideas? My retainers put forward several possible courses of action. Personally, I thought the best solution would be to issue a royal decree ordering that Lady Hannelore marry whomever she told me she loved. I already intended to summon her when she regained consciousness, so I could pose the idea to her then. When word reached me that Lady Hannelore had awakened, I summoned her for questioning at once. It proved to be a fruitful conversation. Eglantine, how was your meeting with Hannelore? Anastasia asked upon his return from class. Did everything go to plan? Not quite. To save you the suspense, Dunkelfelger didn't agree to bride-stealing dinner merely for the fun of it. What? Seriously? As I now understand it, challenging a duchy to bride-stealing dinner is effectively the same as objecting to its ob's choice of suitors. From Dunkelfelger's perspective, the other duchies have issued open declarations of war in an attempt to claim Lady Hannelore for themselves. And since Dunkelfelger intends to keep her, they have had no choice but to accept. I conveyed all that Lady Hannelore had told me, that this match would be a genuine massacre, fought with a duchy's pride and an archduke candidate's future on the line. That traditionally the challenger's entire family would need to go to the duchy they wish to steal from. That unlike the dinner played in class, both sides would put their very lives on the line. And that rather than leaving the fighting to the knights, The challengers and their fathers would need to participate. In other words, the battle to come was going to be far more dangerous and more consequential than we could have ever imagined. The challengers are all Archduke candidates, no, and their fathers are all Obs, Anastasius mused. A battle between them without restrictions could result in the destruction of entire duchies. Yep. Indeed, and that's very precisely the kind of conflict Dunkelfelder is preparing for. Their perspective on the matter is so drastically different from anyone else's. Anastasius' features twisted in alarm. I had scheduled my meeting with Lady Hannelore for when he was teaching, so as to put her more at ease, but perhaps it would have been better for him to be there. For the country's sake, we must do something, he said. How did Lady Hannelore respond to your proposals that we stop the match from happening at all? Your retainers had plenty of ideas, didn't they? Yes, but everyone was refused. Lady Hannelore spoke against any solutions that would outright forbid the match, for that would mean angering Dunkelfelder for the sake of his challengers. Anastasius placed a hand on his forehead. I even heard him groan. Their usual obsession with dinner confused things, but I could see how these challenges are well and truly obscene. Was my brother aware of that when he instigated the other duchies? I would assume so. I doubt it. I nodded in agreement. Lord Sigil cared only about securing Lady Hannelore for Karinstam. How did he intend to benefit other duchies when he was no longer royalty? Lady Hannelore told me that to stop the match, I would need to approach the challengers, I said. I suppose that made sense. If there were no challengers, there would be no dinner match. We both let out heavy sighs. For now, I asked Lady Hannelore to summarize our discussion and send it to Ob Dunkelfelder in a letter, including my request for the match to be held at the Royal Academy under my supervision. Interesting. Ideally, we'll reduce the scale of the match as much as we can. I had to wonder, had all the troubles thrust upon me since the goddess's descent been a trial from Gluckletat? I could only pray that when I finally overcome them, I will receive good fortune in equal measure. Sent Eglantine a letter from Ob Dunkelfelder. Damn it, how much more am I got? Good God. It was lunchtime when the message reached us, having arrived through Dunkelfelder's dormitory supervisor. Anastasius and I finished eating as quickly as we could, then read through the Ob's response. Apart from the usual greetings, he got straight to the point. Under normal circumstances, I would not permit even the Zent to interfere, but since one of our participants is clearly manipulating the others, I accept her involvement. At once I felt as though a huge weight had been lifted from my shoulders. If nothing else, at least he agreed to this much. The Ob's letter went on to say he did not mind the match being held at the Royal Academy since it would spare Dunkelfelder's land from being ravaged. In other words, the Academy would bear the damage instead. The thought of the mana we would need to restore it made my head ache, but compared to the alternative, half of Jürgenschmidt laid to waste, it was a small price to pay. Dunkelfelder is no pushover, Anastasius said. The Ob added conditions of his own. If the match is to be held at the Royal Academy, he wants you to do your utmost to prevent alliances between duchies, and to stop non-participants from providing external aid. The duchies that had issued these challenges without truly understanding bride-stealing dinner likely assumed it would resemble its treasure-stealing counterpart. If so, the preparatory period would see lesser and middle duchies banding together, or greater duchies absorbing them wholesale. Dunkelfelder feared exactly what will follow, swarm tactics, with the massive enemies crashing into them all at once. And they are right to worry. Lord Sigiswald was surely counting on that scenario. I could not say whether he truly understood bride-stealing dinner himself, or whether he was doing this unknowingly, but the result was the same. As I have declared my willingness to oversee the dinner match, I said, I must do my part as well. The key will be finding a way to restrain Lord Sigiswald. Right, though what I fear most is this part about offensive magic tools. Anastasius pointed to the next section. I understand your wish to minimize death by limiting the use of offensive magic tools, but I cannot agree to that unconditionally. In the past, there was a man who excelled at sowing chaos and treasure-stealing dinner, Ferdinand. If we can see any sign of similar conduct, uninvolved duchies providing aid or support solely to bring about Dunkelfelder's defeat, then we will unilaterally disregard your restriction. Furthermore, while we will limit the strength of our magic tools, we cannot promise there will be no deaths. I had the sudden urge to make that unnamed troublemaker answer for the lasting consequences of his misdeeds. It's Ferdinand. Dude, do you not know the Lord of Evil? Even so, I understood Dunkelfelder's position. If not for my involvement, they would likely have countered any human wave tactics by simply throwing magic tools until every one of their enemies was dead. Relocating the match to the Royal Academy, exposing them to interference by uninvolved duchies, and restricting their use of magic tools all at once, placed them at an extraordinary disadvantage. I shall agree to these conditions, I said. We must tighten our watch to ensure that no uninvolved duchies interfere with the match. More than that, Anastasius began, his expression pale as he pointed to the next part of the letter. We should push as many duchies as possible to withdraw. Bride-stealing dinner matches are decided as follows. Should the challengers be killed or expelled from the specified region, the bride's side is considered the winner. Should the bride be stolen and removed from the specified region, the challengers are considered victorious. As this match will be held at the Royal Academy, the challengers will succeed if they steal the bride and lose if they are all killed or if the knights within their territory are all expelled. My eyes widen. If they are all killed, Dunkelfelder has no intention of resolving this peacefully, does it? Nope. I cannot accept the challengers' deaths as victory condition. What can we do to have it removed? I rack my brain for a solution as I return to my attention to the letter. I will permit fools who issue their challenges without understanding bride-stealing dinner to withdraw. Let it be known that their elves must petition me directly at the Interduchy tournament. Dunkelfelder students should no longer be treated like ordinances. Furthermore, I require a promise that Dunkelfelder will not be held responsible for what becomes of the duchies that do not back down. I suppose we have no choice but to abandon the duchies that refuse to withdraw, even after bride-stealing dinner is properly explained to them, Anastasia said. It is hardly our responsibility to break into our backs, rescuing them from their own foolishness. Indeed, they were being allowed to withdraw. If they maintained their challenges with full knowledge of the risks, I had no choice but to accept whatever followed. Let us require the obs of any duchies that do not withdraw to name a successor before the match begins, I said. They shall participate only after the bare minimum of the handover process is underway. After the purge, there had been cases where only the unsuitable children of third wives remained as candidates. Oaths and customs had been lost, forcing duchies to make do with what little remained. Any ob who chose to participate would need to at least that much resolved. Would that not prevent my brother from participating, Anastasia asked. He has a son, but the boy is too young to have been baptized. Oh my! A smile came across unbidden to my lips. Then Lady Nahalesh can serve as interim ob until her son comes of age. Anastasia stroked my cheek. I understand how you feel, but this raft does not suit you. How can I not be furious? I refuse to spare Lord Sidderswald even another moment of my time. Look, I pointed. See how the letter continues. Anastasia read aloud. From my perspective, Ob Kerenstam is a lesser archduke. Had he not made an enemy of me, I would have respected him as former royalty, but at this point I have no intention of showing him mercy or treating him as such. Should you, as the Zent, hope for peace, I suggest you keep a close eye on the pernicious weeds polluting your garden, he exhaled. I see. Let us pray my brother withdraws alongside the others. He's not going to. Lord Sidderswald's future as Dunkelfelder's mortal enemy was unlikely to be a bright one, and Anastasius knew his brother well enough to suspect he would never withdraw. He's not going to. I sympathized with Anastasius as he mourned his brother by blood, but as the arbitrator of this match, I was simply relieved that withdrawal remained an option for the others. I would still need to proceed carefully in reviewing Dunkelfelder's conditions and setting limits on how many participants each duchy could field, among other things, but this was a significant step forward. Let us pray to the gods that this term passes without further ill winds, I said. Anastasius blinked and his expression turned solemn. These winds will blow the moment Rosamund returns, will they not? She is doing something in the past. We just received that bizarre letter from Classenberg. Indeed, a letter from Classenberg had arrived questioning the guidance of the gods at time. I was retainer of the Zent from 2 generations ago. A scholar who had fallen ill before the Civil War and retired to Classenberg had regained a most curious memory. He had suddenly recalled a woman appearing in the sovereignty and declaring that she had come at the guidance of the gods at time, and said that he suspected Lady Rosamund was in the past. The letter softened the claim by suggesting it might have been a dream, but it nonetheless asked whether I knew anything. Yes, but I was measured in by my response, I said. Oh, who is to say whether it was Lady Rosamund? I know nothing of this matter. Do contact me again if you learn anything more. In truth, it could only have been Lady Rosamund, and it was unmistakably clear that she was rampaging through time to save Lord Ferdinand. It even matches the records I found in the archive accessible only to the Zent. When Lord Troarqual investigated Lord Ferdinand, he reported finding no records of him. That was simply because he, lacking a Grutushite, could not access the Zent's private archive. I, however, could. According to the records I had found, a woman wielding the Grutushite had appeared by the gods at time's guidance. She forbade a particular seed of Adalgisa from being turned into a face stone, then repelled attacks from the entire Sovereign Knights Order using a particular divine instrument! Rosemary, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, so essentially, how did she figure that one out? Because when did she figure out that Ferdinand was a seed of Adalgisa? I don't think he ever mentioned it to her, because that's something he's not proud of. I wonder if the goddess told her. Wait, did Roblet mention it during their battles in the Royal Academy, that book? Tell me, please. Afterward, the Zent of the time and his retainers went to the Adalgisa villa, where she declared that Ehrenfest needed the seat of Adalgisa to continue existing. The Zent accepted her guidance and ordered Ob Ehrenfest to take the seat home. That seed was named Ferdinand. The information was available only in the Zent's archive, so I had not even told Anastasius. That might have been how you responded to Classenberg, he said, but is there truly any doubt the woman was Rosamine? Not at all, I replied. I cannot imagine Dragana has sent many others through time to prevent history's collapse. Then when she returns, we will surely suffer the after effects of whatever occurred in the world of the gods. Peace is anything but near, Anastasius said, his gaze distant. I considered the mountain of problems awaiting us and smiled. Let us refrain from thinking about Lady Rosamine for the moment. Afterward! Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna have to make this bigger. Okay, a comfy life with my family. A girl's plea. That is simply not possible. An archducal family member must be resistant to courtship and hold her head high at all times. I expect many to perish, but not fatally, right? Such harsh words from someone so cute. It's bride-stealing dinner after all. And someone's going, bring it on! Let's see. Oh, wait, I should have read it this way. Never mind. Oh, very. Lady Hannelore, how dangerous is bride-stealing dinner? Oh, very. Marriage is deeply entwined in duchy politics. And there's... people will be harmed then. Gravely. And that's... Okay, that's Eglantine she's talking to. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Rebellious age. I resemble father? Who seizes any chance to shirk his duties and play dinner. The man who turns every conversation into dinner and never stops ranting about his past glory. Dinner beast. Dinner-brained lout? I may be stubborn, but I'm no dinner-brained lout. Dinner-brained lout? What do you mean by that? Okay, the rumored big sister. Raufereg seems so certain he'll become the next Ob. Does he not realize he possesses none of the necessary qualities? Trying to involve my retainers in the dormitory dinner father ordered was too cruel. Doesn't that make it look like I'm siding with him? If only I hadn't been cursed with a curse, a crude, foolish brother who cares only for dinner, and instead been blessed with a wise, gentle, and beautiful elder sister. Like Big Sis Hannelore! Are you sick, Lady Hannelore? Hannelore, do be more careful. Here goes Hannelore, Rosenthart, Kentrips, and Raufereg's has gotten his butt kicked. All I gotta say is, girl, you better fix him quick. You better fix this quick or he gonna fade away. So just won't go away. I hope you can take a magic tool to the face. Okay. We are done with this book. And I hate that. I want more. Come on, Maya. Get us the next book so we can get the dinner match. And I want Rosamine to come back. I want part 6 so badly. We're probably going to have to wait at least a year, if not longer. Probably. Unless she's already working on the next book. I don't know. It's either going to be probably the end of this year or sometime next year. Most likely. But I hate that. I'll see you on the next one.